Kyalami, the venue for the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. It's the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour race, and the championship is on the line. It's a smaller entry than we had last year, but it is a very high quality entry indeed, the bulk of which comes here, all with a chance of winning the championship. The sun is shining for now. There's always this threat of rain at Kyalami, as we discovered last year for the equivalent race, this recreation of Kyalami 9-hour that was such a popular and successful sports car event through the late 1960s, early 1970s. And with the entry that we have, we're looking forward to a very competitive race indeed. One or two balance of performance adjustments overnight, but the grid headed by Honda. Second IGTC powered by Pirelli pole for the Honda NSX. And we'll be looking forward to seeing exactly how this race pans out once it gets underway in just under half an hour's time. Gemma Scott will patrol the pits. David Addison and John Watson looking at this fantastic current iteration of the Kyalami circuit as the cars make their way round onto the grid. And as far as the championship is concerned, Earl Bamber and Laurens Vanthoor, who is the driver that's won the first ever Intercontinental GT Challenge Championship back in 2016, the Belgian. They come here a point up on Mathieu Jaminet, Patrick Pilet and Matt Campbell. Also in the reckoning, Jordan Pepper, Maxime Soulet and Jules Gounon, the Bathurst 12-hour winners. Nick Tandy and Conor De Filippi absent, but Nick Katzberg, Augusto Farfus, possible outsiders, but they're here, they're on the grid, they could be champions. So too could Marcus Winkelhock, the man that won the championship in 2017. It's a big ask for him and for the Audi teams around him. Luca Stoltz, Mauro Engel absent this weekend. But there are other drivers still in the reckoning, like Mario Farnbacher, for example, and Renger van der Zande, the Honda drivers, plus Martin Tomczyk, David Pittard and Nick Yellerly. They're very much the outsiders, but mathematically it's possible. Porsche very much in the box seat as far as the manufacturer's crown is concerned. Coming here 29 points up on Mercedes, then Audi, BMW, Bentley, Honda. There's no representation here, though, sadly, from Aston Martin, Ferrari, nor Lamborghini. So it is, as I say, a smaller grid than last year, but John Watson, we are in for a very competitive race indeed, and I think you made the point yesterday. It's a 9-hour sprint we're looking forward to.
Very much so, and it's everybody's to lose, as everybody has a chance of winning it. But it is a small field, but the points gap between the principal competitors, challengers, is small. But just noticed a minute ago that actually the wind, it's a beautiful day here at Kyalami, by the way, but the wind is actually picking up. So let's have a look at this 4.522 kilometer racetrack. Start finish line, and we've got 16 turns, so through the kink down to Crowthorne, then from Crowthorne up to Yuxke, then into Barbecue, then to the end of the first sector before you enter into Sunset, that long right-hand corner where the curb on the outside can catch the careless or unwary. Into Clubhouse, then the sprint down to the S's, up the hill, up to Leerkop. Instead of turning right as you did in the good old days, you turn left and come down the mine shaft, down to the end of the second sector, then quickly turn right at Crocodile, to plural. Haven't seen any myself, but apparently they're around. Then the short sprint down to Cheetah. Watch the curb on the inside of Cheetah, because it has caught out drivers in pre-qualifying, in practice, whatever. And then the final turn, 16, back on to start-finish straight. And again, it's watch track limits on the exit of turn 16. A lap around the racetrack. It's up and down there, the highest part of the circuit, up at Leerkop. What a magnificent vista lies in front of the circuit. Of course, back again in the good old days. That was old countryside, farmland, wildlife, snakes, lots of snakes. Never get out of your car if you go off track in the good old days. Wait until somebody recovers you, because there's snakes.
An era when men were men and snakes were nervous. Just to make the point about the Intercontinental GT Challenge, you only get points at the end of the race. Not like, for example, Spa, where there are incremental points at different stages. It is only at the very end, and it's 25 points for a win. So just cast your mind back to that graphic we had of how close the championship is. 25 points for a win, 18 for second, 15, 12, 10. Sort of Formula One style scoring. So very evenly matched in the championship, but that big difference of 7 points, 25 to 18, first to second, will of course be crucial in your quest to take the championship, because the biggest way of outscoring somebody is for you to win the race, them to be lower than that, obviously, and that's going to be key with it being just a point or two between most teams.
It's a gorgeous day. I mean, 27 Celsius, and that's the ambient temperature. 48 on the circuit, a little bit down to what we had for qualifying. And then the shootout. The thing that I've noticed is around the racetrack, there appears to be a significant amount of wind. Now, the wind in itself isn't a problem. It's not going to have any real bearing in any of these cars on circuit. But normally when you get wind here, it indicates there's something going to come with the wind. Now, remember back 1 year ago, we had a very, very heavy rainstorm late in the race and a long period behind the safety car. Right now, you'd say it's a perfect day. Get the braai on, get the charcoals going, get the braai fired up. That's South African for barbecue. Smell the biltong. That's air-dried beef. Lots of local delicacies. Get the chops going, the sausages, the burgers. Enjoy the hospitality that Joburg and South Africa's always offered up to its visitors.
Can you stop this? You're making me hungry already. Put the snake on the barbecue. That's Earl Bamber, one of the drivers fighting for the championship. Not very happy yesterday, suggesting that they just did not have the pace. Now, it's the Dynamic Motorsport team that runs this car. He drove with Laurens Vanthoor for the Dynamic squad here last year. They didn't actually sparkle compared to Fricadelli or GPX 12 months ago, and they're not sparkling at the moment either.
No, and they've done that outlap, a hard outlap from Earl Bamber, because they have had to make changes to try and drag some performance out of this Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. So he's back into the pit lane, no doubt conferring with the team and saying thumbs up, thumbs down, or just no thumbs whatsoever.
Now they're number 34, BMW, slotting into place on the grid. The first of the two Valkenhorst cars. Augusto Farfus will start, Nick Katzberg and Sheldon van der Linde, the other drivers of that car. Remember that Farfus and Katzberg could win the championship. Sheldon van der Linde is the local South African driver. Now, let's head to the grid quickly before we go racing. Let's join Gemma Scott.
Andre, great to be down here on the grid at last, the moment we've been waiting for. The 9 hours is about to get underway. You're a local driver. Tell us a little bit about this particular circuit. What can we expect today in terms of the track, in terms of the weather?
Well, it's, Kyalami is the centerpiece of South African motorsport. I was here 51 years ago when David Piper won in 1969. I was a little boy that stood next to the fence. And I stood here and I watched the racing, and it inspired me to get involved in motorsport. So to me, we were here last year, and it's just unbelievable to be back here in a very difficult year. So everybody has done their best, the SRO, government, the organizers, where it looked as if this was not going to happen, a few weeks ago. They put on a splendid task. So we're in for one hell of a race.
We really are, and it's wonderful to hear that you were here with David Piper all those years ago as a fan. It's a shame that we don't have the fans this weekend, but certainly, putting on a spectacular show for the guys that are watching on the TV. What can we expect to see, heading into the first corner? We've got the wind really hard on us down here onto this starting straight.
No, absolutely. Look, Saul Heck knows the track very well. He's my teammate together with Dylan Pereira. So the wind coming from the front, that's normally an easy entry for us. The trouble normally starts into Sunset, which is a downhill, and even in the first laps, you get the wind from the back. I think it's going to get a little bit tricky there, but we're in for one hell of a race here.
Do you think we might get any storms this year? Last year was pretty spectacular.
Well, if you look at it, you always look towards the old Johannesburg, and you'll see that it's already starting up there. So I've got no doubt we're going to have the splatters, and 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock tonight, you're going to be in for the Kyalami spectacular. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, I can't wait. Thank you very much, Andre.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Gemma. Thanks for being here.
Kyalami Splatters. Sounds like a new jazz band, doesn't it? So the rain is forecast. The locals are predicting it. It's going to happen, John.
Well, I'm glad the app on my iPhone got it correct, because we were hearing from the racetrack, perfect weather conditions all day. And there we've just been told that, well, there is, obviously with the wind direction, we picked that up. We saw the trees, the movement on the trees. There's quite a lot of wind around the racetrack. In fact, you can see in the pit lane, the wind, you can hear it even in the microphones. So it is in the air, and look behind us, it is already, the cloud is beginning to form. That's come really, really quickly, and that's what happens here on the high veld, 5,000 plus feet above sea level. When it comes in with a rush.
Alex Buncombe for Bentley, and of course Bentley changing its motorsport program at the end of this year, so it's the last time we're going to be talking about the Works M Sport Bentley squad. It's M Sport and Sparco that have put together together the deal to run the cars here, to try and go out on a high, to win the race, to win the championship. 7 is the title car, if you like, but 8 here to play very much a supporting role. And there are going to be some very, very talented drivers on the market going into 2021, with a number of manufacturers changing motorsport programs, not just GT actually, but away from Formula E as well, other brands starting to do different things. So expect lots of drivers to be hawking their CVs around over the winter.
Feels a bit like being a TV commentator. Lots on the market, apparently.
Now, as the grid starts to form, let's talk BMW for a moment. British drivers Nick Yellerly and David Pittard for Valkenhorst and with Gemma.
Nick, David, looking very relaxed at the moment. Shorts, t-shirt, obviously not starting this particular race, but you've been working hard this weekend, having had a difficult start to the weekend with some mechanical difficulties. You certainly showed that the car's got a lot of pace yesterday in qualifying. Looking ahead to the race, are you feeling confident, David?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've had a bit of a tough weekend, but for the 35 car, but Valkenhorst, having drawn on their experience here from last year, hit the ground running with the 34 car, and whilst the guys worked really hard and did a great job to fix the car, we could just pick up where those guys were in night practice, and yesterday the pace came together really nicely, both in our peak performance and I think in our long run pace as well. It's going to be a super fast race with such strong crews and the minimal cars we have. But so yeah, and in the heat as well, it's going to be pretty tough out there for both car and driver. So yeah, looking forward to the event.
And Nick, how much does your race pace differ from your qualifying pace? Because it's always two different things, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, actually here the tyre deck hasn't been too huge, so I think, like David said, it will be a really fast race. You're able to be consistent over almost the whole of a race, if not 2, if you want to be. So yeah, it's going to be, like David said again, really tough for the drivers. Make sure we make minimal mistakes, and yeah, see where we end up at the end of the 9 hours.
Thank you very much. Have a great race, boys.
Thank you.
So 2 British drivers, both of whom have made a name for themselves of late in GT cars. Nick Yellerly, China GT champion, came out of Porsche Racing, and David Pittard, after years applying his trade with no money in British club racing, finally got a break into GT racing and has been a very important part of the Valkenhorst squad. Winner of the Nürburgring qualifying race last year before the 24 hours, winner of the opening round of the championship this year. Very, very experienced long-distance BMW racer these days. Flies under the radar a bit, so much underrated is David Pittard, and I would offer you he's one to watch when he's behind the wheel.
Yeah, an interesting comment. He was saying that it's a low deg or low degradation circuit. We see the temperatures hovering around roughly what they were 20 minutes or so ago. I think back 1 year ago, David, you picked up the Bentley team in one of their pit stops. They didn't change tyres, they double stinted a set of tyres. Wonder will anybody be doing that? Or thinking back a month ago, Paul Ricard, when AF Corsa did a very, very clever move in their last stint. They just changed tyres on the left side of that Ferrari, which gave them then track position, which then allowed them to take victory. This is an anti-clockwise circuit, so the predominance of tyre wear is going to be on the right-hand side, we think.
We have within the regulations, as you look at the teams getting ready on the grid, the so-called short and long stop. So a short pit stop is 2 tyres, but no fuel, and that can be 37.999 seconds, and the long stop is 68 seconds, and that's as a minimum refueling and 2 tyres. Right, Mathieu Jaminet, another driver we need to hear from, fighting for the championship. He's with Gemma.
Mathieu, you're fighting for the championship. We're down here 5th on the grid. Are you feeling confident? Obviously you won this race last year, so you know what you were doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first of all, happy to be back in South Africa and in Kyalami, that the event is happening. That's already great. And yeah, fighting for the championship this year. Last year I had my teammate Dennis to grab the championship and Porsche. This year we are in the situation to win it, so definitely gonna push for it. I think 5th on the grid is a good starting position, so yeah, let's see how things will go.
We're pretty high up here. How does the altitude affect the performance of the car and the drivers?
Yeah, for sure, it's tough for the cars, especially for our small engine in the Porsche. We can lose sometimes a little bit of performance, but we've seen so far this weekend that we are there. Last year we've been really successful, even in the hot condition and also in the rain. So let's see how the weather also will play. I think a key role today. Some rain expected. We know the car is good in both conditions, so yeah. I think we got the package to be up front.
You know all well how difficult this track gets in the wet. It gets very wet very quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of lightning we saw last year, and quickly a lot of aquaplaning you can get on this track. So yeah, if the rain comes, it will be important to stay on track, don't go off, and see how we go.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Have a great race.
Thank you.
Bon courage, Mathieu Jaminet then, French Carrera Cup champion, and another very, very handy Porsche peddler. So as we've been making the point, it is a small grid this year, but it is a very, very high quality one. And with the exception, in a sense, of the local drivers, Andre Bezuidenhout, for example, you heard from earlier on, everybody else is here for a purpose. It's either to win the championship or it's to be the support car to help your teammate win the championship. So they're all here with a purpose. They're not here on holiday, John.
Very much so. I mean, this is an important round. It's the 5th round of the Intercontinental. Yes. So the fact that the championship is so closely, the points between lead, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, covered by, well, from first 31 points down to 5th, it's 22 points. It's anybody's race to win. And as I said earlier, anybody's race to lose, anybody's championship to lose.
So the field will be released shortly, and for Audi, Mirko Bortolotti will be a man to watch behind the wheel, as ever, and Mirko here for the first time on the grid with Gemma.
Mirko, first of all, the cars are looking stunning, incredibly cool liveries.
Yeah, absolutely. All three Audis look mega. Our department decided to have a really special livery for this race, so really like it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to go racing for the first time here at Kyalami and to finish the season on a high. That's our goal.
It's your first time here in Kyalami. How have you settled into the track?
Quite good. I really like the track. I really like the flow. Really interesting track. High-speed corners and also technical corners. So I really like it. Got on really well on the first day of testing, and we carried over yesterday. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this race, and it's really good fun to be here and to race on this track.
Historically, Audi have performed well here. Last year, Porsche obviously broke that cycle. And this year, I guess we haven't seen you quite as up the top as the timings as we have expected to see you. Are we going to see that change throughout the race now?
Yeah, I hope so. We've been struggling with the pace, all cars so far. Also last year, from what I could see, and looks like it's not the best, not the best track for our car. But yeah, as we said, it's a 9-hour race, so a lot of things can happen. I think we have really good strategies, really good team behind us. Mechanics and everything for the pit stops. It's an endurance race. It's not gonna be one with ultimate pace, so I hope that we will be there when it matters, and at the end of the day it counts after 9 hours, and yeah, the goal is to be in the front there.
Have a great race. Thank you very much, Mirko.
Thank you.
Yes, the Audis, just to quickly make a point, 10 kilos lighter than they were yesterday. Porsche's 10 kilos lighter as well, with these little adjustments to the balance of performance. So the grid, as you see, is now formed, and as the field prepares for the Kyalami 9-hour, drivers and crews all standing on the grid. We had already heard from Andre Bezuidenhout, driver of the Lechner Racing Porsche, at the back of the grid, and a very symbolic race for Lechner Racing this is going to be, because we lost, very sadly, Walter Lechner Sr. earlier in the week. He'd been a bellboy, a nightclub owner. He started his racing school and a very successful racer himself in Formula Super V and in the Inter-Series Championship. 11 times teams champion in Porsche Super Cup. Join us, please, for a minute of reflection to remember Walter Lechner. Wish the Lechner Racing team well in what is, as I say, a hugely important race. And before we go racing, The cars on the grid, the teams now will recognise the South African national anthem. We're almost ready to go racing for the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. 5-minute board is being prepared, and one driver here fighting for the championship. Outgoing Bentley boy, Jules Gounon with Gemma Scott.
Jules, front row of the grid. From the beginning of the weekend when I spoke to you and you said that you weren't happy with the car, the lucky socks have paid off. Yesterday they were Ninja Turtles. Today we're very apt in safari socks.
Yeah, I mean the team worked really well. I was complaining about the car. We were all because we couldn't make the front tire work, and we finally found tricks. We walk on the cars like hell, and to be honest, I forgot how it felt to start in the front row, and it's a nice feeling. So yeah, we are looking forward. It's a really long race. Hopefully we will miss the rain at the end. I hope it will not rain because our car is not the strongest, but you know, it's our last race. We have the teeth that are rubbing the floor, the ground, the tarmac, so we're going to give it everything we have, and we will see where we end up.
And for Jordan starting here, this is his home race. He's grown up here at Kyalami, so it's a pretty special moment for him to be starting on the front row as well.
Yeah, I'm super happy for him. We have a super relationship with Jordan. We have been together, I think, 3 years now, and Max has joined us. But you know, I'm super happy for him. I think we have a pretty solid car. Let's see, everybody looks really strong on everybody, you know. This grid is a bit small, but when you look at it, there is 10 factory cars that could win the race. So thanks for your support. We're going to try everything, and let's hopefully end up on the podium.
Like you say, it's a small grid, but it's extremely competitive. We saw that already this weekend.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah, people say there is 12 cars, but look at the lineups. I mean, this is all the best GT drivers in the world are there, and I'm proud to be on this grid. Thanks to Stefan Rattel to make it happen. I mean, this championship, it's extraordinary, and when you see the level of competition, the brand and everything, I'm really proud to be part of that. Thank you,
have
Sarah.
a fantastic 9 hours. Thank you, Jules.
Thank you.
So the grid is being cleared, and Jules Gounon backing up the point you and I have been making, John, really, that this is the top line of GT racing. There isn't anybody on this grid that doesn't deserve to be.
Absolutely, and very well spoken by Jules Gounon in his acknowledgement of what's gone into putting this event on under the very difficult circumstances of the pandemic and other factors. The fact that we have got a race, it's a 9-hour race, it's a small grid. I hope that all 12 cars on the grid, when the lights go green, they understand it is a 9-hour race and don't try and win it down in Crowthorne, which is inevitable because these are the top GT drivers in the world. They want to lead this race at every opportunity.
Now that is a car that has proved to be very, very quick indeed across the weekend. Bertrand Baguette starts the Honda NSX, its second Intercontinental GT Challenge pole position, but that also has, as you see, a bit of smoke coming from the grid. That car's also been affected by BOP tweaks overnight, down effectively on a little bit of mid-range torque.
Yes. I mean, the car looks absolutely stunning all through practice, through qualifying. It looked to be on a slightly different threshold to all the other cars on the grid. So there's been a slight, again, slight this and slight that, but an adjustment on the BOP. And in the case of the Honda with the V6 twin turbo motor, the adjustment is sort of in mid-range, so will affect, it'll change the characteristic, the engine's characteristic, how it will deliver that mid-range torque. So it'll not be a big deal, but it will make a small change. Drivers will notice it, they'll complain about it probably massively because they'll say, oh, our car we've been over-penalised. It's always the racing driver's way.
Alain Adon, the race director for the Intercontinental GT Challenge, flags the cars away. Then he will dash up the stairs to race control and hunker down for 9 hours of making sure that the race runs safely, that everybody adheres to regulations. And Bertrand Baguette will start on pole position with Jordan Pepper alongside him. Honda and Bentley on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is where you will find Augusto Farfus for Valkenhorst in the BMW, and it's Patrick Niederhauser starting in the Audi Sport Team Car Collection entry. Row 3 of the grid for Porsche, Patrick Pilet, the GPX car. Martin Tomczyk, GTM champ of years past, will drive the second Valkenhorst car on the grid ahead of the Fred Beviche Audi from WRT. The sister car, Marcus Winkelhock, going for the championship. He's got work to do, starting 8th on the grid. 9th, Alex Buncombe in the second of the Bentleys. 10th for Porsche, Earl Bamber. He's another driver, don't forget, going for the championship. And he's got work to do, absolutely, from all the way back there. Saul Hack, the local driver, but an experienced Porsche campaigner, starts the Lechner Porsche, and Martin Lechman racing here for the first time, graduating from Lamborghini Super Trofeo, in which we've seen him on occasions this year. He will start the car collection Audi that rounds out the grid that he shares with Dennis Marshall and Milan Doncha. Right, here's a toughie for you. Who's going to win the race, John?
I mean, what could one? I mean, put me on the spot. You could say anybody. I mean, our race producer said the BMW, the Farfus BMW. So if that's his gamble. At the end of the day, it's always hard to look past a Porsche winning. The problem is Porsche haven't been as stellar as we maybe thought they might have been. Wouldn't it be wonderful emotionally to see a Bentley win?
Yeah.
If the 7 Bentley won the race, I think there'd be tears in the eyes of the entire pit lane. So it's a race for everybody to lose, a race for 1 or 2 people to get their act together. Usual story, keep out of trouble, minimize pit stop times, execute all your pit stops cleanly, don't make any mistakes, don't drop a wheel, don't have too many people in the pit lane when they shouldn't have more than 2. It's all the detail that will ultimately end up in determining who will win this race.
If you finish, you have a chance of finishing well in this race, and therefore John is absolutely right. Keep out of trouble, keep reliable, don't muck it up in the pit lane, adhere to all those pit lane regulations. Do not waste time by having to make stop goes, and that also, from the driver's point of view, is going to apply to track limits as well, because the more abuse of track limits, the more penalties might fly, the more strife you're going to find yourself in as the cars now come through the crocodiles down towards Ingwe Cheetah. That last corner, the pace car as it is will dive for the pit lane. Then it's going to be up to Bertrand Baguette in the Honda to control the pace. It was suggested yesterday that the guy that put it onto pole position ought to be the man that does the start stint. That was Super Mario Farnbacher, but Bertrand Baguette is the man given driving duties then as the cars come down towards turn 16. You'll see on the outside of this corner the rather inviting curb and runoff, which a few drivers were overstepping last year during the race, and penalties were flowing. But let's find out what's going to happen in the Kyalami 9-hour and in the championship. The last round of Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli is go. The cars storm down to the kink at turn 1. It's a drag race between Bentley and Honda, and look at the BMW hustling up on the inside. Augusto Farfus has got the drive, has he? No, not quite. Bertrand Baguette breaks late. The Honda will turn into turn 2 just ahead as they're being run out wide is Jordan Pepper. They're all safely out of the right at Crowthorne then as they head up the hill now, but a really good getaway then by the Honda. It is Bertrand Baguette in the lead of the race.
Yes, he got the lead, but was the Bentley matched it all the way down into Crowthorne. But more impressive was Augusto Farfus in the BMW in 3rd place, making up 1 position. And I mean, this is an opening lap. It's going to be an opening lap until we get to the end of this 9. Oh, contact in Sunset. One of the Bentleys, it's the number 8 Bentley and the 31 Audi. Oh my, you know what?
Marcus Winkelhock going for a championship, delayed on the first lap. They've both got going. But that's exactly what we've been saying you've got to avoid. Not even a lap into the race. 2 cars tangle. What were they thinking? And Winkelhock instantly is on the back foot as far as his championship dream is concerned.
So Alex Buncombe was in the Bentley. We don't know maybe, and it's now stuck in the middle of the entry. This is the entry into Sunset. And that car currently immobile. Maybe he has to do a reset to get the engine fired up. I suspect if we haven't seen that car move in the next, well, by the time they go on to lap 2, we may have a full course yellow followed by a safety car intervention. I mean, unbelievable. each of these drivers, these 12 drivers in this opening stint, was fully aware that they don't need to make errors. I mean, how more plain can you make it? We don't know the cause. It may be that something else had caught. There's the Bentley now moving. Is that whether it's a right or left? I couldn't see if the rear tyres had been damaged. Still a green flag situation. So Buncombe has got the Bentley rolling. I suspect he'll be rolling into the pit lane to have a car check over.
Well done to race control. That wasn't a knee-jerk, but we are going to go safety car. So he's just got going, but has the safety car been called anyway? Clearly it has, and there is Marcus Winkelhock rather into the pit lane. Now, maybe the call had gone to the safety car to leave the pit lane just before Buncombe got going. We had this with a red flag yesterday, so I was just praising race control for not panicking too soon and trying the safety car, but actually that's what's going to happen, and it's a lifeline for Alex Buncombe, who's going to catch up to the pack. But into the garage, Marcus Winkelhock, honestly, can you believe it? On the first lap of the race, you're going for a championship, and high drama, because that's going to lose chunks of time. He's going to lose laps by sitting in there.
Well, it's a serious issue because they pushed the car back in the garage. There's obviously damage around the rear of the car. Whether that's purely cosmetic, in other words, bodywork, or whether there's something more substantial, would indicate whatever occurred, the impact was on the entry into Sunset rather than mid-corner. Let's have a look again as the lead cars come through. Watch to the top of your left of the screen. It would happen under braking in effect. And also, I think one of the Porsche, maybe the Lechner Porsche, was amongst those group of cars, not involved, but had to find its way through there. Winkelhock gets the Audi going almost instantly, but there's damage to the back of that Audi if you go back and replay the start.
So as the flag fell, it was Bertrand Baguette in the Honda that made the best getaway on the inside line. Augusto Farfus challenging, and as they turn through turn one, Honda from Bentley, Jordan Pepper being ran out wide. So, big drama for 31. Marcus Winkelhock then in the garage. Dries van Thor, one of the drivers of that car, he might be able to offer news really about what damage has been done. Dries van Thor is with Gemma.
Dries, hugely disappointing, the opening lap. Contact, what's the damage?
Looks like there was some damage from the right rear. I think some push rods and some tow bars are broken or are bent, so fortunately we have to repair that. I don't know how long it will take. Doesn't look that it's going well too fast, but yeah, it's very unfortunate on the first lap. But still, you know, it's a few hours to go. But I think being a few laps down here doesn't really help.
No, not at all. Do you know who hit who? What happened? We couldn't see.
I couldn't really see. I saw the Porsche trying to overtake Winky around into turn 6. I think he's right to stay on the outside, and then I don't know what happened. I think he was passed already. I don't know who touched him because there was also Bentley involved. I don't know what happened there, so I have to still review the incident.
Okay, thank you, Dries.
Thank you.
Safety car in this lap, and here's another look at it, but as they come into shot, the incident's really already happened. The Audi's been turned around, and if you're hit by a Bentley, because the Bentley was behind on the grid, Bentley's a big old car.
Yes, it is. I mean, it is a break into Sunset. We couldn't quite catch that camera angle, didn't catch the moment of impact. We saw the consequence of the impact with the Bentley and the Audi spinning and the Porsche, the Lechner Porsche coming through the middle. So which car hit which car? But clearly the Audi was hit at the rear, but there doesn't appear to be any front damage on the number 8 Bentley that we can see. So how the damage occurred at the rear of the Audi is still, and that we unfortunately we won't be able to see from the onboard camera. That's not operational at the present time. But Alex Buncombe appears to be unaffected. He's thundering around the racetracks trying to catch up.
An irony of ironies, he's set the fastest lap of the race because, of course, everybody else is stuck behind the safety car, and he is driving with the wheels off that thing, trying to catch back up. Right, green flag, let's go racing once more then, take 2. Here we go, Bertrand Baguette comes over the timing line, so he leads the way. It is Jordan Pepper in 2nd place. It's Augusto Farfus in number 34, BMW then in 3rd spot, and right up behind him, the sister car of Martin Tomczyk. Both of those BMWs have got drivers on board that could take the championship. Through is the number 9 Porsche at the rear of the pack, that in the hands of Sorel Hack to begin with. But Bertrand Baguette in the Honda has the advantage then as we work now at lap number 4, heading out of the right-hander of turn 5 at Barbecue. see Jordan Pepper going through in second place. Let's hear from about Bentley 8, Seb Morris, currently with Gemma.
Seb, a very disappointing start to the race for yourselves. Doesn't look like there's too much damage on the car.
No, we've got no damage. I don't know what happened. The TV didn't catch it. It was definitely obviously us and Winkelhock. I don't know who hit who, but luckily we've got no damage, and even more luckily we've not dropped a lap. So if a safety car comes out at any point, we will be back in the mix. So that's all we can hope for, really.
Alex doing a good job trying to catch up the rest of the field.
Yeah, his pace is looking really good. So the car's not damaged and we've not lost a lap. So think of the positives and we'll keep going.
Thanks a lot, Seb.
Thank you.
Now that incident between Alex Buncombe and Marcus Winkelhock is under investigation, so the stewards are going to have a look at it, see off the CCTV that the circuit might have whether there's a different view and whether it's a racing incident or whether there's somebody genuinely at fault.
Well, certainly the Audi got hit from the rear, but there's no indication that there's damage either on the front of the 8 Bentley or the Lecter Porsche, so which led to that damage. We saw the effect of the contact of the Audi and the Bentley both spinning as they entered into Sunset Corner, but the Bentleys right now and the Lecter Porsche are both running relatively, or we believe, unimpaired by whatever occurred.
So, of course, right now, the race leaders have done 4 laps, and the number 31 Audi has not done 1 because it's still in the pit lane and it hasn't yet tripped the beam. So, effectively, 4 laps down. It's going to be a very, very long day ahead of that crew. As you look at number 8 Bentley, still playing catch-up. It had dropped so much time, even with that brief safety car interlude, it could not catch the back of the queue, but Alex Buncombe is pressing on. But right now, Bertrand Baguette, I would say, is on a roll because he has done the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, but he's taken Jordan Pepper with him and Martin Thompson. So the Honda, the pace that it displayed all throughout Friday's practice and then the qualifying is not manifesting itself just yet. Early days, of course, we're only not even 10 minutes into this 9-hour event. So a long, long way to go. And all Bernard Baguette's got to do is just maintain as the 12 Porsche dives down the inside on the entry into Leerkop. But all Baguette has got to do is just drive cleanly and just make sure he gets all his apexes, gets all his braking points, doesn't try and overdrive the car early in the race. There will be more safety car interventions for goodness knows whatever reasons.
Dive up the inside, Porsche 54. That's Earl Bamber going ahead of Fred Verviche. That puts him up into 7th. So Earl Bamber, despite that popped pace yesterday in the qualifying session, chipping forward, and he needs to be doing that in order to think about the championship.
Well, maybe Dynamic Motorsport have found the fix for that car. There are some adjustments we've already been told about prior to the race with the balance of performance, and certainly Earl Bamber. And the car looks, just from that little overtake we saw a moment ago, as if there's more confidence from behind the wheel than there was certainly throughout Friday's running.
And as last year, we also touched on this on the grid. You heard about it on the grid from Becco Bortolotti. Audi's really not having a happy time around here. Marcus Winkelhock trying to go back into the race, but now 4 laps down. Alex Buncombe still on the lead lap, which is crucial in all of this. Seb Morris in that interview with Gemma Scott, absolutely dead on it. You cannot afford to go a lap down. If you do that, then it becomes very, very difficult indeed to claw it back.
Earl Bamber riding the curve on the exit of Sunset, kicked up a load of dust. He is a man on a mission. He wants to get up close to the tail of the 12 Porsche. Patrick Pilet, he wants to find, well, he's using all that ability and skill with maybe a refound and refreshed Dynamic Motorsport Porsche up the hill into Leerkop. Patrick Pilet currently in 6th position. Earl Bamber closing almost by the corner in the rather garishly livered Dynamic Motorsport. I do prefer, personal preference folks, nothing to do with Dynamic Motorsport, but it's so familiar with that lizard green race colour that we have seen over the last couple of seasons.
Well, it draws attention to itself in the black and gold colours, as also do the Audis draw attention to themselves. Audi's graphics department has always been very savvy about different locations. Think about the crocodile livery in Australia, and it's got all safari across the Audi Sport entries in this race. You've got the perfect circle colours, the David Piper colours of the early 70s behind on the Lechner Porsche. Last year there was a Lechner car here, there was a Perfect Circle car here. They've merged. It's the same Porsche that Lechner ran over here last year, but it's a bit of the Lechner team and a bit of the Perfect Circle team all getting together for this year with a perhaps more competitive car. Fred Verviche then, number 32 Audi, currently down in 8th place, but we only have 12 minutes of the race. There is, as they say, a long way to go. A lot can yet shake out of all of this, and Bertrand Baguette just edging away slightly now, 1.2 seconds to the good.
Yes, now that things have settled down, now that the drivers have regained sort of the relationship between their car and the racetrack, because what occurred yesterday through all those running of the sessions, overnight tracks changed. Again, Bamber and Verviche likewise coming out of clubhouse picking up the rest. Verviche actually was overtaken rather probably unexpectedly. Earl Bamber launched it up the inside, got that position away from Fred Verviche, and now Verviche realising, well, I want that position back, and I'm going to give Earl Bamber a little bit of a workover, because Bamber's thinking forward to Pile, he's not thinking backwards to Fred Verviche coming back at that 54 Porsche.
Now they're going through Porsche number 12, Patrick Pile, who is doing what he needs to do in this first stint. Do a good pace, keep out of trouble, underlined, and he's sitting on the back of Patrick Niederhauser, who was pretty impressive at Spa, missed out on that win. Maybe, had he pushed a bit harder over the last couple of laps, he could have pounced upon the ailing Nick Tandy Porsche, as it was on an oily track. Second was his result, but Patrick Niederhauser earning a good reputation for himself now. He's doing a good, solid job, running 5th.
So the gap first to second extended to 1.245 of a second to Jordan Pepper, and not very far behind that is Augustus Farfus in the 34 BMW. And any one of these three cars right now looks as if they've got the natural pace. Others behind are trying to duck and dive a little bit, trying to make a position. Earl Bamber particularly is the one that has made an overtake, a competitive overtake. Everybody else is just holding station, waiting for an opportunity. And these opportunities will gradually, as this session progresses, tire wear begins to have its influence, albeit there's a no degradation racetrack, but it still will have an influence. Look, the Honda now really has got the bit between his teeth and is off and running.
Bertrand Baguette has done the fastest lap of the race now as he tries to edge away from Jordan Pepper. The Honda ran well in the early stages last year. They've had an engine problem in this race that put it out, but all across the weekend it has shown what it is capable of. And Bertrand Baguette then accelerates through as the race leader. We are having a little bit further down Martin Lechman warned about track limits coming out of the last corner. So as last year, as predicted for this year, track limits being looked at in that last corner, just run a little bit too wide repeatedly. So the race officials will start to clamp down upon that. There is Saul Hack going through, dropping off the back just a little, but also yet to be caught by Martin Lechman, who in turn has yet to be caught by Alex Buncombe in the Bentley.
Yeah, Saul Hack hanging and trying to keep in touch with this lead group of 8 cars. He's number 9 in the minute, and of course Martin Lechman in 10th place, that little bit further behind. So Saul Hack, you can just see the last of these 9 cars in pictures. They come down into turn 2, into Crowthorne, then the sweep right up through Yuxscape, and then into Barbecue itself. And again, what the camera tends to do, it tends to flatten out, but there is a lot of elevation change here at Kyalami racetrack. 4.5 kilometers, 16 turns. This bit of old racetrack coming into Sunset, lovely corner. One of the corners that make you feel I've cracked it, I've really done a good effort through Sunset. But then you've got to get it slowed down, get your car positioned correctly for the entry into clubhouse. The curbing on the inside of clubhouse, you do not want to go there, it will throw the car out to the right. Then the exit, not overrun the exit, is curbing, then it drops off into pure good old South African earth. Up the hill now, up into Leerkop. It's the blind rise, you don't quite see where the apex is, you have to anticipate it. But look, a little bit of action going on behind, and it's down the hill. And is that it is? That's the 12 Porsche squeezes past. So that was a good pass. Pile's got past Niederhaus. Again, a notch. Mel Bamber, opportunistic, trying to make it too wide round the Crocodiles.
Round the outside goes Bamber, gains a place. So Patrick Pile up now into 5th, up into 6th. Earl Bamber, and 2 places lost, Patrick Niederhauser, and he might lose another one because Fred Vervies has arrived right on the back of him as well. So suddenly, the Audi Sports Team Car Collection Audi R8 dropping place after place, and the Porsche's looking a little bit more racy, and Earl Bamber then working his way up from the 5th row, from 10th on the grid into the top 6. That car looks transformed as now Vervies makes his move on the inside line there, down to the left at turn 2 into Growthorne. He can't do it, but now the Porsche's starting to come alive.
Yes, and the Audi team need to be aware they've had 1 car at the end of the first lap in to the garage. They don't need these 2 cars that are now running back in 7th and 8th positions to get into contact. I mean, both drivers want to lead the other, but it's about bringing these cars home. And remember that they are part of, it's a faint part, Marcus Winkelhock was the one of the Audi drivers that had a real opportunity to walk away a champion. But look, they're just going at it like a pair of parrots in a sack.
So also going at it is Jordan Pepper. He's done an absolute best in the first sector as he tries to bring down that 2.5 gap against the race leader Bertrand Baguette. And meantime there, look at the top of the circuit, Patrick Pilet tries to have another go. Downhill they run. The Audi fighting, BMW's in the mix as well, and look at that. Great battling between the two. This is the replay of Pilet lining up to have a go at Niederhauser, through on the inside line, but it was Bamber's move that was the real opportunistic and brave on the outside.
Very brave indeed, and that all began for Patrick Pilet on the run up into Leerkop. He got a good run in, down the hill, down the mine shaft, got past the Audi. Earl Bamber sitting back watching this, realised that Niederhauser was slightly compromised, used that opportunity to go the long way around the Crocodiles and made it work.
So, race order, Bertrand Baguette for Honda, Jordan Pepper second for Bentley, the gap is 1.6, third is Farfus BMW, fourth Tomczyk BMW, fifth Pilet Porsche, sixth Bamber Porsche, seventh now Niederhauser in the leading Audi, eighth Vervies Audi, ninth in the background Saul Hacks Porsche, and Alex Buncombe in 10th place. So he's got himself up past Martin Lechman, but Alex Buncombe has still not caught the cue, so he's on the lead lap, but even under that safety car, he was never able to claw right back onto the tail of the train ahead of him, was he?
No, and I'm just looking at the lap times of Jordan Pepper. His best lap is a 1:44.0. That's on damaged, whatever, Bentley in second place. Alex Buncombe's best lap is 0.4 of a second slower in a car that had a spin. Now, one of the problems of having a spin is you can flat spot your tyres. The tyres are probably being slightly compromised as a consequence of that spin, and that may be accounting for the 0.4 of a second lap time differential between the two Bentley drivers.
Absolutely so. Jordan Pepper then hustling on 1.6 seconds. He's trying to make up. We've done the first 10 laps of the race. There is Bamber then going through on the back of Pilet. Now, Porsches, yes, Porsche wants to win this as a brand. 2 separate teams, and of course, both of those Porsche partnerships could win the championship. So it's going to be all gloves off between the two of them. And look at Pilet, he is starting to up his pace, isn't he now? Getting onto the back of Martin Tomczyk, so the Porsche's starting to look a little bit more racy, but still up front. Bertrand Baguette leads the way as they reel their way up towards the end of lap number 11.
I think it might be a bit of a taller task to find a way around Martin Tomczyk in the number 35 BMW, and Earl Bamber will just sit there now and watch Pilet's movements and wait to see if Pilet is going to be impatient and try and force the issue. He's not close enough in reality to make it work. Fred Vervies likewise, all over the back of Patrick Niederhauser in the lead of these two Audis going into Growthorne. So it's again, you're running that close to the car that you're in competition with, you end up usual story. Your momentum is being controlled by the car that you're pursuing. So this group of cars from basically Tomczyk back to Vervies are all running more or less the same pace, and unless one of these drivers makes an error, I don't see how anybody's going to make any further progress.
And we are going to be certainly 39 minutes or so away from drivers thinking about the first round of pit stops. That will shuffle the order potentially. We'll start to see then whether people are going to double stint tyres because of the nature of the pit stop regulation times, and we'll start to get a clearer idea of the strategy. So right now up front, Bertrand Baguette leading. The gap did come down slightly last time, 1.3 seconds relative to Jordan Pepper. Third, in no man's land to a degree there, Augusto Farfus, but in the BMW, because he's not as yet catching, nor is he really being caught by Tomczyk, but Tomczyk has got the whole queue behind him now. Pilet is next, then Bamber, then the Audis of Niederhauser and Vervish turning their way out of the Crocodiles and up towards Ingwe and the completion of what's going to be lap 12 for them. There is Pilet bouncing his way over the curb and inching up onto the back of Tomczyk. So Pilet is coming for that BMW, isn't he?
Yes. Now, whether Tomczyk's going to be the cork in the bottle of these following 4 cars remains to be seen. And again, you see, Farfus has dropped away from the tail of Jordan Pepper in second place. Pepper's keeping within 1.2 seconds of the lead Honda, but Farfus is that little bit further behind, having lost the contact, and you can see the second of the BMWs. So Pilet will be thinking, where am I going to use my strengths? He used great intuition up the hill to get past the Niederhauser Audi. So will he try and do something similar? Look how close he is as they come up into Sunset, but he wasn't in a position to try and make a move. BMW is a very, very good car around this racetrack, but look all over the back of the BMW. Look at Earl Bamber thinking, can I go the long way around the outside of Clubhouse? He's thinking about it, he's having a go at it, and he might be run wide, but he's got himself, and was there contact, or was that Pilet just pulling away? But look into the S's. What are these two guys doing? They're racing, that's what they're doing.
Through goes Earl Bamber then, round the outside, he's done it, and not only that, Pilet is under attack from both of the Audis. They're crawling all over the back of him. Porsche's side by side, Audi up the inside, Niederhausen coming back at Pilet. Is he going to be able to do it? Yes, can he get past Bamber as well? Oh, so nearly does he do it. So back up one place, Niederhauser, the Porsche being run out towards the curb as they plunge downhill. Pilet will have the inside line for the next significant braking zone, but Niederhauser moves across, covers him off. Vervish now goes to the outside line. He's the opportunist. Can the Audi get the run around the outside of the Porsche? Just about, but then the road will come back to Pilet. Look on the inside line, and Patrick Pilet hangs on to the place. Fantastic racing, but Earl Bamber underlining yet again that he is the great opportunist. Fabulous racecraft.
I mean, I didn't anticipate quite, but that all kicked off with Earl Bamber on that run out of Sunset, getting himself into position to go the long way around the outside of Patrick Pilet, which then opened up the opportunity for Niederhauser to come back. And in the meantime, Martin Tomczyk, was the driver really under threat. He's gone away up the road. Yeah. These squabbling two Audis, 2 Porsches, fantastic racing, great to watch, but it's allowed Tomczyk to breathe again. I think, wow, but now he's got the gold and black Porsche of Earl Bamber, who is clearly on a mission here this afternoon.
That car is already whimpering for mercy the way that Earl Bamber is getting it by the scruff of its neck, hurling it around the Kyalami circuit. Patrick Pilet then, having been the mover in the pack, now finds himself on the back foot. He's dropped back behind Niederhauser, and look, because he's having to go defensive, look at the real estate he's given away relative to Niederhauser ahead of him. Vervish is all over him like a rash.
Well, it all kicked off in Sunset, and it all finished off after here, Leocombe. But watching the 2 Porsche, 2 Audi, 2 by 2, coming through and down the mine shaft, through that little kink, down into the Crocodiles. I mean, 4 cars, absolutely door handle, bonnet to boot, whatever. I mean, wonderful to watch. Just if you were the Audi team principal or the Porsche team manager, you'd be going, please guys, do not make contact. We don't want unnecessary tires cut down. The gap between lead and second place has closed down. It's 1.1 seconds. 1 lap ago, it's now under a second. Jordan Pepper is beginning to eat into the advantage that Baguette and the Honda has been enjoying all the way through this first, almost 30 minutes of the race.
Absolutely right. So, Jordan Pepper trying to gobble up Baguette as he heads now through the Jutski sweep. And Bertrand Baguette still with the fastest lap of the race to his name, but this rather culinary lead battle of Pepper on the Baguette comes now up towards Sunset. The Honda ahead of the Bentley, 9/10 of a second it was going on to this lap. But you get the feeling, don't you, that Jordan Pepper now is in a rhythm. He's happy behind the wheel of that car. Everything's up to temperature. Fuel loads come down a bit lighter, a bit quicker. He's honing in on that Honda.
You might call it a pepper grinder.
Yes, exactly. And he's there, adding spice to the battle. We can keep this going for another 8.5 hours if he really wants to. But Honda leads the way then as they wriggle their way up now through the S's. It's lap 15, and Jordan Pepper goes after the Honda in the race lead. We've not had a Honda victory. Could it be today? There's a long, long amount of race still to come. And right now, Bertrand Baguette, I think he's going to have to make that a little bit wider than it was earlier, the Honda NSX. Jordan Pepper very definitely is bringing down that gap. On this lap, for example, 2/10 quicker in Sector 1, a 10th quicker in Sector 2. That lead gap is certainly being nibbled into.
Yeah, I mean, it's visual now. You can see the gap almost by the lap, how much he's been eating into. Now, we heard Jules Gounon on the grid saying, "Now watch this pass." David, I'm speechless to watch how these four drivers, four combinations up the hill, Earl Bamber, Niederhauser, Patrick Pilet, Fred Verbies. I mean, that is like a traffic jam on any of your urban roads around any country in the world, except it's at a somewhat higher speed.
And that last 10 seconds, by the way, was John being speechless. But it was a great battle, wasn't it? Fantastic, the four of them absolutely together. And the opportunism that Earl Bamber evinced, extraordinary. 0.6 of a second. This is your lead gap now. Jordan Pepper is really going for it. We've got perhaps another half an hour of this stint to factor in before we look at the first round of pit stops. Bentley want to be leading at the hour mark.
Very much so. And again, just before we had that replay, Jules Gounon mentioning that they've done a lot of work to get the front tyre on this Bentley dialed in, and I wonder maybe is that the effect of all that work they did overnight. What we're now seeing, that the gap, there was a 1.4, 1.5 second gap at one phase. Now it's down just to over half a second. I mean, you can see it on screen how much in the last 3-4 laps that advantage the Hondas enjoyed has been ebbed away. Again, you see Tomczyk has now been caught by Earl Bamber. The gap was double where it is now a lap and a bit ago. But Earl Bamber has found genuine and real pace in the Dynamic Motorsport 54 Porsche. Actually, I think the black and gold looks really good now because the car's quick.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, the car's quick. It always looks good, whatever the graphics on it are. It's only when it's not going quickly that there's a problem. Well, I'm not quite sure. It looks fantastic right now.
Now we'll see whether that 54 Porsche is able to do anything about the BMW. Others have closed but not been able to do anything. But of course, Bamber has been working his way through that pack. Well, Earl Bamber, Spa 24 winner, Le Mans winner. Now let's see what he can do about Martin Tomczyk, DTM champion back in his Audi days. But also Bamber's got to be mindful of the traffic behind him because Niederhauser is still tucked up behind the Porsche. The lead gap has crept up again now, 0.9 of a second.
I think that might have been somebody kicked up dirt on the exit of turn 15. It might have been Jordan Pepper because the gap has opened up by a further 0.3 of a second, and there was a reason for that. And I think it may have been Jordan Pepper that kicked the dirt, just maybe ran fractionally too wide in turn 15. Wait another lap or two and see whether that runs down again. But here is a real battle, and I wonder how long. I mean, we've seen that Earl Bamber's patience is non-existent here today. Looks down the inside into Sunset, not doing anything other than to frustrate or annoy Martin Tomczyk. The Porsche has genuinely found pace that it didn't have all through Friday's running.
Through goes 32 then, which is Fred Vervies, still on the tail of Pilet, but you can see now Tomczyk the cork in the bottle, because earlier on, 3 laps ago, if you like, we had gaps between some of these pairs. Now we've got one battle pack, one long line once again. Bamber has caught up to Tomczyk and he's stuck, and that means that Niederhauser is back with him and Pilet is catching and he's taking Vervies with him, and Bamber fully aware that he has got to get past that BMW swiftly before he comes under attack again from Patrick Niederhauser. But Martin Tomczyk, boy, does he know how to make a car wide. He knows how to defend. This is not going to be easy for Bamber.
No, but what Bamber has done is he's discovered bits of the racetrack where he is overtaken on that normally you wouldn't consider. I mean, going the long way around and the exit of Clubhouse for a start off is not something you'd plan to do. And likewise, coming down in the Crocodiles, doing the long way around the outside of that corner. It's not on, that's not the driver's book of engagement.
So Tomczyk comes through then. That puts now 17 laps in the book. Last year, the magic number, granted with a very slow, long, wet period, was 2:59 in terms of laps. But as they drop down to turn 2, Bertrand Baguette, still with the fastest lap in the race in his name, has a 0.7 of a second advantage up front. But look at this, Tomczyk just ahead of Bamber, ahead of Niederhauser, ahead of Pilet, ahead of Vervies. Sorhack falling off the back of that group. Still not yet being caught by Alex Bunker, but the Bentley pounding away, trying to make up for that lost time as Earl Bamber now accelerates down towards Sunset. No way through there.
No, and it's going to be, as we mentioned, anybody that gets up behind the number 35 BMW Martin Tomczyk is going to find it a little bit more difficult to get through. But the momentum that Earl Bamber has been generating, it's self-generated momentum, and it's up the hill. That's where I think that he will be thinking about preparing. If he can get close to the tail of the BMW as they come into the braking zone here, and then stick to the back of the BMW down the hill. He's been creative all the way through this race. How more creative does he need to be to find a way past that BMW? Not close enough now. He needs to be having that distance before he can even think about making a move, a serious move here, whether it's down the inside or take the brave route around the outside. The danger of going around the outside is you get run out over the racetrack, and therefore you could lose not just time but position, because Niederhausen only looks for one opportunity to put that Audi back up into 5th place.
So the Audis and the Porsches, remember, 10 kilos lighter for the race than they were running through in qualifying and the practice sessions, and that's helping with a little bit of pace. The grunt and go BMW, Martin Tomczyk comes over the line. Now the margin is half a second to Earl Bamber. In the background, Pilet having to think about defending because Vervish dives to the inside line into turn 2. Gets a face full of the Porsche. Patrick Pilet elbows out to defend there, but Fred Vervish showing intent. Couldn't find a way by though.
No, I mean, Fred Vervish, love him to bits because that's what he does. He tries to create opportunities. Patrick Pilet may have been focusing more on the tail of Niederhauser and maybe hadn't anticipated that there's going to be a lunge from Fred Vervish down the inside into Crowthorne, but he wasn't sufficiently alongside Porsche to make that move stick. But look, how close can he get to the rear of Pilet's Porsche? Not much closer.
Earl Bamber just losing a length, dare one say, or two to Martin Tomczyk. The BMW has just stretched that ever so slightly, but Patrick Pilet there doing his level best to stay on the back of Niederhauser and keep Fred Vervish at bay. You might think, well, what's the point of defending so stoutly with 8.5 hours of the race still to go? Well, the answer is you just want to make sure that you are as close to the front as possible. You don't want anybody to get past. You don't want to lose any ground whatsoever. So Pilet doing exactly the right thing, defending for all he's worth, and actually under braking there, coming back slightly, Niederhauser.
Yes, I mean, the different strengths of cars at different parts of the racetrack. Remember, Earl Bamber has run the Porsche really hard in that opening phase. So the downside of doing that is maybe you use your tyre aggressively and haven't got much left by the time you come to the conclusion. We're just coming up to halfway through this race, just over halfway now, through the stint, not through the race. Through the race, it's 9 hours.
And don't peak too soon, John.
As close to it, as close to it.
Right, under braking, Bamber closing back up at Tomczyk, and Vervish again filling the mirrors with Patrick Pilet. What he's also doing, of course, not only is he trying to get past Pilet, but by making Pilet defend, that takes some of the pressure off the other Audi a little bit up the road. So that's having the help, could have the helpful effect as far as Niederhauser is concerned. But Bamber, in the meantime, has got himself right back onto the tail of Tomczyk, and now, not suggesting he wasn't trying before, but this looks like a really serious bid. The car just moving around a little bit more as he threads his way from Sunset to Clubhouse. But Earl Bamber now perhaps trying to eye up where he can make that move.
Back to the lead. The gap was just under a second as they came across the line, end of lap 19.
For the championship at the moment, it's advantage Bentley by 2 points over Mario Farnbacher, the Honda driver. So if things stay as they were, what are the chances with 8.5 hours to go of things staying as they are? But right now, Bentley looking strong.
Yeah, certainly the Jordan Pepper Bentley has done an outstanding job. Unfortunately, the incident on the opening lap has compromised the 8 Bentley. Down to 10th place, Alex Buncombe playing catch up. This last lap was, again, it's been consistently 0.4 of a second slower than the second place Bentley of Jordan Pepper. So when that car comes in, I'm sure Alex Buncombe will explain to us what occurred in Sunset and why his car was that little bit off the pace of the sister number 7 Bentley. Look at Vervish all over the back as they come out of turn 16.
To the timing line they come then, so this will be the end of lap 20 for them. And Tomczyk is under massive pressure now. Bamber is there. Right up behind him, you've got the Audi in the hands of Niederhauser. Then it is Pilet, then it is Vervish. So to dive down towards turn 2, and again, look, Vervish on his toes. the nose of the Audi to the inside of the Porsche. Couldn't find a way past there, but yet again he's trying to unsettle Patrick Pilet. Isn't he trying to force a mistake? Even if he only runs slightly wide, Vervish can pounce.
Well, these are the sort of conditions I think Fred Vervish just loves. He's a scrapper. He just loves to get in, duck and dive behind the car. He's trying to unsettle Patrick Pilet. And at some point, maybe Pilet's focus will be further down the road, but the gap between the rear of Niederhauser and Patrick Pilet looks in these last couple of corners to begun to extend. So maybe it's going to be two little battles going on. One of these three cars, the BMW, the Porsche, and the Audi, and then the second of the Porsches. That they're where, as of one a few laps ago. Now it's a little bit of a break becoming between these three. Up the hill, of course, the road cruises back down again.
So who's going to be the next driver within this battle pack to shuffle the order? Who is it going to be that benefits and how? I can't believe we're going to get 23 minutes to the pit stops without somebody being able to prise open the door. Bamber, you could argue, is one of the men most likely to. The other being Fred Vervish as they come now through the crocodiles. And then they will wriggle their way up towards the completion of lap number 21. The lead gap still yo-yoing, but it's just hovering around the second mark as Bamber again closes up under braking, but so onto the back of the Porsche does Niederhauser's Audi. Vervish still on the tail of Pilet, who's dropped back a length or so, has he not, there against Niederhauser?
Yeah, he's dropped back. What's interesting is Bamber was able to claw his way up to that 5th place, but he's never actually at any time since he's Vervish again, but Bamber's never been able to actually offer a challenge at any part of this racetrack to the BMW, to Tomczyk. So that's maybe one comfort that Tomczyk has got, that in spite of the pace of Earl Bamber, if he was running on his own, he may be able to run quicker than the BMW, but he hasn't got sufficient advantage to put himself into a position to challenge. So Tomczyk is just keeping an eye on the mirror with one eye, driving his own race, probably comfortable in the knowledge that Bamber's got behind me, but he can't do anything more. And I suspect these two cars are going to probably pretty much retain their 4th and 5th positions to the point where they make their first run to pit stops.
Well, Bamber asking a lot out of the tyres, of course, in this opening stint as the cars make the run out of the S's. Climb now up the hill towards turn 10 to Loikop. There is Bamber, still being given a hard time by Patrick Niederhauser, who has a look on the inside there. Tries to force Earl Bamber a little bit wide, but no, the Porsche gets the run down the hill, so Bamber fends him off. But in doing so, in having to defend, Tomczyk pulls away by another couple of lengths. So it's so closely fought, this little battle. As soon as you have to defend even for a corner, straight away you lose ground against the car ahead, and suddenly within this battle pack, Niederhauser looks like the man most likely to.
Yes, absolutely. Niederhauser feels he's got a bit of wind in his Audi sails, and it is windy up here this afternoon. So he's maybe thinking, well, that was a cheeky move by Earl Bamber earlier in the stint. Can I repay that compliment? And in the process, it just again allows Tomczyk in the 35 BMW likewise to get a time to draw breath. Down the inside, Fred Vervish.
And again, more in hope than in anticipation, but he's once more tried to prise the door open, tries to put Patrick Pilet off his stride. He can't pounce there. Massive frustration, of course, in a situation like that. You think you're quicker, but you just can't find a way by, and Vervish is the one actually who rattles it out wide coming out of barbecue, and as a consequence is slightly further back, only slightly, as they drop now down through Sunset, but straight away Vervish on his toes tries to come back at Pilet.
Yes, there's close coming through Sunset. Pilet runs wide on the corner through Clubhouse. Don't know what he was doing, has to go defensive, forces Vervish onto the very, very dirty part of the racetrack. So that was an error from Pilet, a self-induced error, don't know why. Look, Vervish bumping almost contact with the rear of the Porsche up the hill. He's going to think about a dive down the inside. He thinks about it, and he executes that move.
And he's worked hard for that. That has been for lap after lap. But look, the Porsche back on the inside. Patrick Pilet tries to get up alongside, which he will just about do. Now, who has got the grunt in a straight line? The Porsche, and they rub. The Porsche is the quicker. Patrick Pilet goes back through. Vervish has to sit back behind him, so he's worked for lap after lap after lap to make the move, and it only lasted for a corner.
Yeah, but he was compromised at Leerkop, and he made that pass, and that's why Pilet was able to make the undercut, then get the run down the hill, and then take that position back again from Fred Vervish. All started with Pilet running wide in the middle and the edge of the Clubhouse corner. Let's have more of it. Do it again, Patrick Pilet. It's really, really great to watch you guys fighting. But look what's happened. The gap between what's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, seventh, and eighth. All of a sudden, massive gap in relative terms to where we were just one lap ago.
A lot can change as soon as you get a little battle like that, just what we were saying earlier on. So Earl Bamber still stuck. He's done the chasing, he's done the catching, he can't do the passing. And now Verviche tries to get past Pilet all over again. This was the move.
Made brave move up the inside. Pilet had no choice but to let him go, but he made the smart move. He got the undercut, he got the drive off Learcop, got track position, and was that little bit quicker down the hill. There was a contact, you can just see it there as they come down to the kink before they come down to the crocodiles. But real door handle to door handle stuff. Nothing conceded. Been two guys at the top of their game, racing hard, racing cleanly, albeit that one little bit of contact, but you allow that. I think you can allow that.
You can see why they are the factory drivers, can't you? So as the field drops downhill, Earl Bamber still stuck now behind the Martin Tomczyk BMW, and Patrick Niederhauser crawling over the tail now, of course, as well, of the Porsche. So Bamber trying to attack, trying to defend all at the same time.
Yeah, but Niederhauser clearly has found a bit of pace, which he didn't have at the point where Earl Bamber got through. And he, of these three cars, is potentially the quickest, but he needs to find a way past the Porsche. Earl Bamber has had his elbows out all race so far. If he thinks that Niederhauser is going to take a lunge down the inside into Crowthorne, which he's probably thinking about doing, but realises I'm nowhere near in a position to make it stick. I might do it, put my car in the mirrors. Earl Bamber is doing the same thing with Tomczyk.
But look at Pilet and Verviche. They're closing, aren't they? Yes, they've been delayed, but they're coming back at the little battle pack ahead. Earl Bamber still crawling all over the tail of the BMW, and it's now Niederhauser having a look to the inside line. He can't do it there. Wonderful racing, this.
I mean, we've got a small field, but I tell you what, it doesn't matter. We've got 5 cars going at it like it's a Saturday night pub fight.
So there, the BMW fends off the Porsche. Fred Verviche lining up to have another go at Patrick Pilet. And with the exception of the delayed Winkelhock Audi, we've of course got everybody else still on that lead lap. Now Winkelhock, incidentally, has done the fastest lap of the race. So Marcus Winkelhock trying to play catch up, 4 laps down, but he has now done a lap in the 43, 1:43.664, best lap of the qualifying session into the 41. So there's some time to be found, of course, but Winkelhock's car would appear to be going nicely now, and Alex Buncombe has done the absolute best of anybody in the first sector as he tries to play catch-up. So, this is the fight, 4th, 5th, 6th, Tomczyk, Bamber, Niederhauser, 'twas ever thus, and the Audi looking closer again.
Yeah, Audi looked to be a little bit better coming through the crocodiles, a little bit better balance and bite from the tyres. As Earl Bamber is still thinking forward. He hasn't given too much consideration to Niederhauser, but I suspect that he has to be aware that right now, I suggest, and I've been doing this all the way through, that Niederhauser of these 3 cars is potentially the quickest looking. Have a go, can he think about it? He's not anywhere near far enough to do anything in the braking zone. Straight line speed of all these cars is so, they're all doing 222, 23 kilometers, 32, 33 kilometers per hour. So no one has got a straight line advantage.
But Martin Tomczyk, you've got to say, has done a good job over, what's he been under pressure from Bamber for, 20 minutes or so, because he's not put a wheel wrong, he's done what he needs to do. And of course, he's also helping the 34 BMW to escape up the road, because it's quite a big gap now that we have between the top 3 and the rest of the pack. So you're looking at nearly 6 seconds, Farfus to Tomczyk. So all of these cars, and that is off the road Martin Lepman's Audi, just ahead, look, of the Tomczyk train. So he's got it wrong going through the S's, he's in the gravel, and I don't think it's going to drive out of there. I'll just finish my point. All those cars stuck behind Tomczyk, not only can they not get past him, they're losing time, of course, against the top 3. But as you see the Audi in the gravel bed, a call's going to have to be made about that. And if we end up going to a safety car, they're all going to close up to one another again in the long line.
Indeed they are. Now whether the Audi can extract itself on its own from that gravel trap, I suspect probably not. So it's on the exit of the S's, it's a part of the racetrack that will have to be brought in control, and I suspect, David, as you're we'll see a full course yellow at some stage in the next lap or two if the Audi is unable to recover.
So can the Audi get out of the gravel? The race control team looking at this as the teams are ready, because they are expecting a full course yellow, and they are going to seize the opportunity to bring the cars in, to put fuel in them and try and play on the strategy. Well, right now, driver stays in car, Marshall attends, and there, look, Bamber all over the back of Topchik, but he's running out, winding up the inside, dives Niederhauser, curb and all. Bamber tries to get up alongside the BMW, can't do it. Three of them as one. The BMW snakes then as they get up towards Barbecue. Bamber tries to defend, tries to attack. Niederhauser crawling all over the back of the Porsche stuck behind the BMW. To the outside line comes Niederhauser now. This battle is on for 5th place, and the Porsche is just going to stay ahead as they dive into sunset. Earl Bamber sticks out his elbows. You are not coming past me, Patrick Niederhauser, he says. But Martin Topchik in the BMW manages to fill the width of the road and keep them all at bay as Vervies crawls all over the back of Pilet.
Well, Vervies was all over that wave yellow flag going into the S's, so nobody is permitted to overtake until you see the green flag at the exit of the S's. Vervies almost had taken that place away from Pilet as we were focusing on this battle between Earl Bamber and Niederhauser. I mean, that was very, very close. And look again, Niederhauser touches them almost. I don't know if he did or not, but it looked like he might have just kissed the rear of the Porsche on the left corner. I don't know if there's any the paint on the Porsche. There's a bit of black paint down that rear guard, so it can't clearly see, but certainly got very close to the back of Earl Bamber as these two yet again having their own little private battle all over 6th position.
So the cars thread their way with a full course yellow being deployed, and look, straight away into the pit lane they dive. Now the leading 3 cars, I don't think, had that opportunity. The full course yellow has been called for, and it might be that this wave, yes, they're the top 3, they're staying out there. That could really go against them.
How fortunate. You always say track position is key. Well, it was key because when that full course yellow was thrown, where were we? 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th were all able to dive into the pit lane and given each other, I suspect, significant track position advantage. Fresh sticker tyres goes on to the Audi, looking further back as the second of the 2 Audis. One would imagine the same. There are the lead 2 cars, and they'll be cursing, I suspect, in their helmets through their balaclava, probably in the radio to their pits, saying, why, how, when, what is going to be the outcome of this? We're still 11 minutes away from what would be the natural pit time. Now, whether it was I didn't notice if any of those cars in the pit lane executed a driver change or not, or they kept drivers on board.
Lead gap's come right down, hasn't it? Another car that stayed out, number 9, Saw Hack. In comes Bentley 8 then. So away goes Topchik, and we've had a change in the pit lane, look, because Bamber has dropped back, or the dynamic Porsche has dropped back behind the Audi. So we'll give you the order when they come back out, and also we will identify any driver changes. Topchik has given way to Yellowly, Niederhauser to Drudy, Earl Bamber stays behind the wheel, Vervies gives way to Charles Weers.
So it's going to take a little time to get the snatch rope attached to the Audi and then drag it safely away, and it'll get back on track, but it just is buried as we see the Alex Buncombe. So the driver change has taken place there. Has it taken place or not? That's not Buncombe's helmet, is it?
I'll check in a moment. The car blasts away.
Buncombe stays on board.
Now, you can expect the top 3 to come in at the end of this lap. We're still under full course yellow conditions, so those cars that have pitted, they can't catch up because they've still got to go at the regulation speed. It's not like a safety car where you speed up and close up. So Bentley 8 back on track. So there are the leaders on this crawl round to the pit lane. Bertrand Baguette and Jordan Pepper, and it may be that we go safety car. The reason for that often is that the safety car can go faster, you can get the cars up to speed, you can get tyres up to temperature, pressure's up, and it's a safer restart as in comes Marcus Winkelhock.
Oh, and out of frustration, he just marks or dings the indicator as to where to stop. So Marcus Winkelhock has been doing fastest lap after fastest lap, but doing it all the way down in last position, 4 laps down. What a frustration for one of the drivers that, certainly that car, had an opportunity. Marcus Winkelhock, 22 points against the leader of 31 points, so he was the outside possibility to walk away a champion. But now it's going to take more than biblical rainstorms to see that opportunity become realised.
Right, 3 leaders come in then, but even though they've had that slow in-lap, the rest of the field still under full course yellow conditions as well. So, Baguette, Bales.
And likewise, George Pepper. I mean, it is a demanding circuit. It's physically demanding, mentally demanding. Still very warm here, so the conditions are putting the drivers under considerable stress. So those that didn't make it in at the earliest opportunity are going to one lap later. Whether this will, well, now they've got to be the snatch group onto the rear to try and pull the Porsche right backwards. So this is going to continue, certainly for another 5 or more minutes.
In also comes the Lechner Porsche, which could have pitted a lap ago actually, but elected to stay out. So are we now going to get a lead change? Because here, look, no, it's going to be the same order. Down the pit lane goes the Honda, followed by Bentley, followed by BMW. So it won't change the order of those 3 relative to the pack behind. So the Honda still leads the way. The gap might come down a bit, as you see there, but of course, you're still under full course yellow conditions, so you can't overtake, nor can you really accelerate.
No, and basically the gap, when the first group of cars made the pit stop, now the leading 3 came in. Well, now they already, finally we got it rolling, so hopefully there's no gravel on the racetrack, so maybe within another lap or 2 we'll be back to green flag racing conditions.
So Renger van der Zande has taken over the leading Honda. Jules Gounod has taken over Bentley 7. Farfus stays in 34 BMW. There is Nick Yellerly now, the wheel of the white BMW. Mattia Drudi runs next. Kevin Estre is in that 54 Porsche, so we've had a driver change there. Mathieu Jaminet shown now as the driver of the 12 Porsche behind, relieving Patrick Pilet. Charles Weert, Audi, will run 8th. Saur Hack is still in the pit lane in the Lechner Porsche. Oliver Jarvis took over from Alex Buncombe, so Jarvis is 9th. And Kelvin van der Linde has taken over from Marcus Winkelhock.
So interestingly, in the competitive end of the field, no one stayed on board after that opening hour, so it looks like they're going to cycle the drivers, certainly in these early hours of the race. We're just coming up to the conclusion of hour 1, a further 8 to go, and everybody crawling around at 80 kilometers per hour. Max at 50 kilometers per hour behind, or in these full course yellow conditions. Down at the scene of a lot of the action down at Clubhouse Corner that has seen probably more action in my memory than we've seen around this circuit, certainly compared to last year.
Now let's try and catch up with what's been going on in that first stint, because Gemma Scott is able to catch up with 1 or 2 of the drivers, and down in the pit lane, as we are under full course yellow conditions. Let's join Gemma Scott.
Earl, that was a pretty impressive stint you've just driven, really putting the pressure on and found the pace in the car.
Yeah, I mean, we finally managed to find the pace. The guys did a complete rebuild overnight, so hats off to everyone at Dynamic and Porsche for doing that for us. And obviously we found some good pace. We started 10th. I think we came in 7th or 6th. So yeah, it was good fights all around. It was quite fun to pass quite a few people on the way up. And then, yeah, at the end had a good little fight there with the BMW. So couldn't quite get past him, but now let's see what Kevin's going to do. I'm sure he'll be also fast. And I think now we've got a car that we can fight for the title today. So now it's down to us.
It's going to be a 9-hour sprint, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a sprint, and keep hearing rain, but I can tell you it's still really, really hot. But that could definitely, you're looking around too, there doesn't seem to be anything. But
the wind's changing direction a bit, I think.
Yeah, but it's going to be a real hot one as well. It's going to be physical for the drivers, so it's going to be a tough one, but I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks a lot, Earl.
Thanks.
Well done.
Cheers.
Well, Earl Bamber, you can see clearly he had to work very hard to make his way up through the field. And he's correct. I mean, it's a high work rate circuit. A lot of concentration involved as well, and to make progress as Earl Bamber did at the earliest opportunity. Now we're going to the safety car, so the Porsche pulls out and the pace will now increase and the field will be able to close up, so it will be nose to tail. So when this safety car then finally goes back into the pit lane, we will have effectively almost a restart of what we saw somewhat 55 minutes and a bit ago. Safety car on track.
That is going to serve to bunch up everybody, and those gaps that had opened up suddenly disappear. As I say, the race director, Alain Adon, very experienced Belgian race official, does this because the safety car is able to go at a faster speed than the speed limit of the full course yellow. Therefore, with the race cars going quicker, tyres are coming up to temperature, tyre pressures are coming up, it's a safer restart, and the reason for this interruption was that self-induced rotation from Martin Lechman.
Yes, I mean, it just looked like it was an error on the part of Lechman coming through the S's. That's the first part. It was the second part. So he left very, very attractive bit of Art Nouveau on the racetrack there. You can see the Audi in the gravel, but behind a lovely, I mean, I think Banksy would be probably very proud of that little piece of work of art. Anonymous Banksy. Didn't do it this time, that was Martin Lechman.
So that car will be able to rejoin, but it's going to be quite a few laps down now. It actually drops it behind Kelvin van der Linde. So there's evidence you can get places back, but you are relying on some of the traffic really having an incident.
Yes, and I mean, it's going to be a race of minor incidents. That was a minor incident, it was just a self-induced, all by myself rotation. Some may involve, we saw that opening lap incident in Sunset Corner between the number 8 Bentley and Marcus Winkelhock. That was a very disappointing in the 31 Audi. Marcus Winkelhock, you know, in 9 points down against Earl Bamber and Lawrence Van Thor in terms of the championship positions. So the last thing for Marcus Winkelhock he wanted was that whatever contact arose, whether it was an error by one of the 3 drivers that appeared to be in that area, or it was a contact, but certainly damage to the rear of the 31 Audi that spent the best part of 3 and a bit laps in the pits having suspension components attended to. And, well, he's just going, that car, quickest car on the racetrack currently.
It brings Bentley 8 into the mix, doesn't it? Sam Morris was suggesting earlier that if they did get a safety car, that would bring the car back into the mix. Also, just quickly to mention, a couple of cars did their Joker pit stops, being slightly under the regulation time. You can do that on selected stops. Now, Patrick Pilet was very busy in his opening stint, and he could recount all about it to Gemma.
Patrick, that was a very, very busy stint.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit stupid from some guys doing strange things, especially in the same manufacturer. But anyway, the car was good. Only issue, I get hit by the Audi, and I don't know why I don't get anything, because it's coming from 50 meters behind and just hit me and broke my diffuser. So hopefully the car is okay. But I mean, the team did a right choice on the strategy, and the car was good. It's just difficult in the traffic because you have a lot of understeer in the key parts where you can overtake after. So also top speed is not our strongest point. So we will see how is it, but I'm confident because the car is quick.
Mathieu is in the car now. Chamonix's got him for this next stint, right?
Yeah, Mathieu is in the car now, and we'll see what we're doing with the strategy. We didn't expect the safety car, but he happened, so many more things will come.
Absolutely, we've got a long way to go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Safety car is in this lap, incidentally, but interesting to hear Patrick Pilet's thoughts about fellow Porsche factory driver Earl Bamber and his tactics.
Chastising the young New Zealander. I'm sure Earl Bamber is singularly unimpressed. Hey, mate, it's a race we're in.
Yeah.
Did we have contact? Did I drive you off the racetrack? I was fighting my way up through the field. It's a race, mate.
Well, Patrick's opinion may, of course, be that he was the one losing out. You know, had he gained over Earl Bamber, those tactics would have been absolutely fine. Right, let's go racing once more then, because our second safety car period, just as we get to the hour mark now, comes to an end. 1 down, 8 to go in the Kyalami 9 hour, and it's going to be, to start the second hour, pretty much like we started the first, with the green flags fluttering, with everybody in a line. Everybody can go toe-to-toe, reset, regroup, restart, racing again. Honda leads the way. It has been dominant thus far, but different driver, Renger van der Zanden now, behind the wheel with Jules Gounon in the Bentley right up behind him as they come down through the kink at turn 1. Third is Augusto Farfus, who, remembered, is the only driver in that leading group that knows the car and the track because he stayed behind the wheel, and straight away Gounon is on his toes, looks to the inside line, trying to hustle the Bentley up past the Honda. Porsche, Kevin Estre getting run out wide and almost collides with Mathieu Chamonix as he comes back across the road. Rival Porsche teams, factory drivers both, battle is on, and don't forget 12 coping with that broken diffuser.
Yes, and Mathieu really had to go defensive because you could see Kevin Estre very, very quickly up on his toes to try and take back. They lost the position in that round of pit stops. Much quicker as the Porsche through Sunset, but he's going to go again on the outside of the clubhouse, trying to make the undercut on the exit, but hasn't got quite the track position to do it. Drudy again having to go marginally defensive coming into the S's as the lead group of 3 cars already is stretching ahead of Nick Yellerly in the 36 BMW.
So the field accelerates then up towards the end of this first lap of the restart, the second hour, and the Honda trying to get away a little bit now because look, Farfus is all over the back of Gunon as they're set to drop down the hill. Farfus with the experience of what the car is like, what the track is like, everybody else around him fresh into the cars.
Indeed, so that is the one benefit of keeping a driver on board. So again, Kevin Estre, one way, then back the other way, trying to find force. And look behind, you've got Mathieu Jaminet trying to pick up potential pieces that could be the result of Kevin Estre, Matteo Drudy getting very close indeed together. And at the tail of that field, Ollie Jarvis in the 8 Bentley, that was run out wide. We saw the spin at the opening lap. Now they are the beneficiaries. They're the biggest beneficiaries of this full course yellow.
Absolutely right, because that has brought them back into the game. Quick word about 31 Audi. It has gained a place, as I say, it's still effectively 3 laps down, but it is starting to come back into the mix. The cars now swing out of turn 2. Kevin Estre trying to make the move up the inside as they squirt up to the jet ski sweep. Is he going to be able to do it? Not there, but Estre then all over the back of Matthieu Drudy now. Audi versus Porsche. And Kevin Estre had a spin yesterday into the gravel, caused a stoppage to the pre-qualifying session. He's now very definitely on his toes to try to find a way past Drudy. Jaminet holding a watching brief behind.
Yeah, Drudy doesn't appear to have quite the straight line pace that those behind do, and he's having to go defensive basically from the point he exits the kink, placing the Audi more or less in the middle of the racetrack rather than the race line. But look, these lead 2 cars, lead 3 cars. Renger van der Zender's wringing the neck of the Honda. Jules Gugnon doing likewise in the Bentley. Augusta Farfus, the one that stayed on board with the knowledge of what the racetrack is, he's just hanging in there. But Jaminet, he senses there's an opportunity to redress what Patrick Pilet was complaining about, an inter-manufacturer race being unnecessary. Well, Mathieu Jaminet has got large ideas about taking that place away from the Dynamic Motorsport. Thinks about it. Kevin Estre shuts off that opportunity. Jaminet backs away.
It is necessary, of course, because they're both fighting for the championship. Let's not forget that, because as the car of Jaminet runs way out wide of the Crocodiles there, he loses time, but they are both really hustling on in those 2 Porsches. Kevin Estre can't win the championship, but he is here very definitely to help Laurens Vanthoor and Earl Bamber, all 3 of the drivers in the GPX car, for whom Kevin Estre drove last year in this race. They can win the championship, so it's a crucial fight between the 2, and a battle is on behind as Ollie Jarvis now makes his move against Charles Weerts, dropping down in turn 2. Audi versus Bentley. Now it's going to be really interesting, having caught up, to see what progress, if any, 8 Bentley can make.
Well, it looks to me like Oliver Jarvis has got a head of steam and looking for a way around Charles Weerts in the 32 Audi. It is almost an opportunity coming down into turn 2. Again, just coming through Sunset. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? A dive up the inside. Jaminet has taken that position away. The undercut. Look how Kevin Estre on his toes. Made the error, read it absolutely perfectly. Jaminet ran wide coming through clubhouse, up the inside, Kevin Estre. Wow, proper racing from 2 racing drivers.
Absolutely right. So we had a great battle with the same cars, different drivers in the first stint. In this second stint, Estre and Jaminet trading places. That is bringing back against them Charles Weerts, who's actually shaken off Oliver Jarvis now, but Jaminet is not taking this line down. He's coming back at Estre.
Yeah, but what has happened is it's allowed Matteo Drudy to pull away. The 2 Porsches fighting each other, slowing each one down. It's allowing Drudy to escape. It was Drudy who was under pressure from Kevin Estre a couple of laps ago. All of a sudden, he's now tagging on the tail of Nick Yellerly in the 35 BMW.
So down they come then towards the completion of lap number 34. Fastest lap of the race currently to Marcus Winkelhock in his quest to catch up earlier on, but they're going over the timing line is Renger van der Zande, who is ahead of Jules Gugnon by half a second, who's ahead of Augusto Farfus by half a second, and again the Bentley shows intent going down to turn 2.
Up the inside, is it going to be possible? Matteo Drudy has made the pass, and Nick Yellerly may be slightly compromised, caught out by that Kevin Estre sitting back and thinking, that should have been me chasing the BMW, it should not have been the Audi. But that battle of the two Porsches has paid its price. They've dropped away from this battle. Now Matteo Drudi has put himself up into 4th place. Good pass, good pass.
It is indeed, and Matteo Drudi continuing to build this reputation that he's earned in GT World Challenge Europe. Right, finally, we've seen that you can get past that BMW. Nick Yellowly being mugged by Matteo Drudi. Now, what can Kevin Estre do about him? Kevin Estre, absolute star in Porsches, one-time McLaren factory driver as well, of course, go back a few seasons, but came out of Carrera Cup and Porsche Super Cup. He's back with the family, as it were, as he has been now for, 3 or 4 seasons as a factory Porsche driver, and he's hustling on to try to get onto terms with the Yellowly BMW. The lead gap half a second. If anything now, perhaps Gunon might end up being attacked rather more than attacking Renger van der Zande, because Farfus is on a mission behind him.
Yes, I think at the minute, Farfus of these 3 lead cars certainly is the one that's closed down the second place Bentley of Jules Gounon. Gounon's pace probably being somewhat compromised by that of Renger van der Zande. Be interesting to see if Bentley and the Honda can get any closer, to see if Bentley has got anything left here onto the main straight, through the kink, down the hill, into the braking zone, into turn 2 at Crowthorne.
So the leaders go by 0.6 of a second the margin, as there you see Matteo Drudi again. Jules Gounon moving to the inside for turn 2, just trying to unsettle Renger van der Zande, but also trying to make sure that Farfus can't get a dive up the inside. Now Drudi is going to be the real one to watch, isn't he? Because he's getting away from the traffic behind him. And with Farfus stuck behind the Bentley, which is stuck behind the Honda, we're going to have 4 for the lead shortly. Matteo Drudi is closing.
Yes, it took a little time, a couple of 3 laps to get familiar with the car once again. Familiar with track conditions. The wind, is that having a bearing on how the car handles? But once he was able to draw clear of these squabbling Porsches, and they were slowing each other down, he then got that little bit of a momentum to close up to the tail of Nick Yellowly, the 35 BMW, made a relatively clean and easy pass into Crowthorne, now making further progress to the rear of 3rd place of Gustav Farfus, the 34 BMW.
This is the game on for 2nd place then. Farfus is closing onto the tail of Jules Gounon. He's looking for a way round on the outside line there, going into turn 10. He can't do it there as he's wasting time for the peril, but Drudi is closing all the time. Jules Gounon stays ahead as they plunge downhill. Renger van der Zande shouting with glee, pulling away up front because his lead gap is increasing while we've got this squabble for 2nd, and Matteo Drudi is almost with them, but that was Farfus's real chance at getting by. Couldn't do it. Certainly has shown intent, and Gounon now is certainly on the defensive rather than on the attack, and it ain't going to be long before it's a 3-way fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th places.
I mean, a minute or 2 ago I thought it was going to be the Bentley putting pressure on to the tail of the Honda. Now Honda has sort of escaped, and because you're now seeing Jules Gounon having to look backwards to deal with Augusta Farfus, who has got the momentum and has closed down these lead 2. But Matteo Drudi, likewise, because he's been running in relatively clear air, not having too much effect from the wash from those cars directly ahead of him, as he's going to become a part of a battle, as you point out. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Nick Yellowly holding, he's got that little bit of a gap, so he's not being affected by the cars directly ahead of him, and has got enough of an advantage, momentarily anyway, of Kevin Estre and Matteo Jaminet.
Now there, Oliver Jarvis turns through, Bentley number 8 down in 9th place, so he's inching up onto that traffic, and Nick Yellowly is about to be given a real workover by Kevin Estre, 5th and 6th, and those 2. But up front, Renger van der Zande leads the way, but the fascination is Matteo Drudi 4th in the Audi, closing onto the back of Augusto Farfus.
Just looking at the lead 3 cars, the Honda's on the limit, the Bentley's on the limit, the BMW looks like it's not on the limit. It's just, I think, working extremely efficiently. And that's giving Farfus, who's in for a 2nd hour where all the principal leaders, the first 6 or so, apart from Farfus, did a driver change. He's going for the hard yard in his 2nd hour on a day of down the inside. Matteo Jaminet does a good pass. Can he do the undercut on the exit? What is going wrong with the 54 Porsche?
There wasn't a lot of defence there.
No, there was not. And it looks to me as if Kevin Estre, he's been driving aggressively to try and get back that position. Gets passed relatively easily, in fact, very easily by Jaminet. That was a lack of pace off Learcott down the hill. all went wrong from the beginning.
And that wasn't factory orders, was it? Because they're both fighting for the championship. That wasn't sacrifice yourself for another car, because they both have a chance of winning the crown, and you've got so much of the race to go, you wouldn't do it now anyway. Est actually looks like he's coming back, doesn't he, at Mathieu Jaminet, but that was strange because there was no real defence put in there, and it was a very easy pass for Mathieu Jaminet, whereas now, look, Kevin Estre is right back with him and giving him a tough time.
Now watch Kevin Estre coming into Sunset, that's the corner coming up now. He runs the inside wheels up on the curb, kicks up the dust normally. Let's see this time as he runs up as close to the edge as he can do. Here it is, the pass again. I mean, Kevin Estre, I don't know, it was almost as if he had a brake problem. He couldn't brake as late as Jaminet was able to do. He offered up the opportunity for 12 Porsche to come up the inside. Now Jaminet is pulling away from Kevin Estre as we go on to lap 38 up the hill into Learcott. The tail Rudy's on the tail of Gustav Farfus, who looked again 3 or 4 laps ago to be the principal challenger to the lead 2 cars, is now having to think about, oh, I've got an Audi behind me.
Yeah.
Who's that? Where's it come from?
And he must have a problem because, look, the gap is widening massively. There was no pace there. He's lost the ground and he's now fallen into the clutches of Charles Weird. So something is not right for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. And effectively, he's going to drive around this problem for 47 minutes before the next scheduled pit stop. I mean, look at the way he's having to overdrive now. He's off the racetrack, coming down to turn 16. It almost got away from him there because he's on dirty tyres. Estre is trying hard, but the car doesn't seem to want to respond anymore.
Well, I mean, we saw Earl Bamber in the same car on a different set of tyres, managed to make progress, driving equally hard. But for Kevin Estre, whatever the reasons are, once he lost position, he came out behind the Audi, which he had been ahead of before the pit stop. And then just in the last couple of laps, Mathieu Jaminet has got through as well. You can look at the body language of Kevin Estre's car. He's putting load into that car. I mean, absolutely committed. Yeah. Max performance he can get out of the car. And he's still not able to make any further ground to reclaim that 6th place from Jaminet.
And Earl Bamber saying that they'd done a lot of work on the car overnight, that it was a different car, that it was a better car. And look, again, it almost gets away from Estre. He's having to fight it like you would not believe. He's over the curb, he's back onto the circuit. There's absolutely no argument in the commitment being put in there to a car that does not want to do what Kevin Estre wants it to do.
It is certainly not, and it's becoming a handful. That oversteer in Clubhouse is indicative, I think, of the core problem that's causing Kevin Estre to lose positions. He's now going to be challenged at some point by Charles Fiat in the 32 Audi down the hill. So this is a real disappointment for the Dynamic Motorsport team, Kevin Estre in particular. I mean, Kevin Estre, what a star. But he has dragged this car. He's been aggressive from the minute he got into it. Maybe that's the penalty. He's just used the tyre a little bit too much too soon. And that's the penalty he's having to cope with for the remaining 45 minutes of the stint.
Maybe. I mean, let's hope it's perhaps something as innocuous as that rather than something inherent in the car. While he's ragging it, he's also now being warned about track limits because, of course, he's stepping over the curb. So.
Oh, no, we love the way Kevin Estre uses track. It's great to watch. Yeah. Anybody else, warn them, but not Kevin.
He just lights up any race he's in, Kevin Estre. He's great value, as you are seeing. But right now, he's got the Audi tucked up behind him in the hands of Charles Weird, and the margin between Jaminet and Estre, 9/10 of a second. The last lap from Kevin Estre at 1:44.1. Actually, it was slightly quicker than Jaminet, so maybe he can drive round the problem. Maybe he's going to get a handle on this and he'll be able to get the car to come back to him. We'll try and find out what it is that's going on. Gemma is tramping down the pit lane to get to the Dynamic Motorsport squad, and again, look, you can see the way S turns the wheel and the car does so about a second or two later. It just does not want to perform, and he's got the Audi crawling all over the back of him. Right, Gemma might have more news about all of this. We're watching the battle on screen, but Gemma, what do you know?
Just down at the Dynamic garage right now, I've asked the team what's wrong, and they're telling me that there's absolutely nothing wrong with the car. I've pushed them and asked them why the car seems to be losing pace and what the struggle is, and they're just saying no comment. So I'm not entirely sure at the moment, David.
All right, thanks for your endeavours, Gemma, but if it's no comments and they're being a bit non-committal, there's clearly something there.
Yes, it could be two things. One is he's just used the tyres too aggressively at the opening part of his stint, or the pass that Jaminet made was a very easy pass down the inside, and that would be, to me, an indication that he may be having a brake problem. Wow, talk about track limits, Kev. Keep it up, mate. It's great to watch. We love it back at home.
He's had a driving standards flag. He's being warned about track limits at turn 13, which is the crocodile. Right, over the line he goes, but Kevin Estre right now, with another 44 minutes give or take of this stint before he can think about getting some new tyres or any work done, having to defend from Charles Wirtz as they drop through turn 2, and the Audi looking the quicker of that pair.
Yeah, I mean, every time he comes under a corner, brakes and makes that initial turn, the back end of the car wants to swap on the front. So coming into Crowthorne, you'll probably see it again, particularly coming into Clubhouse. That's where it's a slower entry into the corner. Around the long sunset here, watch what happens with Kevin Estre. Does the car look like it wants to swap ends? Again, you can see that momentary back end, you feel that it's not with you. You're just waiting for the car to gain the grip and bite.
Now, meantime, up front, Renger van der Zande is the race leader by 0.6 of a second. Jules Gounod is second there, and Augusto Farfus will not go away. For the championship, it is still advantage Bentley by 2 points over van der Zande and Farnbacher. And then you've got Farfus and Katzberg, the third crew, if you like, in the title race, and the drivers of Porsche number 12 down in 4th spot. It's still advantage Bentley, though, with a long way to go.
It's going to be, I mean, just watching the pace at which these drivers, it's a 12-car field, but they're all on their limits. And everybody behind the wheel will be not suffering, but they'll be aware of the ambient temperature, the altitude, physicality of this racetrack, level of concentration required. Ticks all the boxes as to why these are the top GT drivers in the world. Mr. Farfus, I mean, what you can see the gap between 0.4 of a second between second and third position, 0.6 of a second between first and second, and then you've got Andrea Trudi, who's half a second behind in 4th place. So the battle that we were seeing for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions, we're not focusing on that anymore. It's all about a battle for the lead.
So Renger van der Zande it is who leads. The Honda driver then is up front. Jules Gounod is second. Farfus hangs on to that 3rd place, and look at Mathieu Trudi in 4th. So 4 cars fighting for race honours right now. And who's going to have to go defensive? Well, actually it's Gounod, isn't it? Because van der Zande has just got a little bit of breathing space, but it's 2nd, 3rd and 4th as one.
And of all those cars, it's the Audi of Matteo Trudi that probably got ultimately the best pace. The BMW is probably next best. Then it'll be the Honda and the Bentley, but that can all change in the blink of a lap or two.
Knocked downhill again. You see the way that the cars, this is the beauty of GT3, their strengths and their weaknesses. So the Honda looks like it's got a gap at certain parts, then the gap comes right down. There's the evidence of that, because the Bentley, with all of that grunt down the hill, is able to bring down that margin. The Honda perhaps works better maybe through the twiddly bits, but where the power counts, the Bentley moves back into contention.
It may also be a little bit of the drivability, because remember the Honda had an adjustment to the balance of performance on effectively how the turbo motor delivers its full power, and that might be making the car, certainly it'll be different to how it was on Friday, and it might be making marginal compromises of what Renger van der Zande is able to do. Behind, there we go, Kevin Estre lining up Nick Yellerly for that potential 6th position. Thinks about it. Nick Yellerly allows it to go through cleanly. Likewise, Charles Wirtz wants to get a bit of the action as well.
Right, so Estre is back at the races, isn't he? He's up into the top 6. His last lap was at 45.6, so he's not running at the same pace as the leading 5, but he's the best of the rest. And now that he's released from behind the BMW, he's going after the GPX Gulf delivery Porsche there, look, of Mathieu Jaminet. So this is the one to monitor now. Kevin Estre looks like the pace is improving once more, whereas, of course, the number 35 BMW is down to 7th, having been 4th at the hour mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of switch around, chop and change. The benefit that Kevin Estre will have in his pursuit of Mathieu Jaminet is that momentarily he's in relatively clear air. That may allow him to adapt and adjust his driving to those clear air conditions. But of course, if he does run down Mathieu Jaminet, you'll then be faced with a lot of the problems that he's been dealing with pretty much all the way through, but almost halfway through the stint for most of these drivers.
Kevin Estre, now that he's released, actually, he's doing good sector time, so I'm really intrigued to see how that car goes for the next 39 minutes, because suddenly it does look like a different car once more, doesn't it? As though whatever it was is either less of an issue, or has gone away, or is being driven around, or a solution on board has been found to it. Still looks a nervous car, but that's because Kevin Estre has got it by the scruff of its neck.
Well, Kevin Estre, I think, is making it look an edgy, nervy car.
Yeah.
But the key for Estre now is that he's got he's 2 seconds, maybe 2.5 seconds behind Jaminet. That's relatively clear air. He's able to adapt more easily to these clear air conditions. Charles Bates comes down the inside. Is he far enough alongside Nick Yellerley or not? No, he's not.
Not quite. Yeah, Kevin Estre's last lap, actually, slightly quicker than lap times being offered up by some of those running in the leading 4. Now, OK, they're in traffic, aren't they? But even so, Kevin Estre has got, at the moment, a good pace again.
Yeah, as the clear air. Racing drivers, if you could bottle clear air and sell it with the driver's name on it, they'd make a fortune, because clear air is what makes a racing car work. It's when you're in traffic and you get the compromise, the aerodynamic wash coming off the car that you're following. All those compromises then can have a bearing on how you want to drive your car. But look now, it looks a more sublime. It's still moving around, but not as aggressive looking now that he's in that zone between Nick Yellerley running in 7th position and Jaminet in 5th position.
We're getting a drive-through penalty for the number 45 Audi, the one that was in the gravel, for a refuelling infringement. So Audi number 45, Dennis Marshall at the wheel of it, a refuelling infringement, a drive-through penalty. I know it's last, I know it's lost 4 laps, but just for the record, drive-through heading its way. That's the first actual proper penalty of the race thus far.
Yes, and it's those little errors.
Wow.
Farfus aggressive against the curb. Drudy will see that and think, I've got this guy, he's responding to my pressure. So watch Drudy close to the back of the BMW. Farfus is going to be looking at his mirrors. Coming through the kink, drive-through penalty for car 45. It's through the kink. Let's go back and see what's coming up. Come on, let's get back and watch. This is what's important.
4 for the lead. Matthew Drudy on the tail of Augusto Farfus, who's on the tail of Jules Gounod. And the lead gap starting this lap was 0.6 of a second. So it is Renger van der Zande in the Honda hanging on. Look at the background, there's Audi versus a BMW fight as well, which is Yellerley versus Weerts, and they're almost together. Nick Yellerley's car looks nervous as he tries to hustle on. He's kept the Audi at bay, and the Audi has got a Bentley on its tail.
Exactly. And now Ollie Jarvis, who's doing a good job. Look round the outside into sunset. No way whatsoever, Charles Weerts. Be patient. Oliver Jarvis sitting back watching all this, keeping his car a little bit tighter on the exit. Weerts goes down the inside. Will there be contact? No. Well done, Charles Weerts. That could have been an incident with the BMW and the Audi. Ollie Jarvis sitting back watching all this, just waiting. Will Weerts become impatient? Will Yellerley concede another position to Weerts? What is Jarvis's op? He'll be thinking, working through all the potential that he has got. Quicker up the hill, quicker into the Ocon. Just needs that opportunity, that one chance to slide by one or both of these 2 cars.
So downhill they plunge then. Renger van der Zande still the race leader. Meantime, Nick Yellerley under attack from Charles Weerts, who's trying to attack and defend at the same time. He has got tucked up behind him, of course, the Oliver Jarvis Bentley. Now this is the leading quartet. Farfus is on his toes this time. He's caught right up onto the tail of the Bentley as they get to turn 16. It's Matthew Drudy that's lost the length. So now, perhaps evenly matched in terms of configuration and pace. You've got Bentley versus BMW for 2nd place. Farfus tries to line up a move through the kink of turn 1. They drop down towards the first proper corner on the lap into Crowthorne. Gounod looks to the inside of the Honda and in so doing defends from the BMW.
I think Gounod was really putting the Bentley in the middle of the road to preclude Farfus from any thoughts. But of course, at the same time, he's lasering in on the back of the Honda. I mean, we saw the Honda had a marginal lead in the opening 1 or 3 laps of this race. Otherwise, it's had a comfortable race. Now, Renger van der Zande in that Honda is having to start to think defensively, not think just about leading this race, controlling this race, because Jules Gounod and Augusto Farfus in the BMW and Matteo Drudy have got different thoughts. They fancy a bit of a lead in this race, even if it's relatively early in the race. Let's get a flavour of what the lead feels like.
Absolutely, because if you can get to the front, you can pull away maybe and leave all this traffic squabbling. That said, the Honda ain't getting away, is it? It has led pretty much every lap of the race, and thus far, and Renger van der Zande taking over the good work of Bertrand Baguette, still looking very solid up front, but he's not escaping into the distance, even with all that squabbling behind.
Keep an eye on Mathieu Jaminet, because quietly, again on his own, he's beginning to eat a little bit more pace, catching up to the tail of Drudy. Now the gap between the two is 2.5 seconds as they came across the line, end of lap 45. But there is an opportunity for the number 12 Porsche to make this a 5-way battle for the lead of this 9-hour event.
Over the timing line, there's going to be the first lappery of the race coming up, look, because local enthusiast Andre Bezuidenhout in the Lechner Porsche is about to drop a lap. Now, I know we've got cars running on different laps because that is due to incidents early on. This is genuine lappery, and how is this going to affect what we have? You've got a 4-car lead train about to descend upon you, Andre Bezuidenhout. This is the time to be, as you always are, a perfect gentleman and hop out of the way so you don't impede anybody. The team will let him know. Andre will see them coming, and he'll get out of the way as quickly as possible. Look, here's the Honda on the inside, flash of the lights. Renger van der Zande goes to the inside, and Jules Gounon dives through as well. Farfus is the one that's delayed, because he couldn't get the job done in time before they turned into the corner.
But he's done the right thing. He's stayed wide on the exit of Sunset, so all 4 lead cars. Now Jaminet is the one that is being slightly compromised coming into clubhouse, but all 4 lead cars. But Drudy, look at him, all over the back of Farfus and the BMW as they come into the S's on the 47th time. So Matteo Drudy, great stint so far from the Italian Audi driver up the hill. And again, this sort of seesaw between first to fourth position. It's almost more by the corner than it is by the lap. Jaminet has halved the gap between himself and Drudy. And Jaminet is the one of these 5 cars now in this battle that is making the most progress. He will be in the tail of that Audi within probably another 3 laps.
Mathieu Jaminet doing that car's fastest lap of the race last time around, as in the meantime, there is the Honda then, Renger van der Zande still up front. Behind him, Jules Gounon battles on, whoops, Farfus, and we've seen it before coming out of the Crocodile, just ever so slightly ragged. Time the back of the car trying to step out of line. Mathieu Drudy in touch. Is Mathieu being clever here, staying with them but not forcing the issue, or is he genuinely struggling for that final bit of pace to find a way by?
I mean, I don't know. I think they're all flat out, basically. And it's just a matter of, in the case of Gounon, he keeps defending that second position. In the process, putting his car in the mirror of the Honda to keep the Honda honest, to make Renger van der Zande realise that you never know. Maybe one lap I will launch it down the inside. Be prepared. But of course, those 2 cars following the BMW and the Audi are trying likewise to read the thoughts of Jules Gounon, and to a lesser degree what's going on in the lead Honda.
Mathieu Jaminet also now being warned about track limit abuse as he hustles on. Fastest lap of the race still from earlier on, Marcus Winkelhock, and right now Renger van der Zande leading the way. Now this leading line of 4, it's going to be 5 before long, isn't it? Jaminet has got to make up a further 1.4 seconds relative to Drudy before he's part of that battle pack, but the way that he's going, he's going to do it before the next round of stops. Yes, he's going to be there in a few laps' time, because he's almost with Drudy now, who goes wide there through Leocott. You can see the GPX Racing Porsche, which in turn is being chased hard by Kevin Est, closing that gap. So Estra is looking completely different from, what, 5-6 laps ago?
Yes, but I think of the 2 Porsches, it's the 12 GPX Porsche that is giving its driver, Mathieu Jaminet, an easier ride. Kevin Est was having to be very creative and adapt his style to gain something from the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. But there we are, another couple of laps, and you'll see a top 5 battle for the lead of this race.
Honda through, Bentley second, BMW third, Porsche 4, and then, sorry, Audi 4, Porsche 5, Porsche 6, Audi 7, BMW 8 right now. So there is Kevin Estra. The pace of that car, as I say, is looking better. That last lap, a 1:44.2, quicker than Drudy, stuck in traffic, quicker than Farfus, stuck in traffic, quicker than Gounon, stuck in traffic, but also quicker than the race leader with a clear road ahead of him.
There we go. There we go. Kevin Estra, again, kicking up the dust on the exit of a barbecue by finding himself in clear air. Whether it was an overuse of the tyre in the early phase of his stint, whether it was other problems. but now he's running in relative clear again on the exit of speed. He really runs to the very outside limits of every one of these corners around the Kyalami racetrack. But it's the running in clear air is the salvation for Kevin Estre.
Yeah.
If he gets close to the tail of Jaminet, which is entirely possible before this second stint is concluded, he's going to probably be faced with similar problems. Again, look at the oversteer. Sutton's back end just way wide on the exit of Learcop. Doesn't need to be out in that part of the racetrack.
Never Porsche get fed up of Kevin Estre. A career in rallycross beckons, doesn't it? The way that he's been driving this car sideways and on and off the racetrack. Enzo Eady, of course, former GT sprint champion, has gone into rallycross. He was in the British round at Lyden a week ago. But there is Kevin Estre inching up onto the back of Mathieu Jaminet. He's chipping away. Their pace now pretty similar. The last lap was a tenth quicker Jaminet than Est, but of course Mathieu Jaminet is the first of them that's going to get stuck in the traffic because he's almost on the back of Drudy. So there's the leading line. It's effectively the top 5 as one now as they come across the line. 2.7 seconds covers the leading quintet. To the inside line once more goes Jules Gounon to have a look against the leading Honda. Credit to Van der Zande. Can't get away, but he's not putting a wheel wrong and he's soaking up that pressure of the queue of cars behind him.
He's just got to keep a weather eye on Gounon, Parfus, Drudy. But the key, as you pointed out, David, is that he is not making any driving errors. He is under pressure, but he's not had to revert to excessive use of track limits, and therefore your driving style loses that the rhythm. If you can find the rhythm and maintain it at a pace good enough to maintain your advantage in the lead, that's what you want to do. Don't need to push any harder, because how close can the Bentley get? We've not seen it able to pass at any point. Gounon has stuck his nose out and indicated, well, if I was closer to you, I would be passing you. Well, that isn't good enough. You have to make the pass. Look, Jaminet right now in the tail of the Audi.
And so he's stuck. Can't find a way past instantly. You know how hard it is to overtake. Not because of the circuit, but because the BOP means that all the cars are evenly matched. That's why you get great racing. It's why you've got to work hard to make a meaningful pass. But now watch Est. How long before Kevin Est catches up to the queue? Because Jaminet is stuck, and so now the only one with clear air, other than the leader, who can't exploit it, is Estre.
What I find amusing, fascinating, intriguing is you've got a mid-engine, rear-engine car leading. You've got a mid-engine, front-engine car in second place. You've got a mid-engine, front-engine car in third place. You've got a mid-engine, rear-engine car in third and fourth place. You've got a rear-engine, and I mean out the back engine, in fifth place. You have such different configurations and all capable of lapping within a tenth or two of a second of one another. Estre again squirming under braking as he comes into Crowthorne.
So Renger van der Zande leads the way. We're on lap 51 as Kevin Estre hurls the car up through the jet ski sweep, out now of Barbecue, and again runs wide and again kicks up the dirt. Oliver Jarvis is another driver being warned about track limit. It's interesting perhaps that the second stint has had more track limit warnings than the first did.
Track changes, drivers are pushing very hard, maybe using their tyres more aggressively in this stint than we saw in the opening stint. You know, we're getting into the early phases. We're coming up to just over an hour and 35 minutes into this 9-hour race. So whoever can make a break arguably in the next hour or so could find themselves in a very comfortable position for the remainder of the race. Now, we're still waiting to see with the wind around the racetrack, and it is considerable. Look at the trees by the side of the racetrack. Is that wind ultimately going to bring in the rain that is always a part of a race here at this particular time of year?
Well, the weather is forecast, isn't it? And the wind direction coming from the west, 44.9 miles an hour currently, if you want it, is the wind speed. And as the cars turn their way up towards the completion of lap number 51, Renger van der Zande it is up front, still being chased by Jules Gounon in second place. 'Twas ever thus. I mean, you look at a lap and you think that was dull. The Honda led all the way in that first couple of hours, but far from it. I mean, constantly the car has been under attack. It's never really been more than a second and a half ahead of anything, no matter which of the two drivers was behind the wheel.
I would have thought the pace that the Honda showed, first of all qualifying, then in the shootout, it would have shot off. Sorry for that little bit of humour.
Oh, that's what it was, right.
But neither Renger van der Zender or we saw Bernard Baguette in the car have been able to use what we saw in qualifying, bearing in mind that they've been given a revised, just the back of watching Drudy's Audi there, likewise getting a little bit loose. So the Honda has maybe been deprived of maybe the last fraction of a second or whatever of that edge of performance it enjoyed on Friday. So the drivers have got a different approach. They've got to maybe adapt again, this thing of adaptation to a change of BOP to a car. And the pace is the pace. There's no one of these 5 cars is suddenly going to leap forward, overtake the other 4. And again, just coming down the hill, Renger van der Zender has just opened up a fraction of a gap. But by the time you get to the bottom of the hill, the Bentley's closing it back down again.
Farfus on his toes, Jaminet on the tail of Mathieu Drudy in the Audi. And what's Estre up to? Last time around, Kevin Estre did the car's fastest lap on the race. Not the absolute fastest, but the car's best. So he's hustling on and he's bringing down that margin against Jaminet, despite using the curb and the grass and the dirt on the outside of the Crocodile. It still doesn't look a comfortable car, though.
No, but he is absolutely maxing out when he can get out of the car. Again, he's got the benefit of being in clear air. Lead 5 cars now, apart from Renger van der Zender, who's leading the race. So 2nd through to 4th position, compromised. 1st and 6th are able to do whatever they need to do.
Farfus turning his way out of turn 5 through barbecue. There is Jaminet then. Remember, fighting for a championship, so he needs and probably will, as the race wears on, edge forward. And then you've got Kevin Estre, who can't win the crown, but he's here to help Lawrence Van Thort yet to get into the car, and Al Bamba, who did the opening stint. Kevin Estre came within a whisker of winning this race last year, didn't he? Because he was in the GTX Porsche after that great battle that it had with the Fricadelli car of Mick Tandy and Dennis Olsen. And Mathieu Jaminet, who came through to score the race win. So Mathieu Jaminet, with the track knowledge, like many of them, of course, but with success here last year, presses on. Now, is Van der Zender escaping? No, not really. The margin 11/10 at the start of the lap. What he really needs is for Farfus to attack Gunnar. He'll be able to escape only if there's a battle behind delaying them, but he can't get away on pure pace right now.
No, and he was on the limit coming up into near cop. The front of the car just flinched a little bit under braking. So there ain't a lot left on the table for the Honda, in spite of that extremely comfortable 1.1 second advantage over second place Bentley. So Van der Zender is not sitting back and enjoying a Saturday afternoon run here in Kyalami. Total concentration, total focus, total commitment to maintain that advantage.
To the end of the lap goes Porsche 12, Mathieu Jaminet heading up towards the timing line. Renger van der Zender goes through. That's 53 laps done now. An hour and 38 minutes on the clock as he goes by. There is Jaminet creeping up onto the tail of Mathieu Drudy. And what's the gap, Jaminet to Estre? 1.7 seconds now. And again, Estre just fractionally faster than that Porsche that he's chasing.
Yeah, you can almost sense there's a sort of almost, they're resigned to the fact that nobody's got a challenge to the lead Honda. So Gugnon's just maybe catching his breath. Farfus likewise. Drudy, Mathieu Jaminet having done the hard yards to catch up. The man on the charge right now is just coming into the picture, top of the picture, Kevin Estre. And behind Estre, you've got Charles Weerts. And just watching the Bentley kick up a bit of dirt on the exit out of Clubhouse. So it's sort of just middle back end of the second stint. Whoa. Let's just catch the breath and see if there's anything left before we make our second round of pit stops. Oh,
Kevin Estre again, over the brow, over the curb, almost over the limit.
I mean, he is over the limit. I mean, how he keeps the car ultimately going in the direction he points it in is amazing. The car control he's been displaying in a car that does not look an easy car to drive. Now, Earl Bamber said it was pretty hot when he was doing his stint. I reckon when Kevin Estre gets out, he'll be mirroring that comment. Certainly, probably the driver that's having to work hardest right now in this field is Kevin Estre. Oh, Kevin, what are you doing?
Over the curb, over the dirt, launched it out of turn 15. What he's doing is hustling that car like it's never been hustled. but he's in danger of dropping it if he's not careful. Number 8 Bentley, Oliver Jarvis, under investigation for the speed under the full course yellow. So number 8 Bentley being looked at. Kevin Estre goes across the line. That lap was a 44.0, so he's another 2/10 closer to Mathieu Jaminet. But that Porsche, he's never really know it's been in a race at the end of the 9 hours.
I tell you what, second-hand value is probably going to drop considerably. It'd be a cheap one to buy.
Yes, exactly. So Kevin Estre then hustles on, chases Mathieu Jaminet. There isn't probably a curb he's not explored yet, and there's still a long, long way to go, of course. Notice the way that some of the teams cycling through drivers get them an hour in the car quickly. Others, like Valkenhorst, keeping Farfus in for a couple of hours. The maximum you can do behind the wheel continuously is 3 hours, and the max you can do throughout the whole race is 3 hours and 45 minutes. So you've got to be clever as to how you use your absolute fastest driver.
I would assume that Farfus will be out of the car. A 2-hour stint around Kyalami is pretty demanding. This time Kevin Estre is more conservative as he comes through Leerkop. And he probably can sense that he has begun a process of making this a 6-car battle lead. Going back to Oliver Jarvis, that potential penalty. I noticed when the 8 Bentley left the pit lane, it looked like quicker than what would be the speed that would be in a full course yellow speed. That may or may not have been in the zone wherein the car had been pinged for an infringement.
There's Estre again, running it wide, coming out of turn 15. The other Bentley is being looked at as well, by the way, for track limits. So Jules Gounon, in his zealotry, is now just having a finger wag from race control. There is the Honda that comes over the line. A second and a half to the good now. Renger van der Zande over Jules Gounon. Augusto Farfus, BMW, runs third. Fourth still is Mathieu Drudy. Fifth as they drop down towards turn 2, Mathieu Jaminet. And Kevin Estre is where behind him? 1.2 seconds, so he's almost there.
So there's confirmation. Number 7, track limits. So that's turn 16. That's the turn onto pit straight, the final turn. So it's a part of the racetrack. A lot of drivers allow the car to flow on the exit to get the best speed they can for the relatively short pit straight and the kink down into Crowthorne. So Jules Gounon needs to be mindful that he's under observation.
So as Estre closes on Jaminet, Charles Weerts, running in 7th place, is the next one in the queue, but chipping away, not really closing massively, but he's taking the odd 10th here and there out of Estre over given laps. So as the Honda comes up towards Leerkop, again, at that section of the circuit, it looks like it's escaped, and actually that's one of its larger gaps right now. A second and a half at the start of the lap. Downhill it comes, the Honda, and Renger van der Zande, the man behind the wheel of it, trying to get away from Jules Gounon now.
It looks to me what van der Zande has been doing is running, I would call it a metronomic style. He's not done anything that has been stand out, but he's not made any errors. And he's just clocking the laps, The track temperature up a little bit, 53.3, that's up from 48 at the start of the race. So ambient temperature is really unchanged, but the track temperature has gone up. And again, looking backwards at the skyline, that's not a blue skyline, that is a grey skyline.
It's getting cloudy, and so could that bring the rain that Andre Bezuidenhout was talking about earlier. Bezuidenhout, incidentally, has just pitted in the Lechner Porsche. Right, there, Estre is almost up with Jaminet now. That gap is continuing to come down. Jaminet right on the back of Drudy. It's all going to get very, very lively, this, and then we'll have the next round of pit stops just to shuffle the order potentially once more. So what's going to happen on the track before we get to that second round of stops? Who's the man most likely to?
Well, aside from that, just a note from down on the pit lane telling us that the flags that line start finish straight are going like crazy, is the quote, because that's the build up of the wind. That's a substantial wind now blowing, and it has a bearing around the racetrack. Different parts of the racetrack will be affected by that level of wind. We don't talk about Formula One levels of wind where a puff is almost a problem for a race driver. These are guys that are dealing with almost storm-like conditions, albeit on a lovely afternoon here at Kyalami.
Of course, the race goes into the darkness anyway, but they've got the wind to cope with now. They've got the rain on its way, potentially. And Renger van der Zande, 1.3 seconds at the start of this lap, leads the way as they come again past the Exit of Crocodiles here, down towards the completion of the lap. Look, there's Est, again, sideways, again, off the road. Where is he in the dust storm? There, comes out the other side, but he's almost caught Jaminet.
Yeah, and ultimately, I tell you what, I mean, it's one, I love watching it, but he's kicking up so much dust on the exit of, what, 2 or 3 corners now. He's under observation, but because he's so entertaining, you don't want to sort of rein him in, don't want to penalise him. And of course, this car is the car that currently is the lead of the championship. So we're being entertained by Kevin Estre. He's had to do a lot of hard work to claw his way back up to the tail of Mathieu Jaminet. Jaminet got through relatively quickly and easily. Now Jaminet is going to have to deal with a very feisty Kevin Estre.
And there is Kevin Estre closing on Jaminet. Turns once again, this being lap 58 now, up through the sequence of Sunset and then Clubhouse. Kevin S powers on and chases Mathieu Jaminet, with the margin being now only 7/10 of a second, so there's no argument about it. Kevin S is certainly pressing on. The team saying, no, nothing wrong with the car, when Gemma asked them earlier. Well, whether there is or there isn't, Estre has certainly recovered well in this stint.
Again, he's just turning in, he's turning in with an oversteer. He goes through up at Leocop.
Just down at the
replay
dynamic,
after
Garrett.
replay. So these are replays of all the laps, particularly focusing on the 54. The car is squirming under braking. I don't, again, you can see whether he's got a brake problem per se, or whether it's a right rear tyre, which is the right rear tyre that does the predominance of their work around the racetrack. But certainly Kevin Estre, this again replay of what I'm watching, all these entertaining moments from the Frenchman.
So Kevin Estre has certainly given that car a workover and comes now down through the kink at turn 1, inching up onto the back of Jaminet. 8/10 away he is, and effectively 12 minutes before we get to the next round of stops. As you see Renger van der Zande lead, the gap has come down and down over the last couple of laps. A second and a half, 1.3, it's now 11/10. So Gounon is fighting back, no question about that.
Oh, and Jaminet kicks up a shed load of dirt. Estre took an unusual entry into barbecue, trying to use other parts of the racetrack principally to give himself a good straight line exit and not run as wide as he was doing previously at barbecue. So he's adapting what he's doing behind the wheel to try and drag performance to get himself back up onto the tail of his principal competitor, or the team's principal competitor in the Drivers' Championship.
And as we know, it's still advantage Bentley, because although we've had this great battle going on for the bulk of the hour, we haven't really had a change within that leading quintet that's going to affect the point scores, but that's going to come, trust me on this. With 7 hours still to run, there's a lot that can shake out of all of this as the cars plunge downhill once again. What's that old adage about it only takes 2 cars to make a race? What we've enjoyed thus far has been absolutely outstanding GT competition. More to come. Kevin S then on this lap number 59 heads up towards the completion of it. Now, interestingly, Jules Gounon has done the absolute best, as again Estre is off the road. Gounon absolute best within the first sector, a little bit down in the second, but could we yet have an improved overall lap time out of the Bentley? Well, it's a personal best, not an absolute best, but Gounon then still, there he is, 11/10 back on the leading Honda, just upping the pace. And of course the car's getting lighter all the time and a little bit quicker through that lesser fuel load as they get to the end of the stint.
Yeah, lighter fuel load has a bearing again on the car's handling and the way the tyres are going to be used. So Gounon, having picked up that pace, he's hovering around the 1.1 seconds differential first to second. So Van der Zande, who has been, as I say, I call it metronomic in the way he's driven since he got behind the wheel of this car and doing what he was asked to do. Don't make a mistake. We'll do the work in the pit lane. You bring the car in as pristine as it was when you took it over.
And the way that the teams are treating the early part of the race, you would anticipate they'll put Super Mario Farnbacher, into that car for his first stint next. He'll cycle Jules Gounon through and put Maxime Soulet into the car. And Augusto Farfus is probably due a break, isn't he, out of the number 34 BMW. But will Valkenhorst double stint subsequent drivers? Let's wait and see. Battles on for second. Now, look, the Honda does get away this time because suddenly Gounon is on the defensive. Farfus right with him as they plunge downhill, and there Kevin Est makes it effectively 6 in a train for the lead.
So don't know what went wrong on that lap. It wasn't that Van der Zande suddenly found pace, so whether it was just a little slip off a curb for the Bentley in second place, hard to say. We didn't capture any particular moment that would have indicated where that time gap extension would have appeared from, but it's given Van der Zande, it was 1.1 seconds a lap ago, waiting for it's 1.9, 8/10 of a second lost between the Bentley in second place and the Honda leading.
I'm tempted to say 1.9 seconds is the biggest the lead gap has been race long, actually. So Van der Zande ahead of Gunnar with effectively 9 minutes before we need to think about pit stops once again. Farfus hangs on to that third place. Looking forward to a bit of respite from behind the wheel. Drudy fourth, there fifth is Jaminet, sixth Est, and Charles Weir shouting, wait for me, because there the WRT Audi driver is almost with Est, who's almost with Jaminet.
The reason why that gap has opened up to 1.9 seconds is on that last lap, lap 60, Van der Zande lapped 8/10 of a second quicker, but it was Van der Zande's fastest race lap to date. So it may not have been something that Jules Gounon did. It just might have been that Renger Van der Zande found a pace, or the car just worked. The lap was one of those dream laps where it all was perfect. And that's where that extra 8/10 of a second of a lap was found.
Number 30 Honda, the race leading car, as it has done for every lap thus far. Tick, tick, tick. All the boxes then for Renger Van der Zande in this stint, for Bertrand Baguette in the opening part of the race. Jules Gounon's Bentley in second. Let's see what the gap is as they come downhill. 1.990, so it's gone up by hundreds over the course of the lap. Kevin Estre has certainly drawn attention to himself over the course of the race thus far. Now we've got a new fastest lap, and it's just been done by Kelvin van der Linde, way back in 11th place. But the Audi, interesting, Audi, despite the fact we didn't think it had massive pace, has done the fastest lap of the race, and now more go for the pit lane. So we're getting towards the end of the hour. Some bail a little bit early to get out of the traffic, to try and play the strategy. So in come Drudy, in comes Est, and also Weerts.
Yes, and I thought Charles Weerts was coming in behind Estre. Looked like he was very close to the back of the Porsche. Likewise, Nick Yellerly's dropped in the BMW. So the group of cars, fourth all the way down through to ninth place, have come into the pit lane. Lead cars, Honda, Bentley, BMW, Porsche, have all stayed out. Even Ollie Jarvis now up into fifth place. He's some 16 seconds behind Mathieu Jaminet in fourth place. So he's got a nice, clear gap to try and get some good mileage in. But he's only got another 7 or 8 minutes before he will be making his way into the pit stop. Watch the 54 Porsche. They lost track position when they slightly slow out of the pits. They allowed the Audi to get ahead. So Porsche isn't. Wait, it's just a car. So that was the Audi. They couldn't release it because the Audi coming down just in front of us was about to be parallel to the Porsche. So let's see when this all washes through in the next couple of laps what that has done to all the hard work done by Kevin Estre and by Mathieu Drudy. So who has taken over from Kevin Estre?
I thought he stayed behind the wheel.
Still staying behind the wheel, yes.
Yeah.
So Jaminet, so Christopher Haase has taken over the 44 Audi. So that is the first change. And Mirko Bortolotti taken over the 32 Audi, and Pittard's taken over the 35 BMW.
So race leader comes over the line, Renger van der Zande. Second into the pits now, Jules Gounon's Bentley meaning Augusto Farfus is released. But look, Mathieu Jaminet is right on the tail as down the pit roads comes Bentley number 7. Interesting that without that full course yellow and people trying to exploit that, different stops, different laps now.
So Jules Gounon out, and Maxime Soulet will be behind the wheel. The second Bentley comes in. Likewise, so Oliver Jarvis, who has done a very good stint, albeit having to run in a lot of clear air. But that'll see Seb Morris, I assume, going in behind the wheel of the number 8 Bentley. Again, sticker tires going as tires everywhere around that number 8 Bentley. Got to clear those out of the way as quickly as possible. Jaminet now, I think, has. There we are. So there's the 54 Porsche. Kevin Estre stayed on board. Got a double stint.
And number 9 Porsche, the Lechner car, has just done the fastest lap of the race. Dylan Pereira, who has been a bit of a star in Porsches, in things like Porsche Super Cup and National Carrera Cups, he has done the fastest lap of the race now. That car ain't going to be a winner necessarily, but with Dylan Pereira behind the wheel, it's showing just how fast it is as the Bentleys get going together.
Yes, it also just shows that potentially the pace of the 12 Porsche and the 54 Porsche has been under power, because the Lechner car has gone and done the fastest lap. Now we wait and see what the 54 and the 12 do on there. Oh, what's this all about? That's crossing the white line. What are you doing? That demarcation line should not have been broken until you get to the end. That is going to be unquestionably the 8 car, I suspect, getting a penalty for that.
I'd have thought so, and I would also question whether you're allowed to overtake in the pit exit like that until you're back on the racetrack. So I would have thought there were 2 things to look at there.
Also, I'm not sure about the overtake. If you don't break the demarcation line, I don't think it is necessarily a problem. But it's that's off a cylinder. That's why that's the problem. That number 7 Bentley suddenly has lost power.
That's why it was overtaken, because it was slow, and that's going to change the championship, isn't it? Because number 7 Bentley has got a big problem. It's going to come back into the pit lane. The leader is in. Second place BMW is in, but suddenly Bentley's chances of the race win, of the championship win, have just taken a massive blow.
And that is, it certainly sounded like the engine running on about 4 of its 8 cylinders. So that will be number 7 Bentley, Maxime Soulet, straight back in. Now, whether there's a reset that Soulet can activate behind the wheel and get the car running cleanly in all 8 cylinders, I don't know. But what a surprise. And look, the Honda and the BMW rolling simultaneously. So it will be Van Backer behind the wheel. And it's still indicating that Farfus is behind the wheel of the 34. I can't believe he's doing a triple stint. If he is absolutely a monster.
Now look at this, there's about to be a change for 3rd places there. Matt Campbell will have to feed back in behind Christopher Haase, yes. So the Audi is up into 3rd after the stops, and 4th is Matt Campbell, and the Porsche behind is now Lawrence Vanthoor, who goes to the inside line, so the dynamic car is on its toes. Vanthoor is a lap into his stint. He's in a rhythm. Matt Campbell is fresh out of the pit lane. Lawrence Vanthoor dives through, and number 54 once again has come alive.
Yeah, and that was a good pass. Vanthoor had to make that pass because of the opportunity. Matt Campbell just coming out of the pit lane. Vanthoor, having done that one flying lap, knows the car. Wow, what's a lot of action going on in the space of a couple of laps.
So in terms of time in the pits, the 34 BMW is not quite best, in fact. Both Valkenhorst cars 2 minutes and 17, but the very best, number 44, Christopher Haase and Mattia Drudi, and Patrick Niederhauser's Audi, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. That's so far doing better time, although don't forget that is because they did a joker pit stop on the first round of pit stops, so they were under the regulation time, but you are allowed the tolerance to do that on a joker stop. Now, Campbell all over the back of Lawrence Vanthoor as they come down the hill. This, remember, is the battle, not only for the position as the Bentley limps to the pit lane, but it's also helping for the championship, a championship that car was fighting for, but it's not got very far at all, has it? It's still limping around.
I don't know whether, we saw the car coming out of Clubhouse, out of barbecue. You can hear it. Look at the flames coming from the exhaust.
That sounds like an engine's gone, doesn't it?
It's a major problem, whether it's an electrical problem or whether it's a mechanical problem, but I'm not sure there's smoke coming from the back of the car now or not. It looks absolutely dire, and that is going to be, I think, a pretty terminal. I mean, I think it's pretty much all over for the number 7 Bentley. What a disappointment, having done a brilliant job in those 2 opening stints. Now, we saw the car previously coming out of Clubhouse. Look at Jules Gougnot, absolutely distraught, having done a great job behind the wheel for his 1 hour, and disappointment written across him. You know, the emotion just flowing out of young Frenchman.
Well, even the Lucky Socks have been able to save him today, sad to say. The number 7 Bentley, really sad way for the brand to end its association in the IGTC and International GT Racing. Now, as for Porsche, which leads the Manufacturers' Championship anyway, what a battle raging on here. Meantime, it is Mario Farnbacher ahead of Sheldon van der Linde, who's taken over number 34. There is the Bentley, and there's the smoke. That's going to go bang fairly soon, isn't it? I mean, there's no way that car surely can get back in the race. The flames are getting worse and worse. I fear that engine has let go.
And something has let go. You can see flames licking out of the left side exhaust. So that most likely will be more oil than it'll be fuel. But there will be an element of fuel being still pumped into the cylinders on the engine, and on that left bank it looks like of the V8 Bentley twin turbocharged engine, and hopefully they can get the car back into the pits. But it looks and sounds to me as if whatever the problem is, it's not something. And here we've got Gemma Scott
with Kevin Est, I think, by the look of it.
Yes, Kevin.
So Kevin Est is there, and we'll hear from Kevin and Gemma in a moment. But yeah, I was just about to pose the question. Is there any reason why that Bentley drama would happen after a pit stop? Is it pure coincidence?
It's ironic sometimes that you have mechanical failures following something, for example, after a safety car intervention where the thing has been screamingly hot, it cools down, and then you nail it immediately afterwards, and that's often when a mechanical failure will occur. In this instance, we don't know whether it's an electrical problem. It could be something as simple as that could be fixed, but we have to see.
We're going to go full course yellow, according to the race director. I think the Bentley may have stopped on track, and there's a full course yellow being prepared as you see the cars turn through. There are the flags. There's the full course yellow. So the pace of the race slows. Now this is because the car has stopped, the car has caught a light, and you see Maxime Soulet having to help to put out the blaze, but that just adds insult to injury, really, doesn't it? Your car's out of the race, your championship dream has gone, and you've even got to help to put out the blaze. Well done, Maxime, for doing that, because of course we're limited on the number of marshals that you can have trackside. Let's catch our breath for a moment and see what we can ascertain from elsewhere. Full course yellow boards show, and the race will just have a lull as we are into this third hour. There's Laurens Vanthoor in number 54 Porsche running in fourth place. We'd seen Kevin Est do a very spectacular stint earlier on. We thought there might have been a problem, and we'll try and get to the bottom of that in a moment, because Kevin Est is ready now to have a word with Gemma Scott, with a lot to talk about from the last hour, Gem.
Kevin, it's been action-packed so far. We're only a couple of hours in, another full course yellow, which again mixes things up. But let's just talk about your stint a little bit, because you seemed to be in the beginning losing some pace, and then you were pushing hard all over the place.
Yeah, it's to be honest, we found some stuff yesterday on the car. We put a complete different setup, and obviously the car is good, but you have to drive a certain way. And at the beginning, I couldn't find out how it was. So I lost some pace, and did some mistakes. But after a while, I think I picked up the pace, and I was generally maybe a bit quicker than the guys in front. So it shows that we have a decent car, we can fight. But yeah, a lot of action for 2 hours of racing with that amount of cars, but makes the race excited, and I'm happy to be part of it.
We stood here in a bit of a wind tunnel at the moment as well, and I could feel the air temperature starting to drop. What do you think is going to happen with this weather? Do you think the rain's going to hit us earlier than we expected?
Yeah, I think it's very hard here to predict. I think everybody has some weather guys, but they're all like, oh, there's big chance of rain, thunderstorm. But we saw last year that we were waiting for it for a long time, and then when it came, it was crazy. But definitely the wind is strong. When I was driving, I saw the clouds coming, so the weather is definitely taking a big part of this race, I think, later on. Yeah, let's see. At least on dry, we're on pace, and we can be with them.
How much are you feeling that wind in the car?
To be honest, I think it's quite constant, so it's okay, and I think it's not changing direction. So you have always the same feeling in the car, but definitely when you start to have some gusts, if in turn 6, for example, in a quick right, it makes it difficult.
Well, it's certainly going to get very interesting once we get rid of this full course yellow. The cars are so incredibly competitive.
Yeah, I have to say, great job by SRO and the Intercontinental GT crew, because they've made a great BOP for this race, and it seems so far that all the cars are very similar. Although it's sometimes hard to pass, some cars are fast on the straight and have some weakness somewhere else. So that's why I think we've seen some contact, because it's very hard to pass.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you. Cheers.
So that helps to understand the Porsche situation. Thanks, Gemma, from Kevin Est in that previous stint. The next task is for Gemma to go and talk to somebody at Bentley and at M Sport, because the high drama really is number 7. Not only is that a definite retirement from the race, sadly, but it's also a massive blow as far as the championship story is concerned, because there is a car that could have won it, a team that could have won it, and is no more in the race.
Yes, it's the unenviable task to go down to a team, a challenger for the championship, to see their car retire in a somewhat dramatic fashion with that engine issue. It could have been electronics, could have been mechanical, whatever it was. That was it. It was over, and we had to see some extinguishment around the car. Even Maxime Soulet grabbed an extinguisher himself to assist in bringing that little fire, and it was only a little fire. Nevertheless, it had to be attended to, and a huge disappointment because the 7 Bentley had been right at the races all the way through these opening 2 hours. And I mean, Jordan Pepper and Jules Gougnot did everything that was asked of them. Maxime Soulet took the car over, didn't even get out of the pit lane before the problem manifested itself. We did see the 8 car passing, breaking that demarcation line. So far, I don't think there's been any notification of that, whether that will be deemed to be a force majeure situation, which I think might be considered to be, under the circumstances, a reason why you could break that demarcation line.
So we have the full course yellow on track, and we saw number 7 slowly out of the pit lane. That's why 8 had to jump past it, and of course the car never able to recover. So the race officials will have a look at that situation to determine if there is any problem. That would be, again, real insult to Bentley, wouldn't it, if 8 got a penalty of having to do that. But let's see if we can get to the bottom of exactly what's hit number 7 Bentley. Time for Gemma to try and work her charms with M Sports.
Jordan, Joel, it's a very difficult situation now. The car is obviously out of the race. What was the problem?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Obviously, the first stint went picture perfect for us. I tried to get the baguette around the outside into turn 1. He was a bit aggressive, so I just settled into a rhythm. Honestly, Jules did the same. We were there for the end, you know, and car was running faultlessly. And then all of a sudden, Jules had an issue. He had to box like straight away. And he came into the pits, and when Max left, the engine didn't sound right, and in the end something let go and it caught fire. So yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just really shit.
Yeah, really, it's difficult to find the words, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah.
I mean, Jordan was doing an amazing job. All the team were working super fine, and to be honest, we were comfortably behind the Honda, just trying to pull the brake and still keep a gap to the BM. Everything was running perfect, and suddenly I had some misfire in the car, no power. So that's why we boxed earlier, and then I knew it was it. So it's really a heartbreak moment, but it has been proud for me to be sharing the car with Jordan for 3 years, to be a Bentley boy for 3 years. It's an end of era for us, and obviously it didn't end up in the way we wanted to, but I think that's life. There is always a rainbow after the storm, so hopefully we will have a really big one, because this year has been tough.
It has been a tough year, and my heart goes out to both of you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Jules Gougnot and Jordan Pepper, and nice words from Jules Gougnot. Let's just have a look at it. There's 7, look, slow out of the pit lane.
And
so
in fact, he pulls over to the left and then the 8 car goes through. So, but you know, David, again, look at the emotion. I mean, you can understand what these drivers are going through. Jordan Pepper absolutely destroyed here in Kyalami in his home race in his home country. Jules Gougnot being comforted equally by members of the team. But back in the good old days, when a team was running more than one car, if one car, your prime car, in this case the car 7, you were able to swap the drivers from car 7 into the sister car and let them take it over. And many championships, many victories have been achieved by that particular policy, but that doesn't apply any longer.
No, very true. You are confined to being in one car and one car alone. You can't cross-enter. So the full course yellow is still in operation while the Bentley is attended to. And of course, the longer a full course yellow, the more likely it is that we will go to a safety car period. Now that's interesting that number 34 comes in, because it was only in about 4 laps ago.
Yeah, we got Lawrence Van Thor likewise.
Yeah, it is Van Thor, and also Matt Campbell.
Yeah, just Lawrence Van Thor. So a number of teams have opted to come in, and they may just do a little top-up during this full course yellow, just to they've done what, about 5-6 laps, albeit most of them are at low speed, but all it will be is just a splash and dash, I'm assuming.
Oh no, what they've done is reset the stint time. So
Maybe.
you can keep your driver in for a little bit longer because he's being wasted under a full course yellow. But by resetting, you've got another 65 minutes.
Well spotted, my man.
There you go.
There you
we
go.
get there.
no, it's all part of the strategy. And this is what teams are paid. They're not paid to sit in the pit walls shaking their legs, having ice lollies and thinking what a lovely day it is here in Kyalami.
Absolutely.
This is why they earn the money they earn.
Yeah. So the teams, the drivers in operation. Now, all of this, of course, is really shuffling the order. The Honda continues to lead, 'twas ever thus, but you've now got Christopher Hauser, 44 Audi, up into second place. It was number 34 BMW in third. That, having just pitted, of course, will potentially fall back. And the order at the end of the next lap I'll let you have, because the two Porsches there are different order as well. Now, this is a replay of the Bentley pit stop, so you've got them in at the same time, not necessarily by design, but as you've now heard, 7 had a misfire. They let it go. 8 almost got the jump on it anyway, then had to stop. And they go down the pit lane, John.
I think there might have been a miscommunication, because I think actually maybe the team, realising there was a problem with the 7, would have let the number 8 automatically go, but the 8 was held back, and consequently then we saw that pass coming on the exit of pit lane where the 8 car did transgress on that demarcation line, but the 7 pulled over to the left to allow as much space as possible. And funny enough, the cameraman, he's not drunk or anything, he's just let the camera point skywards, because that's ultimately going to be the biggest arbiter of this afternoon's race.
It's getting darker over the pit lane. It is getting gloomier as the rain starts to make its presence felt, or at least the weather, that you can see, it's changing. Let's have a quick look back at the highlights of the race thus far then, with the battle starting between Bentley and Honda on the run down to the first corner. Augusto Farfus and the BMW also trying to make a move on the inside line. The Honda of the opening stint, Bertrand Baguette being able to hold sway, chased by Jordan Pepper. Augusto Farfus third, but on the first lap there was drama. 8 Bentley, Alex Bunker tangling up with Marcus Winkelhock's Audi. Both rejoined. Winkelhock there having to make a long pit stop and losing about 3 laps. That car showing good pace now, but having lost ground. And of course Winkelhock is another driver fighting for the crown, really on the back foot. All smiles for Honda though, as the battle raged on lower down the field, with number 12 of Patrick Pilet, 54 Porsche of Earl Bamber getting themselves together. Bamber with his elbows out, Webb through. That car showing a lot more pace than it had done on Friday in qualifying. Also trying to fight into the mix, Patrick Niederhauser. And so as Bamber got past Pilet, so too did the Audi. Up on the inside line, Niederhauser on the attack as they plunged downhill. But Patrick Pilet stood his ground and tried to make the move back on the inside line against the second of the Audis, number 32 in the hands of Fred Verviche. Verviche round the outside and then had another look a lap later on the inside. That was at Loic Carby, got the job done, but not for long, because Patrick Pilet got the undercut, switched sides, went for the inside line and plunged downhill. Contact between the two, but he was through, he was gone, and that put Patrick Pilet back up into position. Then we had another full course yellow and safety car triggered by this spin with Martin Lechman going off the road. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo graduate stuck in the gravel, going for the moment no further. So that car had to be hauled out of the way. The race neutralised, and on the restart, after a round of pit stops, we had the battles taking up attention once more as number 12, Mathieu Géminet, got ahead of Kevin S, but he ran wide and Esther got the place back. Number 7, Bentley cycling through a pit stop. That was to put Jules Gounon behind the wheel, replacing Jordan Pepper. But then number 7, Bentley, after the second stop, with a problem. And the car misfired into the pits, slow out, and limped around the circuit with flames spitting from the side of the car. Ultimately, it ground to a halt down through the crocodiles. It didn't even make it back to the pit lane. And with a broken engine, smoke, flames coming out of the car, the race is currently under full course yellow conditions while the Bentley is attended to, and then we'll get ready to go for the restart shortly. So really disappointing luck for number 7 Bentley team. They won at Bathurst, came here with a chance of winning the championship, and of course with Bentley ending its GT3 factory involvement at the end of this year, everybody wanted in that team to go out on a high. Some days it's not meant to be, John Watson.
Well, you asked me at the start of the race who did I fancy to take victory, and I said I fancy Bentley purely because of the emotion of this being their last event. And there's tons of emotion, but of the wrong kind, to see that number 7 Bentley stopped by the side of the track, flames licking from beneath the car. Even actually Maxime Soule, when he bailed out of the cockpit itself was actually quite full of acrid black smoke, so he had to deal with that. And while getting out of a modern race car, be it a GT3 car like the Bentley, you've still got to undo a lot of stuff. The seat belts, the radio, you may have a drinks bottle in the car. Some drivers run cool suits. There's lots of things you've got to think about before you're able to get out of the car. But here we are, still under this full course yellow, everybody maintaining the gap to the car directly ahead of them. It's only when we get then to a safety car deployment, which undoubtedly will come at some point sooner probably than later, that then the field can pick up the pace. Everybody then can more or less get back into line, and even those that are at the back of the field, Milan Donche in the 45 Audi, we saw that car in the gravel, it's 4 laps down. Dries van Thor in the 31 Audi, again a car that had an opportunity this afternoon. He's 3 laps down likewise. That car, by the way, has set the fastest race lap of the race. How ironic, a car that spun out on the opening lap, no fault that we understand of Marcus Winkelhock. Fastest race lap today to 1:43.046. And then the pictures of the Porsches, Dylan Pereira. Where did that pace come from? I mean, it's been running in clear air, which undoubtedly has assisted it. But what is going on? Safety car now out on track, so it's picking up Mario Farnbacher. The Honda has been on-challenged effectively, although it's been pushed, but on-challenged. Sheldon van der Linde behind in second place. Christopher Haase in third. Laurens van Thor in the gold watch, we might call it a gold watch Porsche, in fourth place. Fourth place Lawrence for the Matt Campbell in the number 12 Porsche in fifth. Mirko Bortolotti, 32 Audi in sixth. Pittard in seventh in the BMW, then Seb Morris in the number 8 Bentley. That's the car that had to make its way around the sister car on the pit lane. So the number 8 Bentley, having had that awful start in the opening lap, you know, it's not probably going to win the race. It's 1 lap down. But there's 6 hours, 42 minutes of this race remaining. We're anticipating a weather interlude, put it that way. It could be biblical. It could be just typical Kyalami. Blink and the rain's gone. And of course the high ambient temperature, the wind, the track will dry out very quickly indeed. So nobody can guess. Nobody knows what's going to happen. All you can do is just look at the facts as they face you and work from that.
So safety car stays out to up the pace now that the Bentley incident has been attended to. You've got a feel, haven't you, for Maxime Soule, for Jordan Pepper, for Jules Gounon, and even with his Bentley career at an end, Jules still being very much a good ambassador. I'm intrigued to know where he goes next, because he's done a very good job, of course, for Bentley. He won Spa for Santaloc Audi, go back a few seasons. He won the ADAC GT Masters Championship as well in a Corvette. He's proved to be versatile across different brands. He's not a one-trick pony. So where does he go next?
Well, I hope we don't lose him in Europe.
I agree.
I mean, there are other GT drivers that have taken the silver dollar and gone over to race in GT3 racing over there, and it is a very, very strong series over there. Nick Tandy amongst them. He's signed to drive for the Ganassi Corvette team. But we will have a fantastic series of 10 rounds next year. 5 sprint, 5 endurance. Please, guys, find a seat. There's got to be lots of good drives available.
And of course, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli, will bounce back next year with, of course, Spa, with the American round, with Japan back on the calendar, all being well, and of course, Kyalami, first weekend of December, date issued just a couple of days ago. So we're looking forward to Kyalami next year with the fans back, with an even bigger grid. But right now, we've certainly not been left wanting with the race action thus far. You see now the pace quickening behind the safety car, but also you can see how grey it is getting. It won't be long, I fear, before the teams are having to think about what tyres to choose.
I don't think there'll be a lot of choice, because it ain't going to come gently. If it comes, it'll saturate the track in a very short space of time, and the first indication of the rain, we may not necessarily see it on the circuit, but watch for the first of the drivers to start operating the windscreen wipers. That'll be the first. Sadly, it's a closed event. There are no spectators. The other way you indicate rain, they start putting up their umbrellas, or they start putting on their weatherproof gear. The racetrack will absorb the initial first 10, 15 seconds of whatever rain coming in is, because it's got a high track temperature. It was 48 Celsius only a moment or two ago. So that will help keep the racetrack relatively stable. But eventually, when the deluge does arrive, then we will see a full wet circuit.
Now, Gemma Scott has been very busy in the pit lane, and we can hear from Bertrand Baguette from the Honda squad. It's the Honda still leading. Gemma is down there.
Bertrand, you started this race, Honda on pole, of course, and maintained the lead. Behind you, the battles have been really intense.
Yeah, it has been a crazy race, even if there is only a few cars on the track. A lot of stuff is going on. For us, it went pretty well. I was quite scared at the start because I knew BMW and Bentley are very fast in the straight, but I could maintain my first position, and then from there the pace has been very good. Still P1 right now. Looks like a few clouds coming our way, so it might rain in a few minutes, so everything can happen still.
How do you feel about the rain here?
Last year, to be honest, it was not our strength point, so we were struggling a little bit. But of course, 1 year after, we learned a lot of stuff, especially with the Pirelli tires, so we should be better this year, but if it can stay dry, I would prefer.
Talking to BMW over the weekend, they were saying that when it's wet, it's really wet. You know, it's almost swimming pool conditions.
Yeah, when it's raining here, definitely it's raining hard, so you need to be careful for river aquaplaning, and it's very tricky for us drivers, but I guess it's the same for everybody, so we will have to manage it better.
Wait and see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Green flag flies. We're back racing then here in the Kyalami 9-hour, the final round of the 2020 Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Up the curb, Laurens Vanthoor, he's trying to get up to third place. Christopher Hauser fends him off. They used to be teammates, of course, in Audi days, but right now, Christopher Hauser is ahead, and round the outside of Vanthoor comes Matt Campbell. What a move! Came out of nowhere. Vanthoor delayed himself by squabbling. Campbell tries the outside, can't do it. He's got the inside line for the next corner. Does he go through on the inside line? Not quite. There's a bit of contact, and Campbell is sideways. Vanthoor's out wide up the curb, and now Mirko Bortolotti makes a move in the Audi on the inside. Is he going to go by? Yes, yes, yes. Fantastic racing.
I mean, a magic race. All into, again, clubhouse corner, trying to compensate, trying to make advantage, and then Bortolotti is the one. Look at the BMW, it's making its way up through the pit hard likewise. So on that opening lap, is that raindrops on the camera already?
Indeed. Spots
down the hill, look at Campbell trying to fight back. He's lost certainly 2 positions that we've seen, actually probably 3, because it was Vanthoor who pushed and made that situation. So Matt Campbell caught with his pants down, metaphorically speaking, of course.
Vanthoor trying to get past Hauser, left the door open to let Campbell have a go, but Matt Campbell has lost out. Spots of rain are falling, there's lightning forks in the distance. Up they come to the completion of the lap, more spots of rain. Look how grey it is getting, it's getting darker all the time. So it is Super Mario Farnbacher, who leads the way now. Honda 1.4 seconds up on Sheldon van der Linde. Is local knowledge going to be just what you need in this next stint if the rain is coming? Because the South African driver is second as there, the surviving Bentley number 8. Now that is Seb Morris at the wheel of it. Comes up to have a go at Matt Campbell as they round turn 2. Out of Crowthorne up the Jutski sweep. They turn now, and 35 David Pittoff then up into 6th place. Campbell's the one that's really lost out, down to 7th then after all of that drama of the previous lap.
Look at that, we're seeing wipers now on the Audi as it sweeps into sunset. So that is going to be Mirko Bortolotti already having to resort. I mean, you don't want to use your wipers if you can avoid it. Certainly when the windscreen has maybe got some road grime on it, albeit they've been in the pits relatively recently, so that ought to have been cleaned off. But rain spots now hitting cameras pretty much all the way around. The teams are preparing wet weather tyres, but they'll want to stay on track as much as possible. Matt Campbell runs the curb up at Learcop, trying to find a way around David Pittard and the BMW down the hill. So I think we're going to see Matt Campbell lining up Pittard through the mount shaft and down to the Crocodiles. He's too far back to make it a worthy overtake. Has to be patient.
So the wet's being readied, the battles rage on, and what do? Do you pit early to try and steal a march on everybody else, or do you try and brave it out to combine that tyre change with your next scheduled stop? Of course, one or two that did that stint reset are slightly out of sequence, but we're looking at 25, 26 laps to a stint in normal circumstances now as the cars pour over the line. So it's Honda, BMW, Audi, 1, 2, 3. There's the Audi in third place. Porsche 4, Audi 5, BMW 6. David Pittard under attack from Matt Campbell, who has a look to the inside. And these spots of rain just teasing everybody. They're not coming to anything yet. They're going to. It's just a case of when.
Yeah, the racetrack isn't affected by these spots of rain because, as I mentioned, the ambient temperature and the track temperature sufficient to absorb any rainfall that's coming. You can see that Portalotti's got his wipers on permanently now, so he is wanting a clear windscreen. It's when you start to see wheel tracks on the surface of the racetrack, that'll be the point where the transition between a slick tire and a race tire will become a judgment between the man behind the wheel of the car and the people in the pit lane. The other factor that teams will try to factor in is when they make their pit stop, they'll be looking forward to see where will our car then dovetail back in to the field. And if they can find a nice slot, they might want to bring somebody in that lap or two early, because that might work for them overall, rather than hanging it out and sort of coming in on a wing and a prayer on a racetrack that is at that stage too wet to maintain a slick tire run.
So in theory, you would say that in round about half an hour's time, the next scheduled stop would come, but is that going to coincide with when the rain comes? You don't want to be making an extra pit stop and wasting time, but equally you don't want to be on the racetrack on the wrong tyre wasting time. You don't want to be on the racetrack on the wrong tyre and then fall off the racetrack and lose everything.
Well, everybody's going to stay out right now because track conditions are fine. It only will be, there are the wet weather tyres all lined up. They will only be in the pit lane when, as I mentioned, you start to see wheel tracks. That'll be the beginning of the point at which but you have to still look skyward because the rain may skirt by. The bulk of the rain might actually not hit Kyalami, it might just skirt by. So if the conditions, even where you're seeing wheel tracks, as long as it's consistent, you might be brave. Some drivers will brave it out because the time lost slowing down will be less than the time lost coming in, making a pit stop, putting on wet weather tyres, and then maybe having to make another pit stop to go back onto slicks. So it's a judgment call from the pit lane in conjunction with feedback from the driver.
Yeah, gambling is one thing, but if the gamble turns out to be wrong, well, you can possibly think Bentley number 8 might do it because it's nothing to lose, but those in the championship fight need to play it safe, don't they? It almost shadowed the championship opposition. The championship fight having lost Bentley number 7, so that continues to, they were in the lead of the title race. That helps the Porsche squads just that little bit more. So the rain still threatening. Fastest lap of the race now, incidentally, by number 31 Audi in the hands of Dries Van Thor, having gone quicker than the Dylan Pereira Porsche time of earlier on.
So down the inside, Matt Campbell comes, dives down the inside, and that's a pinch for the 32 Audi trying to make the undercut on the exit. So Matt Campbell, and maybe a little bit of too much caution from Portalotti and David Pittard in the BMW allowed Matt Campbell to recover the ground he lost a few laps ago. Now he'll have a little bit of clear air between himself, Laurens Van Thor and the gold and black Porsche disappearing down into the kink, down into turn 2.
But now the rain is coming. Look, you can see it, you can almost feel it, even off the pictures, because of how the lighting is changing. David Pittard goes to the inside there, down at turn 2 to try to fight back in the BMW against Mirko Bortolotti, and Matt Campbell up into 5th place. But now the road is becoming that little bit more slippery, that little bit more treacherous. Now you'll see who the web footage stars are. Seb Morris in number 8 Bentley is also doing a good job there, playing catch-up as the track temperature is dropping. The wind speed now 41 kilometres an hour. It's getting windier, and we've got lightning, we've got rain coming, and it's only going to get worse in the short term.
Yeah, the track temperature has dropped by 10 degrees Celsius. Ambient temperature only down by 3. But that track temperature drop is the consequence of the small amount of rain that's fallen. But now you can see the camera lens becoming more peppered by those raindrops. And it's the sky as we look at the cars as they come down, start, finish straight, looking back towards Johannesburg. And that will eventually disappear in these clouds of rain. looking that direction, which is the opposite direction from the circuit, it's still relatively clear, but it's coming from the direction of Johannesburg. And when it comes, and it is on its way, maybe that's why we saw Matt Campbell able to take advantage of Bertolotti and Pittard done at this part of the circuit 1 lap ago. That Matt Campbell didn't react quite in the way that the Audi and the BMW did, and he just sort of caught unawares Bertolotti and Pittard. Seb Morris now gluing himself to the back of the BMW in 8th place. Fancies maybe using a bit of his wet weather experience racing in the UK in GT, British GT and other championships.
Number 45 Audi has just had a drive through for speeding in the pit lane, so it's had a spin into the gravel.
Seb Morris dives down the inside, didn't quite get the job done. Very late cut from the Brit trying to get past the BMW.
So can Seb Morris gain ground? This is how we stand for the championship at the moment. Mario Farnbacher and Renger van der Zande leading by a point from Earl Bamber, Lawrence Van Thor, and also Augusto Farfus and Mick Katzberg. So you've got a 4-way tie for effectively second, and then next up would be Jaminet, Pilet and Campbell. But as we keep saying, a lot can yet happen in this.
One area everybody's got to be conscious of, rain falling on a racetrack. Well, you can judge that. Rain falling on painted curbs. Be a little bit more wary because they will be a lot slipperier relative to the grip on the racetrack. And we've seen a lot of use, excessive use of curbs all around the racetrack. Christopher Hauser running in, it's not Christopher Hauser, it's the number 44. It is Christopher in third place.
Yeah, running third, and interestingly, the way that it finished its last pit stop was with 2 really heavy brakes going to the end of the pit lane, so it didn't go under the regulation time. But because of those heavy brakes, it means that Dynamic couldn't release its car, so they lost a place in the pit lane, and they are discussing that with officials.
All's fair in love and motor racing.
And GT racing, yes, indeed. So the race is currently on to lap number 79. Sheldon van der Linde, fastest lap of the race in second place. The rain's coming and the BMW is the fastest thing in the race.
I told you the racetrack's great. There's nothing wrong with the racetrack. The curbing you may have to worry about. Spots of rain on the windscreen. But the racetrack is fantastic. Down to 38 Celsius. BMW, 1 minute 42.8. Absolutely nailing it.
There he is in second position, so Mario Farnbacher leads the way, he leads the championship, but they're purples for Sheldon van der Linde. Fastest lap of the race, coming back at him.
Took a second out of the advantage that Farnbacher had. 1 second in a single lap. This is where the virtuoso performances will come. So Farnbacher maybe being that little bit more cautious, leading the race, remember. Sheldon van der Linde sniffs the fumes from the back of the Honda, thinks, I love these conditions. I've raced in them here probably on a number of occasions. I know the level of grip. I know what this car is capable of doing. 1.2 seconds was the gap first to second at the end of lap 78. We're coming up to the end of lap 79 in a couple of corners' time. Probably going to be around about that same time gap, maybe a fraction under the 1 second, but certainly, I mean, a great last couple of laps from Sheldon van der Linde.
So Sheldon van der Linde in second place in the BMW. Remember, he's a BMW factory driver. Brother Kelvin is a factory Audi driver. Kelvin is in the race, but has done his first stint in the delayed 31. So all local eyes on Sheldon van der Linde right now, except Matt Campbell has now done the fastest lap of the race as he breaks the beam. Number 12 Porsche, Matt Campbell, a 42.753. So it's getting cooler, which might well be helping. The slick tyres are still able to cut through the greasy surface and are still working.
And that lap time, first of all by Sheldon van der Linde, and then by Matt Campbell, has actually smashed Nick Tandy's lap record set last year. Okay, it's only by a few thousandths of a second, but in more demanding, certainly, let's say, slightly trickier conditions. Racetrack still not the problem. Curbs, just be aware. There is the man. Fast, a new lap record for GT3 cars around the Kyalami 4.5 kilometre 16-corner circuit.
But may not hang on to it because Sheldon van der Linde has just done the absolute best in the first sector. Matt Campbell, though, hustling on in pursuit of Lawrence Van Thor. climbs the hill up towards turn 10 at Looycott now. So it's Farnbacher from Sheldon VDL. Haase is third. Lawrence Van Thor is fourth. Fifth is Matt Campbell. And we've got two purple sectors there out of the BMW, and you can see what the result is. He's closing now for the race lead. Sheldon van der Linde is absolutely storming. One of his purple sectors has just been bested by Matt Campbell, but Sheldon van der Linde at the end of this should set the fastest lap of the race, and with it a new lap record. But not only that, he's almost on the back of Mario Farnbacher, the gap 11/10. Here they come onto the pit straight. Let's just guide them across the line. Farnbacher, Honda, Sheldon van der Linde, BMW. They go through. Van der Linde's new lap record is a 1:42.651, and the gap is 0.8 of a second.
Fantastic last lap by the South African, chasing down Mario Farnbacher. So there you can see on screen, took a quarter of a second, and half a second out in that last lap. So Sheldon van der Linde sitting back in the BMW. We noted yesterday the BMW looked very, very compliant all around the racetrack. Gives the driver confidence. That's what we're saying. Sheldon van der Linde has got all the confidence in the world right now as he runs down race leader Mario Farnbacher, gap 0.8 of a second. He's probably going to stay around that. Doesn't look like he's cut into that 0.8 of a second on this, the 81st lap of this 6-hour 23-minute remaining 9-hour Kyalami in Joburg, South Africa. Wonderful.
It is indeed, and the battle is set to rage on, because now look, Sheldon van der Linde almost onto the back of Mario Farnbacher. You've got a last warning for track limits for Dylan Pereira in Porsche number 9, by the way, but he's a bit further back. There's the lead gap. Let's see what it is as they plunge down the hill. It was 0.8. It's gone up a little bit, actually, so Farnbacher responding to the challenge. You heard earlier on Bertrand Baguette saying that the car last year here wasn't that great in the wet. They've learned a lot, but we've still not really got to fully wet. And if anything, those spots of rain seem to be going away.
Yes, I think that the little rain that we've had falling was the very edge of a system that's going through. There will be further systems that will come through. I mean, on my weather app, we're going to get this weather coming in at around about 1 o'clock local time. Well, in fact, it's now 1:30 local time. So whether there will be any further interventions from nature, we wait and see. One suspects that there will be, because it's still pretty grey overhead, but there is no more rain falling on the camera lenses, and the track is really now going to get further improved. It's dry, the curb's going to dry out. But, I mean, magic times, 1:42.681, the new lap record set by Sheldon van der Linde, while there was still a small amount of rain falling.
So there is Sheldon van der Linde in second place, fastest lap, although Dries Van Thor has just done a purple sector lower down. You've got both Van Thors on track at the same time, of course, at the moment. Dries in Audi 31, elder brother Lawrence in Porsche 54. And so the lead gap last time over the line, 1 second between Honda and BMW. We've done 81 laps, and the Honda has yet to be headed, don't forget. It has led right from the start of the race.
And again, what Honda have got is they've had the benefit of starting from pole position. They've led every lap in terms of actual race laps, not the overlap that you get during the pit stop, the rounds of 2 pit stops that we've already had. So that car has showed dominance and has never looked flustered. That's the key for me. Never looked flustered.
So Mario Farnbacher may not have a massive gap, but it's a gap. Comes up towards the completion of lap 82 now, with a purple sector being thrown into the mix by Matt Campbell, looking to try to go yet faster. Over the line goes Farnbacher, Sheldon van der Linde behind him. Haase third. He's won more IGTC races than anybody else, don't forget Christopher Haase. Then Wiper on behind, Lawrence Van Thor fourth. Matt Campbell goes through, not the fastest lap, but a personal best lap in the Porsche. 6th Mirko Bortolotti's Audi, 7th and 8th the 2 Brits then, 2 young British Chargers, David Pittard keeping Seb Morris at bay. BMW just ahead of Bentley.
Looks to me that the rain may still be falling at the lowest part of the racetrack, which is down here in the Crowthorne all the way up to the exit of turn 16. Still see wipers on the Audi, on the BMW. So that was Bortolotti, Pittard and Seb Morris following through in the Bentley. But on the higher parts of the circuit, we're now beginning, it's like you've got different steps here in Kyalami. This is the middle step. Come round Sunset. Lovely corner, always loved this corner. then into clubhouse. Always slightly frustrating because of the curb on the inside. If you touched it, it would really deflect the car out to the right. Then the run down to the S's. Second part of the S's, the switch back to the right. Easy. Oh! Well, is that an indication that maybe there is a little bit more moisture on the track than David Pittard was aware of on that particular lap?
Or did he give the curb a whack, or both? Well, it certainly looks a shiny surface at certain places. Dries van Thor, fastest lap of the race now. New lap record for Dries van Thor, 1:42.560. So if it is still greasy, certain cars, certain drivers are still able to cope with it. 6 hours and 19 to go. And let's try and catch up with another update from the pit lane. Jenna has more news for us.
Augusto, we've seen the track getting slightly damp. We've seen the conditions changing. But you guys seem to be getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, well, we had the beginning of the race, which was very, very warm. So engine and grip-wise was a lot less. Now it's cooling down. There is some drops, which for the moment, as the track surface is so warm, it is not affecting actually the grip. It's actually helping the overall performance. We are on the hunt. Our car is doing very well. Let's try to hang in there. There is still more than 6 hours to go, so there is a long way ahead.
Do you think this weather's going to continue to get worse? It seems almost like it's clearing up as we stand in the pit lane now.
Well, it is very tropical weather. I'm using Brazil to have kind of the same. You get sun, clouds up, and then it rains. So I'm sure we're going to have some rain probably by the end of the race. Let's try to have it dry as long as possible, because here when it rains properly. And we have seen last year when there was rain, was like a monsoon. So for the moment, let's hope for a straightforward race, as our pace seems to be very good, and then we'll see what the weather will bring.
Well, it's certainly been a great season for BMW, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, our old lady M6, it is probably the oldest car on the field. It shows how much commitment BMW put us on the program. We keep working on the car, we keep trying to optimize our package, and we have won Nürburgring, we have won Indianapolis, so our M6 is definitely doing a very good job here. Let's hope for a high end. I mean, we are on the hunt for the championship as well, so who knows? Let's fight.
And next season, looking forward to the new M4?
Yeah, well, I'm deeply involved on M4 from the first test to now. I did already a lot of kilometers the car has borne, in my opinion, with a winning soul. I'm very excited to see it when it hits on track. Let's see, there is still a long way ahead before we see the car running, but we are pushing hard to put on the market probably the best GT3 ever.
And what are the biggest differences between the M6 and the M4?
Well, it's a completely new project, so we try to optimize what I have learned from the old GT3s, GTEs BMW has done. I'm very lucky to be, as I said, deeply involved from the first meetings, trying to help from the driver side what it needs to be done. And I think we are definitely, as I said, putting on the market, in my opinion, which could be, who knows, the best GT3 ever. So that is a long way. Our M6, after so many years, is still very competitive, so I don't see a reason why the new M4 would be up front.
Well, we look forward to seeing it in action next season. Thanks,
Thank you so much. See you later. Bye.
So the future to come, the M4, but right now the M6, as Augusto Farfus calls it, the old lady, still doing a good job. She's competitive, and of course the type of car that won the Nürburgring 24 Hours for Rover Racing, won the Indianapolis round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge in the BMW M6, and it's keeping that Honda on its toes.
Yes, indeed, and also BMW announcing a realignment of some of their motorsport commitments. Some of the series that they're currently involved in, they won't be in the future. The new M4 going to come out is going to be a major part of the push in terms of this is what you see in the racetrack. You can go and buy it in your BMW dealers the next day. So, according to Augusto Farfus, first of all, fala Portuguese, Augusto. If anybody knows what that means, it means he speaks Portuguese. Just in Brazil, they don't have a language. They speak Portuguese. Absolutely. Everybody knew that.
Well, Matt Campbell is speaking the right language. He's done the fastest lap of the race. He has got the number 12 Porsche even closer to the back of Laurens Vanthoor. That is Christopher Hauser, and Dylan Pereira's last warning about track limits was the most recent communication from race control. Dare one say this has been a little bit calmer the last 20 minutes or so, but it's perhaps the calm before the next storm, literal or metaphorical. Laurens Vanthoor still being given a hard time by Matt Campbell. The Porsche's not totally nose to tail, but the dynamic car is being chased hard by the GPX entry, which is the quicker of the two right now.
Yeah, and in reality, we've seen a sort of separation of the top 5 cars. It's only first and second that are covered by in and around a second, depending on individual laps. But then everybody else has fallen back. Christopher Haas has fallen back a little bit. Laurens Vanthoor, Matt Campbell, Mirko Bortolotti, David Pittard. The gaps between those cars are slightly bigger than maybe we were spoiled with the intensity of what we saw in the opening 2 hours. We're coming up 14 minutes away from conclusion of 3 hours of this race. I mean, where's 3 hours gone? I do not know. If the next 6 goes quickly, wow, what a race we're going to have.
Absolutely right. So, number 12, Matt Campbell, presses on. And lots of greens in sectors. We've been talking about the lap record tumbling, but again, from what Augusto Farfus was saying, with the ambient temperature dropping, helping the engines, and the water not doing anything on the road because it's just evaporating, we're in a really fast stage of the race now, and we've got perhaps fewer battles, so more cars in clearer air to go quicker anyway.
I think the key is that more cars are in clear air. I mean, the volume of water that fell was negligible. It didn't affect the racetrack. And the beauty of racing in a subtropical or semi-tropical climate is that if you've got a high ambient and a high track temperature, while it may have an effect on maybe the grip on the curbs, it has very little effect on the race. And as Augusto Farfus said, on occasions, actually the track regenerates itself and almost puts more energy and life into the cars than when it was actually in a full dry context. So track conditions right now are perfect for setting personal fast laps and overall lap records.
Downhill plunges Laurens Vanthoor then, running in 4th place. So Mario Farnbacher continues to hold sway. And remember that Earl Bamber, Laurens Vanthoor come into this race as the championship leaders.
So Matt Campbell now looks like he's the lap record holder, 142.335. And just just compare that to the shootout, 141.5. So it's about a couple of seconds, well, 1 second away from what we saw in the shootout in qualifying when cars are optimized in terms of outright 1 lap speed. Matt Campbell clearly has the pace of Laurens Vanthoor in 4th place.
We're getting absolute best from Campbell. We're getting lap records from Campbell and others previously. We're getting purples and greens. Another lap record for Matt Campbell, a 142.262 as he goes across the line. So that Porsche continuing to pound away, and the drivers, the teams, exploiting these car-friendly cooler conditions.
And those 6 little horizontally opposed con rods and pistons are going like a fiddler's elbow to drive Matt Campbell forward to take yet another new lap record. 142.262. Oh, Laurens Vanthoor threw as much dust up in the air, probably blinded Matt Campbell momentarily as he followed you through the exit of barbecue.
6 hours, 12 minutes to run, and right now, apart from Matt Campbell lighting up timing screens, you've got this good little battle lower down that is Seb Morris, David Pittard, although actually David has managed to extend the margin again, 2.4 seconds, even though last time around Seb Morris was the slightly quicker. They're not as close as they were a few laps back. So Farnbacher to Van der Linde S, 1.4 seconds for the lead. Third is Christopher Haas, who is perhaps the man in no man's land right now.
Yeah, he's sort of caught 3.5 seconds or so behind second place and 7 seconds ahead of Laurens Vanthoor. I mean, the beauty of it is he's in that area where he has no interference from cars around him. He can drive in a manner which will be more gentle, let's say, on his 4 Pirelli tyres, rather than having to hustle the car around and maybe run the curbs. And the danger of running curbs is, while we sit back and laud what we're seeing, there's always a danger that you cut a sidewall, and if you hit a curb in a bad angle, you can cut a tyre down so quickly. And that's something, again, running in clear air, you don't necessarily need to do. If you're maybe being defensive or you're having you're in an attack mode, as Marco Allan used to say, maximum attack all the time.
That's right. It's great to watch, but as you say, it's got consequences.
Oh yeah.
Vanthor.
See, they're just running the wheel off the end of the curb. That's a sharp edge to the curb. If the inside edge of the outside wheel, in other words, the offside rear wheel, runs too far off and it comes back on, as that bit of gravel or whatever there is dug deeper and deeper, the edge becomes more prominent. That's just a little detail that's important. That little detail can make the difference between walking out of here a champion or not.
So right now, BMW looking pretty strong, although having said all of that, out of nowhere, Mario Farnbacher has just done an absolute best first sector, so the Honda showing good pace once more. BMW was second in this race last year, just going back to the pace of the M6. And one of those drivers, Nick Katzberg, of course, who comes here fighting for the championship this year. So there, the Porsche's dropped downhill, 0.6 of a second now the margin between them, and it was 0.8 at the start of the lap. So, yeah, there you can see Matt Campbell bringing the gap back down again against Laurens Vanthoor.
Well, Laurens Vanthoor is having to drive harder in the 54 Porsche to maintain that fourth position than Matt Campbell is having to do in the 12 GPX Porsche, running down the 54, which again is indicative of the story of the 54 Porsche, the dynamic motorsports car. They had to make a significant change overnight. And while they have made an improvement in the car's performance, still get the feeling that Matt Campbell in the 12 GPX entry is the driver that's having the easier task of these two.
So there through is number 12, Matt Campbell's Porsche. Fastest car in the race thus far. It has got the lap record and bit by bit by bit has caught up to Laurens Vanthoor. So is the place change going to come on the track, or are they going to wait and see whether they can jump ahead on the pit stops? Bear in mind that Dynamic a little bit frustrated of having lost the place to Christopher Haas's Audi. Haas is away up the road, isn't he now, because the number 44 Audi is the best part of 4 seconds clear of this Porsche scrap.
Yes, so it's not that Laurens Vanthoor is not trying to catch the Audi. His focus is now probably a lot more on the pace of the fellow Porsche driver and doesn't want to concede any track position, because these are the two principal entrants that are running in the final championship.
So downhill they plunge once more. There's number 12, Matt Campbell. Laurens Vanthoor just ahead of him. Dynamic versus GPX. Battle for position, battle for points within the championship as well. Vanthoor actually needs to be gaining places and gaining points, because right now he's giving away a shed load to Mario Farnbacher and Renger van der Zande in the Hondas. There, up through turn 16 comes Matt Campbell once more. Road drying, but it's certainly cooler than it was at the start of the race. So these perfect conditions for the cars right now.
Yep, it's about as good as it's going to get. We're now coming up to 10 to 2 in the afternoon. And track temperature doesn't, or we're not aware, we haven't had any indication from the on-screen information that the track temperature is going up again from that 38 Celsius it fell to once those initial raindrops began to fall. So Dylan Pereira, who did this car has been very impressive, Dylan Pereira in particular. At one point he was the quickest of the 3 Porsches on the racetrack, till pounding away.
Track temperature has crept up ever so slightly in the last 5 minutes, but only by a degree or so, so it's not anything to get hugely excited about just yet. This is the car that Dylan Pereira is driving. Briefly, it had the fastest lap, the Lechner Racing Porsche, which is all South African drivers. Dylan Pereira, Andre Bezuidenhout, Sorhak, and Dylan Pereira, the gun behind the wheel of it right now, and he is running in 9th place overall.
And of course that famous, is an oil additive brand.
Exactly, yeah.
Goodness, I remember that when I was a kid. Not long ago, I have to say, but I do remember it. It was one of those brands that the logo. Oh, a big mistake from Laurens Vanthoor down at the Crocodiles, and that's opened up the door. But can he make it stick or not? But Matt Campbell on the inside. Laurens Vanthoor thinks to try and come back. He's going to dive one way, but Matt Campbell will have the slightly slower exit because Vanthoor was able to use the full width of the racetrack but that was an unexpected and rather abrupt, small slip-up from Lawrence Van Thor to let Matt Campbell slip by. You don't want to be giving away moves like that because they're hard-earned in the first place to defend. Now it's gone. Matt Campbell ought to be able to pull away relatively comfortably from Lawrence Van Thor in the 54 Dynamic.
Is that another illustration of how you have to drive that car? Kevin Estre was saying that he had to adapt to how to drive it to get the best out of it. If it is an edgy car, to get the most out of it, maybe that is why Lawrence Van Thor is also having to get his head around it.
I don't know what caused the moment we caught the end of it, whether it was something with the car, whether it was maybe a concentration issue with Lawrence Van Thor. I mean, a driver of Lawrence's level, you wouldn't imagine concentration came into it, so you'd have to look to something on the car, just caught him out, maybe under brakes, maybe the back end of the car just all of a sudden felt as if it was going to go waywards. Matt Campbell didn't need a second invitation to come to the ball and got up alongside, had the momentum and took the position away. Lawrence Van Thor was really unable to do anything at all to respond. And if you were going to respond, it had to be an immediate response. That was going to be coming out of turn 16. He didn't have the poke where he needed it, and so he's lost that position. And it's unlikely, other than with the pits third round of pit stops due very shortly. I wonder, will we see the 54 Porsche being one of the earlier pit stoppers? Let's go back to Seb Morris and the number 8 Bentley. Again, wipers going. Now, we haven't seen anything on our cameras, but Seb Morris indicates that maybe there is a little bit of rain. Maybe that's what it was that caught Lawrence Van Thor out.
Could be, yeah. Obviously more spots fall. There he is, pounding out of turn 15 then. So as number 8 Bentley continues, Seb Morris taking over from Ollie Jarvis. 8th place, this car. And of course, it is the surviving Bentley in the race now. So let's catch up with Ollie Jarvis and talk number 8 Bentley's chances.
Oliver, obviously it's been a bit of a mixed race so far, but positive things. The car, number 8 car, your car is still running. You've not long got out and handed over to Seb. How is the car feeling?
I mean, firstly, I just feel really sorry for car 7.
Yeah.
They were in the championship battle. You know, never want that to happen to your car, but if we could choose a car in this circumstance, obviously it would have been nice for car 7 to have a shot at the championship. For us, you know, we're running P8. We're lacking a bit of pace, to be quite frank. You know, we're hanging on in there, but we're definitely missing 2 or 3 tenths to the front runners.
You seem to have the straight line pace. What can you change at this point in the competition? Can you change anything during the next pit stops, during full course yellows?
No, we're very much, this is what we've got for the rest of the race, to be honest. Like you say, we're not bad in the straights. We seem to be losing it, particularly in sector 2, which is a tighter, twistier section. So, you know, as drivers, we just have to keep pushing, keep developing. Hopefully the track will come to us. But like I say, it's such a competitive field that if you're missing even a little bit, it makes life very difficult.
It is incredibly tight, looking through the field and the timings, etc. as well. But the weather's going to play a factor into this. We've already had our first bout of very light rain come through, but that seems to have an impact already.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different to last year, where when it came in incredible fashion. But I think for us, we'd rather it stays dry. Over the past, I think, you know, the car's not been as strong in the wet as we'd like. But we certainly need a safety car or a very interesting strategy call to get us further up the front.
And Alex will be getting into the car shortly?
Yep, he'll go in next, and then probably myself after. But like I say, all we can do is just keep pushing from here to the end.
Keep going. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
So Oliver Jarvis trying to be as positive as possible. Whether that relative lack of pace is a legacy of the first lap skirmish, I suspect probably not. The car did seem to get away unscathed, but yeah, just frustratingly missing that final tenth or two, and over 9 hours, that's all going to multiply.
Well, it does. I mean, certainly the number 7 Bentley, sadly the one that is retired, appeared to have that little bit of edge of pace that the 8 doesn't seem to have. Now, both cars are more or less identical in every context except individual driver team preferences. Each driver's got a slight difference in preference. But to have a 3 or 4 tenths deficit over those at the front, very difficult to do anything about it. And all you can hope for, as Oliver Jarvis suggested, is, you know, a full course yellow led by a safety car, followed by a safety car, to punch the field back up again. But look, we've got 6 hours to go. We're just at the end of the first of our three-hour endurance races, or the third of our 1 hour sprint races. I mean, this race isn't going to be finished. It's going to be, what, 6 o'clock at night? It's a long way.
Absolutely right.
We're just about to start a Paul Ricard 6-hour race.
Yeah, 8 o'clock local time it's due to end as they're coming up through the jet ski sweep. The race leading car, Mario Farnbacher in the Team Honda Racing NSX. Now, despite Sheldon van der Linde's efforts of, 10, 15 laps ago, that gap has grown. 2.4 seconds is the biggest it's been race long now. So the Honda now looking very well sorted, very well planted in that race lead as we start to think about the next round of pit stops. But a 2.4 second margin up front is a big one. And if anything, look, van der Linde is falling into the clutches of Haas for second and third places now.
Yeah, you can hear the groan actually in the BMW pits when you mentioned that 2.4 second gap between first and second. And yes, Christopher Haas is beginning to egg into the second place advantage. Gap between those two cars when they came across the line was only 1.2 seconds. So Christopher Haas, again, one of those drivers in that Audi driver lineup who just gets in, does a job, doesn't do it in a flamboyant or an extrovert fashion. One of those guys in a long race, a 9-hour endurance race is a long race that you would like to have in your driver lineup. And he's running down Sheldon. I don't know why. What's led to the sudden drop off? I mean, it doesn't appear to be dramatic. The last lap, there's only a 1/10 of a second between first and second in terms of respective lap times. But just in the last 5 laps, that gap has gone from 1.1 seconds up to now, well, it's 2.3 as they come across the line at the end of lap 95. Look at Matt Campbell now also pulling away very, very comfortably indeed. 2.5 seconds the gap between 4th and 5th place Lawrence Van Thor. Getting caught out, might have been a little bit of rainfall as they came down through the mine shaft. Something certainly destabilized his Porsche, allowed Matt Campbell to pounce. Matt Campbell again, fastest lap, new lap record, 1 minute 42.021, 4.7 seconds behind Christopher Haas, who's running down Sheldon van der Linde. So waiting to see when the next round of pit stops are going to come. Matt Campbell certainly on a mission.
He is indeed. So Matt Campbell hustles on, 4.7 seconds back from Christopher Haas, who is in danger of getting stuck behind Sheldon van der Linde. Now, is this where the team start to think about strategy, about stint times, about what they might be able to do to get out of traffic? But Haas is becoming the man to watch. And actually, from memory, he did this last year. He put Haas into the Audi, and the car came alive. Audis had struggled across the weekend 12 months ago. It's happened again this year, really, up to this point. But Haas now is, as ever he is, a real star. If anybody knows how to wring the ultimate out of an R8, it's Christopher Haas.
Look, they've got a stellar lineup of drivers. You can look at Christopher Haas, Christopher Mies, Dries van Thor, Mirko Bortolotti, now a new member of the team, all the way through. Marcus Winkelhock, for goodness sake, never forget about Marcus Winkelhock. Fred Vervies, how many more are there? Stellar lineup.
So over the timing line goes Mario Farnbacher, 2.4 seconds to the good, but Christopher Haas is only now 7/10 away, chipping away at that margin.
The gap, 3rd to 4th, is 4.7 seconds. So nothing, you can just see Matt Campbell coming into view, just coming up through the Yuxke sweep as the 2nd and 3rd go through and exit out of barbecue. Again, Matt Campbell just coming into view, going into Yuxke, then into Sunset. Runs the right rear wheel over the curb. You do that in these dry conditions. The curbs are now likewise as dry as the racetrack, so no concerns that you might get caught out. Look at Farnbacher. He also is pushing. Funnily enough, the lap record is held by a Porsche. The car that's dominated this race has not yet, as far as I remember, recorded a new lap record at any point.
So downhill goes the BMW. Sheldon van der Linde still presses on ahead of Christopher Haas. That margin between the pair of them is 7/10 at the start of the lap. In the first sector, the BMW fractional in the faster, but now you come back to this element of which is stronger where. Is it through the corners? Is it on the straights? And the BMW BMW, looking as though it's got the grunt for the moment to stay ahead of Hauser, but how long before they need to make their next stops?
Well, just watching Hauser there coming through the final or the penultimate and final turn, wheels perfect all the time. He just kisses the curb on turn 15, but not enough to deflect the car. He maxes out there on the entry into 15, doesn't overrun the curb on the exit, gets down into turn 16. The gap is just 0.8 of a second. And Campbell to Hauser down to 4.1 seconds. So Matt Campbell eating slowly but consistently into the gap between third and fourth. And now Christopher Hauser is going to get into that zone where it's going to become a little bit more challenging to make further progress, because the pace of the BMW is just about matching that of Christopher Hauser, and then you'll have the aero effect from two cars getting close together.
So another hour notched off, and number 30 Honda then continues to hold sway over BMW. So 3 hours completed, and at the end of each hour, indeed at the end of each lap, it's been that Honda ahead. BMW running second, Audi third. There is Christopher Hauser as he heads up the hill once again, inching up onto the back of the BMW, but as I say, we can't be that far away from stops. Now, it was going to be round about lap 86, 87, but then that lengthy full course yellow period rather changed things. But we are, I would think, not too far away now from the next round, and that could be where you get a bit of a shuffle of the order yet again.
Just looking across the countryside all the way back to Johannesburg, all the skyscrapers in downtown Johannesburg, if they are not in sight and vision, that indicates there's issues on its way. So I just wonder, we've had one tease with the amount of water that fell. Are we about in the next 10 or so minutes to see another one?
Now for the Perfect Circle Racing team, Andre Bezuidenhout we heard from on the grid. He's had his first stint in the car, but he's currently in 9th place, Saul Hack at the wheel of it, and Andre Bezuidenhout has a chance to talk to Gemma Scott.
Andre, we spoke to you at the beginning of the race, and you said about the Kyalami splatter. You told us to look that way over our shoulders here towards Johannesburg, and that would be the indicator. And sure enough, at the moment, it's a struggle to see the old city.
Yeah.
What does that tell us?
I think that was just a little scare. I thought it was actually going to come down because you could see it was very dark. But there's always a little funny thing here. When the wind turns, it actually blows it a little bit away to come back with more vengeance later. So it started raining, and you can see the wind went quiet, and it's totally quiet now. There's almost no wind.
Yeah.
And about an hour from now, hour and a half, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, that's when this thing should really come down. I'm no weather prediction man, but you know, I mean, everybody said it's going to rain. I said, just hold on for the moment. We kept Dylan out because I thought that we were ready to change. I said, just hold on, and it worked out like that.
It's interesting because, as you say, there is absolutely no wind, and it was really ripping through. The flags aren't moving at all, so that's the sign that we need to get our welly boots on in about 2 hours' time. Then.
2 hours from now. Hold your boots ready.
Oh my goodness, and are we likely to see proper thunderstorms kicking off? Because we saw the fork lightning in the distance earlier.
Yeah. No, it's very quiet now. If you just feel there's no wind, it's actually the barometers have dropped. Everybody's like, what happened here? But this is the Joburg Highlands typical standard.
Goodness me. And for you guys, the race strategy, I mean, you've got the wet tyres out behind us, ready for when that does happen later on. What's the strategy? What's the goal for yourselves?
Look, we've made up 2 places. We were lucky in the beginning. So I've had my first stint. I'm the amateur driver in the team, so the boys must go racing now. So we're going fine at the moment. We're just waiting for it. I'm going to try and get another stint in before it goes dark and before the rain comes, and then they must, go on doing what they do best.
And any tips and hints you'll be giving them to handling the track here in the wet?
Look, there's a few little places here where the water actually runs across the track, as you saw last year. So I've shared it with all of them. There's 2 places. If it really comes down, you want to be very careful there because there's a little bit of water splattering there that is far more than what is normal. So no, everybody holding thumbs.
We'll look forward to seeing your weather predictions come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gemma.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now there, number 9 Porsche on track. Saul Hack at the wheel of it and is running in 9th place. The car directly behind is that of Dries van Thor. So the 31 Audi trying to get itself a place gained, of course. But 32 is Luca Bortolotti set to put a lap on the Pro-Am entry, just to pick up on what Andre Bezaidenhout was saying. He's the amateur driver. That's the sole representation within the Pro-Am category. So, of course, it is going to lose pace with different speed of drivers.
Yeah, and what Marco Bortolotti is wanting, that's why he's flashing the lights, is a bit of cooperation from Solhack in the perfect circle Porsche, because the Porsche's got good straight-line performance. It can lap pretty quickly on its own, and it's the whole thing of losing momentum. So Marco Bortolotti is trying to get the attention of Solhack to say, look, just move aside. You're not going to lose any time. You're not losing position. You're being lapped. But let me go. I'm in a battle. I'm in a different race to you.
So there's 44. Christopher Haase then is 1.2 seconds back from Sheldon van der Linde, who is closing again on Farnbacher, isn't he? 2.4 has come down to 1.4. So the Honda is being pursued. Sheldon van der Linde using his circuit knowledge and local weather knowledge all to good effect. But look at the way that over the course of this hour, the top three have all concertinaed.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked at one point that the Honda was beginning to stretch its legs and pull away from the BMW and the Audi. And now, all of a sudden, the pace has been picked up. Or, I mean, I'm just looking at the lap times, the last laps between the lead car and the pursuing was, what, just under 0.2 of a second. So these three cars are pretty much extended to their limits without beginning to get a bit sort of leery and overdriving. So they're coming, there must be, I don't know how far they are off coming in for the third round of pit stops. You mentioned it a few minutes ago, it can't be that far off, because how far can you run on a tank full of fuel?
Well, they've been saved a little bit by the long full course yellow period that we had for the recovery of number 7 Bentley, but of course you are limited on how long you can spend to a stint behind the wheels, so that's why you have drivers coming in doing that drive-through just to reset the clock. So there over the timing line goes Mario Farnbacher, 1.4 to van der Linde, who is 11/10 ahead of Haase. Christopher Haase was the man on the mission in that Audi then, so the car started by Patrick Niederhauser. Mathieu Drudi has had a go behind the wheel of it, Haase behind the wheel of it as well now, and it really has come alive, hasn't it? I mean, it's always been there or thereabouts, but 5th at the end of the first hour, now it's running in that top 3, could be better than 3rd before much longer.
Any one of these three cars could be leading, well, very shortly, because the round of pit stops again can't be that far away. So all the hard yards that have been done by Farnbacher, Sheldon van der Linde, Haase, you know, it can go in the blink of an eye in the pit lane. So it's a moment of tension for all those people who have got to service the car, change the wheels of the cars, refuel. The driver change, of course, can be done very comfortably in the time it takes to carry out those two tasks. But look, behind Seb Morris, what's he up to now? Pushing. Is he just let? Or is he in a race? Because that ought to be, that's Bortolotti he's behind. So what's happened to Pittard?
Good question. Good
Not
question.
there. Not there.
Was there at the end of the previous lap.
It certainly
so
was.
Let's take stock in a second.
And he hasn't got into the pits either.
No, that's Vanthor, and that is Morris. So yeah, Vanthor is 10th, don't forget, he's a lap down.
Yeah.
Or 2 laps down because of the delay that 31 had early on. So that car's the one out of sequence. Bortolotti is 32 Audi further up the road. So I think we're okay. I think David Pittard is safe. Yep, you've gone through the middle sector. So yeah, it's Dries Vanthor tricking us. That car a little bit further down the order, having lost laps early on. It's still trying to buy back positions. It's on the same lap now as the number 9 Porsche. There is David Pittard. Yep, he's okay. He's still there and running in 7th place as he comes now down towards turn 16. And we've got 5 3/4 hours of the race still to go. That BMW ran well, of course, in that first stint with Martin Tomczyk. But amazing how this hour has really changed things. Look, you know, we've had that long line of cars for so long. Now you've got gaps, you've got a different order as well. It really has changed in this last section of the race.
Well, we certainly needed a rest because it was frenetic for the first 2.5 hours. And now there's what might be seen as a more normal spread of cars around the racetrack. You know, in the opening hour, we had virtually the entire field all in one sector, 3 sectors around the racetrack. Pretty much nearly all of them in one sector at any given time.
Right, pit stops are being prepared for, and number 34 Sheldon van der Linde is the driver expected.
Well, certainly the Bentley's got a driver change. We didn't see who would be taking over the wheel of the second place BMW. One would assume that'll be it's going to be Nicky Katzberg, isn't it? Got to be Nicky Katzberg.
Should be, yes. Or van der Linde's a double stint like Farfus did, because he did
Possibly.
2, so we'll wait and find out, because
there it is in the
comes the BMW there, number 34.
I mean, certainly van der Linde's done an outstanding job, and it would not be unreasonable to say stay in because you're familiar with the conditions. We know there's weather coming. The wind had dropped, but looks to be beginning to pick up again. So watch to see them. It is a driver change, so it's going to be Nicky Katzberg, I think, getting in. Sheldon van der Linde slamming out of the car. Porsche in likewise for Laurens van Voor. No driver change for Laurens van Voor. He's staying on board.
Yeah, interesting. So those cars do the full service, as it were, the longer stop.
So I love these cars have got tear-offs on their windscreen. In this instance, it's just going to be a quick wipe with the fluid. In comes the Bentley. So straps them down, unhook your helmet, the radio, whatever other attachments you have in the cockpit. The Porsche down. So the Bentley, the BMW gets rolling, have to wait, let the BMW roll. So waiting for the maximum times for the Porsche before it can get back. And there it is. Laurens van Voor stays on board. Nice fresh set of new Pirelli tyres. The car will feel transformed.
And there is number 8 Bentley cycling through.
That's just a vent, the fuel tank just venting out. So there is our race leader coming up, stays on track, coming up to complete lap 104. Christopher Haas has now got clear sight of the race leader. He was 4.7 seconds in arrears, so what is it going to come across as the number 8 Bentley?
Loses a lap, doesn't it, now, the Bentley, for the moment, because it's going to fall behind the Honda. Haas up into second place. He really has brought that car into contention now, Christopher Haas, so well worth a word, I think, at the end of his stint. Whether he's going to stay behind the wheel or bail, we'll wait and find out. So there is the Honda that wriggles its way now up through the Jutski Suite for the 105th time of asking.
So did, just looking to see, the Bentley did let the Audi get through. I was concerned with Christopher Haas. He saw the Bentley leaving the pit lane, and he wanted to make sure that there was no hesitation in going through. So it was just the length of the straight from the exit of Sunset down into Clubhouse. Then look at the pit lane.
Right, so the Honda squad ready.
Yeah.
And they've all had a go behind the wheel, so Bertrand Baguette, who started, to take it back over, presumably. Super Mario qualified the car on pole position.
Was that misfiring, or was that just I thought maybe the camera it is picking up clearly, but I wasn't sure if that was a misfire when he got back onto the throttle.
Pace seems okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just the audio sort of stutters, and that maybe is what. So is he coming into the pits this time? Yes, he is.
Okay.
Audi comes in likewise, so they're at the limit of their fuel and drive stint time.
So we'll see in a few moments. The stops get underway, drive down the pit lane. Team Audi stops, the car collection squad, which, bear in mind, is an experienced team out of German GT racing, the ADAC Championship VLN, but we don't really see in IGTC or GT World Challenge Europe events, but given the Audi Sports tag to run under for this event, and the car collection team doing a very impressive job indeed. New tyres go on the Honda, full tank of fuel. It's going to feel like a fresh car for Bertrand Baguette to get his teeth into when he rejoins in a moment. Driver change cycles through as well, you see. Also in is Mirko Bortolotti's Audi and David Pittard's BMW. So Matt Campbell, who is staying out for the moment, inherits the race lead in number 12.
Honda is rolling. Oh, I think he maybe hadn't the engine fired up quite as quickly as he needed to do. So, Honda on its way. The Audi likewise, so the gap between the two is more or less what it was when they came into the pit lane. Of course, the Honda accelerates that little bit sooner, gains the advantage, but here's a problem for the Audi. It doesn't want to get the BMW between itself and the Honda. It's going to be nip and tuck as they come down because the BMW is going to sweep around the outside. Can they get it done? It does get it done. An important moment for the BMW to get that pass done. That was just fortuitous.
So Nick Katzberg takes the place, and it's Patrick Niederhauser back behind the wheel of number 44. So some of the teams cycling through drivers quite rapidly. Niederhauser in for a second stint, others still having their first. But Patrick Niederhauser, having not been able to stay ahead of the BMW, falls back. Nick Katzberg already into his stride, of course, having pitted a little sooner, getting away.
Yeah, he'll be delighted, because he could come down through the kinky. Would have seen the BMW, the Audi. There's the 12. Perfect circle Porsche in. But he could see the BMW coming and he was powerless to do anything about it. And it was just marginal that Nicky Katzberg got through. And that'll be a frustration for Patrick Niederhauser because that's a hard car to retake a position from.
It is indeed. So Matt Campbell brought that car in briefly as the race leader, the GPX Racing number 12 entry. And this is going to cycle through, ready for, with new tyres, full tank of fuel, Patrick Pilet to go back out, one would imagine, on the rotation. 54 has kept Lawrence Vanthoor behind the wheel. Now, can that cross the line and stay ahead of this car, or is the number 12 Porsche going to maintain track position? Let's see.
By a country mile, because the Porsche is just coming through turn 16 now, and Pilet well and truly, well, there's about, must be 7-8 seconds of a difference. Key is for Pilet to keep ahead of the pursuing Audi, which he does as the 44. So that was Niederhauser. Again, that's a bonus for Pilet to get out ahead, albeit he's on tyres. He's got to dial himself back in. Niederhauser's been out for a lap. Niederhauser needs to punch now. Does not want to give any further advantage back to the Porsche, but Porsche hogging the middle of the road down into Sunset. Watch for Niederhauser trying to make the undercut. He can't do anything coming out of Sunset. He can't do anything going into Clubhouse. Looks like it's a done deal for Patrick Pilet. Consolidated. Wow. And look, Niederhauser looking every which way possible. Only last opportunity in this lap will be up at the top of the circuit, up into Leerkop. Depends how much temperature is into the Porsche tyres, how much commitment there is from Niederhauser. Porsche goes conservative. Niederhauser's got the benefit of the run off Leerkop. Will carry more speed down the hill, down through the kink, down into the crocodiles. But I don't think he's going to have enough in the tank to do anything about the Porsche as they get into the braking zone. No.
So Niederhauser then all over the back of number 12 Porsche. Patrick Pilet fends him off. Makes the wriggle now up towards turn 15. In the background is number 54, which is bouncing all over the curb. Is Niederhauser. 54 Porsche has got some ground to make up again in these next few laps, but it might well do that as these cars are busy squabbling against one another over the timing line. So the Honda still leads the way. It is Bertrand Baguette by 2 seconds over Nick Katzberg. There they are. Pilet runs third. Fourth is Niederhauser. Fifth is 54 Porsche, which I'm guessing has gone back to Earl Bamber the driver change, but the ID is still showing Vanthoor, but I wouldn't hold that as gospel. Sixth is 32 Charles Witt back at the wheel of it. Seventh is 35 BMW Nick Yellerly. Eighth, 8 Bentley Alex Buncombe. And then ninth is Sorhack in the Perfect Circle Porsche. 10th is Marcus Winkelhock back at the wheel of 31. And this battle then now, as I say, for third and fourth places. Patrick Pilet just ahead of Patrick Niederhauser. They are 4.5 seconds plus away from the top two. The danger is as they squabble, they lose time to the leaders and they are caught by 54 Porsche behind them.
Well, certainly Patrick Pilet, having survived his out lap, can breathe a little bit more easily, but he can't relax because the 44 Audi Niederhauser has got very strong pace. It only takes one little moment, and we are anticipating more bad weather coming in. That first little rain, I wouldn't call it a storm, little shower, came and went, had a bearing on the pace of everybody around. did catch a couple of people unexpectedly. It's going to be something of that nature. You come down here, bottom end of the circuit, a little bit of rain falls there. Further around the circuit, nothing at all.
So they're going through is Niederhauser, and as he comes then down now into the turn 16 left up towards the timing line, you see how as the race is warm on, people have got a little bit more garrulous with their use of the curbing on the last corner. Comes over the timing line, does Patrick Pilet. Niederhauser chases on behind him. That gap, 0.6 of a second between the pair of them. They break now down for turn 2, and Patrick Niederhauser staying on the tail of Pilet as they climb up now through the Jutski Sweep once again. Porsche up front for the moment. Patrick Niederhauser losing ground, isn't he? He's lost a little bit of ground on that, a length or two, I would say, against Pilet in the Porsche as they now work lap 109.
Yes, I mean, Pilet is now sort of settled in, got the benefit, okay, it's maybe only a lap of difference between the number of laps on these fresh tyres, but having lost the opportunity to get ahead of the Porsche on the opening lap of Pilet's stint, then Niederhauser is finding himself bogged down. There's not an awful lot he can do, again, referring back a lap earlier, so it's going to take something maybe unforeseen, unexpected, and that's all Niederhauser can wait for.
Right, let's go to the pit lane and catch up with local drivers. Van der Lindes have had a great race. Gemma is down there.
Sheldon, this is your home circuit, clearly one that you enjoy driving as well, and in the words of John Watson, that was a very, very impressive stint that you've just driven.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had a lot of fun out there, first of all. The car is very nice to drive at the moment. It started raining midway through the stint and I got a bit sketchy because the car started to oversteer quite a bit, and obviously it's not so easy to drive this car on slicks in the wet, but luckily it cleared up again, which is nice for us, and the car's obviously going very well at the moment. We're just struggling a bit with the brakes to stop the car towards the end of the stint, but I think it should be all right.
The weather has been very much a topic of discussion with everybody here, and you being a local will know, as well as any of us know, that this can be very, very changing very, very quickly. And looking behind you here, we can see that things are starting to clear. We can see the old city again. Does that mean that this rain might not come in?
Yeah, well, obviously it disappeared now again, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come back at some point. You see it's still quite dark in the back there, so I'm going to count on it to rain again. I think it'll be good for us as well, just to mix things up a bit. The pace is obviously very good at the front. I was quite surprised how quick the Honda and the Audi behind me was. They were definitely catching me towards the end, and then I came closer again. So yeah, it's very close to the front, and we just have to manage the pace at the moment.
Thanks, Sheldon.
Thank you very much. Ciao.
Well, a good stint by Sheldon van der Linde. Interesting that they're saying brakes beginning to fade a little bit towards the end of the stint, and it is a tight circuit, 16 corners. There's no part of the racetrack that you would call mega high speed, but the brakes are not getting, look, the battle going on the Audi all over the back of Patrick Pilet. So down the hill, this is going to be Niederhauser's opportunity if he can pick up enough momentum. Thinks about it coming down into the Crocodiles, but thought a second time wasn't going to work. So all of a sudden, Niederhauser, again we're seeing this going throughout the field. The gaps ebb and flow. Niederhauser right over the rear of Patrick Pilet and looking threateningly as if he could make a pass, and he's certainly close coming through the final turn onto start finish straight. We'll try and pick up whatever the benefits of aerodynamics and slipstreamings are. The Porsche is going to stay pretty much in the middle of the racetrack all the way down into turn 2 to frustrate Niederhauser and prevent an overtake.
So nose to tail they run, third and fourth on the road, and relatively fresh into a stint, don't forget, between these two cars. So you've got the Porsche hanging on a third place. Now, while they're squabbling like this, they are losing ground relative to the top two. The last lap by the Honda of Bertrand Baguette was a 1:42. Nick Katzberg's BMW, in his first stint, of course, Nick Katzberg, a 1:43. These cars doing 1:44s. So they're losing time, as we were suggesting, from the leaders, and, of course, being caught by number 54, still shown as Laurens Vanthoor.
This is allowing Vanthoor to come back into this battle. So whatever the pace that Pilet has got, it's frustrating Niederhauser, and it's a welcome to Laurens Vanthoor. He's going to be back at the races. I mean, the best way to close up is to have a full course yellow and a safety car, but if you can't get that, and we don't really want those interventions, then have it simply by the pace of your competitors. And Lawrence Van Thor, double stinting, so he is doing the hard yards for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche team. Another 40-odd minutes probably behind the wheel, maybe 45 minutes. So very good opportunity indeed to see the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche become a part of a three-way battle for third place.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to start the next cycle of pit stops at about 1/4 the next hour. It's 2:30 South African time, so 3:15 roundabout. We'll have the next round of pit stops as you get towards the end of 65 minutes of a stint. So that's my best guess. We don't have published stint times. The SRO organisation for a race like this don't want them released because it makes life a bit easy for all the teams, so we have to do this from the watch. But it's going to be about 1/4 the hour, I reckon, that we will have the next round. There is Bertrand Baguette up front, 4 seconds to the good right now over Nick Katzberg. So we've had an awful lot go on thus far and an awful lot still to happen. 5.5 hours remaining. Let's have a quick look though at how we got to this point in the Kyalami 9 hour. So the field stormed clear as the race got underway from pole position. It was Bertrand Baguette on the inside line, just being able to hang on to the advantage despite being attacked on one side by Jordan Pepper and on the other by Augusto Farfus. It was the Honda that led all the way round the opening lap, the opening stint, the opening hour, the opening 3 hours of the race as mayhem ensued further back. Marcus Winkelhock and Alex Buncombe getting together, both rejoined, but Marcus Winkelhock lost 3 laps in the pits as the car had to be put back together. Up front, Bertrand Baguette continued to hold sway, and it was all smiles for the Honda Racing squad as battles raged on lower down. Martin Tomczyk, for example, just clear of a great fight that was going on between Earl Bamber and Patrick Pilet, the 2 Porsches rubbing almost door handle to door handle. Through went Earl Bamber. Patrick Pilet rather nonplussed about all of that, and it also brought the Audis into the mix. So Patrick Niederhauser and Fred Verviche. Up the inside went Niederhauser against Pilet. Verviche tried to buy into that battle as well. Cars dive downhill once more. Niederhauser and Pilet ran absolutely dead level. Brake hard for the Crocodiles, and round the outside Fred Verviche tried to have a go against the GPX Racing Porsche as well as Niederhauser was upholding Audi Honor. Verviche up at Leukop went through on the inside to move himself up and past Patrick Pilet, but Pilet did the right thing, got the switchback, had the line and then had the drag down the hill. There was contact just between the two, but the Porsche was clear and back up ahead. More drama, put 45 Audi on the road. Into the gravel went Martin Lechman, and that brought out a full course yellow and then a safety car in order to clear up the incident zone. On track, the next Porsche battle, Mathieu Jaminet versus Kevin Estre. Estre was through on the inside of his fellow countryman, but then that car started to lose a little bit of pace. Dropped back, Estre got his head round it and caught back up as the number 7 Bentley misfired, pitted. Problem persisted as it rejoined, was passed by number 8, the sister car, and around the lap the engine finally let go. There was smoke, there was flames, and there was the end too of the championship. On the restart, after that full course yellow, it meant that the Honda, in the hands of Mario Farnbacher, was getting away. Lawrence Van Thor was busy squabbling with Matt Campbell. We had a few spots of rain. That served to bring the temperature down, but actually give us a whole host of new lap records as well. Campbell got crossed up, Van Thor was off the road, and that suddenly gave the rather opportunistic Audi a chance to dive through on the inside line as well. Great racing with all the cars running together once more. Number 32 Audi making ground up the order. David Pittard's BMW then coming under attack from Matt Campbell in the number 12 Porsche as the cars then had to cope with that brief downpour of rain. It made the circuit greasy rather than anything else. 3 wide, diving down to the Crocodiles. On the inside was Campbell, on the outside was Pittard, and in the midst of all of that, the number 32 Audi, now with the Italian Mirko Bortolotti behind the wheel, fell back 1 spot. Way out wide, coming onto the pit straight, Lawrence Van Thor really hustling on in the Porsche, trying to get away from the similar car in the hands of Patrick Pilet, but then a mistake came. Out wide went Van Thor. That gave Matt Campbell the chance to challenge up on the inside line. Through he went, and the Porsches reversing their order. The next round of stops cycle through. Honda hanging on to the race lead, and BMW versus Audi for 2nd place. The battle between Nick Katzberg and Patrick Niederhauser, and it was Katzberg that just managed to get ahead and stay ahead, keeping the BMW in 2nd place in the race and crucially keeping it in the mix as far as the championship aspirations are concerned. So, a lot's been going on thus far, a lot still to go as Bertrand Baguette now starts to build the lead. So, in the first hour, really, the gap was always tense. Now, that margin is up to 4.8 seconds. Baguette getting away from Katzberg. And you've got to say, the pace that the Honda has shown, and fine wood to touch, the durability thus far, very impressive indeed. We've started with, because of myriad reasons for this event, a mere 12, but a great race has ensued, and thus far only one car sadly out of the race, and that, the number 7 Bentley. Cruel luck, but we've still got a lot that can pan out of this for the race, for the championship. What can Nick Katzberg, though, do about the race leader? Because that gap has been widening, and it's gone up again to now over 5 seconds, the largest it's been throughout the race, John.
I suspect, reflecting back on what Sheldon van der Linde mentioned, that they had some brake issues towards the end of the stint. Something of that nature must be manifesting itself, because Nicky Katzberg would not naturally drop back, and the extension between first and second is growing. So I suspect he's babying or bandaging an issue with the car, trying to disguise it as best as possible, but precluding him from maintaining that contact with the again, metronomic pace that Honda, across all 3 of their drivers, have been able to carry out today. Patrick Niederhauser charging still, trying to do something with Patrick Pilet. That gap has extended again marginally. At one point it looked like Niederhauser was going to get past the Porsche. Laurens Vanthoor likewise hunting down the 4th place Audi. Been a difficult day for this Porsche. It's not looked the car that one would expect or normally assume a dynamic motorsport Porsche would be. It's the harder of the two in terms of getting a lap time of performance out of. Vanthoor staying on board, double stinting. Pilet jumping in, so the GPX Porsche rotating their drivers on an hourly basis, which I suspect in these warm, not necessarily very humid, you don't get so much humidity at this height, but certainly high track temperature, high ambient temperature, high work rate circuit, on and off the throttle. I mean, of course, in the good old days, you had to do manual gear changes. You didn't have power steering. You didn't have all the luxuries you get today. I mean, if these guys had to race the cars that David Piper, I think a 9-time winner here, had to race, they would know what motor racing is all about.
It's a different world,
I think.
And even then, people in the 70s would say, oh, you know, these compared to 50 sports cars, far more refined. There's more dust all over the road there.
And that was Pilet.
Yeah, indeed. Running 3rd, Niederhauser 4th. And we finally had the screen updated, or at least the team has updated the driver ID switch, which allows the screen to be updated to confirm that it's Earl Bamber, as we predicted, back behind the wheel of the 54 Porsche.
Yes, that's nice to know halfway through a stint that it is Earl Bamber. But so we retract all those flattering comments about Laurens Vanthoor double stinting. We know we love you, Laurens, but obviously Earl took over. Earl Bamber did a blinding opening stint, really used all the benefits the Porsche had to offer. What's this now? Oh, overrunning the exit of the corner.
It's the race-leading Honda, isn't it? Just getting a little bit giddy. And
behind. There we are. That's what's happening behind. That's indicative of what's happening in the BMW.
Yeah, that's Nick Katzberg really having to wring the neck of it now. So is this the period of the race where the BMW starts to fade, starts to become less of a factor? Down towards turn 16 it comes then now. So Katzberg, winner at Indianapolis, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He's a Spa 24-hour winner, going back to the BMW Z4 days, and comes across the line. Yeah, the gap's going up, 5.8 seconds, and then behind him, 4.6 seconds back is Patrick Pilet, whose last lap was a 42.9. He's taken half a second out of Katzberg. The BMW is fading.
Yes, there's something going on that Nicky Katzberg's trying to disguise or bandage or whichever, and it's allowing Patrick Pilet to close that gap down. It's not that Pilet's pace is upping, it's obviously the pace of the BMW is beginning to drop back a little bit, and it's hard to tell from this perspective. Maybe if Gemma's in the region of the BMW garage, she can ask, but they may not actually want to tell her because they don't want to give away any flaw or weakness that the car is is presently having to deal with. Now, it may be something they can respond to when it comes to the next round of pit stops, but that's probably the best part of half or 40 minutes away.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, some very crude maths, I reckon by a point, the number 12 Porsche crew are on target to win the championship by a point, as I say, from Farnbacher and Van der Zandvoort. As number 12 has worked its way up into third place currently, that would give them 45 points. The winning Honda, as it would be, if things stop right now, 44 points. So by a point, GPX would be the champions. And the significance of that remark is that as the race has worn on over the first 3.5 hours, so number 12 is becoming more of a factor. It's chipping its way up the order.
As a Porsche, factory Porsche, so often does. Remember, this is a 60-year-old design. This is 60 years old. First appeared in 1964, the Frankfurt Motor Show. And it's still winning races.
Absolutely.
What can you say?
Now, although it's chipping away up the order, Niederhauser ain't that far behind, and then Earl Bamber's last lap, 42.961. He's in the ballpark. Actually, third, fourth, fifth, lapping quicker than the top two. The Honda's lap times, although they're good and they're consistent, they're not quite as quick as Pilet, Niederhauser, or Bamber further down the order.
Well, maybe they're just having a little moment of draw breath. Certainly, Baguette doesn't need to do any more. He's got a 6-second advantage over Katzberg, and it's increasing. So there is the third place Porsche, fourth place pursuing Audi.
Working lap 118, and let's just go back down to the pit lane because there's more news. Gemma has been finding out what she can for us. Gemma.
Yes, indeed, I have, David. I've been down to BMW to find out if there is an issue, and I spoke to Augusto and Sheldon, and they've both said that there's nothing wrong with the car. They're not expecting, they don't feel that there's any problem, but the track temperature is starting to come back up again. The weather's really changing again. There's no wind. The humidity seems quite strong again as well, and the sun's glimpsing through the clouds once again. So they said if we look across the field, everybody's starting to slow slightly as the track temperature's coming up, but there really is nothing else to report in terms of any issues.
Time for a coffee stop then. Thanks, Gem. So yes, just looking at some of the data we get, temperatures are slightly increasing. You're quite right. It's certainly about an hour ago was much cooler, but you're right, the temperature is going up. So that inevitably is going to affect the way that the pace is. There you see the track temperature has gone up once more, and the humidity is there, and the wind has completely disappeared, as Andre Eisenhout was explaining to Gemma a little bit earlier on. So we're on to lap 119. They're going through the traffic to put a lap on Martin Lechman, Patrick Pilet and Patrick Niederhauser. Where out of all of that is Earl Bamber, still running fifth, but another couple of seconds behind.
So this little battle, we've had these sort of 4 or 5 car battles all the way through the race, sometimes at the front, sometimes at the middle. And this looks like it's going to be third through 6th place, all combining over the next 10 or 12 laps. And the pace that Pilet has is enough to get him just out in time ahead of the pursuing Niederhauser and the Audi. But Niederhauser he's like a little yappy dog. He keeps coming back, you know, go away. Yes. And he comes back and snaps at your ankles again. I don't think it's not a fair analogy, but it's the first one that came to mind.
But I know what you mean. So, yeah, Patrick Niederhauser, GT3 Racing's version of Scrappy Doo, isn't he? He's there giving it his best shot against the very experienced, very successful Patrick Pilet. Earl Bamber still pressing on in the background, but again, the dynamic Porsche, I hesitate to say you forget about it, but it's not really part of that leading fight right now. So again, it's going to be on clever strategy calls to see what that can do. 6.5 seconds is that gap between the race leaders now. There is Pilet third, Niederhauser fourth. Earl Bamber goes through in 5th place. It's Charles Wirtz in 6th, but Bamber trying to find something in that car to get the pace back.
Seems to be something about that dynamic team Porsche photograph lineup. Have they all grown moustaches? I thought I noticed on that name that Earl Bamber looks like he's got one. Kevin Estre looked like he had one. Couldn't tell. whether I don't think Lawrence Van Thor has, but anyway, well, just noticed that maybe it's just the way the photograph was taken, but it looked like they've all grown sort of team moustaches.
Winter plumage. Now, what can Niederhauser do here about that Porsche just up the road ahead? We're still, I reckon, about half an hour away from the next round of stops.
Not an awful lot. I mean, the Porsche looked really good on the exit of the chicane. Campbell has got good balance, good front end bite. Niederhauser couldn't hold the line out of the S's just quite as securely as it looked to me the Porsche was doing. But of course the cars are ebbing and flowing all around the racetrack. Different parts of the track seem to work slightly better for one or the other.
So they're going through Patrick Pilet, that 120. Now Bertrand Baguette up front, 6.5 seconds to the good. The biggest the lead gap has been, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're now starting to get to a section of the race where you can almost drive your own pace. You're not in constant battles all the time. And as I was saying, number 12 Porsche currently ahead on points by just the one from the Honda. So if things were to stay as they are at the moment, it will be a championship for Patrick Pilet, for Mathieu Jaminet and for Matt Campbell. But if that Audi gets ahead, then of course things start to change. And bear in mind as well that big difference between points for first and second. 25 for a win, 18 for second spot. So come what may, the Honda's got to win. And there, Patrick Pilet way out wide, going out of turn 5. So that's the car that Matt Campbell had done the fastest lap of the race in earlier on, a new lap record, of course, but it's a little bit ragged just going up the hill. Patrick Pilet not being caught through that by Patrick Niederhauser. Gap might have come down by a tenth or two, but Niederhauser still not quite close enough to strike.
No, he hasn't got the benefit. Watch the Porsche through here. They can run the curb slightly closer than the Audi was doing. At that time the Audi was marginally able to do so, but it's the parts of the racetrack that it counts that Pilet has got the benefit and the advantage. So Niederhauser, driving the wheels off the Audi as best he can, but the pesky Porsche just always can pull away at relevant points in the racetrack and just maintain that sort of half a second or whatever it is, probably not even that coming through the corner known as the Crocodiles.
Niederhauser with that Audi that showed good pace early on. Christopher Haase brought it into the mix. Now, they have lost a place, of course, in this hour of the race relative to where it was when Haase brought it in, but the pace looked good coming off turn 16, and Niederhauser, you almost get the feeling he's now lining up, ready to make that move. Over the timing line they come, down through the kink at 1. If they do get themselves together properly to start squabbling, that might help Earl Bamber, who goes over the timing line, but he's not quite as quick as those two. But look, Niederhauser very definitely now snapping at the heels of Pilet.
Yep, I mean, he closes down, he loses out a little bit on the straight, but he closes up under braking into Crowthorne. And the gap running just under the half a second area, and it's really frustrating. There will be a certain part of the racetrack where Pilet will think, I'm vulnerable, I've got to be protective. You see the difference in the gap as they come up into, this is a replay.
This was Pilet going wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, Pilet going wide, that lost him a load of time. And that's what he needs not to do. That was a 1 minute or 2 minute, 1 minute 47 second lap. He had one very poor lap in the last number of laps. So here we are back to the live feed up the hill up to Learcourt. Earl Bamber still hammering away. The 54 Porsche trying to get on terms. He wants just to put a boat hook out and catch onto the back of the Audi and reel himself in.
So again, certain parts of the circuit good for Porsche, others good for Audi. The gap has stretched out again, this elasticated situation for third and fourth places. And as they run together, where in the background is Bamber, there he is, trying to close. In the first sector of this lap, he was hundredths quicker. In the second sector, he was hundredths quicker. He's doing his best, but again, so evenly matched are the cars. If you lose ground, it's very, very hard to make it up again.
Yeah, I mean, just coming through turn 15, you see he ran the curb. Ostensibly doesn't do anything at all, but those are the thousandths or the hundredths, tenths of seconds that make the difference between lap time between third, fourth, or fifth. So you just got to hit your marks accurately, consistently, crucible precisely.
Now Bamber, in a sense, ought to be quick because he's got clear road ahead of him. You can see that he's not hanging about. I mean, again, like Estra, like Vanthor in that car, he's hanging it out, it's over the curb, he's pressing on, he's kicking up the dust. But is the car willing, is the other question. Number 34 is being warned about track limits. That's Nick Katzberg in second place. Still 6.8 seconds off the race leader is Katzberg, but he too is trying as hard as he can.
And that's turn 13, so that's just coming down the hill from the mine shaft into the crocodiles. I mean, just interesting to compare the styles. Kevin Estra, most flamboyant, most spectacular, most entertaining to watch. Colin Vanthor and Earl Bamber, probably rather similar in the way that they pull the Porsche around. So can't wait for Rev and Kevin to get back into the car and give us a bit of excitement. We might get a few warnings, but hey guys, a bit of excitement would be good.
We've got about 20 minutes plus, I think, just over 20 minutes before he'll have an opportunity to get back into that car. We're 10 minutes away from the end of the 4th hour of the race as well, as Patrick Niederhauser accelerates his way down now towards turn 16, inching up again onto the tail of the Porsche. Where can he make the move? They run out wide over the curb here and sprint the way now down towards the approach to turn 1, and this backs up on the graphic what I was saying a little while ago. 1 point to the good in the championship would be Mathieu Jaminet, Patrick Pilet and Matt Campbell to win the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli if, underlined, capital letters, if things stay as they are. And there's nothing that Farnbacher and Van der Zande can do to get more points. They're in the lead of the race. They can't do any more than that. They've got to hope that the number 12 Porsche falls down the order.
I mean, they've done an absolutely perfect race across all 3 drivers. Where's a bit of wood? A bit of wood anywhere. Anybody got a bit of wood? Touch wood. Haven't done anything wrong, and they're not going to do anything wrong. And it has been just a stellar display of teamwork, and I say that across the board, not just what's going on the racetrack, but the car has been serviced and sent back out always when everything unfolds back in the lead. Gap up to 7.2 seconds now between first and second. And look at that, Niederhauser thinks he's got a gap, sees it closing, wasn't close enough to have a punt at it anyway, but the last thing he needs to do is, oh, I think I've got a gap, and then all of a sudden commit to it and then find it's a closing gap. Always a flaw in a racing driver's makeup.
Absolutely right. So for the moment, keep out of trouble, stay on the lead lap, get ready for the last hour, as it were, but equally, don't drop too much time. You've got to be on the lead lap, but in the fight.
You've got to be there for the last hour of this race, be in darkness. It might be a dry track, it might be a semi-dry track, it might be a wet track. Goodness knows what's going to come. We had a bit of lightning. Last year we had lightning, we had rain. I mean, if you took a photograph of it, you could probably win an award for creative artistic input.
There's some great pictures. Out of turn 2 goes this fight for 3rd place. Pilet versus Niederhauser, Porsche versus Audi. Niederhauser a bit stuck.
Well, he also ran a little bit wider on the exit of Crowthorne. We're sort of clutching at straws here for observation and things that might contribute to why the Audi hasn't got more pace or can't find a way to put Pilet under further pressure. And it's just that little moment where the car just went a little bit too wide, you know, fractions of seconds here and there. And we're talking about human beings on the one hand and sophisticated mechanical machines on the other hand. The machine responds to the input from the human being, and human beings are fallible.
Now, what can 54 do to get back into the hunt? What can number 34 BMW do? It is certainly dropping into the clutches of Patrick Pilet. So 7 seconds is the lead gap, and then it's 4 seconds, second to third. We had, remember, early on in the race, that concertina effect where you get stuck behind a car. Well, now, if anything, it's Nick Katzberg likely to have a queue behind him because he's falling into their clutches. He's not got the pace anymore. The last lap out of the BMW, a 43.1. Giving away 2/10 to Patrick Pilet with that queue forming behind that car.
Indeed, so can Patrick Pilet blot out that 4-second differential between second and third place, and at the same time keep Patrick Niederhauser in control. So Katzberg comes across the line now, 7.5 seconds first to second, and then a further 4.9, so bit by bit Pilet It's a bit like an old sculptor with a chisel and hammer, chipping away, little bit by little bit. He doesn't want one big knock and knock the nose off the sculpture, would it? Would that be a real shame to hit the nose and knock it off after all the hard yards?
I've now got this very distorted image of a yappy dog doing sculpture. I'm blending them together.
We've got lots of analogies here today.
Niederhauser is almost there. He's almost in striking distance. But is he going to challenge before the next round of pit stops? He's done the right thing. He's kept the car in the hunt. He's kept it in that leading group. Okay, lost a place on the exit of the pit lane to Katzberg. Another one to Pile, but he's there or thereabouts. The Audi is only 12 seconds off the race lead. So very definitely the car is in contention with so much to go.
Well, we've got 5 hours and 5 minutes to go. I mean, if this was Paul Ricard a few weeks ago, we're just getting warmed up on the commentary.
Exactly.
And 5 hours, well, anything can take place. It's another afternoon here in Kyalami. Normally, this time of day, coming up to 3 o'clock, most people are rocking out of some snazzy restaurant, having had a blowout Italian meal, some really great Italian cooking, by the way, in Johannesburg, if you want to check it out. Nice bottle of Italian red, great, whatever it is, pasta, or you want a nice veal Milanese. Perfect Saturday lunch, veal Milanese, a bottle of Chianti Classico, Reserva, not the cheap stuff, Reserva.
Right. However, this lot have got 5 hours and 4 minutes still to battle through. Saul Hack brings number 9 Porsche back into the pit lane, the Lechner squad cycling through. And that car set to rejoin as out on track. No time to think about lunch for Patrick Niederhauser. His one thing in his mind is getting up onto terms with and possibly past Patrick Pile. They ran over the timing line just half a second apart. Niederhauser is doing the right thing. He's going the right way about it. Bit by bit by bit, he's chipping away.
I wonder what would happen if Niederhauser found his way past the 12th Porsche. How quickly would he run down that gap between what is currently 4.0 seconds, third to second? I reckon Niederhauser would run it down pretty quickly. I think the potential the Audi has got is not being allowed to be shown because it's been compromised by the pace the Porsche can run at. But could he get clear? Could a little slip from Patrick Pile and Niederhauser pounces, take away third place, then laser in onto the back of the second place BMW? I reckon that would be a very interesting prospect.
Now this is Nick Yellerly coming under attack, but the Audi that's doing the attacking is not for position. So Markus Winkelholt, remember, is 2 laps down on that BMW, and as a result is trying to play catch-up. Now, the good news is that car has gained one of its lost laps. It was 3 laps down, it's now only 2. So bit by bit, the car does start to make some progress, and Winkelhock, in what was early on the fastest car in the race, should be able to find a way into terms with the pack ahead. Nick Yellerly under attack, but they're over the line for 3rd and 4th. Go Pile and Niederhauser once again. Behind them is Bamber in 5th position. Bamber's last lap, actually a little bit slower, dropped away a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable. You're not going to record identical laps for every lap as the fuel levels drop. Are you going to go that little bit quicker? Because the tire will be deteriorating fractionally over these 1 hour stints. Tire always at its best when it's fresh. Stick your tire, car feels brilliant, and you go out and think, wow, I'm really going to enjoy this. Thing is to look after your tires, not overrun those tires on those early laps, not abuse it, because you want that tire to be consistent as possible for that 1 hour stint that you're behind the wheel.
Current thinking from the locals, by the way, is that it's going to stay dry now, because the area that normally offers you the clouds and the storms first is currently clear. So now they're thinking it's going to be a dry race. Imagine that. We have 5 hours to try and escape the weather. They're going through in 5th place, Earl Bamber, and the next round of stops about a quarter of an hour away or so, as the cars now drop down through the mine shaft for this 3rd placed battle. Is Patrick Pile heading for a championship then? Porsche driver Dennis Olsen, last year's champion. It could be 3 Porsche drivers having run the season together that take the crown this year, if things stay as they are.
On the racetrack, it doesn't look that Patrick Niederhauser's got an answer for Patrick Pile, and I suspect that where this race, or this battle, not necessarily the win, or the victory in this race, but this battle will be won, will ultimately be by the teams in the pit lane, the crew that rotate a car, get the drivers in and out. So we've seen for the entirety of this stint that Niederhauser not really able to get back on terms with Pilet. Our race leader has still got a 7.4 second advantage over Nicky Katzberg, and Katzberg, having lost time in the early phases of his stint, has sort of stemmed that flow. But again, I suspect, and there's the perfect circle Porsche, who's behind the wheel of that now. So it's Alex Bezes, yes.
Andre Bezuidenhout.
Andre Bezuidenhout.
Bless you.
So he's staying out of the way.
Yeah.
That's the race leader go through, and that's good work because, you know, he is the am in that car, in a highly professional field of drivers, so he needs to not only keep his wits about him looking forward, but keep his eyes glued on the mirrors. Bertrand Baguette rolls down the hill into the Crocodiles yet again on the 129th tour. Then a little flick back to the left, and then through Cheetah. Just again, the curb that is there is to prevent you from abusing track limit. But if you clip it hard, clip it badly, you abuse the car. The usual thing of a big shock load goes into the right front, and eventually the poor thing's going to give up and say, I can't take any more. Well, go to the European Court of Human Rights and complain about it.
Right, another hour completed then. So number 30 it is, Bertrand Baguette leading the way in the Honda. Second, number 34 BMW. There it is. Third, number 12 Porsche. In fourth place, 44 Audi. And fifth, number 54 Porsche. So that's Pilet, Niederhauser and Bamber in order. Sixth is number 32 Charles Witt. Seventh is 35 BMW Nick Yellowly. Eighth is number 8 Bentley Alex Bunker. Still that car backing up what we've heard from Ollie Jarvis, not having the pace to make progress. Up into ninth, although it is still 2 laps down, is number 31, which is Marcus Winkelhock's Audi. 10th now, number 9 Porsche Andre Bezuidenhout. 11th, 7 laps down after various dramas, Martin Lechman. And the one retirement, of course, is number 7 Bentley that we saw with smoke and flames out of the race a little while back.
So this is the meat and two veg, if you like to call it that, of the race. We're in the heart of a 9-hour race. We're not quite yet at the halfway distance. And again, just Bezuidenhout keeping out of the way to let the second and third, fourth place battle. Difficult place to let people through because you're coming up the hill, you're looking very much skyward, and you're always looking for the turn-in point, the exit. So good job letting these battling cars get through, and no loss or gain to either one.
So Niederhauser, again riding shotgun, trying to pressure Pilet into a mistake, but none forthcoming. Blue flag busily waved by the marshal in the background as the slower car is about to be honed in on by Bamber, running in 5th spot over the timing line. I've already gone the race leaders, gap up to 8.4 seconds now. That gets to Katzberg. Patrick Pilet through in 3rd, but Niederhauser is just stuck, isn't he? He cannot find a way of finding a way by, and Pilet ain't making a mistake.
Yeah, I was looking at the gaps between first and second, and on that last lap, I don't know where it was, but Nicky Katzberg lost a shed load of time. It basically a second, just over a second, because he had stabilised the gap at around 7.1, 7.2 seconds. Now it's up to 8.4 seconds, and there was nothing obvious unless he was maybe also involved in overtaking a back marker, but nothing that we caught on camera. And then you can see that it's given Pilet that vision that suddenly I'm getting a better view of the rear of the BMW than I had a lap ago.
But while Pilet has to take into account Niederhauser's pace, so Nick Katzberg is being able to maintain the advantage. 2.6 seconds on a big gap, but a gap nonetheless. That purple relating, of course, to Matt Campbell, who that record set in that previous stint. Niederhauser right up with Pilet, though, as they turn their way out of Luycott, out of turn 10. Katzberg heads off downhill. Remember, he too is a driver that could win the championship, so he needs to be ahead of the Porsche, but also ideally needs to be for the race win, get past that Honda somehow.
So coming up to the completion of lap 131. Niederhauser bumps and jumps over the exit curve. I mean, you're sitting behind. You know that you can't do anything in a straight line. It's difficult to do anything coming down through the kink, which is just a flick of the wrist, and then into the braking zone, and he just hasn't got the chance to lunge down the inside. Looks to me to be marginally quicker in the middle of Crowthorne, but to no avail, because up then through Yuxke and into Barbecue. I mean, we did see one pass last year coming into Barbecue. I forget who it was. It might have been Earl Bamber or somebody. It was a real brave manoeuvre. It needs that kind of creativity from the driver, and it might be a big high-risk situation to take, and you might need a little bit of cooperation from the car that you've suddenly sprung the trap on. But at the minute, it doesn't seem that Niederhauser has ever been really sufficiently close to think about going down that direction.
Exactly. So there, the Swiss driver in 4th place, all over the back of Frenchman Patrick Pilet. Dutchman Nick Katzberg through shot in 2nd place. But again, this is a section of the circuit that the Audi is strong at. We've seen it, different drivers, different stints. Niederhauser closing up there, and Patrick Pilet now under attack, isn't he, as they come down the hill. And of course, there's a back marker up the road as well. Martin Lechman is going to be negotiated shortly. Could that slower car play into the hands of Niederhauser?
Well, that's what you look for. You look for opportunities that are maybe beyond the norm that you're involved in. So the 45 Audi has stepped aside and let the 2nd place BMW get through. They're going to catch him, not coming into turn 16, but it'll be on the entry down into turn 2 at Crowthorne. So I think it's going to step aside, let these two battling cars go without any kind of restriction. So there they go. Porsche's past, and then Niederhauser will also get past without any difficulty whatsoever. It's good. You know, you rely on the drivers that are further down the field, running in 11th place, having his own race here at Kyalami, but being observant and helping those that are in the battles to continue without any interruption.
Way out wide there, coming out of Barbecue.
Yeah.
Katzberg, and also Pilet looked a bit wide, and of course if that car goes wide, the one directly behind it matching its pace against yours, Patrick Niederhauser going wide. So more dust hangs in the air, through they turn, but they are still pushing, and they are getting as best they can to terms with Katzberg. I don't think they're going to get there before the pit stops that are about 10 minutes away. But Niederhauser, can he strike before the cars bail for the pit road for the next round of stops? Let's see, 0.3 of a second, all that there is between the two now.
Well, we'd love to see a bit of real racing action between these two cars, but I fear we're not going to see it before the pit lane entry is once again open. And Nicky Katzberg, the gap 2.5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd place, relatively safe, but a rather extending 9.1 seconds now between 1st and 2nd. So the BMW is fading. Not that the Honda's upped its pace in particular, it's just again running, getting mark, consistency, continuity. Wow, look at that. That was again Katzberg, I think.
Patrick Pilet is also, perhaps now because of the pressure from the Audi, getting a little bit ragged at times. Over the line he goes. What's the gap between Katzberg and Pilet? It is 2.3 seconds as they come across the line. Pilet to Niederhauser, just under half a second as again the Swiss driver closes under braking. And the last warning for Patrick Pilet for track limit abuse, and it's at turn 16, the last corner.
The reason he's doing it is to max out his pace off that corner, but he's now going to have to rein that in, because if he gets a further infringement, he'll get the black and white flag.
Indeed so. So the warnings are there. They've been given. The last warning flagged up to the team to pass on to the driver. But Patrick Pilet under attack from 44 Audi.
Do those warnings go with the car or the driver? So is it the car will be under the cosh for the remaining part of the race, or once they make a pit stop and Pilet bails, well then whoever takes over the car from Pilet, will that be a clean sheet? I'm not quite sure what the deal is.
I need to double check, but I think I'm right in saying that it's to the car, but then there's a reset after a given amount of time in a 9-hour race. So I'll double check for you when I get an opportunity, but it goes to the car, and Patrick Pilet under attack. Down he comes through the mine shaft into the crocodiles.
So let's get the microscopes out and watch and see if Pile behaves himself now as he comes up to the corner. He's been docked, he's been notified. So it's the exit. Let's have a look and see, is he fair? Whoa, the camera cut at the wrong time. We didn't see it.
Over the line they go. So Pile, it's at that last corner where he's been running wide in the past and goes through down towards turn 1, still being chased hard.
Yep, same as the situation we've seen virtually through the entirety of this stint. Niederhauser runs down into turn 2. Again, Katzberg getting wide-ish coming out of barbecue. So I don't know whether Nicky is bandaging a problem with the BMW. We didn't see whether Patrick Pile did run wide or did he stay within track confines on the exit of turn 16. So here we go again on lap 135. Niederhauser chasing, Pile defending, gap more or less consistent. Running down, Pile is now 2.3 seconds behind Katzberg. Going down by fractions of a second. Not enough that's going to make a difference because we're anticipating on the next 10 minutes or so that everybody will be returning to the pit lane for gas or fresh tyres. In some cases, driver changes. In other cases, maybe Niederhauser. Just it's frustrating for him because he clearly has got more natural pace than Pile has got in the Porsche, but he can't get the job done. Look how close he gets to him. Now watch again. Where is he going to run? Oh, he's all right. He's okay this time. So that's what the limit of what Pile is allowed to do. He can't go all 4 wheels off the black stuff. So he just about kept the left-hand side on the racetrack, and that's acceptable. No more comment required.
So there, Patrick Niederhauser dives down towards turn 2. Accelerates his way up now through the jet ski sweep, and still staring at the back of Patrick Pile as he has done for the bulk of this section of the race. Nick Katzberg still hanging on to that modest margin. It looks like it's coming down, but strangely, it ain't. It's still hovering around that 2.4 second mark. So as the BMW works its way once again up now through the sunsets and then clubhouse corners, Porsche and Audi round 3rd and 4th, and we are within, I reckon, the last 5 minutes for most of this, the last 5 to 10 minutes of this stint. So pit stops not far away, as we've been predicting, and Bertrand Baguette up front now, 9.4 seconds to the good.
I mean, we haven't seen very much of the Honda in this stage of the race. It's just gone out and run. I mean, just as you'd imagine any Honda would do. It's totally flawless. All 3 drivers have not put a wheel that we have seen wrong. Even when that light rain shower came through, didn't have a bearing on the car's performance or the driver's conditions. But there's still 4 3/4 hours to go.
Absolutely right. And if penalties start to mount up, if people make mistakes, if the weather changes, we're going to have the darkness anyway. There's going to be a very different feel to the end of the race from what we have now. And of course, there's going to be the increased competition late race for championship points. There's going to be a little bit more urgency maybe in some of the moves. Patrick Niederhauser might be content to sit there for the moment, but if this were the last 5 laps, he certainly wouldn't.
Well, let's put the lights out and go into darkness, and let's have the rest of the race run in darkness. See if that can help anyway.
Well, Niederhauser is pressing on. The fact that he's remaining behind Pile isn't for a moment suggesting he's not trying. He's just totally unable, because they're so evenly matched, these cars, to prise open the door.
Yeah. So I mean, thank you, balance of performance. We've got such equally matched brands that what you end up is having a situation where it's exceptionally hard for one driver to challenge another car of equal performance. It really comes down to what's behind the wheel. That is the final sort of arbiter of the ultimate performance of both of these cars. And then, to some degree, they're limited by the amount of grip they've got from their tyres. If you run the tyre too aggressively at the early part of your stint, you might suffer at the back end of the stint. So I think everybody is fully aware of that. They don't set out to use the new tyre for glory of getting a new lap record for the sake of it. If there was a point for the lap record or the fastest lap of the day, then that's maybe a slightly different scenario, but that isn't the point.
Now, on the last round of pit stops, BMW number 34 came in earlier than did number 44 Audi, which in turn came in a lap ahead of number 12 Porsche. In other words, we should be expecting them to come in on different laps again, and it'll be the BMW that should pit first, because it will get, obviously, to the end of its 65 minutes before Audi 44 does, and then Porsche number 12. So that's the order, BMW, Audi, Porsche, in which you can anticipate them to come into the pit lane. And as far as the BM is concerned, I reckon it's got 6 more minutes of its stint still to go.
And I suppose, I mean, where about, oh, again, Katzberg kicking up loads of dust on the exit of barbecue. Whereabouts would the Honda be in terms of all that then? I mean, because we've almost forgotten about that. 9.7 seconds down the road, extending the gap between first and second place. The gap second to third is 2.5 seconds.
The answer to your question is the Honda came in at on the same lap as number 44 Audi, which means it's got 9 minutes of a stint still to go as a maximum.
Okay. So we're not going to have a congested pit lane. So one of the benefits of having a 12-car field is there's lots of space in the pit lane.
So BMW 34, there it is, Nick Katzberg. As I say, he's the one I'm anticipating in first, and probably within 3 laps to get the next round of stops cycling through. 4 hours, 44 minutes to go then in this Kyalami 9R. Downhill goes for Audi, Patrick Niederhauser. So the Swiss driver hunting down Frenchman Pilet, and again, very good at the end of the mine shaft, carries a lot of speed into the crocodiles, looked closer, but then it washes out a bit wide.
Yeah, and that's the consequence of running too close to the car ahead of you. You lose your front end downforce, the car washes across the racetrack, you've got to get under the throttle to check the car to get the grip back again, and then you go through the whole process for lap 139.
So there over the line goes the BMW. Another lap notched off. We've done 138 now.
So the gap between first and second continuing to extend up to 10.5 seconds. Let's see, yes, again, he's done it again. Give the man a prize. Every lap he comes through barbecue, he kicks up the dust.
But it's interesting that although he does that every lap, it's turn 16, which is the zone at which the race director is getting very unhappy. The last corner on the lap, that's where he's being warned about the track limits.
Yeah,
so,
but anyway, yeah. I don't know whether there's any gain at barbecue from doing that. There is a distinct gain from doing it at turn 16 because it has a reflection on your straight line speed. But every lap, Nicky kicks up the dust.
He does. He knows his way around this car, and he knows his way around this circuit, of course. Katzberg, he was the runner-up in the race last year for Valkenhorst, along with Christian Cronjes and Mikkel Jensen. Diving down the hill then, Nick Katzberg goes through, approaching the mine shaft with 1 lap, 2 as a maximum to the end of the stint, I reckon. There behind Pilet third, Niederhauser fourth. Bertrand Baguette now 10 seconds to the good, so the Honda is certainly escaping up the road in what has been a very good hour as far as that car is concerned. It really has got on with the job.
Yeah, they've just, I mean, it's such an impressive performance throughout the weekend by the Honda team. They've dominated practice and qualifying and shootout. There we are, pit lane getting ready. So not very long. I thought, look, was the sky giving any indication of change? Didn't really clearly see what was behind. So I have to say it looks pretty set fair. Should see it. Well, we will see it shortly. This rise that goes in there, you can see bits of it. So the gap is down to 1.992. So another hundredth of a thousandth of a second, or a thousandth of a second, maybe even. Back end sliding in the Audi.
So the Audi getting to the end of its stint, maybe the tyres are having enough, and it's getting a lighter car as well, so less perfect to drive than it was at the start of the stint. The BMW I'm anticipating in this time might squeeze another lap out of it, but this would perhaps be the optimum lap. Down towards Lukop it comes, so Katzberg second, they third, and the next round of pit stops. You've seen the teams getting ready. Look down over that amazing vista from the high part of the circuit as the cars plunge their way downhill. There is Patrick Niederhauser hanging on to that 4th place. So a frustrating stint in a sense. Yes, he's kept the car in contention, never been able to make progress, but of course, never been caught by Earl Bamber, the 54 dynamic Porsche we discussed a while ago, but it's rather fallen out of the reckoning for the moment. So something's going to have to happen to bring that car back into the mix as Bertrand Baguette goes through, and the BMW is in the pits, so out of 2nd place, as predicted, in comes 34.
Well, good bit of timing and scoring there. The Porsche 54 likewise, I think they saw the gold nose of that dynamic motorsport Porsche coming in. So Nicky Katzberg is in. Going to be a driver change. The car goes up to the jacks. Gets the Dutchman, and Porsche into its blocks as well. So who's going to stay in? Is Earl Bamber out? Or is he staying in? It's just different. There's so many people around the refueling side of the car. So I think Earl Bamber, I'm not sure, but maybe has stayed on board.
Right, and there is for Bentley the next round of stops getting prepared. So is Earl Bamber going to have yet another stint?
So that should be Ollie Jarvis getting into the Bentley, one would assume.
Should be next, shouldn't it? Yes, you're quite right. So Earl Bamber stays in. Nick Katzberg staying in, seemingly.
So leader comes around, his gap has gone up to 12.2 seconds. BMW rolling, waiting for the Porsche to get rolling. So there she goes. Flat 6 naturally aspirated. The aspirated engines, the naturally aspirated engines at altitude tend to suffer fractionally more than the turbocharged, but then that's where the balance of performance is meant to equalize out any deficit that a naturally aspirated engine might normally have to cope with.
Okay, there's 8 ready for its next stop. Cycling through its next stop. Ollie Jarvis gets behind the wheel. So the next pair to look for will be number 30, Bertrand Baguette, and 44, Patrick Niederhauser, who should be in together. Augusto Farfus has been shown as taking over number 34 BMW. There is number 9, that's still Andre Bezuidenhout behind the wheel of it. Bertrand Baguette about to put another lap on the Pro-Am entry here. So that Honda, again, we mentioned it, fine wood to touch, but it's just gone round and round and round and round without any dramas.
That's why you buy a Honda.
Absolutely. Down the pit road, 8 Bentley set to rejoin.
So Bamber stayed on board, but Farfus took over from Nicky Katzberg.
Yes, according to the driver ID.
Scoring,
Renger van der Zande is prepared, as he did in the first rotation, for the second stint in number 30 Honda. He'll get on board that car.
So the gap first to second is now 12.5 seconds. Patrick Pilet in the Porsche, Niederhauser 0.6 of a second behind him. So let's enjoy the view of the Honda NSX coming down the hill, down the mine shaft. Oh, 31, what's gone on in the gravel?
Marcus Winkelhock trying to play catch up off the road, digs it out, carries on.
Wow, that's coming up the yoke skin. How did he get into the gravel there? Maybe, did they have a pit stop or not? It could have been on fresh tyres, just overdrove the fresh tyres, but can't see in timing and scoring. What's happening? Here he comes through.
Gets it wrong.
Oh, it all went wrong on the exit of Crowthorne. Got a bit of a tank slapper on the exit of Crowthorne, went the other way.
Wow.
Slid across the racetrack. Unexpected from Marcus Winkelhock.
Race leader in then at the end of lap 142, coming down the pit lane. So there is number 30 Honda, and that's going to put the 12 Porsche into the lead now.
For how long? Because it's got to be coming in probably at the end of this lap as well. But nice to see the 12 Porsche. Porsche leads this race momentarily. Look at the amount of brake dust coming off the front discs. As the car, the pads must get a right hammering around a circuit like this. So brake cooling is an absolute premium. Again, still cars going over the Honda. Likewise in.
Yeah, and 44 as well. Significantly, Niederhauser is in the pit lane.
So that is significant, because that's going to have a deal on whether that will be the overtake between the Niederhauser 44 Audi and the 12 Porsche. It is, Honda rolls down the pit lane.
So it breaks the beam now. 2 time, so add 65 minutes onto that, and the Niederhauser Audi gets out now. And
there's the BMW.
Mathieu Drudy takes over 44 just quickly, yeah.
And that gets ahead of the BMW.
And stays ahead this time as well, doesn't it? Yes, so significant pit stop, that change of pace.
Yeah, change of position. And I said, pit stops are probably going to be the zone where most of the overtaking from now until the 9 hours are complete. Because we've seen just cars, the pace of cars is so equal, they're not really able to do much. Best chance of overtakes is always going to come very shortly after a pit stop when you've got that fresh tyre on board. But that will be a disappointment for the BMW team to lose a position in the pit stop.
So this is the race leader, briefly, coming down the pit lane. This is Patrick Pilet. Again, he's the last of the leading group, or the car, number 12, is the last of the leading group to stop. In it comes. And full service, fuel tyres driver. So Mathieu Jaminet should take that car over. But yes, Earl Bamber, shown as having stayed behind the wheel, is indeed behind the wheel of number 54, interestingly, rather than giving it over to Kevin Astra.
The big question is, can this car get out before the 44 Audi comes down onto start-finish straight? Matteo Drudy behind the wheel will effectively be in second place once this pit stop is, because Patrick Pilet came in the lead. As we see, the BMW's closed the Audi down.
Yeah, it has. And here, Augusto Farfus looking as though he's going to have a go for position. Down towards turn 16, on its way down the pit lane. That is the Porsche, so it's going to jump both of them. It's going to be up into second place. So a good stop by the GPX Racing team. And yet, Porsche second, Audi third, BMW fourth. Number 34, the Valkenhorst BMW, has lost out on that round of pit stops.
2 positions.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at Farfus having a go one way, then the other way.
And in the background, Bamber ain't that far behind them, so a different complexion, a different battle, but the Audi, having chased after a Porsche for the last hour, is now having to defend from a BMW.
Well, we've got some cars with driver changes, some staying status quo. Will the fresh drivers into their respective cars enliven now this middle part of the race? Farfus certainly looked like he was all set to go to the races, trying to make a move on Matteo Drudy, and could have almost got it done. Would have been a mega pass had he done so. Matteo Drudy did a sterling job during his initial stint. So again, it's this thing of on your out lap, can you get the car working as quickly as possible? 0.3 of a second as they go up the hill. That was it, going across start-finish line. Farfus, he's a racer. Matteo Drudy is pretty impressive too.
Yeah. Now, Mathieu Jaminet at the wheel of number 12, they have just played their Joker pit stop. They were 1 second under the regulation, but you're allowed to do that once or twice over the race for their Joker pit stop. So, gained you a little bit of time, and you can only do it to the specified number. You can't keep doing it, but Joker pit stop played, and that's helped to jump number 12 up then ahead of this battle between Mathieu Drudy and Augusto Farfus. And the way that they're going at it suggests they're going to hold each other up by squabbling, which is even better news for the Porsche.
And as they say about property, it's all about position, position, position. That car in picture has got that position.
What about 54? It looks closer to the BMW now, so Farfus to Bamber, 3.2 seconds as they go across the line. But as ever it was, number 30 Honda leads the way, and the margin down a bit, granted, 7.4 seconds over the Porsche. Now it'll be interesting to see what Van der Zande can do to steady this gap, and indeed what, if anything, Jaminet can do to bring it down, to think about attacking as we go into the second half of the race.
Well, Jaminet's got the task. He's got to find a way to run down the Porsche. He hasn't got the car in sight. The minute he does get the car in sight, that's even more inspiration for Jaminet to push, push, push. So the gap, 7.1 seconds at the last time of crossing start-finish line. Honda, Renger van der Zande, he has just done, again, like all Honda drivers done, wheel-perfect drive. Yeah. Feel a bit sorry for Augusto Farfus because it was in the pit lane that they lost those 2 positions, and we've seen how hard it is to overtake. So all he can hope for is he can get onto terms with Matteo Drudy, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. The Audi's got that little bit of advantage now, 2 or 3 laps into the respective stints, and I don't think Farfus could do much about it.
No, he can't. He was on his toes at the very beginning, trying to take advantage as Matteo Drudi got himself back up to speed. It's been a while since Matteo was behind the wheel of the car, but Augusto Farfus couldn't make that move. Now he's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught by the charging Earl Bamber. Interesting that they kept Earl in rather than do a driver change, because his pace wasn't mega in that last hour, but still behind the wheel he is. And of course, sorry, just quickly to say that number 12 Porsche, now that it's second in the classification, that further strengthens its position at the head of the point standings. Champion-elect, number 12 Porsche.
This car, I wonder who they will put in, because Van Thor and Esther, they've both done 2 hours apiece, or is it only 1 hour for Van Thor and 1 hour? I can't remember.
It's only one stint for Van Thor and Esther. Yeah, one
so,
1 hour. Yeah.
So either Esther or Van Thor will do 1 hour, and possibly the other will do the final 2 hours. Don't know, wait and see. I don't know which of the 2 drivers maybe would be considered the better nighttime driver, because the final hour and a bit of this will be in darkness, and it'll be pitch black, I can assure you. When the lights go out in the southern hemisphere, all you got for guidance is the stars in the sky. And you may not even see them tonight with that cloud base hovering over the sun.
I'm trying to remember who it was that was behind the wheel of 54 when it did its stint reset stop. I've got a feeling that was Van Thor rather than Estra, but I couldn't swear to that. The point being that although it's a stint reset, of course it does all count towards your maximum time behind the wheel of the car, the maximum being 3 hours and 45 minutes. So yes, the teams do have to play that carefully. I think it was Van Thor, but I'll be prepared to be corrected on it. Number 34 BMW then, Augusto Farfus, dropping back from Matteo Drudi. The leader has gone across the line, Renger van der Zande, 4.5 hours done. Where do we stand with the lead gap? Let's see, there's Mathieu Jaminet going through in second place. 6.9 seconds, come down a bit.
Yep, it's come down by about 3/4 of a second, so Jaminet making small steps into the lead of the leading contest.
And also on the timing screen, just to finish a point you made early on, we've just had the message, reset of all track limits. So it's at the halfway point of the race. So all those track limit warnings, all those Damoclesian investigations, they've all gone, and you've got a fresh 4.5 hours now.
Wow, well, that's a relief for everybody in the pit lane, particularly the 12 Porsche, but that was the one that was, as you mentioned, the sword of Damocles was hanging above its head. Not a pleasant thought, but you know, that's the downside of track limit abuses. So now they can go out and do it all again until they get further notifications of track limit abuses.
Absolutely. So it resets at halfway, message on the timing screen, and now the drivers think, good, I can push a bit, take a few more liberties, and 1 or 2 of them are going to need to in order to hoist themselves up the order. Jaminet then running in second place. Now in sector 1, he was a 10th quicker than van der Zande. Because that Porsche hasn't got to defend and it's got clear road ahead and it can attack, this is going to be a really interesting hour to see what the gap is going to be like and whether it continues to come down.
Well, 6.9 seconds is the gap. That was at the end of the previous lap. And very shortly, we're going to see the lead Honda come across start-finish line. And if Jaminet can take a couple more tenths out of that lead, then maybe the stint could interest. So wait and see, waiting for timing and scoring to register. The Honda's gone through, we're waiting for the gap to Jaminet in second place. He goes across the line. It's increased up to 7.1 seconds.
Interesting, isn't it?
Oh, disappointing.
Yeah, it is. A good stint, though, or good 2 stints thus far. Patrick Niederhauser, Audi number 44, and he's in the pit lane, ready to have a word with Gemma Scott about what has been a very busy race thus far for the driver, the Swiss driver of Audi 44.
Patrick, the race has started off very, very hectic, and things seem to be settling down a little bit at this halfway point. You guys are holding your own there in third.
Yeah, start was quite hectic, a few touches here and then, but yeah, now I think we're all in the rhythm. Had a good fight with Pilet before. It was quite difficult to overtake him. Didn't really get the chance for it, but yeah, the race is still long, almost halfway through now, so yeah, we just keep going.
I mean, difficult to overtake simply because he's driving defensively, or simply because of the pace?
Well, I think the strength of the Audi is actually corner speed, and not really. We are missing actually some top speed. So every time
Yeah, I'm really close in the corners, but then on the straight line we just don't have enough power.
We've got another 4.5 hours or just about there to go. Do you think you can pull anything specific out of the bag now to climb up any further?
Sorry, I did.
Do you think you can pull anything special together to get climbing up the order a little bit more at this point?
Yeah, I think we still have a choker.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Nice one, Patrick. Oh, sorry, not Patrick. Patrick Niederhauser, yes. So they've still got their joker to play, and we've seen that playing a joker at an opportune time, it certainly helped the 12 Porsche. So he will be looking to his team at some stage, sooner maybe or later, depending on what their overall position is. But the gap between second and third is 2.5 seconds, just a fraction under that 2.5 second gap between first and second is back down to under 7 seconds by a few milliseconds. It's almost academic. So every time the Porsche pushes that little bit more, the Honda, whether it's Renger van der Zender, whichever the drivers behind the wheel, Bernard or Bertrand Baguette or Mario Farnbacher, they just can still keep the gap where they want it to be. And I suppose you might say, what a frustrating time it is for those around. Because look, you got Jaminet pushing, clear road ahead of him, no interference from either behind or certainly nothing interfering in the car in front. Niederhauser said the Porsche's got a little bit more straight line speed, we've got maybe a little bit better handling in the corners, and it ebbs and flows all the way around this 16-turn racetrack. Up at the top of the circuit, and through Leerkop, then you don't really take a second apex, you ignore that and just let the car take its natural exit course. Then down the mine shaft, down the hill. As we look at the 44, Matteo Drudi chasing 2.4 seconds behind. Come on, guys, give me a bit more gas. I mean, Niederhauser said that we don't have the power. Well, all these engines, the configurations you've got, they're all, with the balance of performance, meant to be roughly similar. There are other factors that come into play, of course. It's not simply saying, we haven't got enough horsepower. There are differences in aerodynamics and drag. So those are elements which a driver can say, oh, the car's flat as a kipper, can't go any quicker in a straight line. The Porsche's pulling past me. It's maybe more to do with the aerodynamics of the car than simply saying the engine doesn't have the same horsepower, doesn't match those around me. Familiar tale of woe from every racing driver that I've known, and I'm one of them too. So, out of clubhouse, Earl Bamber slings it down the short chute between barbecue and getting it into, you can carry the speed in. I love Sunset, carry so much speed in, run the curb on the exit, then hard on the brakes, got to get on the brakes early to get that nose in, then back on the throttle, hard all the way down to the S's. And before you know it, David, we'll have 150 laps on the scoreboard.
Absolutely right, and I'm slightly curious as to why the BMW number 34 lost so many places, so much time in the pit. Did they do something else? Did they need to do something else, or was it just a bad pit stop? But it certainly compromised it. He was losing pace in the previous stint anyway with Katzberg. You talked about him having to bandage a problem, but did they have to do something in the pit lane which therefore cost it time? Because having run second, it's now fourth and not responding.
There's very little they could have done to change the car, because you've got to change 4 wheels and tyres, you've got to refuel it, you've got to do the driver change. If they had to make a mechanical change, they'd have pushed the car into the garage, because 2 people couldn't refuel and change the wheels and tyres and then effect another change. So they'd have refueled the car, put it straight back into the garage, or maybe even done the wheels and tyres back in the garage. So I think that just all they can do, they will have a certain amount of adjustment available to them within the cockpit. They're going to have to work around what they've got. But how they lost, in effect, those 2 positions, it'll be a frustration. And you know, the frustration is by losing those 2 positions in the pit lane, impossible almost, not totally, but very difficult indeed, to reclaim back that you've lost in the pit lane.
Yeah, they need a safety car to close the gaps. Yeah. They need drama, because it's tough, as we know. 54 Earl Bamber, that car looking a bit racier, but Matthew Drudi at the wheel of 44 Audi is escaping up the road. there you can see on the leaderboard who's gained, who has lost of late. So Augusto Farfus back down to 4th place after the good first stint. And of course, now he's getting back into a car that he's spent more time in than the other drivers, but will feel different from when he got out of it a few hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a good news story, Jaminet, 2nd place Porsche, has taken about 4/10 of a second out of the lead of Renger van der Zende. The gap is down to under 6.5 seconds, 6.469 to be precise. This car, of course, is the car that has set the new lap record around here earlier in the afternoon with Matt Campbell behind the wheel. So Jaminet has found a little bit of pace. Maybe Renger van der Zende just eased off a little bit, thinking about what we are doing in this stint. Comes across the line to go into lap 152, 6.4. It's gone up to 6.5. It's just a tenth here, a tenth there. It's almost irrelevant.
You've now got to that point where you need the rival car to have a problem. You're not going to be able to just do it on pure pace. And we know that dramas can happen. Go and ask Bentley, go and ask Nick Tandy from Spa. Out of nowhere, these things can crop up.
Look at the last lap at Spa. The Audi, if they'd been made aware that the Porsche had that clankety-clank at their drive shaft or differential, they could have won that race. But I don't know if the message got through or not. But as it happens, Niederhauser finished 2nd and Porsche won with Nick Tandy. So anything can happen in endurance events. That's why they're called endurance.
Absolutely. And although effectively they are long sprint races these days, the key to it, not making mistakes, not getting it wrong in the pits, and the reliability of the car. And we've lost that Bentley. Again, factory effort, huge disappointment. The Bentley programme that has had its moments, but you could argue at times flattered to deceive, really. Perhaps they've not won as much as anticipated as perhaps they should have done. Right now, though, you can't argue with the pace of Mathieu Jaminet because he's pounding on. The gap 6.5 seconds to the leading Honda and doing what he has to do. Keep the car out of trouble. And of course, right now, with fewer cars around him compared to the earlier stint, that's a lot easier to achieve.
All you got to do is use the rhythm method. It works all the time.
And this car, if things stay as they are, would win the championship by 4 points over the Honda. And like I said earlier, the Honda can't do any more to gain more points. It's got to hope that that Porsche falls back in the pack. The best thing that can happen is that others get up ahead of the GPX Porsche. But for Jaminet, Pilet and Campbell, right now they've got one hand on that Intercontinental GT Challenge trophy.
Yes, but remember, 4 hours and 18 minutes to go. We're just over the halfway distance. Long time remaining. And whether it's a 6-hour endurance event or a 3-hour, a 3-hour endurance event these days is a glorified sprint. And this is, in effect, a sprint 9-hour race. So there's the car that is currently in 4th place. One of the drivers behind the wheel of that car is down in the pit lane waiting to have a word or more, hopefully more, with Gemma Scott.
Sheldon, we've just seen Nicky come in the last pit stop and a driver change over, but the car swaps 2 places. What's happened?
Yeah, I think basically the Audi didn't change tyres, so obviously it had hot tyres on the outlap and they had an advantage on us. Augusto changed tyres, so he obviously had cold tyres and just got overtaken by, I think, Patrick. And then obviously the Porsche jumped us both because they boxed a lap later. So obviously the fighting caused us some time. But it's all right, still a long race to go, still 4 hours to go, and we're still in the mix. Car's feeling good, and my teammates are happy with the car as well.
Are there any advantages to double stinting the tyres?
I think it could become an option because you don't see the lap times really dropping at all towards the end. So it could become an option for sure, especially for the out lap and the in lap. I think you gain some time there, but yeah, we have to see.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Well, a lot of ifs and ands and buts. So interesting to say or see what the BMW team, Sheldon van der Linde, remaining very optimistic indeed, not head hung like a sort of sad old pooch. But I should have said Porsche actually, Porsche pooch. But anyway, the BMW, Augusto Farfus in 4th place, some 3.5 seconds, I beg pardon, behind the 3rd place Audi, and not giving up. gap first and second has come back down again to under 6.5 seconds. And why? Well, this doesn't really matter because it'll probably go back up again in the next lap or two. So the pace that Jaminet is running at is the pace that Renger van der Zande is running to. So he's only doing what he needs to do to keep that gap first and second roughly where it is, round about 7 seconds on average. Earl Bamber nevertheless pounds on up the hill, 1.1 seconds behind Augusto Farfus. So that's actually good progress from the New Zealander in the dynamic motorsport Porsche. So he's driven very well all weekend, and both his stints have been impressive. And again, getting his head down, doing the hard yards. Probably not in the car that's the best Porsche he's ever driven, but that's the car he's been given, let alone he's driving. So get on with it, my man. Put the BM under pressure.
Yeah, the dynamic Porsche didn't seem to shine last year, did it? But back for another season in this race with dynamic is Earl Bamber. It was with Rover, don't forget that he had that win at Spa, so different team, but effectively the same car, same type of car, and he goes over the line, certainly closing on Farfus, so that gap is down again. 11 tenths of a second now between the BMW of the Monaco-based Brazilian and the Kiwi. There he is, Earl Bamber. So another place change beckons. Sheldon van der Linde not being, as you say, with his head hung low, but he might be a little bit more frustrated soon because that car is in danger of losing a place, no question.
If they lost another place, then that would be very, very difficult, in their opportunities in the championship of coming away, even getting on the podium, because it's only the top three get on the podium. So if they were to drop to 5th in this stint, then they're going to be having to do a lot of hard yards to try and make up that ground. And at the pace that the field has been running at throughout the day, both morning and afternoon, it's going to be a very tough deal indeed for everybody in the 34 BMW.
Now Dennis Marshall here is at the wheel at 45. He's had a rather checkered race thus far. Driver that's come from the Audi Sport TT Cup, from the ADAC GT Masters competition, and Dennis Marshall probably, it's fair to say, the quicker of the three drivers in that car as he goes over the timing line once more. But after losing laps early on with that spin into the gravel, of course it's always going to be playing catch up. It's 7 laps down, but Dennis Marshall has just done its fastest lap of the race.
Yes, and that's a very good effort. So a car that wasn't ever going to be at the front of the field, but is just going out and doing the best they can. So 1:43.4 for that car and for the driver lineup is a very commendable effort indeed.
So Renger van der Zande is the overall leader, 6 seconds to the good, and the Silver Cup Audi number 45 goes through the approach then now to Clubhouse through the left-hander, and it's good that that car is in the race. Car collection, as I say, having an Audi Sport entry and this what you might call ordinary entry, but good that a team that's come out of German national events and the RCN, VLN primarily, plus GT Masters, being given the chance to run at this event, and good experience for the drivers, for the team as well, with plenty of track time and plenty of pit stops to cycle through.
Yeah, and it's the experience of running in a long distance event. I mean, this is a long distance event by the standards of other of the series that we visit during the course of the year. Just looking at the lead gap, Jaminet has managed to get it down to 6 seconds, not 6.5 seconds. So wait and see what's going to happen when we go around again to lap 156 as we again focus on 45 Audi. Doing a nice job.
It is. I mean,
that's the job they're there to do, and they're doing a nice job.
And Dennis Marshall brought in, if you like, as the gun for hire. His mission is very straightforward: go as quickly as you can, do the best for effectively the customers. Milan Doncia as well actually is in that car, and he too is quick, but gaining experience, because to race at this level is important. It's a new circuit, new format for them, longer races, so looking good all round.
I mean, just to put into perspective the lap time of the 45 Audi, Dennis Marshall, he was actually quicker on that last lap by about 1/10 of a second than Oliver Jarvis was in the number 8 Bentley.
So if only they'd not lost all those laps earlier on, you never know.
You never know.
Like we said at the start, keep out of trouble. Look at all the rubber that's junked onto the pit straight now, and of course that's going to become more of a factor, finding things on the racetrack when it's dark, because you won't see them, you'll just feel them.
Let's hope there's no black mambas around in that case.
Snakes, John, lots of snakes.
Oh, I love snakes.
Now, right now, Renger van der Zande is being caught. Not by much, but little by little by little. 5.8 seconds now the margin as he hangs it out over the curb. But again, just keep out of trouble in that stint. That's the task, isn't it?
I can't see any reason why the Honda's having its lead eaten into. It's just doing everything as it's done all the way through. Mathieu Jaminet has made progress. He's over the last number of laps. He's basically taken, it's a second in round figures, but it's a significant figure because can he get it down to 5.5 seconds? If he can get it down to under 5 seconds, I wonder what the reaction is going to be from this Honda team, because that'll be a concern that their pace is not the controlling pace of this race.
Might be a concern, but then the next stint, you put Mario Farnbacher back into the car, who qualified it on pole, was the fastest driver throughout qualifying and the pole shootout, and maybe he can stretch the margin once more.
But you put Matt Campbell into the number 12 Ford. Yeah. Whatever, you can argue it any which way you want to. There are stars and their cars, and so which star will be in the number 12 car, which star will be in the number 30 car. Well, I wouldn't want to say because I don't want to offend anybody.
No, that's not your nature, is it?
Not my nature.
You sit on that fence, John.
I'll sit on that fence.
I'll help you with the splinters. Renger van der Zande, race leader, 5.6 seconds. That margin over Mathieu Jaminet in second spot still. Now, Jaminet's last lap was a 43.148. Mathieu Drudy third, a 143.129, fractionally faster. We're getting excited about the Porsche closing on the Honda, but can the Audi stay with the second place Porsche, make it a three-way fight before the end of this next stint of the race?
Love it to bits if it happened, but we have to wait and see. It's coming up to 4 hours to go there, second place Porsche. And the Audi should have 3.559 seconds behind, should be coming into the now, there it is.
Yeah. And the red Audi we talked about a little while ago, just being warned about track limit abuse, by the way, coming through the mine shaft and the Crocodiles. Mathieu Drudy there hustling on. We've seen him driving for Attempto largely this year, but like Christopher Hauser, like Patrick Niederhauser, plonked into a different squad for this race, and they know the car inside out. They work together well as a combination of drivers, and it's looking good as they drop downhill then. This is Mathieu Drudy hustling on, trying to catch Jaminet. So you've got Honda, Porsche, Audi, BMW, 4 different brands in the top 4.
As it should be. As it should be. So, Mathieu Drudy comes through the last corner, gap between first and second. Let's have a look and see, 5.704 seconds. Second to third gap, 3.654. We're really focusing on the decimal points to see the differences in lap times now.
Saul Hacks back at the wheel of number 9. So the perfect circle, Coca-Cola deckled, Lechner Racing Run, Porsche goes through. That's the race leader, Renger van der Zande, still up front. But of course, with the number 12 Porsche second, they are no longer leading the championship. Make the point again, they can do no more, win the race, but they need number 12 to drop back in the pack. Now, as the Honda accelerates around lap 159, we saw number 45 Audi a little while ago, Dennis Marshall behind the wheel of it, Milan Doncha and Martin Lechman, the other 2 drivers of that car, and Gemma has headed to the car collection pit to talk more.
Milan, we're just under halfway, or just over halfway distance now. How's the race been for you guys so far?
Yeah, it's quite challenging. Martin Lechman started the race. We lost some time over there and some laps. We're driving our own race, and we're just trying to learn every lap by lap. And for now, it's quite good. We're improving every time. But as I say, it's quite difficult to drive against all those factory cars. And we're just driving our own race at the moment.
And enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. It's a great track to drive, so I'm really happy about it.
Have you raced here before?
No, it's first time, so...
So what are your impressions? There's a lot of undulation, there's some real high points as well.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. It's a really difficult track because you want to push, but then you're over-pushing, and you're not allowed to not push because then you're going too slow. So, but it's a really awesome track to drive. It's really hard to drive as well. For 1 hour, it's already, you're getting quite exhausted, but it's a lot of fun.
Plus with the humidity, the heat as well, that really adds to the tiredness, and the altitude, that must affect you as a driver.
Yeah, it really does. It's quite hard. It's a good practice for the 24 hours for the next year.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Milan Doncha, former GT4 Silver Cup champion in Audi R8 GT4s, very different car from the more aero-affected GT3. Is getting ready for his next stint. Farfus, in the meantime, is getting ready for a fight because only a second and a half behind him is Earl Bamber. So we're building up to it, John, for 4th place. BMW versus Porsche, they're almost together.
Well, we're going to have two little battles going on, I think, very soon. One is this battle we're going to be enjoying between the BMW and the Porsche, and that, likewise, is going to be, can Matteo Drudi stay in contact with Jaminet. Jaminet is 5.8 seconds behind Renger van der Zende. This is probably going to be the principal one because Bamber has very much got the BMW in his sights, and once you get that gap down to 1.5 seconds, and it's always lovely to be pursuing than to be the pursued.
Well, Jaminet has had a good run up the order, and there Earl Bamber's Porsche number 54. Running 5th, don't forget it was 10th on the grid, so it has gained ground, but the number 34 BMW could well fall behind it. And of course, these are two other combinations here, Farfus and Katzberg, Bamber and Vanthoor, fighting for a championship. So both need to be as high up the order as they can be, but they can't do that while number 12, the Jaminet-driven GPX Porsche, is humbling both.
Yes, it is, and it's got a sort of comfortable advantage over Matteo Drudi. But we go back to how this race is ultimately going to be won and lost, and for me it'll always be what happens in the pit lane. As much as these drivers are driving the wheels off their cars, the advantage, the losses are so minimal that it's a 2-second loss in the pit stop is going to be very difficult to make up on the racetrack.
What we're not seeing at the moment, with the gaps having opened up and with a smaller field, are the regular incidents with people tripping over one another in traffic, so it's become a much cleaner race. I mean, the last interruption was because of a car with a mechanical problem that needed retrieval rather than a car after a spin or an accident. Yes, there's always the chance that a driver might make a mistake and spin it into the gravel bed, as we saw from Martin Lechman, but largely the pros won't be doing that.
Well, if you want a bit of action, turn the taps on. Let's have a bit of rain.
We tried earlier. We tried.
We didn't try hard enough, did it? So that will be clearly the element that is, I suppose, at the backs of the minds of everybody in the pit lane. So, as in every endurance event, keep your position, maintain that position as best as possible. Most of all, stay on the lead lap. But looking at trying to get a view of the sky around the racetrack, certainly no lightning in the sky presently. So that's a good sign. Looks like the sky is reasonably high, which is another good sign.
Well, there is Earl Bamber at the start of this lap. He was 1.3 seconds back from Farfus. Let's see what the gap's going to be this time as they come up towards the line. BMW to Porsche. It is down by 3/10. It's just over a second. Yeah, so Bamber is getting on with the job, no question about it. Doing his best, and that Porsche may not be the fastest car here right now, but are they adopting the strategy of maybe Falcon Horse doing the same for the BMW? Be there when it matters at the end. Keep to a pace now. Keep something left, look after the car, and push late in the race, because Bamber is 16.5 seconds off the lead with 4 hours to go.
Looking at my weather app,
yes.
It's done a volt fast.
Has it?
The rain has vanished and it's now sunshine all the way through, a bit of cloud as well, but sunshine principally all the way through until 8 o'clock.
Right. So that little sprinkling could be all that we're going to get. So it's down to no longer think about how you can exploit the weather. Leave your nighttime specialist to the very end, because it's going to finish in the darkness. Maybe that's now what teams are doing to think about the driver rotation. But you can see the way the gaps come down, and Earl Bamber now has a realistic chance of gaining a place, because we're still round about 25 minutes to half an hour away from the next round of stops. So he's certainly got time to gain that place for the BM.
Getting past Farfus is not an easy task, and he sees the Porsche closing. He'll use the remaining strength that the BMW has got to defend against the Porsche. So Earl Bamber has chipped away at the gap between the two cars. So now onto the fastest part of the Kyalami racetrack, getting up around in qualifying, certainly up to about just under 240 kilometers per hour, not maybe quite so quick in race conditions. So Bamber just beginning to place the Porsche a little bit into the mirror of the BMW, just to say to Augusta Farfus, remember me? I'm coming, mate, I'm coming.
I'm back. So Earl Bamber, there he is, in a car that we've identified earlier on as looking edgy. Does it look any smoother now? Is Earl Bamber on top of it more, maybe, than Kevin Estre was?
I think there's this difference in style. Kevin, when he was in behind the wheel of the Porsche, was just ragging the car so much. Earl Bamber's not doing that. It's a difference in style of drivers, different in the personality of the men. So maybe the style that Bamber's adapting to the circumstances of the car he's got to drive is maybe more efficient than that from the exciting to watch and fun to watch Kevin Estre.
But it's an effective style, come what may, because that gap is coming down, as we say. So for fourth place, and of course to affect championship scores here, the Porsche closing on the BMW. Now, if Earl Bamber gets himself up into fourth place, still doesn't really help as far as the championship is concerned. He won't overhaul the Chamonix Porsche, but it's a step forward.
Step in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly.
And the gap between leader and second place is down to 5.4 seconds. So yet again, fractional gains here and there, and with the prospect of this being a dry race now to the checkered flag. Well, I wonder what have these guys got left in their tanks?
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? We've just tripped over another hour, so under 4 hours to go now. Broken the back of this race, the teams might think, but there are plenty more stings in tails to come, as Renger van der Zander's advantage is hovering around the 5.6 second margin now, but Earl Bamber accelerates out of barbecue, hustles on behind the BMW. And is there going to be a chance to get through before the end of this stint? I reckon there is, given the pace. That's the leader, lest we forget. Team Honda Racing doing a really impressive job. There aren't many of these cars around in GT3 racing, and you do wonder why, because they look good, they're getting quicker all the time, and here the car has been very, very impressive indeed.
I mean, I've always been impressed by the NSX Honda when I've seen it. I think it looks, it's a stellar looking car. It's got fantastic, Honda in general make wonderful engines. The twin turbo V6, they don't have the hybrid version. This is just the aspirated version. Nevertheless, it's a great package. If you want to design a road car, design it as a race car, which is what Honda's done with the NSX, Ferrari has done with the 488, and then put your compromises in for road use. And what you've got with the Honda is a superb race car.
With the Italian Jazz team looking after it, down to Crowthorne goes the leading car, then Renger van der Zander on lap 1:65 right now. Last year we got to 2:59, but we had, of course, a lot of safety car running and a lot of rain, so it's going to mean there's a higher number of laps. This year, faster average pace. Van der Zander on. The Honda last year was Bertrand Baguette driving with Dane Cameron and Marco Bononomi. It only did 55 laps, and Engine Dramas put it out. So, if nothing else, it's achieved a lot more than it did here last year.
Yeah, there's a different. I think fundamentally the problem was they hadn't got the top of the cooling of the radiators, how that all functions. That's been addressed. 5.9 seconds for Chamonix, dropped back fractionally again from Renger van der Zender, and behind Matteo Drudi likewise, just over the 3.5 seconds. Focus really now is that half a second and a bit. Earl Bamber is behind Augustus Farfus. There's the third place Audi down the hill, around the mine shaft. And then, was that a bird or a bit of rubber flew up?
I thought it was a bird.
Yeah, there are lots of birds around Kyalami, a lot of nature as well.
Snakes, I thought.
Oh yes, oh yes. I don't know which brand. You might have a cobra, you might have a viper. Oh, those are car brands, sorry.
Audi 44 then. Matteo Drudi, the Italian driver, hasn't been able to come back at Géminé. We thought early on he might be able to close, and in turn, could Farfus catch him? Well, the gaps have steadily opened up. So now this Audi nearly 4 seconds back. There he is from Géminé's Porsche up the road ahead.
Here's the battle that really is the focus. Currently with 3 hours and 56 minutes remaining. Earl Bamber, great stint to draw himself up to the tail of the BMW. The gap was 6.649 of a second. The round figures half a second. So out of barbecue. Once again, into the clutches of Sunset. Send it into the corner. Let it run wide. And then back to the right hand side of the track. Down a 3 gears or 2 gears, certainly probably a second gear corner for most of these cars. And the sprint up to the S's. Oh, I remember this very well. I did, it was the 9 hours I did a couple of times. 1 year was 9 hours, 1 hour was a 6-hour race.
Now bear in mind that these two cars will pit on the same lap. So the BMW and Porsche are, I reckon, about 19 minutes away or so from their stop, but because they pit on the same lap, they're going to have to sort this out on the track. They can't necessarily try and jump ahead in the pit stops because they'll be doing it at the same time, and they should be doing it to roughly the same time because there's the minimum long stop for the teams. Ring of Understand the race leader, 5.6 seconds to the good. And let's have a look back at the highlights of the race thus far. Began with the field storming down through the kink at turn 1. Augusto Farfus attacking Bertrand Baguette on the inside, Jordan Pepper's Bentley on the outside. But it was the Honda that held sway as Jordan Pepper ran out wide, halfway around the lap. If that, there was the first drama of the race. Marcus Winkelhock and Alex Buncombe coming to grief. Damage for the Audi. The Bentley survived, stayed on the lead lap, but has lost pace. And it was the Audi heading for pits, losing time like 3 laps while repairs were effected. It was all smiles in Honda Racing though, because the NSX continued to lead up front as a great Porsche battle was on between Earl Bamber and Patrick Pilet, who was not that amused about Earl Bamber's elbows out style, but it brought the dynamic Porsche ahead of the GPX racing car, with also getting in on the act, the Audi in the hands of Patrick Niederhauser and Frederic Verviche in the WRT Audi running in that group as well. Niederhauser on the attack, up alongside. Patrick Pilet moved ahead, secured the place, and then Verviche came up to have a stab at the outside line as well. Verviche made his move against Patrick Pilet up at turn 10, but Pilet got the undercut. Wide in, tight out. The two of them ran side by side downhill. A brief clash between the pair, but Pilet's Porsche back ahead of the Belgian driver's Audi. As off the road went the car collection entry. Martin Lechman at the wheel of it, around he went. He was stuck in the gravel, and that lost the car a good few laps while the marshals attended. More pit stops, more drama. Bentley number 7 had a misfire. The car was released after a pit stop, but instantly the engine was in real strife. There were flames from the car, and it didn't complete the lap before it, in a rather smoky, smouldering state, pulled to one side. Maxime Soulet out. He had to attend to the blaze with the marshals, and that was the end of the number 7 Bentley from the race, from the championship, and the end of an era. 3 Bentley boys now out of work. Great Porsche battle in the next stint of the race. Lawrence Vanthoor battling with Matt Campbell. Round the outside went Vanthoor. Campbell crossed up. Audi attacked to the inside line. Lawrence Vanthoor on his toes, gaining ground, and Matt Campbell dropped back in the pack, but he was able to recover as the stint went on, and he would do a new lap record as he hustled the car back into contention. Up front though, the Honda still untroubled, still leading the way as the rain started to fall. We expected very heavy rain. It was windy as well as wet, but it passed through relatively quickly, and a really opportunistic move put number 12 Matt Campbell up ahead of the 32 Audi. Joel Wirtz falling back ever so slightly, as also David Pittard came up to have a go in the other Valkenhorst BMW. Vanthoor running out wide as he came onto the pit straight, but then coming under attack. Matt Campbell hunting him down, and a big slide by Vanthoor completely compromised him at the end of the Crocodiles. That enabled the GPX Racing Porsche to squirt up alongside and get the job done. the next round of pit stops, though. The BMW was in danger, number 34, of losing ground. Just able to secure the place around the outside of number 44, Audi. Nick Katzberg then hanging on to second place throughout his stint, but the BMW not seeming to have the pace in that hour relative to this car. The leading Honda that built the gap to over 10 seconds, and Nick Katzberg was trying everything to stay in touch, running way out wide, rattling over the curb. Patrick Niederhauser spent his hour staring at the back of number 12 Porsche. Patrick Pilet running out wide. Marcus Finkelhock running out of road. He got it wrong down at turn 2. The incident finished halfway through the Drutski sweep. Finkelhock able to rejoin, but the man that came here with an outside chance of winning a second Intercontinental GT Challenge Championship title is now very much on the back foot. 3 laps down in 9th place. So Renger van der Zander's Honda then continues to lead here at Kyalami with under 4 hours of the race to go now. Clock ticks on down, but extraordinarily this car has not yet been headed. So the number 30 Honda, even allowing for the shuttle on pit stops, has maintained its race lead. It's an extraordinary drive. So only when that car has fed into the pit lane does briefly the number 12 Porsche have a sniff just because of the cycle of pit stops of getting itself into the lead of the race. But the number 30 Honda doing an exceptional job. So 3 hours 15 minutes to go. And Van der Zander Honda, Jaminet Porsche, Drudy Audi, Varkas BMW, Bamber Porsche, covered by under 20 seconds. That top 5 right.
And the sky's beginning to brighten.
It is indeed. You don't want that, do you?
Well, endurance races should be a challenge at every level. I mean, we don't expect snow or ice, leave that for those laddie people. But we had rain here last year, it played its part. So, I mean, obviously, if you're 50,000 race fans here, you don't want it to rain. No. But one of the benefits of maybe having the pandemic is that you could actually have an influence on what weather you got. So if we could book maybe an hour of wet weather raining, maybe before the final hour of the race, just to ginger it up a little bit and throw a well, we've seen a joker being played, but that nature play, it's joker.
Send your track waterers out like you do for rallycross or oval racing. There, Mathieu Drudy presses on. Now, what's he got to try to make up relative to Mathieu Jaminet? 4.2 seconds, doesn't seem a lot, but it has grown.
It's grown, it's extended. And Jaminet is down to 5.1 seconds behind Renger van der Zander, so he's pounding away. The last lap, he was half a second quicker than the Honda driver. But I think Mathieu Drudy, what you see is what you got. There's not an awful lot left, again, for him in the tank. And likewise, Earl Bamber, he got up to under a second. Now that gap's going to 1.1 seconds. So same old story, catch, but can you pass?
Indeed so, but the next round of stops is about, 12 minutes or so away for number 34 BMW. I'll give you. So just under that to make sure that you don't go over the allowance. So a few laps yet, but 14 minutes or so before the next round of stops for number 34 and this car, because they're pitting on the same lap, don't forget, in the current sequence.
So Bamber, the Porsche looks really quick coming into turn 16. BM always looks as if it's got time in hand because the car is such a compliant car around the racetrack. The Porsche has speed because it looks fast. Doesn't necessarily mean it is fast, but it looks fast.
And then Earl Bamber turns through Crowthorne up the Jutski sweep, heads towards Barbecue. And on the start of this lap, 1.2 seconds back. So again, he's almost there, but finding these 10s not easy, given how evenly matched the cars are.
Well, I mean, each guy is literally driving to the maximum capacity the car is going to give him, and it's only minute little, maybe braking a meter or two early or late, maybe being a little bit too soon on the throttle on the exit of a corner, running a curb on the exit of a corner, just as Earl Bamber did there. All these little, not to call them errors, but just foibles, are where this time ebbs and flows from.
Plus the strengths and weaknesses of the cars, or the relative strength at different parts of the racetrack. There, BMW up at turn 10. highest point of the circuit, let your nose bleed, and then plunge downhill, speed building through the mine shaft with a kink. And then down towards the crocodiles, heading towards the end of the lap. This circuit that had the return of international racing last year with the Kyalami 9 Hour was a real hit with the drivers, with the teams, and to next year with a bigger grid and a proper crowd as well to revel in international GT racing once more. To the end of lap 171 comes Augusto Farfus, Earl Bamber behind him, 1.2 seconds adrift at the start of this lap, and the margin now as they go by is actually up a little bit, 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's just, what can you say, it's just the way it goes. Whether the BMW finds something on that previous lap, last 0.4 of a second on the 1.1 seconds it was, now it's 1.5. I mean, not just the physical side of driving these cars, it's the level of commitment and concentration. I mean, the depth of concentration required to drive a racing car at the car's limit, lap upon lap upon lap, at altitude, in a relatively warm ambient temperature on a high work rate circuit. And this is where the driver fitness comes into play. These guys just don't go into the gym to look good. They go in because they need to go in to condition their bodies to deal with the conditions that they're going to have to contend with, especially coming to Kyalami at that altitude. The people, unless you've been at altitude, you don't maybe fully understand what it's like. Your ability, your lung capacity is limited by the altitude you're at.
And on top of all of that, you throw the darkness into whoever's going to be in the car for the very end. They have all, of course, had a go in the night practice session just to get a feel for it, but ideally you would keep your bravest, most experienced driver in for that nighttime stint, partly because of the nuances of the night, but also as you're finishing, you want your quickest driver in the end in case of a late race safety car anyway.
You could say some of them are always in the dark, but I mean, to get into nighttime driving, something that some drivers relish. I mean, the power of the headlights in these cars today is absolutely phenomenal. So they illuminate basically every part of the racetrack that needs illuminating. There isn't, from memory, any circuit lighting around the racetrack. So it is just whatever the ambient light that's coming from lots of the surrounding buildings. A lot of them are industrial, some of them are residential. The pit lane obviously is illuminated. But you've got to make your apexes, you've got to make your exits, you've got to not run over on a curb. And that's where some drivers are better in the dark than others.
Well, they're going through Charlotte's sixth relative newcomer, but of course, having had an impressive run in the sprint races, sprint challenge in GT World Challenge Europe this year. To take the crown, goes over the curb, and look, he is still hunting down Earl Bamber. He's 2.5 seconds back on Bamber, who's 1.6 seconds back on Farfus. So again, close. Not there yet, but close.
At one point, it looked like it was closer. In fact, it was under a second at one stage. But for whatever reasons, it's just the way the cars are performing as they go deeper and deeper into their stints. So whether the BM is picking up a little bit more performance or the Porsche is dropping back because of other reasons. In the meantime, Charles Veit's 2.5 seconds behind Earl Bamber. So from what Patrick Niederhauser said, he reckons that the Audi handles better than the Porsche. The Porsche's got that little bit of additional straight line performance, and it all balances itself out, but it all goes, up when you get into that very close proximity to the Audi.
So through goes Farfus, who is now, 8 minutes or so away from the end of his stint. So 3 laps probably before he needs to think about coming in. Renger van der Zande in the meantime. The gap has certainly come down over the course of this stint. Without 4.5 seconds, Mathieu Jaminet will bring that Porsche in a much better place next than it was.
Well, when I stepped outside for a couple of straps of biltong, I didn't really notice the gap had come down, but it is down to 4.5 seconds. And that's the smallest the gap has been at any point in this stint. So Jaminet, last lap 43.0, only a tenth quicker than Renger van der Zande, but there, it's there for you to see. It was that purple patch, purple in that sector that's what's done the damage to the lead that the Hondas enjoyed. So down to 4.5 seconds, will the Honda respond? Will they be able to just take another 3 or 4 tenths out of the pace that Jaminet has illustrated in these last few laps?
There's the Porsche then in second spot, and very much the stronger of the two Porsches right now, because the Dynamic Motorsport car of Earl Bamber, 5th, yep, it's on the lead lap, but it's not really coming back up the order. And there you see Bentley number 8 going through. Significance of that is that Oliver Jarvis is about to go a lap down, and we know that once you lose a lap, life becomes really difficult.
Yes, I mean, the object is to stay on the lap, the race leader's lap. Just over halfway through this race, that car is not performing up to the expectations of Bentley. Sadly, the 7 Bentley went out relatively early, having a great couple of stints, and Maxime Soulet got into it, and it was already crook, apparently, before it left the pit lane, so the team knew that something pretty serious was awry with that car. So 44 swings through sunset. 4 seconds now behind Jaminet, and 10.5 seconds ahead of Farfus.
So Farfus running in 4th place, but he and Bamber, 4th and 5th, are going to be the first 2 on the current sequence that should pit. So they'll be in together. There's not much to choose on the track. 2 seconds, 2.1 seconds crept up to, but they'll be together when they come into the pit lane, pretty much, with 3 hours, 40 minutes of the race to go here. The Kyalami 9 hour, the Joe Berg Kyalami 9 hour works lap 175. This is Mattia Drudi, who is in 3rd place, down through the mine shaft, and Drudi having dropped away from the Jaminet Porsche. What's going on with the teams, different cars now, in order to, in some cases, gain that pace to pull away? Why are others losing pace as the race wears on? What, if anything, can they do to redress the balance?
But I'm sure they'll all give us a full-blown resume of their event when this race takes the checkered flag. Nobody really wants to come out in the pit lane and speak to Gemma Scott, hand on heart, and say, we don't have this or we haven't got that. We've got to keep your head held high, because, well, 3 hours and 39 minutes. It's a good lunch break for me.
The default option is to blame the BOP, of course. That's the starting point for a team. But there you've got 32 Charles Weerts, who is getting much closer now to Earl Bamber. 1.4 seconds. It was, what, 2.1 a little while ago. So Weerts is closing on Bamber better than Bamber is closing on Farfus. This might well be interrupted anyway, of course, by the next round of pit stops, but we're not going to be far off that. 32 Audi closing on the number 54 Porsche, which is about 4 minutes away from the end of a stint, under 4 minutes away from pitting.
I know this is a low degradation racetrack, but the fact that Earl Bamber has begun to drop back from Farfus, and the Audi's closing in on Earl Bamber. Again, we saw that maybe earlier when Kevin Estre was behind the wheel. Is the Porsche now being slightly tyre limited in its ability to lap quicker than it's doing? Is that the factor that's restricting Earl Bamber from really giving Farfus a hard time? And he's now about to get a fairly hard time, likewise, from Charles Weerts.
Well, Honda leads, and we've been talking about the fact we'd like more of them. Well, there's another one has just been delivered to Magnus Racing for IMSA campaign for next year. So there are more starting to be seen around the world, which is great news. We'd like more of them in Europe, more of them in Intercontinental GT Challenge as well. But, of course, a good run here ain't going to hurt sales, is it, from Honda?
No, it's not, but there must be a little bit of worry and concern in the Honda garage. The gap is down to 4.1 seconds. And I thought 4 seconds was the benchmark where they would really think about what do we have to do. There is the Porsche in second place. Jaminet having a really outstanding stint. There is our race leader getting past the Bentley, which has gone a lap down. Jaminet will have not a problem, but he will want a cooperation from Oliver Jarvis when he closes to him. He doesn't want to find himself being stuck behind the Bentley. For example, here coming through the S's, up the hill all the way up to Leerkop, and then have to wait maybe to get down to the bottom of the circuit before you can execute an overtake. So Jaminet will be, I'm sure everybody in GPX has walked down to the Bentley team and said, tell your man, no, don't delay us, he's coming, he's catch. But that's fair to do, and if a team wants to do that, I'd have no problem with them doing so.
So there is the Porsche, second place. Behind, you've got Drudy, then the BMW of Farfus, the Porsche of Bamber, which we're anticipating to be in imminently. I think they're going to have to come in this time. So there is number 12. And indeed, GPX on the team's messaging service asking for blue flags to the Bentley. So the equivalent of what you've just said. There's Jaminet up towards the line.
Well, it is critical, because any time lost going past a lap car, it's going to be, again, you've seen how hard Jaminet has worked. In fact, he's just lost a couple of tenths of seconds on that last lap.
BMW is in, and so too, as predicted, Earl Bamber. So they're doing it as ever on the same lap. So in for 4th and 5th, Farfus and Bamber. So there, Charles Wirtz now up into 4th place.
Yeah, and he can probably pick up the pace a little bit more than he was doing. So he's back into that lovely clear air that's going to give him maximum cooling for the, there's the Porsche. Great, oh, what a great camera angle that is. So who's getting out? Earl Bamber's getting out. Who's getting in? Is it Kevin Esther? Pulling off one of the tear-offs of the BM. Nice clear windscreen. Wonderful sensation when you get a clear windscreen.
And fresh boots and a full tank of fuel. Go to town. Knock yourself out. There's the Porsche, which will go through the driver change. New Pirelli's onto that car. So just those two picking on this lap out of the leading group. Dynamic car drops down. Good. Blow some of the rubbish out of the front of it.
Interesting, because that's something that's obviously going on the telemetry behind the BMW, so it comes out behind the BMW. So they would be seeing temperature rises, so blow all the rubber and the rubbish that's collected from the radiator and around. So BMW gets out clearly ahead and actually gains some time, just simply because it gets onto the front a little bit earlier than the Porsche. So he makes his way past the sister car of Kyalami. That would be a sweet little move.
And also, therefore, puts a back marker between himself and the Porsche, which is still being shown as having Earl Bamber behind the wheel of it, but I'll update in a minute.
We assume it's Kevin Astra.
Yeah.
So did Farfus stay on board? Or I couldn't remember seeing that because we were looking, jumping around the pit lane. So anyway, watch. I'm assuming it's Kevin Astra behind the wheel. We saw Bamber getting out.
Still says Farfus against the BMW.
Yes, it does.
But again, it might be that it's not updated yet. The driver has to flick the switch, so we'll keep an eye to that. But Farfus double stinted on his first time in the car, might do again. Danger being, it'll have to be a short second stint, otherwise he'll exceed the maximum drive time, so they'll need to be careful about what they do there. Right, they're getting ready to go. Is Mario Farnbacher for the Honda. So that's going to be in shortly, and we're looking at 37 laps to a stint at the moment from the BMW and Porsche 54.
So race leader down the hill. Just picks up the throttle straight as a nut. Then the flick through the final curve before the pit lane entry, and in she comes. So race leader in, and I'm assuming that second place Jaminet is going to phone his knots. Jaminet's staying out.
Yeah, no, he does. He goes a little bit further. So in comes the leader. This is the only time really that car loses its lead. There's that one passing of the timing line where the Porsche goes ahead. So in at the end of lap 1:79 comes Sprenger November. So again, 37 laps to a stint.
The car looks immaculate. I mean, look at the front of the car. There's no rubber splatters across the nose. No. It doesn't look like there's any difficulty with the gathering in. The air intakes at the front of the car, radiator. An engineer might just blow the hose just to make sure. Make sure the door's properly closed. That's a good job by Renger van der Zender.
Two of the tyres taken on at the same time, of course, under the regulations in this championship. Drop the car down. No rip-off screen, so it's got to be a bit of spit and polish. And
still getting it.
want to go now. So yeah, a few seconds wasted there, unless, of course, that was a deliberate hold to make sure you weren't tripping the pit lane maximum minimum time.
I think it might have been that. It looked to me a bit as if there was just a momentary delay before they got running, just to make sure they were within the rules and regulations. You wouldn't want to blow it for something so fundamental as that.
So that should take it to its next stop against this car. So number 12 should be in this time. Went a lap longer and should be in again at this lap. To bring number 12 to the pit lane, and in, bang on target, in it comes.
What I would like to see is any car, doesn't matter which one it is, get the lead from the Honda to see how Honda can respond. Had they been holding something back, or have they been running at the maximum capacity they've got? And we've not seen that Honda at any point in this race, other than in the rounds of pit stops and driver changes. There is the 34 BMW. Sheldon van der Linde back behind the wheel and looking to see where the Jaminet just come in now. So Earl Bamber would appear to have stayed on board according to timing and scoring.
Yeah, indeed so, interestingly. We'll see whether that remains the case, because it was a long time to update on that previous stint. There was a driver change going on at GPX. There is Mario Farnbacher then, Super Mario, the pole man. Got a bit of traffic to worry about, hasn't he now, because he's got 45 Audi just up the road ahead.
Yeah, he's going to come across the line comfortably before the Porsche gets released. So he's on to start, finish straight. The Porsche's still up in the jacks. Just off it now. Got a fired up, just rolling. There towards the tail of the pit lane, but you know, the gap will extend. And yeah, I think that Honda will be very pleased indeed. So we go back to this little 32. So nice little on-track battle.
Well, 32 has got ahead on the pit stops, hasn't it? So Bortolotti is now ahead of Sheldon van der Linde, who in turn is ahead of Earl Bamber in 54. So this is new order, 4th, 5th, 6th.
Ooh! Wow.
Bortolotti gets his elbows out. Van der Linde wants to get up the inside. So Sheldon VDL crawling all over the back. Earl Bamber needs to get on with this as well. But significantly, that's another place lost by the BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, if you lose in the pit lane, you're never going to make it back up on the racetrack. But that was an aggressive move by Marco Bortolotti. He saw the BMW coming and he said, I'm going to go to the limits of what's acceptable, and that was just on the limit in my view. A late move like that's never ideal when you're getting just to the point of entry to a corner. But this is going to be the highlight of this stint, I would imagine. All these three cars are going to be roaring around, nose to tail, looking to outsmart each other.
But that BMW keeps losing places, doesn't it? Stint by stint, it's further down the order, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to see the car coming back from there. What's going on with 34 that's making the pace ebb away?
Well, simple answer is to ask Gemma Scott to go down and ask the TM.
Indeed.
But I doubt she'll get a straight answer.
No. But Mirko Bortolotti's Audi, he's looking strong. So Bortolotti taking over from Weerts. And now that's going to get away, I reckon, in this stint, because Sheldon van der Linde is going to have to defend from number 54 Porsche. There it is, the dynamic gold and black car comes up towards the crocodiles all over the back of the M6 now.
That's what we should see how this entertainment's going to unfold. There's nothing to pick and choose between these three cars, pretty much anywhere around the racetrack. Bortolotti now has settled down. He doesn't feel the threat of a challenge from the BMW, but closes up and up and up and up. Oh, maybe he underestimated the speed of the BM, and that maybe the brakes in the BM are just fading, and that's why that was about to pass. Whatever it is, it could have been a moment of getting very close to contact.
Well, Mirko Bortolotti then, who won first time out for Audi in GT World Challenge Europe in the Endurance Cup, hangs on to 4th place right now with the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde behind him. Earl Bamber is 6th, so this is really tough for van der Linde. He's got to attack, he's got to defend. What can he do? It looks like he's got the pace certainly to attack the Audi, but Bamber still stuck right there behind. Now Renger van der Zande is out of the Honda that leads the way. Great battle going on for 4th. Let's just catch up with what's going on for the Honda team. It's looking very good so far. Renger van der Zande is with Gemma.
Renger, we're just keeping an eye on the screens, of course, as we stood here, but after that stint there, we've seen the gap close slightly between yourselves and the Porsche. Are you guys absolutely giving it everything you've got, or have you got more to pull out of the can?
Oh man, we have so much left. No.
Your neck shattered actually as you came out the car, really hot.
Yeah, you can see it on my face. It's hard work. It's getting pretty hot in the car, and every time you see a cloud coming, the track improves, so you start to get lap time, and it cools down the body a little as well. But no, we're flat out. It's a nice fight out there, and I think we're very equal, or maybe a little slower on this stint. To be honest, I grained my front tires a little in the first 2-3 laps, which meant the rest of the session I had a bit of understeer, so that might have been that 2/10 that I was losing every lap, but halfway I could recover a little bit, and then at the end I had to give it all and destroy the tire till the end and you know, keep the momentum going. But Mario is in the car now. Let's see what the weather does. Do you guys know? Is it gonna rain?
Well, I've been talking to local weather experts, and they're sort of telling me that as soon as we see the wind pick up and the flags start to blow this way, there's every chance we'll get some rain. But at the moment, that's not happening.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure we'll see anything.
And the wind, especially in turn 1 as well. You know, in the first time I would drive, in my first stint, I was braking very late because of the wind from the front on the aerodynamics, and now there's no wind, so all the braking points went back again. But it's good to keep an eye on that. Thank you for that.
Well, it's always track evolution and everything changing as we go through the 9 hours, of course.
Yeah, it is. You know, you have fuel burning down, so the tank is going lower. You have the tires burning off, and then obviously the temperature. And it's amazing. Like you see the cloud coming, it goes on top of you, and you're actually gaining 2-3 tenths, maybe 4 tenths sometimes. So and when it's gone, it drops again. So pretty amazing, this track. But it's impressive as well how smooth it is, and how long you can do with a set of tires. So, you know, even double stinting could be an option.
We'll find out. Thank you very much, Renger.
All right.
Well, interesting thoughts there from Renger van der Zande. What I thought was that he thought he grained the front tires early in that stint, so that's always a problem. You lean really hard on a set of brand new tires, you can get that surface graining, which then of course reduces the level of grip the front tires got. But he said got them all cleaned up and he was able to push. But basically, we thought they were all sitting back and, you know, having a quiet afternoon, but they're not. They're pushing absolutely to the maximum. Currently, Van Bakker's got a lot more comfortable advantage over the second place Porsche, just under 10 seconds, where in the case of Van der Zande and Jaminet, that gap came down to under 5 seconds. The BM still threatening Mirko Bortolotti at the very tail of that pit straight, and Earl Bamber just sort of hanging in there. It looks right now that Sheldon van der Linde's got the pace of these 3 cars, but of course it's the same old story. Mirko Bortolotti ain't going to make it easy to pass, and best chance would appear to be the run down into turn 2. But, you know, it's as clear as gin what you're going to do, so you just have to make a move, and, well, maybe I shouldn't say gin. Schnapps, here we are in Dutch South Africa, or what used to be Dutch South Africa.
Big shout to Charles Wirtz, though, because he's done a really good job in getting 32 Audi back into the mix. And don't forget that, I know we said it early on, he's an inexperienced driver, relatively speaking. He's a silver up against the full pros, the gold and the platinum graded drivers. So Charles Wirtz has done a very impressive job in 32. Mirko Bortolotti now hanging on to the 4th place that car has. Second is Pilet, but Christopher Haase coming back at him now. That gap is down a little bit further, is it not? Second to third.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally how close can you get before you actually start touching another car. So again, another sterling run by Christopher Haase, just under a second as they come across the start-finish line. Gap increasing first to second. So for some reason, Patrick Pilet losing time and being caught at the same time by the 3rd place Audi.
Nose to tail they run. Remember, the car under attack leads the championship by 4 points over the Honda, which is leading the race. So from the Honda's perspective, important that other cars get ahead of number 12. And one that might do now is Audi 44. Christopher Haase back behind the wheel of it. Massively experienced driver, of course. Christopher's won more Intercontinental GT Challenge races than anybody else. Not the title, but he's won more races. And he's all over the back there of the 12 Porsche of Patrick Pilet. And looked for the gap on the inside. Thought about it again, but didn't commit.
I thought he was going to make a punt, but it was going to be covered by the Porsche. It would have been a very high-risk move if he had stuck with it. But clearly, Christopher Haase has got the legs of Patrick Pilet Look up the inside coming out of the S's. Well, I've never seen anybody do that in recent times. Has he got the pace to make it stick? Porsche's got a bail, and it has done. Wow, what a great pass. Well thought about and executed by Christopher Haase.
Excellent, and not only that, but the Porsche unable to try and get the cut back, coming as it did early on in the race, round turn 10. So Haase has done it, he's caught, he's passed, and he's away. And that is a significant pass as far as championship points are concerned, because it takes 3 away from the Porsche trio. So Christopher Haase presses on. Remember, as far as the championship is concerned, it's points only at the end of the race, not incrementally, and it's only for position, nothing for pole or fastest lap.
And Haase is flying.
Porsche in.
I was going to say, looked at the Porsche, I just caught out of the corner of my eye. What's the problem?
Now, that's not a scheduled stop, so this is drama, isn't it? The Porsche last pitted at the end of lap 180, so it has only done effectively 5 laps. So what is the problem? Has it got a puncture or a deflating tyre or something more sinister? But suddenly, things start to change. For the better for Honda, for the worse for Porsche. But could it have been a slow puncture?
The car went up and the jacks are off. The jacks now on the left-hand side. I don't know if it was a left front or a left rear, but it would appear to be a tyre cut down.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know why, whether it was debris in the racetrack, whether it was running the curb, but that has really thrown a spanner in the works for that particular car, and the coming back into the field looks down in 6th place, and that is massive, absolutely massive, both in terms of the position in the race that they were holding, but principally in their position in the championship. And that, you're doing the mathematics right there, right now, David.
I reckon that gives the advantage in the championship back to the Honda drivers, Farnbacher and Van der Zande. So yeah, like you say, massive. We'll try and get to the bottom of what and why the unscheduled stop for the Porsche came about.
It was clear that Haase was running down the Porsche pretty quickly. It didn't look like he had a deflating tyre, but the driver is more capable of telling. I just thought there was something coming from the rear of the car as well. Whatever it was, anyway, the team changed it. It was on the left side of the car, which is the side of the car that does probably the least of the work around the circuit.
Right, we'll get to number 12 Porsche as soon as we can. First of all, Charles Weerts is with Gemma, and we've been saying what a good job Charles Weerts has done, so let's talk Audi for a couple of minutes with Charles Weerts.
Charles, we've been hearing what an incredible job you've been doing throughout the commentary, and certainly a sterling drive, putting the car right back up where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's not like we struggled, but the pace at the beginning of the stint was quite similar to the others. But I think as the tires gets out, and as soon as the fuel gets out also, our Audi gets just quicker and quicker. And I knew that my engineer told me that both cars in front had to pit in front before us. So I had 2 laps to make the overcut work, and I'm really pleased it worked. The car was really quick. So yeah, let's hope to finish on a high.
Keep pushing. Do you think you can climb up any more positions?
Yeah, definitely. Let's try to see what we can up, but there's definitely a lot of pace in our car, and I'm really looking forward to see where we can end up.
Took a while coming, but you found it. Congratulations, well done.
Thanks to you.
Excellent.
Ciao.
Yeah, Charles Weerts, in a short space of time, moving from single-seaters into GT cars has been a revelation, and he's only going to get better, isn't he? I mean, he's not peaked yet.
Well, I mean, he's peaked in height because he can't get any taller and never get into one of these things. But in terms of
Thank you,
his
Dr.
maturity,
Watson, yes.
His maturity as a race driver, I think what you're referring to. I mean, look, he's a young guy. He's got the world at his feet.
Yeah.
And as you point out, as he gains experience, and he'll gain that through the team, but also with his respective teammates, and if he's got natural pace, which he has, then all the other, you might call them the rougher edges, which have already been smoothed off considerably over the course of the last 2 seasons. He's only going to go better and better, and then he'll find that plateau where he can then maintain that level of performance for as long as he wants to go racing.
There's confirmation of what I was saying a moment ago, that the Honda is now set to win the championship for Farnbacher and Van der Zande at point up. However, their last pit stop is under investigation. The last pit stop of the race-leading Honda is under investigation. I'll let you know for why as soon as we know more, but it's being looked at by the officials.
Totally unexpected. They've been totally metronomic all the way through. I wonder what it was. It could have been a human being in the wrong place or doing something. Don't know. As soon as we get it, we'll let you know. But that would be shock horror for everybody.
Absolutely. It could be one extra person touching the car that shouldn't. It should be in the wrong part of the pit lane at the wrong time. Could be that it's under on the allotted time. Remember, we felt that it was being held slightly, didn't we, at the end of the pit stop? So let's find out. We'll get to the bottom of it. But right now it's being looked at. So number 30 leads the way by, actually, as it turns out, a pretty whopping margin, 13 seconds. But the last pit stop is being looked at.
Now, if you're a GPX team, you'd be rubbing your hands. I wonder, maybe did the GPX team see something and they've just given a nod and a wink to race director? Maybe it was, I don't know. We have to wait and see. Let's not get carried away. Be too conspiratorial. Yeah. It's only a motor race after all.
So there is the race leader, and Mario Farnbacher possibly now being told push, 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 just in case anything is lurking in the system that might bring the car in for a penalty. Over the timing line it now goes then. So Mario Farnbacher leads the way. We're 16 minutes, as you see, off the end of another hour of the race.
I mean, certainly he looks like he's pushing. Just the shape of the car, the body language of the car. He's pushing, clips the curb on the inside of Crowthorne. Not many drivers have been doing that this afternoon. Here it is, here's the pit stop, David. Let's have a look and see. Wow, well, nothing so far, driver change. So a third party is allowed to in that driver change that may involve a change. There's a drinks bottle on board. Refueler. The man on the breather of the fuel tank to make sure that there's no trapped air and consequent problem. It's all so rapid. Maybe it was on simply at the timing.
Was it that the windscreen clearer went to the car too soon, so there were too many people touching it at one point? We'll get to the bottom of it, I'm sure about that. So that's the also number 12, it was a puncture, just to clarify. Gemma has been able to find out for us from the pits that it was a left rear puncture for number 12 Porsche. Thanks, Gemma. So left rear puncture, and that's been quickly dealt with. So losing pace, dive in, but could have been a whole lot worse. It's dropped that car down into 6th place, but they can fight back from there.
Well, also I think their principal concern will be, well, they need to fight back because they're not just racing Honda. Honda is you might say, the principal competitor. If the Honda were to have to serve a penalty, that changes everything yet again. But then where does that put anybody else?
Well, 54 Porsche is creeping back into the mix as well. 34 BMW is creeping back into the mix also, because that's up into 3rd place. So, yeah, we really need to look at it in the last hour to get a proper handle on it. But right now, still up for grabs, isn't it? And it's swung back, advantage Honda's way. So Honda, Audi, BMW, Porsche, Audi, Porsche. That's the top 6. 32 Audi with Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel. Goes up through the Jutski suite now. 3 hours and change on the clock. Farnbacher 13 seconds to the good.
Well, that's a nice lead to have. Every second, every 10th of a second is going to count. If they are delivered a penalty, it's likely to be a drive-through penalty. They could add a time penalty, I suppose. That would be something more likely to be added at the end of a race if there was an infringement that late into the 9 hours. So, Lawrence van Thor in the 54 Porsche, being pursued by Mirko Bortolotti. And Mirko has got Patrick Pilet some 13 seconds behind. So there's no threat for Bortolotti from behind. All he can need to do is focus on what does he have to do to overtake the Porsche directly ahead.
Pilet's pace will be interesting though, because he knows he's got to fight back. He'll have a slightly fresher tyre on the car relative to everybody else. He pitted later than most anyway, plus he's had to have a new tyre put on, so he should be good for rubber. But really interesting where that puncture would have come from, because there's not much litter on the road. People aren't having accidents and incidents and bringing muck on, other than here.
Here, this is the point. You can see what's happening. They run the curb, then there's a drop to what is basically just dust and earth and whatever. And I think I'd said previously in the broadcast that if you drop that wheel over and the entire wheel goes over and the inside shoulder of the tyre, but that would be the right rear, so it couldn't have been there. It's the left rear that went down. And there's so few left-hand corners here, it's difficult to see where that would have occurred. Possibly, maybe it was a little bit of debris in the racetrack and just, it cuts through rubber so quickly and easily.
So there's the race order then. Honda up front, and this another look at the pit stop. That was the pit stop in its entirety. That's what the officials are looking at.
Well, it sounded like the engine went onto the rev limiter. That was and then it cleared itself, and that was it to rev freely. So I'm not entirely sure what the issue with the motor would have been, but it sounded as if it just went straight onto the rev limiter, or the kind of limp home mode that sometimes occurs when a car has got an electronic problem, but need further explanation, I think, from the race director on that particular issue, if there was a problem or not. So in the meantime, they've got a 13.1 second advantage.
Now, one of the suspicions, and I did mention this a little while ago, maybe the windscreen cleaner touched the car too soon. That, I think, is partly what is being proposed as a possible problem, but we'll try to get to the bottom of all of that. There you've got number 30 Honda then on its own, 13 seconds to the good, and trying to build this lead, as we've been saying, just in case anything's coming out of the system.
Yeah, so every second, every half a second, every tenth of a second that they can increase the gap over the second place Audi of Christopher Haase is going to be a benefit. And if there has been an infringement, which will appear to be around the area of the windscreen, whether the engineer touched it too soon or not, well, hopefully we'll get a further explanation if there is a penalty awarded. So right now, Mario Farnbacher is just doing all he can to max the best performance. He's got clear air, there's no cars around him. He's 13 and a bit seconds ahead of second place Christopher Haase. Sheldon van der Linde is a further 14 seconds behind Christopher Haase. Lawrence van Thor, 2.2 seconds behind van der Linde. Closest gap is Bortolotti to van der Linde. That's just under a second. So that's the battle that we've watched in progress throughout this stint. Let's go back to race leader out of barbecue, and well, Mario Farnbacher's got a task, and that's to extend the advantage as much as possible, but it's actually down to 12.9 seconds. So Christopher Haase has actually eaten into that marginally by about 0.2 of a second on that last lap.
An irony of ironies, of course, number 44 Audi, which is chasing along, can't do anything in the championship. It can take points away from people, but it can't win it. So Christopher Haase could get yet another Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli race win, but that Audi just serving to take points away from people. Now, let's try and have another look at the pit stop and see. I've got my suspicions about the windscreen chap, whether he's too many people touching the car at once. The engine starts while he's still cleaning the screen. Now maybe that's the issue as well. Perhaps the windscreen cleaner should have been away before the engine fired up.
I think if anything is going to be an issue, it might be the fact that the work had not been completed before the engine was fired up, and you have to finish all the work before the engine gets fired up. So that could quite simply be the explanation. And who do you blame? I mean, let's not blame anybody, but if there's fault, is it the fault with the instruction that the driver was given, or did the driver do it on his own initiative, or whatever? The windscreen guy was doing his job, not his fault.
Yeah.
So it lies either between Farnbacher himself firing the engine up, or an instruction via radio to say, fire it up. Whichever of the two it is, those are the areas I would assume that the responsibility would lie. Poor guy cleaning windows, a bit like Van Morrison, that great song in one of his albums, Astral Weeks, Cleaning Windows. I think it was that album.
Was
I'm
it?
not sure. Let's forget about it.
reflect on music choice with John Watson. We'll be exploring the archives further. There, Christopher Hasse in second spot, 12.7 seconds back, but he might be given the race lead. I'd be intrigued to know what, A, if there's an infringement, B, how draconian the penalty is. I mean, is it going to be something like a drive-through or a time penalty, a stop-go? It's obviously the more serious, the more time you're going to lose, stands to reason. So there's a lot to shake out of this, as Laurens Vanthoor is still trying to keep Mirko Bortolotti at bay. And Vanthoor also trying to get back into the mix for the championship to stay ahead of Porsche 12. So he's going after Sheldon van der Linde, but 2.5 seconds back from the BMW right now.
Yeah, when you've got Mirko Bortolotti behind you, you've got to be on your toes, because Mirko is 100% race driver and racer. So he's looking for track position, to improve his current 5th place. As Laurens Vanthoor is trying to do something, whatever. What has he got to do to run down Sheldon van der Linde to take that prized 3rd place away? He doesn't want to end up 5th, he'd rather have 3rd.
So there you've got the fight on, Vanthoor versus Bortolotti. Vanthoor, of course, went from Audi to Porsche. Vanthoor from Lamborghini to Audi. Lamborghini's a brand that's had a bit of a shuffle around of drivers over the last 12 months or so. Who's contracted to it, and which championships they run in, but Mirko Bortolotti has found a happy home at Audi and comes over the timing line now, chasing Vanthoor. The gap between the pair of them just under half a second as they go by, and we're heading towards the end of another hour. Look, it's gone pretty quickly, this race, despite the fact we've only got 11 cars circulating, and the gap comes right down then now as they drop into turn 2 once again. Bortolotti almost there, isn't he? Almost within touching distance of that coffee table size rear wing on the 911 up the road ahead.
Yeah, and this is the frustration. You get to that zone within maybe the car's length of the car you're pursuing, and then it all goes a bit pear-shaped because you get so close. Then there's a bearing on the aerodynamics in the front of your car. You lose that front bite. You can't just nail it at the point you want to do. So sometimes, keep talking about it, it is beneficial to drop back a little bit, work out on the racetrack where the Porsche is vulnerable, and try and use that with your strength and make the run. I mean, we saw that amazing pass up the hill a few laps ago with Christopher Hasse behind the wheel. That's how you got to work it out. You got to find an area where the car you're pursuing is marginally vulnerable, and then use your strength and nail it.
Well, we know that Mirko Bortolotti doesn't give up a fight, so let's see what he can do here about Vanthoor as they plunge down the hill with around about 40 minutes or so still to run before we need to think about pit stops yet again. But Audi quick down the line shaft and good through the crocodiles as well here, so using all of the curb on exit. Bortolotti as the road climbs, turns right. Is there going to be a chance to dive against the Porsche? Not there, there's not.
No, not climbing over the curbs on the exit like that either, though. Laurens Vanthoor a little bit clumsy on the exit of turn 15. You see the car got really unsettled. You've got to get the car lovely and square when you want to enter the final turn. But at the end of the day, it's made no difference to the gap between that battle going on for 4th position.
To the inside, dives the Audi. There's a gap just about, and through goes Mirko Bortolotti. That was a late dive, it was a bold dive, it worked. You saw for a moment Vanthoor think about closing the door, but he's on the attack again, going up towards the barbecue. Looked for the inside line, can't do it. Good racing between the two, but a great move by Bortolotti to jump ahead.
Came so late, absolutely at the last possible moment, caught Laurens Vanthoor unawares. That's what you had to do. Be creative. Think of something. Use your strength and try and to eclipse the weaknesses of the competitor you're around. Now he's got clear air. Now he can charge after this 3rd place BMW, which is only 2.8 seconds up the road. So for Mirko Bortolotti, the prospect of actually getting up into 3rd place is a realistic prospect at the end of this run. Now, what that will do, you've got to do your calculations yet again, David, because that, look at it again. How late does he make the move? He just launches. Vanthoor sees it in his driver's door mirror, tries to react, but it's too late. But he tries even harder to come back, coming up to the Yuxke suite, but couldn't quite get the Porsche alongside Bortolotti to compromise the Audi on the exit of barbecue bed. Good, clean racing. That's what we want to see. More of it, please.
As far as the championship is concerned, that doesn't affect matters hugely. It's still advantage Honda, but it does, of course, take points away from the 54 Audi. Looking at the next round of pit stops, I reckon we're heading for lap 214 for the BMW, and we're on lap 197 at the moment as the investigations continue around that car. Mario Farnbacher at the wheel of it. Well, he has to put it all out of his mind, doesn't he? I mean, the team may not even tell him that there's an investigation, because all that can do is to disrupt his rhythm. He's just got to push, push, push. It's the brains trust in the pit lane that need to have the rule book and know what defence they can offer up to the stewards.
Yes, I mean, it'll be a notification to the driver from the team saying, you've got to come in and serve a penalty. And then, all you know what will go off. Why? What have I done? I've done nothing wrong. I mean, it's always, sometimes it's very cruel, particularly if a driver is not the responsible party for an infringement. The team, in this case, we believe, we don't know whether it's Farnbacher or not who started the engine, but the guys out on the racetrack driving the wheels off a race car, the people in the pit lane are just servicing the car. The bigger penalty is always felt to be, as a former driver, to be on the driver's side. But those are the rules, those are the regulations. Same for everybody.
The team manager of car 30 is requested to the steward's office as soon as possible, please.
As soon, I would have said immediately.
Well,
as soon as possible gives you breathing space, gives you a bit of room for hope.
Yeah, but altitude, your lung capacity, can't rush.
This is true.
The story continues then. The team will talk to the officials about number 30 and the pit stop. Normally, if you're going to see the stewards, there's something to see them about. If there was nothing, it would just go away.
Yeah. Well, I think we've had enough reviews of it to see that the engine was clearly running before work on the car was complete. So we imagine that's what the focus of the discussion will be. But just the tone of the request, I thought, was quite moderate. If it had been a serious offence, it would have been to my office immediately. But maybe it's just one of those nice sunny days. Kyalami, everything's a bit more chilled and relaxed.
I'm sure you're right. It's not going to get relaxed, though, in the Honda camp shortly when the news breaks. I mean, if it's only a drive-through, if, then that'll be a time loss, but it could be a whole lot worse. You can certainly recover from that, especially if you've got a decent advantage. He's nearly 12 seconds clear, Farnbacher. Yes, he would lose the lead, but he won't lose as much as a stop-go, obviously.
Certainly it would fall back into around about 4th position, 5th position defence. It didn't do a time from pit lane entry to pit lane exit, as it's just a straight drive through.
Now, right now, this is how the championship stands, but it could all shuffle around, and look who's coming back into the mix. Earl Bamber, Lawrence Van Thor. They are now second, only 3 points behind the Honda in the championship. And with this Damocletian investigation and the visit to the stewards for the Honda Racing squad, that graphic could look very different in a few laps' time.
Just under 3 hours remaining, lots of things can change. Lots of things can change. I mean, infringements, technical infringements, one of those. We saw the Porsche, 12 Porsche getting a tyre cut down. It's just, there's a myriad of issues that could arise.
Audi there, 5th is 54, Lawrence Van Thor, 6th after that puncture pit stop, Patrick Pilet, Porsche, 7th is 35 BMW, David Pittard, 8th is 8 Bentley of Seb Morris, 9th number 31, it's Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel of it, but still that car playing catch-up from earlier on, so effectively out of the hunt. And then you've got number 9 of Dylan Pereira and 45 of Milan Doncia to round out the order. So Farnbacher, it is still up front, 12.1 seconds as there. Lawrence Van Thor presses on to try to close the gap again against Mirko Bortolotti.
Bortolotti getting through was a serious loss for Lawrence Van Thor. Those positional changes, while it gives them still a good championship position, should the Honda have to serve a penalty, but the points lost by allowing Bortolotti that demon late minute move down the inside into Growthorne. I think Lawrence Van Thor at the end of the race will have that one deeply in his mind and will probably carry it for the rest of the day.
So right now, number 54, Lawrence Van Thor pushes on. The car with that new lap record is the one behind it, number 12 Porsche, now Patrick Pilet at the wheel. So we know that car's got pace, but let's see what can happen in the next stint when Pilet is replaced. And of course, that car's going to be slightly out of sequence now, given that extra, there it is, enforced stop with the punctured tyre. So Patrick Pilet can go a little bit further. We would anticipate him on lap 2:23, which would be about 9 laps after some of the others have made their scheduled stop, because his stint running that little bit longer, unless they need to get him in so as not to run out of actual allowance on his drive time behind the wheel of the car.
So Patrick Pilet, 13.6 seconds behind Horas Van Thor. I mean, this has been the star of the Porsche entry so far this weekend. It's the car that's looked the best of all three. The Perfect Circle car probably not include that. So the Dynamic Motorsport and the GPX Porsche, this is the one that's got the business done in those fabulous Gulf racing colours that very, very reminiscent of the glorious Targa Florio.
Absolutely.
In Sicily in 1970 when they brought out the 908 threes. What a magic. I raced Reinhold Jost at a 908 3. I think he installed a turbo Porsche flat 6 engine in rather than the flat 8, which was the original engine in it. And I was in a little Chevron 2 litre with a Brian Hart motor. It was all over him like a rash around the back of the circuit, but on the straight, this thing just gobbled me up. Blew, man. It was frustrating because Reinhold Jost, who's a very fair racing driver, but as far as I was concerned, he was just a target to put on the wall. But anyway, we stopped in the race, didn't finish it, so very disappointing.
Well, they always associate Gulf with Porsche. They've gone on plenty of other things, more recently, for example, McLarens, but go back to Mirage, for example.
Yes, indeed. But remember, McLaren were also sponsored by Gulf back in the 60s, and to some degree in Formula One. But Indy, they were more synonymous with that effort at Indy 500.
Gulf GT40s, Gulf Mirage, we had Gulf Aston Martins, sports prototypes of late. Anyway, Honda may be a brand that people still associate more with touring car titles. Could take a GT title right here if things pan out its way. Mario Farnbacher hustles the car down the hill, and he's coming up to put a lap on David Pittard in the BMW.
So on he goes, the gap's down to 11.1 seconds to Christopher Hasse. Again, making progress. So that last lap, Hasse was a 0.4 of a second quicker than Farnbacher. So Hasse, really, I mean, that pass, I can't believe that pass he made up the hill. Absolutely stunning. So he's not just chipping, he's doing a little bit more than chipping away the gap between first and second. So let's wait and see what it is as they come across the line for the 201st time this afternoon. 10.8 seconds, so further increase into the lead that we see from Farnbacher. And we've got just 2 hours, 53 minutes. Where's it gone?
Absolutely.
When you're having fun, I mean, let's do a 12-hour race. Let's continue for another 4 and a bit hours. Make it a 12, square it out to 12 hours.
I'll have another coffee then. Farnbacher about a lap on David Pittard. So this might be why slightly the pace is going to be affected on this lap, because he's got to pick his moment to get past that BMW, but traffic far less of an issue this year than it was 12 months ago. And of course the weather a lot kinder as well this year as Farnbacher plunges his way then through the S's.
Well, I think if it wasn't about this time last year that the heavens opened. I mean, it literally just, yes. It was unreal, and you had rivers across the racetrack. I think you could have caught a bloody, you could have caught a fish.
One that was bleeding, you meant.
Bleeding fish,
yes.
And the water was that deep in different parts of the circuit.
Well, Farnbacher has still not got himself through the traffic. We are at, 6 minutes past 5 local time, with just under 3 hours of the race to go. And although that Honda has dominated it thus far, as I say, there is this Damocletian investigation into the pit stop, but we haven't yet heard the result thereof, but we will imminently, I am sure, as over the timing line goes Mario Farnbacher. That puts 2:02 laps in the book over the timing line, and that BMW, because it's got a pretty decent pace, still hasn't been caught and passed. So David Pittard not doing anything wrong, he's running his own race at his own pace, but he is yet to be overtaken by the Honda. And there is number 30 then, accelerating out of turn 5.
again, at this point, you'd expect somebody from the Honda team to go down to BMW and say, look, your man is about to go another lap down. We don't need to race one another. We're not in the same event. Just would you advise them that at the earliest opportunity, just lift and coast into the next corner and give the Honda the chance, because this is what causes frustrations with race drivers. When they're doing something, they need to build that lap as much as possible. And a car that's a very quick car in a straight line and pretty good in a lap as well has been caught, but it's making it very difficult for the race leader to find a way through. So down the hill we go. Farnbacher is still unable to sit on simple straight line performance. So is the door open this time or not? Well, Farnbacher wasn't prepared to put him to the test. So he held back. The door was open, but he's maybe a little bit too far back to think about it in realistic terms. So again, he's got to be patient, wait. Now, make your exit a clean, solid exit out of the final turn. Your best chance now, and the BMW pulls over. The message has gotten through. Yeah. Honda overtakes and still struggling to get past the BMW. But finally, everything's all back to square. David Pittard has allowed the race leader to go through, but it might have caused a rise of temperature for Mario Farnbacher, just thinking, what's this guy doing? I mean, racing drivers don't tend to think pragmatically, they just do or they don't.
Well, it certainly brought the gap down, because it's down to under 10 seconds now between the top two. So as there, Christopher Hauser presses on. Of course, he then has the same issue. He's got to get past the BMW, surely.
But he might make a better fist of it, because now that David Pittard is aware that the leaders are coming through, he might be a little bit more conscious that the car following is maybe the car in second place, chasing down the race leader. So it partly will depend on which part of the racetrack the two goes. It's not even in sight yet for Christopher Hauser. So there's quite a long time yet before Hauser has to consider it. And again, likewise, somebody from the team get down to BMW and say, oh, would you point out to your man that our man's catching you? We're not in the same race. Just ask him to be polite the way he was with the Honda.
2 hours, 49 minutes then, still to run. Christopher Hauser presses on in pursuit of Mario Farnbacher. 9.8 seconds last time around, and you see the number of pit stops that they have all done, with the car of Patrick Pilet on 8, having to make an extra stop for that punctured tyre, and slightly in advance anyway, because it was one of a number of cars that did a drive-through to reset the drive stint time. So it resets as you leave the pit lane, 65 minutes, even if you are still behind the car. It's the actual stint time from the pit out beam that is what matters. That's why people start to do these drive-throughs, to reset the clock and therefore have a bit more time behind the wheel.
Now, I bet you when that regulation was introduced, no one thought that teams would find a way to use it to their advantage. And that's why the people in the pit lane, smart people.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's why regulations of races evolve over the years, yes.
Something like that.
It's another reason, in part, why the stint times in this race aren't being published on timing screens, because that makes it a bit easy, if you like, for teams to suss out what the opposition is up to. So there has to be an element of proper competition, and put the onus on the guys in the pit lane to be on top of it with the spreadsheets and the computers. Sheldon van der Linde was impressive in his early stint in number 34 BMW, and the car has crept back into the mix, hasn't it, through circumstance to a degree, but it's there in third place now.
Yeah, but it's going to be kept honest, because Mirko Bortolotti just 2 seconds behind in the 32 Audi has bit by bit crept forward, pulling away from Lawrence van Thor. Remember that late dive down the inside into Grosjean, so that pace and that sort of attitude is forcing Bortolotti to close down onto the third place BMW. That will be, again, a pass that will be opportunistic, or whether he might find Sheldon van der Linde a little bit too clever on his toes and stops the progress any further.
So there is 34, Sheldon van der Linde, making his way now up towards the Crocodiles, up towards the end of lap number 205 for him. And behind look is the charging Mirko Bortolotti. So again, a little bit like last year, as the race continues, the Audis, even if they haven't got the outright pace, just start to creep a little bit more into contention.
Well, there's no doubt the car that's had the pace all weekend continues to have that pace. Gap down fractionally, just under 10 seconds, 9.2 seconds, to Christopher Hauser, who's just pushed and pushed and pushed. So this little battle beginning to develop between the third and fourth place BMW and Audi. Was it getting darker over the back of the circuit? Was that just that time beginning to creep over the circuit?
A bit of both, I think. It does look grey.
Coming up to 5:15. So the light, once it starts to fade, it tends to fall off the clip face, drops very quickly. Just wondering whether the optimism about having a dry race from that last little rainstorm all the way through to the end. Keep an eye if you have a chance on the foliage and the trees around the racetrack, and they start looking like the wind's picked up, then that's again indication. But so far the wind doesn't look like it's picked up in particular. So maybe it's just getting dark.
Well, there is number 32. We did discover, of course, last year that when it starts to go dark, it goes dark quite quickly. So it could be that we're in for the nighttime running not that far away. Oh, the darkness running. There's 32 powering down the hill. Bortolotti still running in that 4th place. Sheldon van der Linde doing what is required of him in the BMW for 3rd. Keeping out of trouble. His brother is on the track as well at the moment, number 31, Kelvin van der Linde, but big frustration is there's only one. He didn't have those 2 dramas, the incident right at the start, then a second spin for Markus Winkelhock. Bortolotti hustles out of turn 16 now towards the timing line once again.
Well, pit lane, just saying there, the wind hasn't picked up very much and the opposite direction, so not sure whether there's going to be any rain or not. So the pit lane is a bit like a wind tunnel down there. When you stand in the pit lane, the wind tunnels through there pretty aggressively. So here we go. Mirko Bortolotti chasing Sheldon van der Linde. 2 seconds. The gap between first and second is down to about 9.1 seconds. So Christopher Hauser and his Audi still pushing. There's Mirko Bortolotti. Swings it into sunset, runs the offside rear wheel over the curb. We've seen a lot of that here this afternoon. And into clubhouse. Again, that dropping the wheel just off the edge of the curb. I always worry when I see it because it's inevitable that you get it wrong one lap and you only get one chance at it. Then it's the tire cut through. But so far we've only seen one tire cut down this afternoon. That was on the 12 Porsche.
So the track temperature dropping all the time. The wind has changed direction, what wind there is. And there, going downhill, Sheldon van der Linde heading on for currently 3rd place in the next round of pit stops, which will be in about, what are we looking at, 13 minutes time, the next round of stops. So we're expecting that BMW to be in on lap 214, just under 7 laps then before the next round of stops.
35.1 track temperature, that's down quite a lot from 40.1 and ambient 26.4. So the ambient's actually gone up fractionally. Track temperature is down 5 Celsius and wind virtually negligible.
Yeah. And from a different direction too. So they're downhill, Bortolotti. Where is he relative to van der Linde now? 1.6 seconds back. Bortolotti had his first Audi win with Sheldon's brother, didn't he, back in Imola in GT World Challenge Europe. Right now, he's focusing on catching a van der Linde family member. Uncle Etienne van der Linde raced for a time in the UK in Formula Renault going back to the mid-1990s. And there is BMW versus Audi. And then in the background, Laurens van Thor in Porsche number 54, falling away, not looking strong at all. That needs Kevin S to make the car come alive again, but it just doesn't seem to have the pace required, does it? I mean, the gap's growing stint after stint.
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning, Friday, the car never looked as if it was at the races. Not certainly in comparison to the GPX12 car. And while the team did a big reset and went through the car top to tail and whatever suspension and other changes they may have made to the car, they've improved it, but it's never ever been an easy car for any of the 3 drivers. And you take Earl Bamber, who was outstanding at the start, Kevin Estre, who entertained us royally, Lawrence Van Thor doing the strong solid job he always knows he can do. But dynamic motorsport can't be. Is that front spoiler looking a little bit on the right front? Just looking like it was getting a little bit of vertical movement. It is.
Peeling away, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. I think it's the use of curves is probably actually. So that's again an area around the car that will have a bearing on the car's aerodynamics. So you can see the gap that's opening up, and in fact it's split. You can see the split. So there's another little area, and that's chattering away like mad. He'll feel that vibration. In fact, I wonder how long that's going to stay on the car.
So there's number 45 Audi, that he's many laps down, but he's now closing up on the road. Interestingly, we've had a couple of personal best laps set last time as the temperatures go cooler, but Lawrence Van Thor's last lap was a 43.6, so that Audi behind is lapping quicker, and it's closing as they work now lap 209. So yes, that Porsche starting to, round the front gills, fall apart.
Yes, the splitter at the front, a floppy splitter, but it's beginning to peel away, and that's only going to get worse. It's going to wear more with contact to the surface of the circuit, and I don't know whether Lawrence Van Thor is aware of it. The team, I'm sure, if they're watching this broadcast in their garage, will be seeing it. What they can do about it is not an easy fix. Not a quick fix, put it that way. Might be easy, but not a quick one.
So downhill, the Porsche will go, and you can tell it's being affected because of the fact that the theoretically slower Audi is catching and staying with, but there is the damage. Now, what can you do at a pit stop about that? You can't replace the whole underneath of the car. What can you do?
Gaffer tape.
Simple as that. That's all you can do.
The most important tool in a mechanic's toolbox is a roll of gaffer tape. There's nothing they can do. They can maybe try and do a very quick fix with a drill bit, and then some rivets. But the quickest way of doing it is just to try and bandage it literally, so that the airflow isn't trying to set. It's to stop the separation. That's the problem. The air is getting between the two components, so that's what's causing the split and open up. So if they can stop that, then at least it might get through to the finish, and that'll be the simplest and quickest fix to make. But they've got to be careful, the number of people allowed to work in the car at any given time. I hope they don't think it's best to push the car back into the garage, because that then will really seal that car's fate as having a chance to win the title.
So number 30 Honda, with, for the moment, no more news coming from race control about its fate, hangs on to position. 9.5 seconds, so it's not a massive gap. Christopher Haase pushing on, but these cars, number 30 Honda is expected in, what have we got, 7 laps time, 6 laps time as I'm breaking the beam now, and Christopher Haase behind will be in a couple of laps ahead of that. So it's about 4 laps for the Audi, 6 laps for the Honda.
So Mirko Bortolotti within 1.5 seconds of Sheldon van der Linde. Lawrence Van Thor falling back now quite considerably, 9.4 seconds behind Bortolotti. So obviously, whatever the damage and the effect the damage is having on the front of the Porsche, it's becoming noticeable in lap times. She continues on serenely.
Yeah. But the gap down a little bit further, 9.5 becomes 9.4. Christopher Haase in the background presses on. He's got to get past David Pittard's BMW. Point to make. He's still not caught him, actually, of course, even though we saw Mario Farnbacher lose a little bit of time early on.
Yeah, we saw the pace of the BMW. In fact, the difficulty that Farnbacher had was the pace was so strong from Pittard that he didn't have an easy pass. It was only because Pittard pulled across eventually in the pit straight and allowed the Honda to go through. So Christopher Haase will probably be confronted with a similar problem. Headlights on for the first time. So we're now coming up to 20 past 5 in the evening at Kyalami. Oh, it used to be the suburbs. It's not really part of Greater Johannesburg. Or Joburg. It's Joburg.
We're in Midrand, aren't we? Midrand area. As there, number 44, Christopher Haase plunges downhill. Beautiful circuit. I know it's a modern circuit, but it's got echoes of the old. It's got plenty of character, and it's beautifully maintained, beautifully manicured, owned by the Ventnor family. And it was was a real hit with so many people last year, so more power to its elbow.
Yes, and having a race here under the extremes of all the pandemic and whatever, it was a small entry, but it was a perfectly formed one. And it's been a great race. We've got 11 cars still running. Regrettably, the 7 Bentley is the only retiree, and that was a major mechanical issue. And you can see the emotion, the effect it had on Jules Gounon and Jordan Pepper. They were totally destroyed because they thought, and rightly so, that they could win this race.
Really sad way for Bentley to end its programme that, as we said earlier, has always promised so much, not really achieved all that it should. There have been some successes, mainly, not really through M Sport, but through private teams. HTP winning in the GT Sprint Series a few years ago, Team Parker Racing in British GT, whereas M Sport cars have won races, yes, but perhaps not as many, and certainly not as many titles as really would have been desirable. However, sadly, the Bentley Works GT3 programme comes to an end in this race. Seb Morris in 8th place, upholding honour right now, but that car's struggling to gain any more ground. We've been hearing from Oliver Jarvis about the lack of pace. In has come number 9, so that is Dylan Pereira. The left of the Porsche. See, perhaps more so on that car, just what happens over the course of 6 hours. Look at all the rubber marks up the side of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, the car will be absolutely filthy. And a large part of that is, you can see the rubber smears of rubber, that a lot of rubber gets deposited around racetracks. Some of it comes from your own car, some of it's pick up from other cars. So, very efficient, clean pass. Fuel man still got the Bowser attached to the fuel tank, of course, in the Porsche. It's a high up fuel tank. Still trying to squeeze a bit more in, make sure the interlock takes place. Squeezing the last droplets.
Yeah. Putting all his weight behind it.
Go on. So, get her down off the jacks, fire the baby up, and off you go. The fuel tank in the Porsche, of course, is quite high up because it's in what might be called the trunk, or it's in front of the car. Other race cars are much lower, which gives them a better centre of gravity. But engineers at Porsche have always found a way to come around or use development over design to their advantage, and the success story continues on.
It does indeed. Now this is a combination of drivers, Laurens Vanthoor and Dries Vanthoor particularly, hunting for a championship. If they do win it, they're really going to have worked hard for it and had a bit of luck as well to help them, because this car, it looked quicker in the first stint than it has looked for the rest of the race.
And unsurprisingly, that front splitter, the gap is spreading across from right to left. It's getting worse. So they're going to have to do the best they can when this car comes in for another change of tyres, driver, and refueling. And of course, they can't do anything with that part until all those other activities have been completed. So whoever's going to be the gaffer tape man is going to be number 1 in the pit lane at this car's pit stop.
Now there, as the Porsche came towards us, headlights ablaze, you can see what an effect they were having. So definitely it's losing light here at Kyalami. The light is going.
The light is going, and indeed Laurens Vanthoor yet to use his headlights for, you don't really need them, but people are putting them on anyway. They think it's about time. So Vanthoor looking to find a way around the perfect circle Porsche. Is he going to get through or not? He does, he gets through, so that was made easy for Vanthoor. Comes up to complete lap 214. No, he's on 13, 213, I beg your pardon. So the race leader's on lap 214. Vanthoor just completes his 213th lap. There is our race leader. Through the S's he goes, gap 9.6 seconds to Christopher Haase. Seems to have stemmed the attack that Haase was launching. So everything's pretty much status quo. The only driver who's in real contention right now is still Mirko Bortolotti, 1.2 seconds behind the BMW. But I don't know whether there's anything left for Bortolotti to do other than just catch the BM, finding a way around. Well, down into turn 2 was his best chance, which he showed with Laurens Vanthoor. Don't know if he can execute the same again.
That points graphic you saw a moment ago, just illustrating that the Mathieu Jaminet, Patrick Pilet and Matt Campbell combination have really lost out after losing places after that pit stop, but also number 12, team manager, being asked to go to see the stewards. So the team manager of car number 12 requested to go to the steward's office, exactly the same request that went the way of the Honda team. So could be another story, not only about the Honda, but also number 12 Porsche.
Aaron, refresh me as to what Porsche might have done on their pit stops. I'm assuming it's a pit stop issue.
Possibly.
But we don't know. We have to wait for that information to be fed through to the TV crews, the commentators, the media, such as there's not a big media presence. So there's the 34 in. Is that in on schedule, David?
It is, yeah, and we should have 54 in as well on the same lap. So the black and gold Porsche in there. It should be. Yes, it is. So yeah, there it is. In comes 54. So again, 37 laps to a stint, all bang on cue here.
And just to remind everybody that if the Honda goes on to win this race, Porsche, the gold Porsche, the 54 Porsche, needs to finish third or higher.
Right.
So that apparently is the latest calculations with 2.5 hours of this race remaining. Oh, now what are they doing? They're putting the dollies under it. They're going to spin this around. I think certainly a dolly went under the right rear. There you can see the damage to that front splitter, and it's actually the whole front section, that bodywork now. If they push that car back into the garage, you can kiss goodbye. There it is. It's going in. They have to do a major repair. That's going to take more than 2 people. And this is a disaster, what I have to say, for the Dynamic Motorsport. That body panel, the way it's attached, ought to be able to be removed relatively quickly. But look at the frantic amount of work. There it comes off. The splitter itself is a separate part. They have to go and effect a repair on that as well before they can refit either that existing body panel or another one. But the clock and the, well, it's almost by the lap. That body part, can they get it detached? It's the fixings are going to be the problem. Have they been damaged also when that whole front end assembly was initially damaged? You can see there's the stays that hold it in place, but they're having real difficulty, particularly on the right-hand side, getting it detached. The right-hand side, that was the initial problem.
See, which is worse, losing the time on the circuit because of a car with bad aero, or losing the time here while you try and aren't succeeding in fixing the problem?
Well, it's 2.5 hours effectively of time they'd have to spend on the racetrack.
Yeah.
They had to effect a repair of some description, whether it was going to be a jury rig or whether it was going to be a full on, but they're going to go probably a lap down very shortly if they haven't already gone a lap down. So there's the damaged part, there's the new part. It ought to be able to be attached very quickly because everything will be in the precise position alignment. It was a brave decision, but I think it's the right decision. But of course, what it's doing to the chances of the 54 car finishing third or higher, well, I think you can kiss that one goodbye.
I think you're right. I mean, the only lifeline, to a degree, is that number 12 Porsche, as I mentioned a little while ago, is being investigated. The team manager going to see the stewards. It's all for a pit stop infringement, and possibly the way that the tyre that came off the car was dealt with, because it was a quick stop. It might have been thrown in an unsafe manner, so that's being looked at. In comes the race leader then. So down the pit road, we've also got 44 Christopher Haase in, but Vanthoor is losing place after place now.
I mean, I'm just interested in what was going on the 54 Porsche. The way that Porsche sell you a turnkey race car is that every element of it is designed in a particular way, that if you get front-end damage, these are the parts you take off, these are the bits you put on. Like Mercedes-Benz, like Audi, like all the manufacturers, they design, it says the Porsche back out onto the pit lane. It's designed in such a way that if there is damage, you only have to replace the damaged parts. And there we go. So that is a huge disappointment. Laurens Vanthoor's Kevin Estre, in fact, has taken over the car. So during that pit stop, Kevin Estre got behind the wheel, Laurens Vanthoor is out. So what can happen? The car is rejoined in 8th position, and it hasn't gone a lap down or 2 laps down. It's certainly got 1 lap down.
So Vanthoor's car, Kevin Estre at the wheel of it, has now done 214 laps. Patrick Pilet is the race leader currently as the stop cycle through. Rain is now being predicted at 8 o'clock. Down the pit road goes 44. Patrick Niederhauser back at the wheel of that car. So next time around it'll be a very, very jumbled order indeed, especially given that 12 has yet to serve its next stop. So there's rain on the way, apparently, and that could be the sting in the tail. Nobody really knows whether it's coming or not, because we've had so many conflicting stories.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying 8 o'clock, well, that's the time that the race will be finishing. Wow, a little bit of cherry red glow from those front discs on the BMW under those heavy braking conditions into Crowthorne. So, we're 5th place for Sheldon van der Linde, 9 seconds behind Mirko Bortolotti. But Kevin Estre 2 laps down, waiting for him to come across the line for him to conclude his first flying lap. So is it 1 or 2 laps he's gone down? David Pittard comes in having a very good stint from David Pittard, certainly ran competitively quickly. The car is currently in 6th position.
Straight all the guns out in front of it. So that car, which mathematically could win the championship, very, very unlikely. It's rather more realistic to think that it could take points away from others to help the number 34 entry. So out will get David Pittard. Car blasts back down the pit lane. So number 35 BMW rejoins the circuit. There is Bertrand Baguette. So now, because of the number 12 Porsche being slightly out of sequence, it is hanging on to its race lead. The Honda, for the moment, in 2nd place. Goes up through the Jutski suite. There is the race leading car now. So with things being slightly out of sequence because of its extra stop for the puncture, 12 leads the way. Patrick Pilet still at the wheel of it.
And he's got a time gap of just under 20 seconds. So if you need inspiration, you've got it now. And of course, having gone out of sequence because of that stop, and again, if the weather is going to become a factor, which the wind you can see has picked up again, certainly the flags on the pit straight are flying absolutely 100% horizontal. So whoever the weather forecaster is in Kyalami today, he's got all the weathers in one season here, one season in all the weathers, whichever.
The other thing that's happening, I've just been doing some more crude maths at the Manufacturers Award, is that with the Porsches dropping down and Audi's now up to 3rd and 4th, there is a chance actually that Audi might be able to snaffle the manufacturer's crown away from Porsche, depending on what pans out. But again, that's looking a bit stronger now for Audi than it did earlier relative to Porsche. You see the wind is picking up, the flags certainly are fluttering now. Pilet leads the way, there he is, but don't forget there's another pit stop due, and that's going to take him to, when are we expecting him in? That 2:23, so another 4 or 5 laps yet.
So that'll hand the lead back clearly to the Honda. So it's just this overlap on when the 12 Porsche ended on forced pit stop. And still waiting to get confirmation as to what has happened in those stewards and the race directors' inquiries into both the possibly the Porsche, but the Honda, critically the Honda.
So over the line there goes now number 34, Sheldon van der Linde, shown as still being behind the wheel of that car, although we know that sometimes the drivers are a little bit slow flicking the switch. So Patrick Pilet perseveres for the moment. Why is that car out of sequence? Because it had to do an extra stop for that cut tyre, don't forget. And that's the pit stop that's under investigation for the way that the team took off the wheel and dispensed with it. So Pilet leads, Baguette, then Niederhauser. So again, this is something different really. For the first time in the race, you've got a car in that leading group on a different strategy, just slightly out of sequence against the rest of them. They're not coming in subsequent laps. So the number 12 Porsche clear for the moment, but a pit stop is looming.
And in the meantime, Sheldon van der Linde still hammering around, running behind Mirko Bortolotti. So Bortolotti did a good job, whichever way it happened, getting around the BMW. We didn't get to see that before. Did we get to see that before the take or not? I don't remember it, but anyway, could have done. So Bortolotti up into 4th position ahead of the BMW. And now his sights are set on Patrick Niederhauser, who's a further 17.5 seconds up the road, so quite a long way.
So number 12 leads the way. This was its last pit stop. So have a look. Off goes the tyre. Off goes one. Off goes two. So it's the left hand that they change. And it was... Oh, I was expecting Bridget to come on the pit stop where they had the puncture, not the previous pit stop. So
I think that was the incident where the tyre was... That was just a regular pit stop.
Yeah. No, lap 185 was when the car made its pit stop for the puncture. That was lap 180, I think I'm right in saying, when it did its full service. But I thought the infringement may have come on the last stop. A big slide there. Wow, Patrick Pilet.
Is that rain?
Could be, and or coming to the end of the life of the tyres.
Well, all of a sudden, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Patrick Pilet as he came down. That was through Crocodile, I think. So all of a sudden, that looked like it could have been a trip into the gravel on the outside of the racetrack. And we've seen cars previously having issues coming down into that corner. There doesn't appear to be any indication that there's rain around the racetrack right now, so maybe something in the circuit, maybe a little bit of gravel or something dragged on by another car, but whatever it was, heart-stopping moment.
So lap 221 for Patrick Pilet. He's got another couple of laps before he needs to be in, but if the rain is coming or if the tyres have really started to lose their edge, he might be tempted in just a little bit earlier, but the projection is that it will be lap 223 before that car comes in again. Of course, it's already had the extra pit stop, so it's lost time as a result of the extra stop.
Niederhauser doing a stunning job.
Yeah.
5.9 seconds, he's chewing gaps into Bertrand Baguette's potential lead. So where's Niederhauser finding pace?
Maybe it's just the fact that the road is coming to the Audis. I think the drivers were suggesting that, and it happened around this stage last year, didn't it? That late race, conditions change, and the Audis start to either pick up pace or other cars lose their edge. But yeah, Niederhauser's doing a good job. This for the 221st time. Number 12 Porsche, Patrick Pilet up through the Crocodiles. GPX racing car, the Dubai base team. Spa winners last year, down towards turn 16, so that's going to be the end of 221. Another couple of laps yet before the stop due. 31, Kelvin van der Linde, still 3 laps down. So frustrating for them for that time lost early on, because they've got the pace.
Well, I mean, they could certainly have been running in second place. If they weren't leading the race, they could certainly have been running in second place, based on the pace that they've been able to illustrate. Bertolotti, having got round the BMW now, finds the attention of the BMW all over the back of his Audi. So how he ever got round the BMW, we didn't quite see. But Sheldon van der Linde maybe feels that whatever it was, I want to take it back again.
Absolutely right. So Bertolotti then, number 32, hustles on. But Sheldon van der Linde aiming for as good a result as he could possibly get on home soil, holding national honour, comes over the timing line, and there Van der Linde on the back of Bertolotti, slower car up the road. Is that 45 Audi? The light is going, as you can see, those headlights having far more of an effect. Rain forecast is getting nearer and nearer, we fear. 2 hours and 17 minutes still on the clock, and a lap and a bit before the leader pits, and then we'll start to see where that car feeds in relative to the Honda. Mathieu Jaminet is getting ready to take over number 12. The other element we need to think about here as well is number 12's last pit stop, and whether that's going to win it or gain it places relative to the rest of them, because it is out of sequence. But once the next stop is out of the way, try and fast forward to when that's going to stop last.
So will they put Jaminet in for a single stint and Matt Campbell in for the last stint in the pit?
Possibly so.
So that would appear to be what they're looking at. Of course, but don't forget, Sheldon van der Linde is the leading South African driver currently.
Right.
So his brother further down the field, that's all consequence of what happened earlier in this event. So there is the 12 Porsche in.
It's coming one lap early, 2:22 it comes in, but anyway, who's counting? Patrick Pilet comes in then, and at the end of lap 2:22, the lead car pits, and Mathieu Jaminet is ready.
There is a driver change, so Pilet out, Jaminet in. And all the bits and pieces that drivers in GT cars, these cars, of course, getting very, very warm inside. Unlike a single-seater, the air gets sucked out of it. The airflow, and of course engineers don't like having airflow through a GT car because it loses some of its aerodynamic efficiency. So another tear off on the front of the Porsche windscreen is removed, so the windscreen man is happy with his job. Just waiting to be given the indication to go. Rolls down the road, Mathieu Jaminet will continue along his way, wondering where he will feed in. Might feed in just ahead of the 35 BMW. So things sounds glorious as it howls its way down to turn 2. So there is the Bentley, the sole Bentley. Jonathan Buncombe, that's his dad, Alex Buncombe. There's a bit of a slip, isn't it? I bet you Jonathan's back home watching every second of this. Battle between the Bortolotti Audi 3rd place, the Sheldon Randall-Linde BMW in 4th. Up to the top of the circuit, there's the run down, and so it's gap pretty much now equidistant everywhere around the lap. Nothing much more that Randall-Linde's got to develop and approach. The Audi trying to find a way to squeeze by. Certainly Bortolotti was pretty impressive down in turn 2 with that pass he made very early. So he will know that it's possible to get past there, and I'm sure he'll do everything, which is fair, but to make it awkward if the BMW was sufficiently close to make that pass. But right now Bortolotti hasn't got too much to worry about.
I'm trying to fast forward to the last round of pit stops, which I think are going to be within the last 20 minutes or so of the race, but that means that number 12, if it carries on in the same vein, would stop latest within that cycle and therefore lose places right at the very end. So I think with number 12 Porsche, unless they do something clever on the strategy, he's going to lose out because of where it is in the sequence. So
I don't know what they can do that's clever, that's not going to lose them, because the basic, having that pit stop for a tyre, was the key to their fate, if you will.
And they can't even fuel save because they'd be over the 65 minutes on the drive time. So I think their fate is slightly sealed here, but we're going to have a round of pit stops, I think, right in saying, looking at the clock now, relatively close to the end of the race. The last round of stops should take us towards the last sort of half an hour, 20 minutes or so.
Will that 20 minutes be enough to allow the 12 Porsche to stay on track, or will they be really caught short?
They'll still.
That's what you're suggesting. They're going to get caught short.
They'll still have to pit, even if they fuel save, they'd be over 65 minutes. Yeah. So I think they are slightly doomed. But Patrick Pilet may have another view on this because he's out of the car and he's in the pit lane. He is with Gemma, and it's been a busy afternoon, what with punctures and the like. Let's hear from him with Gemma Scott.
Patrick, it's been sort of a mixed couple of hours really there. You had the puncture there that you picked up early on in the stint. Do you know where you picked it up?
Yeah, I just picked it up. I mean, the pressure just go down. I got a massive slide in 6. Then I went a bit off 2 wheels, and I was like, okay, something is strange. Then I checked the pressure, and I just go down. The team told me, yeah, maybe it's just a sensor, but I feel something wrong on the rear left. And yeah, unfortunately, there is maybe a debris, a cut or something. I mean, it's a lot of sand, a lot of dirt on track. So that happened, and just try to push as much as I can. The car was good. We have a strategy in mind to try to recover, but now we need a bit of help.
What do you want it to happen now? Do you want a bit of rain to come down? What are you hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, for sure on the rain it's easier to make differences. So I don't know. I just want something to bring us back to the fight in front, and I'm pretty sure if we are in a fight we have a chance because we have a strong lineup and the car is running well. Even if we are not quick in a straight, we are quick in a corner. So yeah, bit of luck. We keep the finger crossed, and we will give everything anyway.
And of course, currently lying second in the championship.
I don't know. I didn't check the championship. We will fight until the end and see where we finish.
Okay.
No regrets.
Thanks a lot, Patrick.
Thank you.
Well, the safety car will bring us back into the game, but effectively now, this car is running 5th, and it's the best part of 50 seconds away from the race lead. So now it's second in the championship because of the travails of 54, but it's the Honda drivers, Mario Farnbacher, Renger van der Zande, who might be on for a maiden win, but are championship leaders by 4 points right now.
I think what the 12 Porsche needs is divine intervention, if you believe in such a thing, because that's probably what its best hope of getting up. I can look at that splitter on the left side of the 12 Porsche, very low to the ground, almost kissing it as it came through the crocodiles. It's in place, it's intact, but gets very, very close, and there are little skid blocks built into the underside of these splitters so that it doesn't wear away the carbon fibre. Nevertheless, there's not a lot of clearance between the ground and the splitter.
That's the Manufacturers' Championship. Audi closer, but not there yet. They could do with another couple of places gained in both cases, and also Porsche to lose out a little bit more. But number 54, I think, is effectively out of the game now, because although Patrick Pilet is talking about needing luck to be back in the fight, that car is still on the lead lap. The 54 Porsche has lost 2 laps. It ain't coming back from that.
No, and that their hopes are basically, there's nothing they can do more than they are doing, but they've lost 2 laps. You ain't going to get back 2 laps with 2 hours and 9 minutes of a race remaining. So unfortunately for the Porsche team, and in part, whether it was because of the way the car was being driven, that the front splitter of that car had to be ultimately removed and changed. That's what caused the loss of 2 laps. You know, you control your own fate. I mean, it's a hard way to sum up what's happened to a team. Teams are always bad luck. Well, look at it more thoroughly, analyse it, and see what was it that caused that bodywork to become compromised. And you might find it was something that could have been avoided. I mean, I'm not putting blame on any particular individual, but that's what endurance racing is. You've got to cut out all the factors that can cause you to have a 2-lap pit stop to change a bit of bodywork.
Well, there is number 12 Porsche staying on the lead lap. One possibility is that others hit trouble further up the road. It might just be able to luck into a place or 2, which will help shuffle the points yet again. But number 54 Porsche, sad to say, out of the equation after the aggression showed. Right, let's have another look at number 12's earlier pit stop. It was this pit stop, as in the full pit stop, that is the one under discussion. And there's the tyre that sort of bounces away. Mechanics scurry around the car. Because of the way the camera is behind the personnel, it's hard to see exactly what's going on there, but it might have been that a couple
This
of
is not
mechanics...
the pit stop, that was another pit stop. The pit stop that we're referring to, as far as I'm aware, was where they did one tyre change.
No, apparently not. That's what I thought, but apparently not. It was the full service pit stop. So
Okay, I didn't think, I thought they changed one tyre, not 4. So it was that particular pit stop. It wasn't where they did the puncture
Correct.
replacement. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I assumed it was the puncture pit stop because it was the rather more frenetic one. But apparently it was that full service pit stop, if you like, the one before the puncture.
Okay.
So it's something in that is being looked at, obviously very, very closely. So as if it wasn't bad enough to have a puncture, you might end up with a penalty pit stop still to come as well. So there we go.
So down the hill we go, once again, lap 228 for Mathieu Jaminet, currently in 5th position. And significant amount of time behind the 4th place, Sheldon van der Linde. But just all you do, Mathieu Jaminet, is just drive the wheels on them and do it without any further potential damage. You don't want to cut another tyre down, you don't want to rip the front splitter off the car. So, watching the Porsche, yet again comes across the line. All the way down into turn 2. So we're just trying to get a review of what did actually take place. And it all happened so quickly. I mean, it is meant to be a choreographed sequence, But when tires are flying around and mechanics are running around, and it's easy for that choreography to go into confusion. So don't know whether that was in total the problem, but we suspect that as we get further information from the pit lane regarding that issue, it may have been the human error factor rather than a technical factor.
Number 30 Honda then battles on up to the end of lap 2:28. Another hour almost ready to be ticked off. Over the line it goes. So Bertrand Baguette at the wheel of the car once more. We're heading up to the end of 7 hours of racing. Really frenetic first couple of hours. It's calmed down a little bit since then, but there's been enough to talk about. Of course, now that things are happening from the pits, to prompt discussion as much as also keep the officials on their toes. Still, the order can change around, but then, you know, we have the situation for the number 54 Porsche having to make that long pit stop because of damage. You know, the Bentley expired out of nowhere, so things can still bite, can't they?
Yes, I mean, it's unusual to see a car have a major failure so early in an event. If there's going to be a failure, you would normally imagine it's going to come deeper and later into it. So Honda 5.7 seconds advantage over Patrick Niederhauser, and just continuing on as they've done all afternoon.
Right, number 30 Honda then leads the way and back in the hunt for the championship, bearing in mind the problems now for number 12 Porsche, which is down in 5th place. So as the cars accelerate towards the end of the lap, we're almost, as I say, at the end of the 7-hour mark. There's a report also coming that number 12 has got a bit of damage. Maybe we knew from earlier on that 12 had a broken diffuser from the contact in the very first hour of the race, but maybe that's getting worse. We need to have another look at that when we can. Also, Porsche specialists are looking at it and telling me that that looks a bit wobbly in places. 44, Patrick Niederhauser, comes up towards the timing line, comes through, and back behind the wheel of the Audi. Now, this is the pit stop in question. Have a look as the left rear wheel comes off. Mechanics bump into each other. The wheel bounces away. It's not under control. So technically, that is not safely conducted. That's what's being looked at. It was from that full service pit stop, and it was the wheel bouncing, not being controlled properly, that's attracted the officials' attention.
Yeah, the wheel should be handed from A to B. A bounce is not a joker play. It's a bounce, and therefore technically it's an infringement if you read the rules and go through them and do all the biz. And that appears to be the area that's under discussion, whether that will ultimately lead to another penalty to that car or a penalty to that car. We're still awaiting any judgments. Regarding the front splitter, I think the splitter in that 12 Porsche on the left side looks lower, coming through certainly Crocodile and possibly through Cheetah. There was the turn 14 to turn 15. But other people who are more familiar, let's say, with the fixings of those cars are suggesting that there may well be. So here is the car in subject. So look at the front splitter, and is that slightly lower there on the left front than it ought to be? To me, looks on the limit of how low it ought to be. Nowhere near as bad as we saw on Dries van Thor's 54 Porsche. But again, if there's been contact and it's been slightly...
At the rear. Well,
there's rear at the back. I think there's something, maybe the diffuser at the rear is also the thing that's been flapping around.
Well, Pilet said, didn't he, at the start that there was contact with Bamba, and that would have damaged the diffuser. So maybe it's just getting worse over the rigours of the race, which stands to reason. But yeah, there's something flapping. So
a flappy diffuser.
I've got all their albums, you know, the flappy diffusers.
Absolutely.
They were really popular in Garstang.
I mean, that upsets the airflow around the rear of the car. Kind of upset the handling of the car. It's very difficult. You're trying to look under the car, and it's as dark as coal under there. Sometimes from the front view, you might just get an image of what the diffuser is doing when you get a clear view under it. But this front splitter is so close to the ground, it's very hard even then to tell.
There's certainly, yes, there you can see.
Oh, there
it
is, yeah. Clearly,
yeah,
it is. It's I think it might be the leading edge of the diffuser where it attaches to the chassis. That's become detached, and that's that was more than flapping around. It was quite a vigorous. A bit like going into a power plate, David, and putting it up to maximum.
I wouldn't know. But he's pressing on for the moment, Patrick Pilet. Johnny Westbrook, who was here last year running the perfect circle, Porsche, is the person that's alerted us to this. The next question is, what on earth is going to happen to that in the remaining 2 hours? Because it ain't going to get any better, John.
It's not going to get any better. We've got an hour, 2 hours and 1 minute. And, you know, how long can it stay in situ? Will it begin to, self-destruct? A huge amount of aero under these cars, putting a huge amount of load in a way in which it's not designed to function. So it might just all of a sudden snap at the leading edge of that diffuser. Goodness knows what will happen if it does do that, but we'll keep our eyes peeled to see what does happen. In the meantime, gap first to second, 6.1 seconds. And Bertrand Baguette happily sails by. There's the second place, chasing Patrick Niederhauser. In a way, the race has come to Audi.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
I mean, we've got Audis in second and third position. And before the race started, you wouldn't have thought that actually they are going to be, let's say, maybe one on the podium, but not maybe potentially two on the podium.
That was one that was in the gravel early on, of course. Martin Lechman's car just brought it back in. And we're on lap 231. We're looking at about 20 laps before the next round of pit stops, in case anybody was remotely in the pit strategy right now, because there's more fish to fry, like flappy diffusers on Porsches and a Honda, where we're still awaiting confirmation of a decision or any penalty against its pit stop from earlier. Number 12 is being looked at as well. So number 12 Porsche really is under the cosh. It's lost ground, it's got an investigation, and it's got damage.
Yes, and the damage is not something that is repairable. It's either you leave it and just roll with the dice, or you bring it in and you change it. And the time, I mean, it's one thing doing it at the front of a Porsche, as we saw with the 54 car. Doing it at the rear, you're going to have to get that car way up in the air, not just on dollies. So it's a challenge for the GPX team to decide, do we just leave it and go with it and hope it stays intact or part intact, or are we going to be forced to bring it in?
We're into the final 2 hours of the race, and at every hour mark it has been this Honda that has led. Is it going to be there at the end of 9 hours of action? Less than 2 hours to go of the Kyalami 9 hour for 2020. Let's remind ourselves of how we got to where we are, because the race blasted into life with the Honda in the hands of Bertrand Baguette, fending off Jordan Pepper's Bentley as they went through the first corner. But midway around the lap, there was drama. Marcus Winkelhock's Audi, Alex Buncombe's Bentley coming to grief. Damage for the Audi that lost 3 laps. The Bentley carried on, but has never really been with the ultimate pace, whereas the Honda just led and led and led. Race restarted, tried to get away from the opposition, and it was all smiles for the Honda Racing squad. The great Porsche battle raged on. Patrick Pilet battling with Earl Bamber. Contact between the two, damage to the floor of number 12, the Gulf livery GPX car, but right now he's biting them. Damage also on the splitter at the front, which came back to haunt number 54 Porsche, and the pesky Audis wouldn't go away, namely Patrick Niederhauser and Frederick Verviche. Niederhauser made his move on the inside to get past Pilet. Verviche then challenged on the outside line as well, looking to gain track position of the Crocodiles. Couldn't do it there, but he did get it done at turn 10. Niederhauser pulling away, Verviche ahead of Pilet, but Pilet had other ideas about it. He was on his toes down the hill, a clash between the pair. Porsche powered past. Into the gravel spun Martin Lechman's Audi, and it was a few laps before that car could be extricated. It prompted a full course yellow, which in turn went to another safety car period. A misfire for Jules Gounon's Bentley. He pitted. The car rejoined with Maxime Soulet at the wheel. Didn't do more than a lap or so, because then the engine let go. There was smoke, there was flame, there was retirement, and the end of their tenure as Bentley drivers, and the end of the championship dream as well. Another full course yellow to safety car. Back racing. Laurens Vanthoor fighting with Matt Campbell. Campbell sideways, and then about to get mugged by the Audi. Fantastic racing as the cars threaded their way through the S's. Laurens Vanthoor on his toes, trying to pull clear of number 32 as Matt Campbell was stacked back into the traffic. But as the stint wore on, he would really come good. We had a bit of rain, which evaporated on the hot track surface, but the temperatures dropped, allowing the cars to really become very quick indeed. And Matt Campbell set a new lap record as he stormed his way 3 wide into the Crocodiles, up through the order, passing Audi and BMW in one fell swoop. And once ahead, with clear road ahead of him, Campbell was flying. Next target, a sideways Lawrence Van Thorn, as Lawrence made a rare error. Matt Campbell was ready to strike. The 2 Porsches side by side, under braking, Campbell went by. On the next round of pit stops, BMW versus Audi. Nick Katzberg just jumping ahead of the rejoining 44, and that kept the BMW in second place for that hour of the race, but it was losing touch with the race leading car. Way out wide, rattled Patrick Pilet in the Porsche, and a big spin for Marcus Winkelhock coming out of turn 2, ended at turn 3. He dropped a wheel in the gravel, not for the first time today, Winkelhock finding himself facing the wrong way, but the one-time Grand Prix racer rejoined and got back into the race. Still 3 laps down on the leaders though. Another great battle was taking up attention. Porsche chasing BMW, chasing Audi. 32, the WRT entry, just being able to maintain track position as the cars wriggle their way up through the Jukski sweep once more. Sheldon van der Linde, the BMW, trying to attack and trying to defend simultaneously. Then a big slide for number 32, forced the car to go out wide. The BMW jumped ahead. Sheldon van der Linde picking up a place. Porsche through as well. But by this stage in the race, there was trouble for 54 as the front was starting to show damage. Number 44, Christopher Hauser, with a great move through the S's, made his move up through the traffic into second spot, going ahead of the Porsche. And not only was Hauser ahead, he was soon to try to pull away as the cars fought their way downhill. And a really bold effort coming into the braking zone. Number 32, Audi, in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti, going through on the inside line. But look at the front splitter on the gold and black Porsche. On the right-hand front corner, dragging along the ground. That got worse and worse as the stint wore on. And rattling over the curb like this didn't help matters either. It meant that at the next pit stop, it would go for its garage and go for repairs. But the damage was getting worse. The aero was being affected. The car was losing pace all the time. So 54 Porsche is now effectively 2 laps down and running in 8th place. That is the leading car. We've got an hour and 54 minutes and a few seconds still on the clock. And it's almost too good to be true, isn't it, for Team Honda Racing, because that car has just gone outstandingly well. Bertrand Baguette is up front at the moment. Now, the gap is not a big one. Let's just reset this and concentrate on the fact that it's only 5.5 seconds now that the Honda has over Patrick Niederhauser's Audi. Bit by bit, stint by stint, lap by lap, 44 Audi from the Audi Sport Team car collection operation, not normally one of the front-running Audi teams, is coming into the mix. And that gap that the Honda has had has never been a huge one, but it's certainly been greater than it is right now.
And it's being eaten into little bit by little bit. So Patrick Niederhauser 5.5 seconds behind the leading Honda. And he's got a relatively comfortable 12-second advantage over the third place Audi Mirko Bortolotti. And then you've got the BMW. But ultimately, I mean, to me, 5.5 seconds, I wouldn't be sitting back in my pit lane feeling comfortable about it. It only takes another full course yellow safety car intervention to enable this battle for the lead coming into the final just under 2 hours to actually become a real race to the checkered flag. And Patrick Niederhauser has been pushing, doing a great drive in this stint. Just looking at the sky where below it's getting darker. That's the time of day here in Kyalami. Still waiting to see all the weather forecasters, the doomsayers.
Confirmation, no further action for the pit stops of cars 12 and 30. So the Honda is clear, number 12 Porsche is clear as well.
Well, that'll be a relief, a massive relief for both, for that matter. And good, actually. There were technical errors, but I think there's been a very wise judgment made by the stewards over this issue, and they've decided that no further action to be taken. So the race leader will remain the race leader unless this 32 Audi, I beg your pardon, the 44 Audi, that's the 32 going through. The 44 Audi can actually do something in the remaining time, and for the first time in the race put Honda under pressure.
And it is doing something, isn't it? Because the gap was 5.5, it's down to 5.2. So as we've been saying, little by little by little, the race is coming to Audi. The lead gap is shrinking. Now we're on lap 237. We've got to get to lap 251 for number 34 BMW to start the next sequence of pit stops. But that car's dropping away anyway. So number 30 is due in on lap 253. Same lap, actually, as number 44. So the top two now on effectively the same pit strategy. Number 12, Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet is at the wheel of the car, lapping a little bit quicker than the race leader. The leader's pace is not outstanding at the moment.
Don't know why there would be that drop-off. It's down to 5.2 seconds. Just talking about the number 12 car, it's some 30 seconds effectively behind the fourth place BMW, so that's got a mountain to climb. That's what we can see. What's this all about?
That's David Pittard having a wild old ride at the bottom of the mine shaft.
Now, why did that occur? I mean, it wasn't that the track was wet, no. Just all of a sudden he was just on the wrong part of the racetrack.
We are getting reports from around the circuit of a few drops of rain. It's not come to anything yet, but maybe. I mean, you need more than a few drops to suddenly be caught out like that.
Well, I mean, he was certainly a little bit off the line on the approach into that kink coming down the mine shaft. Certainly a heart-in-the-mouth moment, but luckily there's a load of gravel on the outside, and it's not gravel that buries a car. He was able to drive through it and get back onto the racetrack. I'd like to see it again, actually, because it just sort of popped up unexpectedly. So it was a moment that the 35 BMW didn't really need.
All the cars now being reminded they need to have their lights on because we're approaching the darkness. Here it is again.
Coming through, and all of a sudden he's on the dirty part of the racetrack. You can see the amount of dust and eruption that's there. Does a great job keeping the car in control when he's out of control, and then back into control again. Good job. I don't know what caused that. Certainly he was a little bit wider on that part of the racetrack than I would anticipate him to be, and it was a dirty part of the racetrack, and that can often just be enough when you're on the edge to drag the car, or to have a car just simply just directionally head off into the gravel.
So that was a good save. Calvin van der Linde at the wheel of the 9th placed BMW, so he stayed behind the wheel of that car, hasn't he, over that last stint? But of course they're again out of sequence relative to others because of the long stop early on.
3.1 seconds first to second place. What is going on with the Honda?
Interesting. And we're not imminent for pit stops either, so we could be on very definitely for a lead battle coming up. So there is Bertrand Baguette. The Honda leads the Audi of Patrick Niederhauser. Now, which of the sets of headlights do we need to be looking for? Not that one, because that is a back marker. Now, is that where some of the time was lost, getting past that slower Audi?
Very possibly. We didn't see the lead car get caught behind the 45 Audi. We don't know whether that was the case or whether it was an error of driving in, trying to get around the 45 Audi. Lots of questions we haven't got the answers to, but to lose that amount of time, over 2 seconds in one lap, there's got to be a rational reason for it, and let's hope we can give you that.
Well, another 10th lost on the first sector of this lap as well, so Bertrand Baguette now has got to use his loaf here, hasn't he, and think about how he's going to stretch that margin over the Audi in second place.
Well, what he needs to do is not overreact to suddenly the gap has closed down to, as they came across the line at the end of lap 38. I don't know what it's going to be at the end of this lap. I would imagine that Bertrand Baguette has managed to compose himself and stabilise all of a sudden that massive amount of time loss. So Honda goes across start-finish line, start the clock. Let's wait and see. 3.1 seconds was the gap. 2.8.
Game on. Patrick Niederhauser is closing. Now, don't forget that Audi number 44 can't win the championship, but it can certainly affect things. So there's still a lot of the race to go, an hour and 47 minutes. But now, really, for the first time since, I suppose, the first couple of hours, that Honda is having its margin reduced, and it's becoming a very small one.
certainly on the last lap, there was I can understand maybe there was an issue where the initial 3 seconds, 3.3 seconds was lost. That's a further half a second taken out by that car, Patrick Niederhauser, running down the race-leading Honda, the unchallenged Honda, throughout 4 hours, 7 hours and whatever number of minutes. Still an hour and 3/4 of this race remaining. And are we going to see the race in the final moments, hours, minutes, whatever, ignite and come alive?
It was a really, really good first couple of hours with lots of great battles, and we're not done yet, that is for sure. Patrick Niederhauser chipping away. So we're going to have, as I say, another pit stop within the next 12 laps or so. And then there'll be the requirement for one more. So you've got 2 more pit stops to come. Affect your driver strategy accordingly. The light's fading, and it's fading fast now as Patrick Niederhauser rattles his way over the curb coming into Ingwe. There's the lead Honda up the road. 2.8 last time. Up or down? Let's see. The gap is down. It's 2.5.
Yeah, and pressure. So Bertrand Baguette, he knows he's got a race on his hands, and he will do everything he possibly can to get that Honda to the next round of pit stops, still in position 1. But Niederhauser has done an outstanding job again in this stint. And again, we didn't think that Audi would be at the races at this level based on the practice qualifying performances. But here they are, the 44 car closing. Okay, the gap is closing. The increments are going to be smaller as he gets closer to the back of the Honda. Nonetheless, it's the first serious, I think, apart from what we saw in the opening laps, but that was always very much in the control of Bertrand Baguette in that opening phase. It was the Bentley was running behind the Honda at that phase. Now it's Niederhauser in the Audi up the hill, and the lights just absolutely leeching out the camera lens. The poor camera lens, automatic focus and automatic exposure must be doing its nut. So, coming up to the conclusion of lap 241. Can't wait to see what the gap is when they get to start-finish line. Suspect that maybe Bertrand Baguette has gotten things back in control, and that will stabilise the gap around about the 2.5 seconds. So, here we go. Once again, I think the gap's still going to be around about 2.5 seconds. Comes across the line, 2.6, so it's actually fractionally increased. So Bertrand Baguette has been able to stymie that progress from the 44 Audi. Only came by a 1/10 of a second and only on 1 more lap. So what will Niederhauser have in response? And they go on to lap 242, and further behind Mirko Bortolotti. He's only 14 seconds behind. You know, if you had a full course yellow on a safety car, we'd have basically the top 5 cars all nose to tail. And in 6th place, you've got the 35 BMW, David Pittard. That's worked its way up. 7th place, Alex Buncombe. Chris Buncombe, of course, he drives with Jensen, Whispered. And then Kevin Estre in the 54 Porsche, whose race was, to all intents and purposes, over when they had to make that pit stop, push the car in the garage to replace the front splitter, and hopefully, but waiting to see what's happened to the 12 Porsche. Is its flappy diffuser? We haven't seen much of it in the recent laps. Is it still flappy, or is it beginning to just disintegrate and fall away bit by bit?
It's still circulating. It's still in that 5th place, but its last lap not as quick as any of those ahead of it. Now, 44, having said it couldn't influence the championship, it can, and it can actually have a big part to play in it as far as Patrick Niederhauser is concerned, because he is the very rank outsider, but as everybody else is self-destructing, Niederhauser, if he were to win this, could actually win the race, could win the championship. So number 44 is getting ever more of a factor, not only for the race win, but for the championship as well. So now we need to factor in 44 for Patrick Niederhauser's chances, and the gap is slightly up to 3 seconds.
Yeah, so the response has come from Baguette, and Niederhauser is finding that 2.5 second deficit opened up. The last couple of laps went to 2.6 seconds, now it's up to 3 seconds. So response that was required has been fulfilled. And Baguette is extending bit by bit, but it doesn't matter. It's going in the right direction for the Honda, the wrong direction for Niederhauser in the Audi.
So there you've got Niederhauser. His last lap was a 42.8 as against a 42.3. So Bertrand Baguette trying to respond with 1 hour and 40 minutes on the clock. Now, if you put into the car next Van der Zande, you keep Farnbacher for the last stint, in theory, its pace should always be good. But the same is true of 44, because that's got 2 quick drivers ready to go as well, hasn't it?
Very much so. But I don't know why the gap fell so quickly. That allowed Niederhauser to run it down to 2.5 seconds. There doesn't appear to be a technical reason. I can't think Baguette just dropped off the pace just because it was leading the race more or less on challenge, because that challenge is there and it's a real challenge. So you put the co-drivers 44, Mattea Drudi and Christopher Haase, those are 2 drivers that are both capable of doing what Patrick Niederhauser has been doing over the last 40 or so minutes. Back down to 2.7 seconds. So as one responds, the others punch and counter-punch in effect. So Niederhauser's taking a 3/10 improvement in his lap time to eat away once again, start the progress, try and get it back to 2.5 seconds, keep Baguette on his toes, keep him honest. This is a motor race, it's not just an endurance run till the end.
Rain coming in turn 10, we understand now, so track conditions are changing. 1 hour and 39 minutes to go, and it could all be a very tense last 1 hour and 39 to go. Now, rain reported on track, says the timing screen, turn 10 is the place. Yep, top of the hill, the highest point, Leocott. Yep. So that's to where the leaders are heading.
Oh, it is falling. The camera lens was picking it up.
But we've got wipers yet. Right. But these drivers will be eager to see what develops and also bail, so they don't have to worry about the rain for much longer and they can put somebody else into the car. But you've got the light changing and you've got the track surface changing simultaneously.
Never very nice. And if that is rain falling at the top of the circuit on a track that's now had the best part of, what, 7.5 hours of running, there's loads of rubber all around the outside of the racing line. That might be the line that some drivers will opt to take if it does become wet, because in those conditions, that's the line that normally offers up better grip. You're not running on the rubber that's been laid down. Water and rubber are never a brilliant mix. Well, that report of rain may have been just a few little raindrops, nothing that's made any difference to the pace of these lead cars. 2.2 seconds. 2.2 seconds, David.
It's getting closer and closer and closer, and right now that Honda has nothing, it seems, to be able to respond by, does it? I mean, it just can't stretch the margin again.
Change the driver, that's the only option, I suppose.
Yeah, well, what are we on? Lap 244, and they've got to get that Honda to 253. But why is Baguette struggling so much? Why is he... I mean, he knows the car, he knows the circuit, he was here last year. What's going on?
Well, what I don't understand is when he got to 2.5 seconds, he extended it just over 3. Now, the response from Niederhauser is he's run it down to 2.2 seconds. So, if he had the ability to extend it from 2.5 to over 3, why is he allowing the gap to once again be run down?
And is it the Honda that's in trouble, or is it that the Audi has suddenly got a track surface, a temperature that it's really comfortable with, and it's become the stronger brand?
The Audi is racing in its ideal zone, I would suggest. The car, the tyres, particularly the tyres, are giving the level of performance that's allowing Niederhauser to do what we're watching him do on screen.
Downhill they come once again, then here's the gap. Was 2.2, staying at 2.2. So Niederhauser not bringing it down much on this drop down the hill. Can Baguette respond? But considering it was 13 seconds at one stage, it has dropped like a stone. 44 Niederhauser then, down towards the end of the lap. See what it is when they cross the timing line, 2.2 seconds a lap ago. I mean, Baguette's doing everything he can. Seemingly, he's not making mistakes, he's not getting it wrong, he's not wasting time. He just does not, at the moment, have the pace.
And it's a further tenth of a second knocked off that lead down to 2.129. And all of a sudden, the lights from the Audi are going to be bearing down on the rear of the Honda. So Baguette will be kept advised and informed by his team that the performance, the pace of the Audi is now pretty stellar. And okay, Baguette's doing the best he can do. Is that the best the Honda can do? Or is there a bit more performance in the Honda that maybe one of the two other co-drivers could access? Don't know. But when they come in for a pit stop, undoubtedly either Renger van der Zender will go into the car, or Mario Farnbacher, and would have assumed it would be Renger van der Zender. But depends on the number of hours all three of these drivers have done, and whether it's possible to do a full stint and then maybe a third of a stint at the end, depending on how it all pans out.
So Baguette leading 2.1 seconds. You get the feeling he might even be on borrowed time here. I mean, what that Honda has not had to do all race is really argue for position. It's had to defend a bit early on, yes, only over the first few laps, and then maintain a gap, modest at times, but a gap. But it's never had to stick out its proverbial elbows and try and defend for that lead. But that could be what is imminent now.
Very much so. I mean, they've had a race where they've been totally in control. Everything has worked as they had previously planned. And now, as we get into the twilight hour here at Kyalami, and everybody will be sitting around having it was a very famous rum we got in South Africa. I forget the name of it. Very, very tasty, apparently. Anyway, that sitting on your veranda watching this race, or watching it on television, or watching it online, as you prepared to do, as we go into darkness, and the camera actually enhances the level of light that we've actually got. So for the drivers, they're seeing something not quite as light as we're seeing it here on TV screens.
Now, as far as the manufacturer's battle is concerned, even if Audi was to finish 1-2, it wouldn't be enough to overhaul Porsche, assuming that GPX and Dynamic remain 5th and 8th. Porsche would win the title, only by 4 points, but win the title nonetheless.
Doesn't matter the number of points, it's the victory that matters.
Absolutely so. Right, gap 2.2 between their first, their second, between Honda and Audi. So the Bentley challenge has rather fallen apart. Porsche's has self-destructed, and Audi, that veteran of winning GT races, is there fighting against this, dare one call it, the upstart of Honda.
Well, you might say that the venerable Audi A8.
Now, Renger van der Zande might have a view on where the pace of the Honda has gone to, and indeed what they can do about this Audi. Renger van der Zande, who I think he's probably due in the car next anyway, currently in the pit lane, and he might be able to explain this to Gemma Scott.
Renger, the pace seems to have slowed a little bit. What's happening?
I mean, we're going okay. I mean, the car is strong, and you know, the Audi behind us is maybe a little bit quicker. We lost quite a bit when there was an armature Audi in between us, in front of us, and we had to overtake him. That cost quite a bit of time, so it was unfortunate. I think the Audi liked the Audis more than the Honda, but doesn't matter. We're 2.5 seconds up to that now, and still quite a long time to go. We'll see how the pit stop turns out, and it's so tight. I mean, the competition, there's not a lot of cars, but the competition is fantastic here. So a lot of competitive drivers and cars. So let's see.
It's felt like a sprint the whole way through.
Oh yeah, I mean there was no time to hold back at all. So we had a margin of 10 seconds back to 2. Then the Porsche dropped out. Then the Audi came back, and it's, you know, it's nice to look behind you instead of looking forward. Still, you know, we're still fighting for the win here and the championship. So there's a lot at stake. But Baguette is Bertrand is doing a fantastic job now. Mario is gonna get in at the end. There's a lot of wind. Normally that means it's gonna roll raining. You told me so. Let's see, but to be honest, I think it's gonna stay dry. It's just very dark on this track. If you, I did the night practice, and you don't see much, so that will be interesting.
Yeah, there's no lights at all, are there?
Only on the car. We have a big headlight in the front. I think, yeah, you know, especially the turn where there's a lot of turns that are completely blind. So you're going in, you're braking, you don't know what to get, and if there's no lights from the track, it's very dark. So it makes it interesting.
Well, all playing down into the hands of Bertrand now, and then Mario afterwards.
Yeah, Mario has been really fast this weekend, and you know, the track has been up and down a lot in terms of pace, which was very interesting also for the engineers to get the tire pressures right and all that. But They've done a fantastic job. We have a bit of a problem with the pit stop, so our race logic, so the automatic timing from when to go out of the box again on track doesn't work. So we're doing it manually, which is not ideal. So, but at the end, we're doing a fine job on that as well. So let's see.
A great fight so far, and looking forward to the final hour. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
It's getting darker, isn't it?
Well, just looking at Renger van der Zande in that interview, and my first observation was eyes wide open.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see with the first, he's concerned.
Yeah.
Clearly concerned. And you can see that there's a nervousness and a tension in his face. Then as the interview went on, he sort of relaxed a bit more. But it is something getting very, very dark. More rain spots falling down at Clubhouse on that camera lens. And I think the level of darkness is in part because it's not just darkness itself, there's rain clouds in the area, and that's brought almost prematurely this level of darkness. It's fallen so quickly, almost in the space of 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly right. So there, Patrick Niederhauser hustles on. Yes, Renger van der Zande sort of putting a brave face on it and trying to say, yeah, you know, we're fine. We're 2.7 as it is now, seconds ahead. But I mean, that's nothing really with an hour and a half still to go. That's half of a normal endurance cap round. So yeah, there's a lot to go. There's lightning on its way as well, we understand now as well. So we've got everything. We've got a lead battle, we've got rain coming, we've got lightning in the distance, we've got the darkness descending on the circuit, and an hour and a half of the race to go. Anybody could get with this.
It's open season, I tell you, the race is by far, I mean, the top 5 are all on the lead lap. And in 5th place, number 12 Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet. Who's to say that the number 12 Porsche will win the race? If this goes into deluge, that's first of all going to see a rush into the pits. If it's like last year, we had a safety car intervention for the best part of an hour and a half or almost 2 hours. We don't want to have a race as it happened last year. It didn't finish under safety car, but we only have got 3 laps or 5 laps of the race. Just the last moments when the safety car came back in the pits, race director released the field, and it proved to be the right decision. And we had a proper race finish, not a safety car finish.
See the spots of rain on the camera lens there. The drivers are having to cope with the light changing and with the track surface changing as well. And remember, also from earlier on, we heard from the Honda crew that last year in the wet, that was not their forte. So are the weather gods going to have it in for the Honda, or will they be better 12 months on?
I would like to think they've made an improvement in the car. The car was still a work in progress to some degree 1 year ago. But, I mean, it's proven to be an outstanding car here all weekend. But look at that up at the top of the hill. How much rain is falling there. Who's going to go into the pits for a set of wet weather tyres now? Is it too premature, or are you going to hang out? Look, the pace of the Audi has been just dropped right off it because suddenly, confronted with a wet racetrack up at the top of the circuit, Honda seems a little less affected by it. But is he going to go into the pit lane or not? He's got the option coming out of the final turn into, no, he stays on track. Yeah. Where's the Audi? Audi's dropped way behind. Well, there it is there. I beg your pardon, I thought it dropped way behind. It certainly dropped back. It's probably about 3 and a bit seconds now behind the Honda, just simply by catching that weather at the top of the circuit.
They've done 250 laps. They're due to stop on lap 253, but if the conditions get really bad, they might be brought in a lap early. But then, of course, you've got to factor in an early stop now relative to stint time to the very end. So the teams will be trying to keep the drivers out there. And also, you want to put the right tyres on at the right time. It's all very well trying to be ahead of the game, but if that rain doesn't come to anything and you're on wet, you're wrong, you've got to come back in.
Yes, it's a difficult choice for teams that are caught in a rock and a hard place right now. They're so close to that pit stop window, and the natural instinct will be drivers calling it, we need wet tyres, But go to your weatherman and say, is this going to skirt by the racetrack, or is it going to dump on the racetrack? And then maybe you might make a decision. But what you don't want to do is put the wrong set of rubber on, then have to come back in and affect another tyre change because you were maybe a little bit negative about what you could get away with on a set of slicks, particularly on a set of slicks. With the relatively high ambient and relatively high track temperature, apart from here at the top of the circuit, the track is still got the capacity to absorb that moisture It's when it starts to get wet enough to leave tire tracks all the way around, then you have to think about your wet weather strategy.
Well, the gap is going up, isn't it? 3 seconds becomes 4 seconds now around the racetrack. 3.1 at the start of the lap, 4 midway around it. So the gap is widening. So is that the Honda preferring these greasy conditions? Is it Niederhauser being a bit overly cautious? Let's see.
Probably a bit of everything. I mean, we don't know what the emotions or feelings are for either driver, but Baguette seems to be able to manage it. The Honda looks to have, again, I use the term compliant, it looks a very compliant car. The 8 Bentley, now that's going to be surely a... Whereabouts is that? There's the rain up there, is that? Trying to work out the started proof for.
It is, absolutely quite right, and that's Alex Buncombe at the wheel of it, and he's slithered off.
And there's lightning now, so you can see the rain shining off the painted outside of the circuit. So is this an early stop or a tyre stop and fuel stop? It's both probably.
That's a routine stop. That's absolutely as it should be. Lap 251, number 34 BMW. That's in at the right time.
Slicks going on it again.
Interesting.
Probably right decision.
The track will have temperature for the moment when it said they'll still cut through, but the danger is that if we now go to a full course yellow, you don't go as quickly, the tyre temperature drops, they stop working, you've got to come back in.
Here we go, let's wait and see it coming down. There's the Bentley, and it just slithered off the braking line into turn 2 and comes to a standstill. Hopefully that car might get out on its own. If it doesn't, then it'll be a full course yellow, certainly a yellow flag down at turn 2, so the BM is rolling.
Full course yellow called.
Yeah, and the camera, it's difficult to see whether that's actually rain or just reflections. I think it is raining now quite heavily as the cars exit the pit lane. I don't know if I'm hearing it or not.
I think I am, yes, it's bouncing off the...
It's bouncing off the roof of the commentary position.
So full
Look
course yellow.
at it, wow. The BM has got to be in for a set of wet weather tyres.
Well, unless they put wets on at the very last moment, but I mean, if they didn't, they've got another stop to do. The only good thing is that they'll be tiptoeing around. Full course yellow brings the speed down anyway, and this is because of number 8 off the road. Rain's getting heavier all the time. BMW 34, we're told, did go onto wets. Now, it looked like
slicks to me.
Yeah, but
I thought it was slicks. I saw stickers on the. It looked like a set of slick tyres, but we're not in the pit lane. We're in our commentary position. We don't have direct access. Wow, look at that lovely bit of lightning.
Honda ready. So the next significant stop should be the leader at the end of 253, but they're going to come in a lap early, and why wouldn't you? While the full course yellow is, they get the stop done.
Certainly, and this phase, there's no choice. You're going to put on a set of wet weather tyres.
Yeah.
The track might dry up if the rain stops. It might dry up relatively quickly, but in these conditions, the smart play is now to go on to a set of wet weather tyres. And even coming into the pit lane, you've got to be really careful because you can skitter across that part tarmac on one side, part concrete on the other side. So, has Bertrand Baguette got out of the car? I don't think he has. Just a tyre change.
Stayed in it, you're right.
Is it just a tyre change? Or they're going to refuel?
That's refuel, surely.
I would have thought so. It's not. He's just done a tyre change, from what I can see.
So it's been declared a wet pit stop, so everybody has to do a pit stop, and it's for tyres only. So it's what we just see. It's a regulation wet pit stop rather than a full pit stop. So that's why you can't change driver.
And that's it's the same for everybody. So there was nothing ventured, nothing gained. So 32. Marco Bortolotti stays on board. I'm assuming he stayed on board. Looking for 45. This. One of the drivers is out of the car or helping the driver that's in the car. It's real tippy-toe stuff. Coming in on a set of slicks in these conditions. Nerve-wracking.
Yeah. But your next round of pit stops is going to be about 20 minutes before the end of the race.
Wet or dry.
Yeah. So 65-minute stint starts as soon as you trip the beam at the end of the pit lane. Mattia Drudi takes over number 44 from Patrick Niederhauser, and full course yellow, crikey.
It's just, it's like 2019. Not as bad yet, but if it continues to fall at this rate, you will get riverlets, little rivers running across the racetrack. And the one thing that then concerns a driver is aquaplaning, because in spite of the depth of the tyre groove in a wet weather Pirelli tyre, it's designed for a certain level of rain. In Japan, they have what they call monsoon rain tyres, and the tread depth is about a foot. It's a very, very deep tread tyre to deal with the monsoon conditions, because in Japan, they race in monsoon conditions.
Right, number 8's out of the gravel.
But is it going or not? Certainly the lights are on, but is the motor running? Not sure. No, it doesn't. Is it trying to roll or not? I'm visualizing it.
Marshals were heading that way, but whether that's to give the car a shove or, well, there they are, bedraggled to attend to Alex Buncombe. So they've been out in the elements all day, those Marshals. They're wetter than a mermaid's flannel. Now they've got to try and heave the big Bentley back onto the circuit and do it safely. But of course, with a smaller grid and under full course yellow conditions, then that safety provision is there for them.
So waiting for the tsunami to roll down the hill along with all the competitors. There is the lead car. Just waiting to see what his lap time is in these conditions.
Well, it's going to be down to a delta time and speed anyway, isn't it, with it being a full course yellow.
Yeah. There's 54. Look at the water standing in the pit lane.
Now, 44 did a normal pit stop rather than a wet pit stop. So that will have lost time, Audi 44, because they'll have done fuel and a driver change as well as tyres. So 44 should be further back now from the leading Honda. But of course, the Honda will do the equivalent normal stop to come, so it should balance out.
Yeah, 25.5 seconds roughly it is. Honda. So what is going on?
This is number 8 going off the road and explaining why we've had that full course yellow period. Oh, in fact, that's the second one, isn't it? So he got going and then had another off.
Yeah, that's another part of the racetrack. So now they're getting a set of, despite the camera image is not particularly clear. So it's very difficult to tell, even as close as we are, whether it's a set of slicks or a set of wet weather tyres. But clearly it'll be a set of wet weather tyres. It would be criminal to do anything else.
What is that the mechanic brings to the car?
That's for the breather, for the
right.
Just would refuel.
So 8 rumbles away, back into contention. Surviving Bentley, full course yellow remains, an hour and 18 minutes on the clock, and Bertrand Baguette still at the wheel of the Honda then leads Mathieu Drudi that took over 44, as I say, that did a full pit stop.
Who would want a career as a television motorsport commentator when you got conditions like this at night time?
Number 30 paddles its way through sunset, somewhat misnamed, and full marks to Marshall's cameraman out in the elements as well, trying to not just run the race in some instances, but of course bring the pictures to us.
Yeah, well, the cameraman in particular, because they're stuck up on a podium somewhere, out all day in the elements, get the strong South African sunshine, so they've got to put on factor 60 sunblock, and then they've got to carry all the paraphernalia to deal with these conditions. And if they're lucky, they get a few scraps to eat during the day.
So Honda, Audi, BMW, Porsche, BMW is the way that the top 6 looks at the moment. 44 still in contention to give Patrick Niederhauser the Drivers' Championship. That will have come out of nowhere, really. He was so far down the list of possible winners, but it's only really crept into attention in the last couple of hours. But Patrick Niederhauser, his work, I suspect, now done. He's in the hands of Mathieu Drudi and then Christopher Hauser.
Yes, and I mean, how much of this race is now going to continue under full course yellow conditions? That was initially for the number 8 Bentley, but is the full course yellow going to translate into a safety car? And will the safety car then stay out while these conditions are such?
You need to give them a few laps, wouldn't you, behind the safety car, perhaps just to get a feel for the conditions. But in a sense, I don't know whether the race director would feel that the timing of the rain and the full course yellow has helped or hindered, because you have to neutralise the race, then the rain comes, so it's harder to restart it perhaps. Whereas if the rain had come and cars were circulating, the instinct of the driver is to back off a little bit rather than expect officialdom to control the pace for you.
Safety car, just a full course yellow sign just on the exit of turn 16. Very brave marshal standing there. So again, I wonder just the amount of water on the racetrack. Is that if this full course yellow and safety car procedure is withdrawn? There is the safety car now leaving the pit lane. At what point will it be deemed safe to resume racing? We saw that happen at the very end of last year's event. But to me, these conditions are not as severe yet as we saw them a year ago. Now, clearly, there's the Honda charges down into turn 1.
Of course, now the safety car can, in theory, allow you to go at a quicker pace once we get to safety car conditions. Now, yes, the track surface is very wet and there is danger because of the rain. If you're driving down the motorway and there's very heavy rain, I know you're doing a lower speed, but you adjust your speed accordingly. You don't put...
Do you?
You should do. You don't ask somebody to suddenly affect the conditions or judge your speed for you. My point being, why can't you restart the race and the drivers go at an appropriate pace for the conditions instead of being forced to run behind the full course yellow or safety car?
My concern is the full course, the safety car is a Porsche GT3 RS, could be a Gen 2, could even have a Weissach pack on it, lucky person. But the tyres that are fitted to those cars as standard are high performance tyres, and they ordinarily don't have as deep a tread pattern. In some cases, not in every case, but in some cases, that a normal wet weather tyre would do. So I'm just wondering, how quick can the safety car go in these conditions compared to what the race car has got, which is a much deeper treaded and a wider tread groove. So just keep an eye on the safety car.
You can hear the engine notes occasionally suddenly going up as traction is lost.
Where's the racetrack? Anybody see it? Oh, there it is.
Set of headlights loom to view. Right, what have we got? An hour and a quarter. It's now fully dark, and it goes without saying, it's now fully wet.
Well, we heard Renger van der Zender saying how dark it is out there. Well, that's how it is at Kyalami once the lights go out. Okay, a bit of lightning might enliven things. The lights on these cars are phenomenal, but combination of rain on the windscreen, distortion, whatever you might get. I mean, some of these cars will still have those very fine tear-offs on their windscreen. Normally, water doesn't get between them, but when water is on the loose, it gets anywhere it wants to go. It's a very genteel pace right now.
It is.
Of the safety car.
It is. And so over the line will go the race leader. No overtaking, of course. We've cycled through that last run of stops. So 17:40 for the leading two cars would take you to the end of the next 65-minute stint. And stints are only extended if the safety car is out at the end of that stint.
So even though the cars are using a lot less fuel, it's the stint time rather than what you've got in your tank.
Right. Yeah.
Which is a bit of frustration. The only benefit is that when you make your pit stop, you don't need to put in maybe quite as much fuel as you normally do. But then there's a delta time to be dealt with as well.
That's right. Now, let's have a word with Alex Buncombe if we can. Alex might have a bit of explaining to do after a couple of dramas on that last stint. The Bentley driver in the pit lane with Gemma.
Alex, that looked quite a big moment really out there. I think you were the first to take the brunt of the rain.
Yeah, for sure. It was it was really strange that it rained in the middle sector on like 3 corners. I was keeping the team updated, of course, and then the rain stopped and it got drier, and I thought it's going to be fine. I was about 3 laps from the box anyway to hand over to Ollie anyway, but yeah, and then literally it was dry. Went down into turn 1, braked in my normal place, and halfway in the braking zone was wet. It wasn't really hard, but it was wet enough that it just lost the rear end, unfortunately. So spun into the gravel, couldn't quite get it out, and I was about 1 metre away, I think. And yeah, it was a shame we couldn't get the car out faster. But yeah, and then on the in lap was just crazy aquaplaning. I think I had all the gravel stuck in my tyres, and it was really hard to get the car back to the box. But Ollie's in the car now until the end. But yeah, look, I mean, it's been a tough day, really. We've been lacking pace for most of the day. It's been a bit of a tricky car to drive, to be honest. It's been fast at times, but not fast enough, you know, all the time. We can't keep the consistency there, so it's just a bit edgy to drive the car. But the pace, you know, our fastest lap's not too far away, so something positive to take away. And yes, it's a bit of a shame to end the year like this, but it's great to be here. So yeah, let's hope we can get the car to the end of the race.
Absolutely, and see if we can get the race back underway as well without the safety car, with the thunders rolling around in the background, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be hard out there for Ollie. I've just said to be safe with the car. You know, we're not going to be able to gain any more positions, so just keep the car on the track. But it's going to be a good fight for the guys up the front, and I'll be keen on the screen to watch it. So
thanks a lot, Alex.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Alex Buncombe then ends his association with Bentley in a drama-filled stint. And replay of what went on at the first part of the circuit. Yes, he said the car just did not want to slow down, ran out wide, looped around, and then this was the second moment. Gravel all over his tyres and just lost traction on a much wetter surface, of course, by that stage.
Yeah, but of course you're still on slicks at this time, and of course once you break traction in these conditions on a slick tyre, the slick becomes the equivalent to a water ski, and you just skim across the surface of the water.
Safety car in this lap, we are told. So safety car in this time. So that's the answer to another question. Now is when it's okay to resume. Safety car will be in this lap. The pace quickens, but safety cars breed safety cars. Are we about to have yet more fun and games, yet more drama in the dark, in the wet, when we go racing with just over an hour on the clock?
Why not? It's an obvious thing. I mean, everybody's on their toes. They know the conditions, they know the visibility, but they're all concertinaed together once again. And it's the most likely time that you could see another incident arise. Let's hope there isn't, because it'd be nice to see this final hour and a little bit of change run under non-safety car circumstances, conditions. And it'll be a battle between the Honda, the Audi, the BMW and the Porsche. Those are the 5 cars that are on the lead lap, and any one of those 5 cars could be standing on the winner's podium in just over an hour's time.
So the spray will hang in the air, you've got the darkness to cope with. Now overtaking, that's not going to be easy because there's no dry line. If you want to overtake, you're going to find even more puddles offline.
Well, I think a lot of you drivers will not be using the line anyway. They'll be using the off line to go the long way around corners, because in these conditions inevitably that's where you will actually find more grip. It depends, because you can see coming down the hill there will be little rivulets running across, so you don't want to catch one of those at a bad angle. That will be enough to stabilize the car, and then you'll just sail off into oblivion basically.
So the safety car due in this time. Teams hearing from their drivers about the standing water, about aquaplaning in certain parts. You've got the lightning as well, so the high drama of every weather season thrown at you pretty much at Kyalami comes yet again. 68 minutes are on the clock, the lights are out atop the safety car, so Bertrand Baguette is the man in charge. Rather soggy Baguette now, but as he comes towards the end of lap number 257, we're going to go back racing this time. There is number 30 then, the Honda accelerates out of the corner up towards the line, but there's also going to be some traffic between the leader and Mathieu Drudy in second place. So Drudy now has got a really arduous task. He's got to get past a bit of traffic, or has he been able to clear the traffic? He has. So actually he's brought the gap down as we go racing. So yes, we've got the 2 leaders together. So Mathieu Drudy for Patrick Niederhauser's championship hopes is now right with the race leader as they tiptoe through turn 2.
Yeah, the Bentley going again the very long way around into turn 2, staying out as wide as possible, looking for whatever traction is available. but very, very difficult. Look at the Porsche sliding the back, that's the 54, sliding across the curbing, keeping it on the racetrack. Visibility for everybody behind Bertrand Baguette will be restricted at best, and probably awful for those further through the field.
So this is what the drivers just did not want. Rain, heavy rain at that, and the darkness. More like a rally stage now, isn't it? Green flags show, but for how long? 66 minutes on the clock. Bertrand Baguette is just getting away a little here from Mathieu Drudy. Now, maybe that was the reason they kept Baguette in the car, because he was familiar with it and he knew from last year what the place was like, perhaps better than his two co-drivers. So Bertrand Baguette behind the wheel. Of course, he's doing the hard yards, but for the Honda's championship hopes, it's Farnbacher and Van der Zande who are the two drivers that could actually benefit from his efforts.
Yeah, but again, is he going to run up against the maximum amount of drivable time, or will that come at the point when they do their final round of pit stops?
He should bail, shouldn't he, and give the car to Farnbacher, otherwise he will exceed it.
In others, are they going to go out of sequence to ensure that Baguette doesn't actually overdrive his allotted time in the car? They could stop anywhere they want to in the next half hour, for argument's sake. They don't have to go up to the limit of what the car is capable of doing. True.
So it might be that they do an earlier stop to Farnbacher into the car. Drivers still telling their teams that they're aquaplaning out on track, which you've got to say is no real surprise. But again, manage your pace for the conditions.
Well, I think it's a reasonable thing to say, a lot more difficult when you're in the car with all the tension that's going on around it. And the rain is continuing to fall. You can see how heavily it is falling, and at some point I suspect we're going to have to see a safety car intervention, because the conditions will become so marginal. If we get one car flying off because it's aquaplaned off, that's for me the signal that it's time to stop this game, put the safety car out, do the best you can under the safety car situation, and hopefully by the time we get to the conclusion of 9 hours, we can have a finish, a green flag finish. But look, going even down through the, somebody just spun.
We've got a spinner. I thought that was Audi shaped for a moment. Let's see.
It is Audi.
Is that 44? It is. It's Mathieu Drudy. So Mathieu Drudy has gone around out of second place, and that's going to throw the championship up into the air. Where has he gone? Has he got going again? I think he has. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Mathieu Drudy from second place rejoins, but where has that dropped him to?
I can't even see where the racetrack is. I mean, that was coming out of into Barbecue up through Yuxte. Here's the view of the car. Just probably maybe catches a damp bit of the racetrack and it rotates around, goes across the inside of the circuit, then back, and there it is, actually on the outside of the circuit. Has to do a full rotation. I think he struggled to get the car rotating. Steering lock is not brilliant at the minute.
We've got full course yellow again, by the way, because of the track conditions. Lots of the teams are shouting red flag, red flag. Alain Adom is not predisposed to do that, but he will bring the race under caution, and a full course yellow has been deployed again.
The right decision.
So full course yellow is shown, and the pace of the race will drop accordingly, and it may well be that we have a number of early stops ready for that last hour, because A, you want your quicker driver in at the end for whatever racing we get, and B, because your pace is going to be so much slower, you might as well get the stop out of the way rather than leave it and risk it being at the very end. So get the stop done now that you're within the 65 minutes to the very end. Anyway, we'll see what the teams elect to do. Full course yellow here after the Spa 24 hours last year, where we had the hiatus for many hours of nothing circulating on the track. There's been a feeling of at least keeping the cars running is better than nothing, even if it is under an elongated full course yellow period. And that's exactly what we had last year in similar conditions for lap after lap after lap. And of course then, teams in a good place wanted the race stopped, and teams that were still fighting for position wanted the race to carry on. So you can't please everybody, but Alain Adom ultimately isn't here to please them, he's here to keep them safe as the race director. But John's point is right, you can barely make out the circuit at times in the rain at the moment. Now the weather apps have been very good at trying to predict when the rain comes. Has anybody got an app that tells us when the rain stops? Because that would be quite useful. Again, if the rain is like this for another 4 hours, then we ain't going to go racing again particularly. As there, look, into the pit lane comes the race leader. So this will be the last pit stop of the race. I think the other car coming in is Kevin Estra's Porsche. So the leader is in, and this could be the last pit stop to get the car cycled through, new driver into it. Of course, others perhaps thinking, well, if there's going to be a stoppage, we don't want to be in the pits and therefore losing places, but the Team Honda Racing squad electing to do the last pit stop. So that should get them to the end of the race. And that's going to put 32, Fred Verviche, into the lead ahead of Matt Campbell. And there is the Honda going for a full service pit stop here. So wets, I think I've seen a driver change. Yeah, driver change, presumably to put Farnbacher into it. But look at that rain. It is falling so heavily. The race circuit is awash, and number 30 Honda has done the pit stop, but now it kind of needs everybody else to make theirs to put the order back to what you would anticipate it to be. At the moment, if you stay out, don't pit, and there's a red, and the race isn't restarted, then you've just lucked in. So the Honda technically has done a sensible thing in terms of getting ready for the last stint. I would imagine the stint would run even if it were under full course yellow conditions, the checker flag, quite frankly, but so.
If it was red flag, then would the result not go back to the lap prior to the point the race was red flagged?
Indeed, but it depends when that red flag comes, if a red flag came, when it came, and who pitted.
They're really, really struggling.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the safety car will be struggling equally. These are as dire conditions that you could expect to deal with on a racetrack anywhere around the world.
So right now, it is Verviche, Campbell, Katzberg, the top three, and they have yet to serve their final pit stop. Fourth on the road is Farnbacher, who has served the last
They're
stop.
good to go now to the end.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Whereas others should make another stop.
Well, I think Honda timed that pit stop ideally, and it's just hammering down. Where is the safety car? I can't see it. It's out there somewhere.
Yeah, that's 44 Audi, which is...
Has that become defector? Has that become defector of the safety car? look, they're going through water.
Yeah.
It must be about... Look at how deep it is. Oh, dear me.
Actually, I think, although the timing screen says that the Honda is fourth, I think there has been a change just as the Honda left the pit lane between the Honda and 44 Audi. So 44 is fourth, the Audi, just ahead of the Honda. And we're still full course yellow, so no safety car as yet. So full course yellow, only if the race director needs the safety car for the restart will that be deployed.
Here's a theory. The reason the safety car isn't out because it can't deal with these conditions. It would be, I think, a more difficult proposition to drive around the racetrack than the race cars are.
Possibly.
I believe that. I mean, again, it goes back to the tyre situation on the safety car. It's on a set of high-performance road tyres, not on a set of what I would call wet weather race tyres.
No, fair point. Absolutely fair point.
And maybe I'm being cynical, but ordinarily in these conditions, why would you run under full course yellow? Would you not control it? Would it not be better to control it with a safety car? Interesting.
Well, a full course yellow speed is lower than a safety car speed under normal conditions.
Indeed,
I know these aren't normal, but yes, I mean, this is a slower pace than the safety car would, in theory, offer. What we need to see at the end of the lap is where the Honda has blended into. I think it's actually fifth, not fourth. Drivers reporting that they're struggling even at these conditions to stay on the road.
Well, you can see going out of turn 2 all the way up through Yuxke, they're going through what would be close to being called a reservoir.
Yeah. Now, is anybody else going to head for the pit lane at the end of this lap? Let's find out, because I think that's the mine shaft that they're coming down.
It is,
yes.
Yeah.
And full course yellow is there. We've got 58 minutes of the race to go.
Is this a race?
The competition, the event.
The event.
The last round of the championship. That's the other reason to keep it running, because it does matter. Driver safety matters, yes. Championship outcome matters, yes. Now look, this app that you've been waving all day about when the rain's coming, does it tell us when the rain's going?
Doesn't matter, because the racetrack's going to be saturated until the end. But I will look, just to confirm the accuracy of such, and it wasn't a totally... Right now, well, certainly at 22 o'clock, and now it's 10 o'clock at night, it's hammering down. So it's hammering down for the rest of the evening.
Right.
My app isn't telling me what it's going to do up until 10 o'clock because it's moved on a bit. So I suspect if it's hammering down up at 10 o'clock through the night,
It's going to be like...
Forget about the braai, forget about the barbecue, David. You're not going to get that nice South African beer. You're not going to get those lovely sausages, all the goodies that you get down here. It's going to be a dull old room service, I think, isn't it?
I think you're right. I think you're right. And there are going to be some very bedraggled and very frustrated teams at the end of this as well, as the cars tiptoe around. I mean, the last lap under a full course yellow was just under 4 minutes.
You're joking. I could reckon you could run it as quickly as that.
In fact, for some of them, it's over 4 minutes because they're really struggling in the conditions. So, yeah, I mean, now from the race director's office, this is an awful situation. He wants the drivers to be safe. He wants the race to happen if it can do. But if this is what we've got for the next hour, you're kind of stymied, aren't you? If it's wet now and it's full course yellow and it keeps on raining, it's always going to be full course yellow conditions.
If it is going to keep raining, the condition is not going to improve. There's not enough pace and not enough cars on the track to help clear the water that's on the racetrack. It's only get worse and worse and worse. And the best option available is the option that we're watching right now, that everybody run under full course yellow circumstances, which is a low pace. As the drivers and competitors are saying, we're struggling even at that pace to stay on track.
So at the moment, we have Fred Verviche, the race leader, vastly experienced Belgian driver, thinking, oh, a bit like Spa this at the moment, cope with this.
And it's dark.
Yeah.
14 hours of darkness at Spa this
Something
year?
like that, yes.
Felt like 24, but anyway.
Drivers saying it is very dangerous out there, even at this low speed. But of course, if you're the race leader and you're Fred Verviche, you would call for a red flag, wouldn't you? Because you're going to win the race.
Well, why not? Why not? Everybody in this group of cars has done something this afternoon, this evening, that makes them worthy competitors and worthy of a podium. But it doesn't quite work like that. So you've got to just stay in position. Right now, it's Audi, BMW, Porsche, Audi, and then the Honda in 5th place. What a disappointment it will be for that team, having been utterly dominant all the way through the weekend, to end up in 5th place because of nature. So here we go yet again, just creeping and crawling away around the circuit.
Now, Sheldon van der Linde might have a view on this, local driver. He knows what the conditions are all about. So Sheldon, sheltering from the rain, is with Gemma in the pit lane.
Sheldon, down here in the BMW garage, of course, and looking out onto the pit lane, it is very, very wet. The conditions are pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah, I think it's very dangerous. We had exactly the same here at the Kyalami 9 hour last year, so I think a lot of the drivers are used to this. Nicky did the same stint last year, and that's why we put him in for the last 2 hours, because we kind of predicted this rain to come. And yeah, obviously the car is normally good in these conditions, especially here at the Kyalami 9 hour. So we actually hope for the race to resume, but obviously now it's too dangerous, I think.
I guess the best case scenario is that you know, we have the rain stopping, but what's the chances of that happening? You know, you're a local here, you know how quickly the storms tend to pass and how severe they get.
Yeah, well, I'm not a local anymore. I live in Germany for the last 3 years, so I don't really know what it's going to do, but I suppose it's going to stay here for a while. And obviously that means to the end of the race. So I assume for the next hour, 30 minutes, it's going to be here, and that means we're going to end the race on a wet track.
We've got about 55 minutes left. If it does stop raining, how quickly does this circuit drain?
I don't think very quickly at all. There's a lot of standing water normally because of all the elevation changes, so I definitely don't think it's going to dry up very quickly, and that's why I say it's probably going to be a wet race to the end. But yeah, I just wish all the best to the drivers. Obviously, it's not an easy situation to be in, and I know Nicky will do the job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
They're putting on many more sets of tires. This is a brand new sticker set of wet set of tires. So Carl Hack has come in. And that car getting its final service. So the set of tires goes on is the very best set of tires that is possible. waiting for it to fire up. And I mean, look at the pit lane, it's almost coming in horizontal with the wind and the rain. Miserable conditions now the team have to work in. Fortunately, only one more. Well, this will be the last round of pit stops, in fact, for everybody, other than if there's an incident or a car needs some repair beyond the regular service. Very lovely images by our cameramen out around the racetrack using the raindrops on the lens to create something arty. Drivers aren't enjoying it in the least, but it's the same for everybody. 51 minutes and a half to go, and creeping around barely at the pace that you would normally run if you're under a full course yellow, because it's just too demanding, too difficult. Certainly the drivers are the best arbiters of that. They know what's possible. They don't really want to have a red flag or a safety car or whatever, but they also know what's realistic, and what they don't want to do is end up having done just under 9 hours of racing to end up with a car in a gravel trap. They've done the hard yards, they deserve the result, but it looks to me as if it's going to be full course yellow up until 8 o'clock at night, when this race will be finally flagged off. It is just awful. Another thing, in an enclosed race car, a GT car to some degree, but certainly in the old-fashioned Group C prototypes, they used to leak like a sieve, and the water would come in, but it would come in and it never went out. So apart from any of the other problems, you always ended up with a wet bottom, and your overalls get wetter and wetter, and the most uncomfortable feeling is sitting in a puddle of water in your seat in wet overalls and wet underwear. It takes you back to childhood, if anybody can remember that far back.
Well, I can. Oh, takes me back to school, that does. Right. Race control obviously looking at all of this. Now, we're in this situation. I talked about the Honda pitting and then saying, of course, what they were then rather reliant on was everybody else pitting as well. Race control, I suspect, can't put words into their mouth, but I would imagine race control is rather reluctant to stop a race now and give people an unfair advantage, because those that are staying out, rather than serving their last pit stop at the moment, would gain an advantage over the Honda. Track conditions, yes, are bad, so they're being controlled with a full course yellow, but they're the same for everybody. But what race control do not want to do is disadvantage anybody by stopping the race and give people an advantage because they've rolled the dice and stayed out longer. So as we stand now, Porsche number 12 is back into the pound seats for the championship because the Honda is down in 5th place. The Honda has made its last pit stop, but other cars haven't. So they've kind of, how can I phrase this? On the one hand, they've done the right thing to go to the end in the Honda, but they've also disadvantaged themselves. You're not going to run out of your stint time until about 22 minutes to go to the end of the race, and we've got 48 minutes. So maybe race control is going to try and hang on to get the last pit stop cycle through. Then we've got what you might call the natural order, then make a call.
This reminds me of the TV program Pointless. Is this a pointless situation we're in? Because there's no clear and obvious solution. It's just work it out as the conditions develop or change or whatever they're doing.
If you can run under the full course yellow, I'm not the race director, but were I to be, I'd run to the end, because that way you've got the race in and you've gone through everybody's pit strategies.
But you've got a locked grid, and for people who are out of position because of circumstances that have been, in the case of the Honda, for example, leading the race, so they're going to feel, well, we didn't have a chance to race to victory, but if the conditions are so bad, as you can see, just the puddles, it's just going to be a full course yellow finish.
They aren't going to get a chance to race at the end, but they've still got a pit stop to do, which is part of the natural race anyway. Yeah. So even if it were restarted, they'd have to make that pit stop. Anyway, I'm sure you can all on Twitter have an opinion as to what should happen. Did the Honda do the wrong thing by pitting early going into the last hour when it could have hung on and hung on and hung on? Are others perhaps going to be negatively affected by not having pitted now? And discuss. But for my money, I'd run it to the end of the race.
This is fodder for armchair quarterbacks.
Absolutely right. Everybody's a race director at the moment. I mean, Alain Adam, who is in charge of all of this, is a very, very experienced, very, very good race director. That's a statement of fact. Trust me on this, everybody. He's not going to do anything stupid. He's not going to endanger people's lives. Far from it. He's going to make the right call, but he's also keen that we get the right result in the race.
Do you think he's got a pair of wet weather soles on his shoes in his office?
Yeah, I notice he's not standing outside.
Well, I don't think so.
He's a bit busy with all his monitors and his data and everything else. Now, Honda, as I say, have kind of disadvantaged themselves for the moment, but maybe they've got a view on this. Bertrand Baguette, I think, might be able to talk to Gemma, who is doing her best to keep dry.
Bertrand, this is not playing at all how you wanted it to with the weather. You're pretty frustrated right now.
Yeah, I mean, we just lost the race, basically. Not even our fault. I mean, we pitted like we wanted to. We don't have to pit anymore. And under Foucault's yellow, we are stuck behind very slowly. I don't know what he's doing. And we keep losing 10 seconds per lap. So that means that the guy leading now, they just have to pit and they will be in front of us. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's just not fair.
At this point in the race, what do you hope to happen?
What can I hope? Now we lost the position. It's raining like crazy. I don't think we can race in those conditions. Already the first restart was a very bad idea. I was driving at maybe 130, 140 kilometers per hour in the straight, and I nearly lost the car 5 times. So, I mean, what can I say? We were so strong this weekend, and I mean, let's see how it ends up. But I think it's over for us.
Thanks, Bertrand.
Bertrand Baguette saying he doesn't know what the slow Audi is doing. The slow Audi is Mattia Drudi. What, in part, he's doing by holding up the Honda is letting 32 Audi build a lead to win the race. Not necessarily the championship, but at least an Audi could win the race. Now, it's not necessarily all doom and gloom, because if they were to restart, they'd restart from the safety car, which would bunch them all up if they were to restart. So the gaps that are there at the moment would come down. If would.
And it is still raining, but is it hammering down as it was a few minutes ago, or is it actually easing? It's difficult to tell. I'm trying to be optimistic and say something positive, because right now there's nothing positive you can say. Conditions are just so dire.
Well, the cars have to go at this slow pace under the full course yellow, but as we know, if there's to be a restart, that normally comes from the safety car, because you allow the drivers the chance to build up pace. Safety car can, in theory, run at a quicker pace, conditions allowing, than under the full course yellow.
I ain't going to run quicker than these cars are running, I can assure you of that.
But the point that the Honda team is making as they go through the river almost there is that Mattia Drudi is going so slowly and holding up the Honda, so that's now 1.5 minutes behind the leading Audi. So if there were to be a restart, the only fair way now is to put the safety car out anyway to bring those gaps down.
You're probably right. In fact, I know you're right. I'm questioning whether the safety car would be able to do precisely what I think the safety car would struggle to run at the pace that these race cars are running at under full course yellow conditions. But they're not running at the full potential of full course conditions speed anyway, because the water in certain areas is so... This front splitter is acting like it's pushing the water away from the front of the cars. They're going through, let's call it inches, I don't do centimetres. There's inches of water on certain parts of the racetrack. That was done at the S's. The water is naturally going to run down from Leerkop and run down from that little bit of straight before you get there at the top of the hill now at Leerkop. So 43 minutes and seconds remaining. Oh, dear me. Well, I suppose there's no surprise it was going to be wet at some point. And it's come with a vengeance. It's come later maybe than last year, but it's certainly come with a vengeance.
It has. And it's a shame that what has been a fascinating race is now rather being dominated by the conditions and by question marks over what to do under this track surface. You've got Verviche and Katzberg with half a second between them right now, and then Matt Campbell's Porsche 23 seconds back in 3rd place, and then miles behind that, Mattia Drudi and the rest of them. So again, race director, if he has got a choice, would ideally like them a lot closer.
Well, let's think forward to 2021.
Yes.
This race is going to be the beginning of December. Is there an argument to suggest that, knowing that this is the weather pattern that you get at this time of year over at Joburg, that we start the race 2 hours early. In other words, instead of starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, we start at 8 o'clock. Now that will take away the option to have some nighttime running, but would it be better to have a race in daylight that finishes in racing conditions, and hopefully might avoid the kind of rainstorm that comes in and take away the opportunity that Honda have worked very hard to create for themselves, and that's going to leave, and unfortunately, a bad taste in the mouth of some people.
Now, number 32 Audi has just gone through the pit lane to reset its stint time. So 32, Fred Verviche, therefore, can maintain its lead, benefiting, of course, from 44 Audi, like we've explained, holding up the Honda. So
it's just pain upon pain upon pain.
It is, but Audi helping Audi, different teams, but as a brand, 44 has assisted number 32 possibly to win the race here.
Well, one Honda against the might of Audi or Porsche or others was always going to be up against it, and it doesn't make anybody in the pit lane feel any better, but that's what people do to win events and championships.
Yeah, exactly. So full course yellow remains, but you kind of have to feel for the Honda squad, but did they bring it on themselves? On the one hand, it was the right thing, get the stop done, ready for the last hour, but should they have thought about the consequences of that? Mirko Bortolotti is what part of the driving force of 32. He might have a view on how that car has suddenly been gifted a race lead.
We'll see in 40 minutes.
Well, Mirko with Gemma, I thought, but we'll try and get back to that in a moment. So Mirko Bortolotti has entrusted Fred Verviche to bring 32 to the end of the race. He's got Nick Katzberg behind him. And then, as I say, because the Honda has been stuck by the very slow 44, sacrificing a championship for a race win for the brand, so Mario Farnbacher unable to respond now. And the gaps are such that you can do a drive-through, reset your stint time, carry on. And you don't need to refuel because you're not using very much.
No, you're running around in an oily rag. The fuel tank's barely dropping by the lap, so, well, it is what it is. It doesn't make anybody feel any better.
So paddling their way around lap 266, 40 minutes of the race still to go, and that's the race order on screen. The championship situation is, of course, changing as a result of what now, I mean, number 32 has been there or thereabouts throughout the race, but it's never led up until now. The Honda has led, what, 8 hours, and the 9th, the one that matters, it's going to get mugged.
Well, it was always going to be, the race to be determined in the final hour. Yeah. We didn't imagine it was going to be quite as bad as it's turned out to be, and it's still raining, but I think the rain is actually moderately easing, but it's such a volume of water for that to clear away. You can see again going around Sunset, look how much, barely, there's no steering control when you go through water of that depth. You just sit there, wait for the car to come out of the puddle, as it were, almost a sort of a small ocean. Exiting out through Clubhouse. Again, the water is standing water, and that's short straight down to the S's.
So right now, you've got the number 32 Audi in charge. Nick Katzberg's BMW running in second place. Matt Campbell's Porsche is third. Fourth is Mattia Drudi's Audi. Fifth, the Honda of Mario Farnbacher, and Martin Tomczyk's BMW is in sixth. And they are the 6 on the, no, in fact, only the leading 5, I should say, on the lead lap.
We've got a story. We've got, on our timing and scoring, we've got the Audi leading, but on the screen we've got the BMW leading.
That's slightly puzzling.
It is. I tend to trust timing and scoring on our timing and scoring
Well, hang
screens.
on. There is Katzberg, and he has got himself into the lead around the lap somehow.
So he can overtake under full course yellow. So what happened to Verviche?
Well, exactly, because Verviche led at the end of the previous lap, but on this lap, the BMW has got itself ahead.
Well, we need to wait for our timing and scoring screens to update us.
Is that because Verviche did his pit drive-through and he's still not got to the end of the lap?
Haven't got a clue.
So if Verviche crossed the timing beam in the lead, suppose it's pit relative to the pit beam. No, I think the pit beam's at pit out. Anyway, BMW does now lead and will be confirmed as the leader at the end of this lap. There it is, paddling through the last corner. And WRT asking for confirmation about when the BMW and Audi were in relevant positions, because it's rather important. So we now have Nick Katzberg confirmed as the race leader as he crosses the line, ahead of Fred Vervisch in second place.
And the 12 Porsche on third.
Yeah.
Does that change any calculations, or?
He's been third for a while, since the Honda bailed to the pits, basically.
I've run out of the permutations of who can win and who's going to.
I'm trying to also
win the race, first of all, but secondly, win the
championship.
The championship. Yeah.
Also, just trying to get myself sorted with who's got to make another stop. 32's done the last pit stop. There's BMW 34 and I think Porsche 12. They've still got to do a stop, haven't they? So that's going to change things as well. But right now, number 12 Porsche would be on 45 points, and BMW 34 would be on 50, so that goes ahead of the championship. And the Honda that's running in 5th place is out of the mix completely. So at the moment it's advantage BMW, but I think that car's still got another pit stop to make. I don't think it's done a drive-through reset, unless Gemma can tell me different. But with the BMW ahead, also there would need to be a discussion as to how it got ahead and whether it needs to give the place back. We know that the Audi has done a reset. If the BMW did the same thing, then is part of the answer, but if there's been a reset for the BMW, then it clearly wasn't overtaking the pit, so it must have happened on the track somewhere. But there's not yet been word from race control that the place must be given back, but there's quite a lot going on there.
If Vervisch maybe had momentarily gone off track.
Yeah, true.
That maybe is the explanation as to why Nicky Katzberg finds himself in the lead, but hopefully we might be able to find something in the archive that might explain the situation. Here we go. No. Here we go.
Now let's have a look. There is 34 BMW, and the Audi indicates to go to the left, doesn't it? So we did see that, and I was wondering what it was all about, because there was a car indicating, but that looked like Vervisch indicating and pulling over.
Well, I don't know whether he's indicating to allow the BMW to go ahead of him, or he's indicating because I'm going to stay on the left-hand side of the track because there's so much water on the inside. Yeah. Goodness knows. Who knows? Is the Audi going to retake? What's going on?
Well, as yet, we haven't had a message saying you must give back the place. We've got 33 minutes of the event still to go. Still more talking points, I'm sure. Am I being a bit optimistic when I say that the rain is easing? Lecco Bortolotti is ready from Audi number 32. Let's get his thoughts on what's going on for the race lead. He's with Gemma.
Mirko, obviously we've seen some change of position there. What are your thoughts on what's happening?
I don't know exactly what happened. For some reason we had to give the position back, so I can't give you more information.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so the Audi had to give the place back to the BMW, by the sound of that.
Don't know. I mean, it's so difficult to see anything here on screen and to try and give a rational explanation. What is clear is that Vervisch pulled over to the left and the BMW drove by, and in that brief conversation with Mirko Bortolotti, indicating that there was an instruction given to Vervisch to let the BMW get ahead. But where all this stemmed from, prior to Vervisch staying on the left and the BMW coming by, the minute we're trying to get to the bottom of it. So the situation is that BMW is leading 34 BMW from the 32 Audi, and then the 12 Porsche in third place.
And it's all to do with the Audi's rejoin after that reset pit stop, because if whichever car was ahead at the safety car line could keep the lead, and that's what is being discussed. So the BMW was ahead, the Audi accelerated out and presumably moved ahead, and that's why they've been asked to give the position back. So it was Audi giving the place to BMW.
Yeah. So the BMW was on track, completing another lap. The Audi was leaving pit lane, and once he had gone over the demarcation line, the speed limit line, he was able to build up speed, so he then shot ahead of the BMW from a pit lane exit. That's the assumption.
Effectively, yeah, it's my understanding. I mean, it's hard enough for race control to follow everything when you can't really see it too clearly, but you know, all these little things are how you win and lose races, as Team Honda Racing is discovering from having pitted when it did, and now others serving their pit stops or not serving their pit stops in a different way. The Honda is up into 4th place. It's got past the 44 Audi, so 44 is pitted. That's just given the Honda back 1 place, which you could argue is fair.
Absolutely. So that's, if you want to say, some relief for the Honda team, but it's obviously not going to make up for the disappointment that they're going to face. We've got just under half an hour of this race remaining, and I suspect unquestionably it's going to finish under full course yellow circumstances.
So race order is on the screen. BMW, Audi, Porsche, currently the order. Nick Katzberg at the wheel of the 34 BMW that leads the way. And half an hour remains. Clock ticks on down. For race control, thinking, can we get conditions good enough to release them? But of course, it's not only puddles on the road, it's puddles that you can't see because they're in the dark.
Well, puddles that also will be masked by the amount of spray that's going to be produced by these wet weather tyres. So currently, I think everybody in the pit lane would be really surprised to see if this race went back to race conditions. I think everybody would generally agree that it's just a high-risk strategy that isn't worth playing out.
So there. Number 44 Audi, Christopher Haas has taken it over for what he's going to be able to do, and driver reports track is much better. Time for safety car procedure, says one of the teams. Better not tell you which one, but the track conditions are improving according to the people that are out there.
Well, we did sort of notice that the rain, the weight of the rainfall was reducing. So if the track has got good drainage on it, which I suspect it probably has, because you build into the circuit the kind of drainage that you need for the conditions that the circuit exists in. So if that is the case, we've got 29 minutes remaining, so maybe we can deploy a safety car. But I still would have margins of concern about the safety car to deal with these conditions any better than, or as well as, these race cars on full wet race tires.
So Nick Katzberg up front at the moment as he splashes his way through. It's also possible that you've got the conditions better at certain places than others, because obviously the bottom of the hill there's more standing water potentially as it runs down there, so certain bits might be better than others, should be better than others.
I mean, the worst bit appears to be down here at the lower part of the circuit, turn 2 into Yukske. There's certainly a river there.
Now, if the BMW stays where it is, we need to find out if it's got another stop to make, and I think it has. Then they would win the championship, Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg. If they stop again, championship would head the way of number 12 Porsche. Or does that have another stop to make?
Well, David, looking at those conditions, there is no way the safety car is going to be deployed, because there's so much standing water still in certain parts of the racetrack that would not be appropriate. I believe it would be very, very high-risk strategy for everybody, competitors, corner workers, marshals, cameramen even.
Yeah.
But it does look in certain parts that maybe the rain is almost stopped, but still a huge amount of standing water. You can see the spray So it's injected around the front guard of the BMW. I mean, it's coming out like a hose pipe.
Now, does the BMW need to do a reset for its stint? I'm sure it must do. And 12 is the other question mark as to whether that's done a reset drive-through. But right now, it is 34 BMW that leads on the road.
I mean, stint lengths are something that also has got to be taken into consideration. Looking into, yes, well, Porsche not had the best day. Still an opportunity with 26 minutes remaining.
Renger van der Zande looking on, and still sure that 34 BMW and 12 Porsche have got to do at least a drive-through to reset the stint. Doesn't matter about fuel, doesn't matter about tyres, doesn't matter about the driver change, unless they're going to exceed the allowance, but they must at least reset, because otherwise you'll be well over the 65 minutes, penalty comes. I've not seen the BMW do the reset, and I've not seen 12 drive down the pit lane either, but we may have missed it because we're looking at other things and there's a lot of water on the lens, but we'll see. What does that tell us, John? It tells us it's wet.
It looks like a bit of art down in downtown Johannesburg to me. No, that's the weather pattern that's on the weather persons. It is a person on their screen, and they can tell how long that's going to. But it looks as if it's plumb over the circuit, and it's still raining, but the intensity has clearly eased off. This is coming up into sunset. You can see this rain falling on the racetrack, but not the way it was dancing off the racetrack so 20 minutes or so ago. I don't know why some cars hug the curb on the inside of Sunset, because there's a massive puddle there, and they keep driving through it.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because they know it's there. They've paddled through it lap after lap after lap now.
Yeah, and my issue would be, well, I mean, okay, all the cars have got their electronics as well sealed up by silicon gels, but nevertheless, you don't want to tempt fate. Just a sort of maybe an old-fashioned style of thought. In the good old days, you know, electronics weren't as well sealed as they would be today.
Now, what about BMW's chances here? Augusto Farfus might be able to tell us whether the BMW has a stop to make or not.
Augusto leading now. If you win this, you win the championship. But have you got to do any pit stops, any resetting of your stints or anything?
No, everyone it's on the same strategy. We've been the first ones, and this was a very good call from the team, the first ones to pit when we hit the 65 minutes, which was the maximum window. Last year we gambled, and I stayed out, and we lost the race for that. This year we did differently, and for the moment we keep things crossed. We're leading the race, and also looks good for the championship.
25 minutes to go. The rain is still falling pretty heavily. The thunder's coming back round, and the lightning seems to be starting again.
Yeah, it's listen to the driver. Nick said it's literally impossible to restart. It is already difficult to drive around at 80. There is so much puddles around the track, very slippery. So I think it's very sensible from the race director to keep full course yellow, as is the safest way to go around. Let's see. I mean, it is still a long 25 minutes, but we are on the hunt. We execute. Oh, look, safety car is going out. Yeah. We have executed a beautiful race. So let's try to just keep working. I mean, and bring the car to them.
And you've got enough fuel on board to go to the end of the race.
Yeah, we do have.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 12, Porsche, also pitted on the hour mark. So both 12 and 34 good to go to the end now. So the safety car you saw go down the pit lane, it's not gone out. It was just perhaps being put on standby, but it's not gone out. But yeah, number 12 should be good. There's the safety car ready to go on instruction. It's on standby, as you can see. So the leading BMW, the third place Porsche. Confirmation from the timekeeping service, Stephen Taylor, the chief timekeeper, saying that they have done their reset. They've got enough stint time to go to the end, so they will get there. Nick Katzberg and Augusto Farfus, therefore, are heading for a championship.
Well, who would have thought that?
Yes.
When this race got underway, that the whole thing has been turned on its head in the last, what, 45 or so minutes.
So nervous faces in BMW, but now Nick Katzberg just has to bring the car home, and the safety car, as you've seen, is on standby. But while you've still got all that standing water out there, there's not very much it's going to be able to do to restart the race.
I wonder who the safety car driver is. Is it a racing driver? Has he got experience of driving in these extreme conditions?
Give me a moment.
If it was Sarel van der Merwe, who is, I think, the uncle of Alan van der Merwe, maybe it could be the dad. Sarel, one of the great legends of South African motorsport, I would say no problem. But you need somebody who's got a shed load of experience to be able to guide that safety car around.
The safety car driver is Jerome Doval, whose father, Joel, is the deputy race director, and the observer in the car is Michael van Rooyen, who was in this race last year.
Okay.
I think I'm right in saying that Jerome drives it in French GT, but I might be wrong about that. But he's an experienced safety car driver, at least, let me put it that way.
Good, so he's accustomed to driving in very extreme conditions, which is what we've got right now, 20 minutes of the race to run. You're actually beginning to see tired tracks now on the surface. Previously you didn't see any. There in the pit lane,
oh, it's much better.
As if it's easing off marginally.
Just spots of rain now.
Spots of rain.
Yeah. So Nick Katzberg finding himself in the lead of the race, and of course, because of the earlier delays by being stuck behind the Audi, Mario Farnbacher is about a minute and a half back from the leading car. Can't overtake anybody because he can't catch anybody because he's under full course yellow. Safety car would bring them all closer, but only a restart or more people pitting would shuffle the order. That's turn 16, I know that, because they're the lights over the gantry, but otherwise it's a bit of guesswork.
No, I mean, there's bits I recognise, you know, the bit through Sunsets, and I mean, the bit also going up through Yuxgate.
Now, I'm interested in why the safety car is on standby but not being released. Is it a case of another lap, a little bit drier, now go? What do you think the thinking is?
My concern would be that the safety car would struggle in these conditions, simply because it's a road car. It's on road car tyres, which are not as capable of dispersing the level of water on the racetrack as a wet weather race tyre is, and it would be inappropriate to put a safety car out that couldn't cope with these conditions. It's bad enough for the race cars, but they're properly equipped with full-on wet weather tyres.
Now, as we work lap 272, it is the BMW up front, Nick Katzberg ahead of Fred Verviche. Fred, of course, having been forced to give back that place, but even so, for number 32 to be into second spot, much better than was staring the team in the face earlier on. So in this last very wet hour, with pit strategy, with team tactics, you could argue, they've started to become a factor, but they're not going to be winners unless we get pure racing laps back in. BMW, Audi, and then Porsche in third place. And the number 12 Porsche did do its last stop on the hour, so good, can run to the end on that stint reset. Now in the pit lane is Gemma. She's got Charles Weerts with her now. Charles Audi running in second place, and let's hear from the young Belgian.
Charles, there's a lot of discussions happening within the team at the moment. What's happening? You're behind the BMW. Do you believe that you should be behind the BMW at this point?
Honestly, I have no idea. I wasn't in the car when Fred did the driving time reset, but it's definitely an unclear situation in my opinion. So it's normal, there's discussion about it. Let's see, but yeah, let's see what the reality is. Hopefully we were in front and we can get our place back. But if the BMW wasn't indeed in front of us, then it's normal we had to solve the position. So let's see.
This decision's going to be in before the end of the race? Is the decision going great to be in before the end of the race. Not got much time.
Yeah, not a lot of time, so let's see. I hope. It would be a shame to have a post-race decision. So yeah, leave it to the race director, and I hope he will do his job.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Race director and, of course, the stewards will look at any evidence that needs looking at. There are some decisions that the race director can make himself. There are others that are always referred up to the stewards. So here you've got the number 34 BMW. That was the Audi giving back the place, but it was the pit exit and who was ahead that was the reason that the Audi had to give back the place. So it was on the last pit exit from Fred Verviche that as he accelerated, he then overtook, we understand, and gained the advantage, and has been asked to redress that by dropping behind. But the WRT team talking to the officials to see what can be done. So Nick Katzberg leads for the moment, 16 minutes on the clock. So yes, next year, can we start at 5 in the morning? So we start in the dark and maybe avoid the rain. How about that? It might be an idea. And I mean, it's a great circuit, it's a great challenge.
Absolutely.
It's just a shame that the weather again has affected it.
Take it even another old book. The Reims or Reims 12 hours used to start at midnight, ran through to midday. So you start the race in darkness, you run for 5 or 6 hours in darkness, and then you've got the rest of the morning and daylight. And this is the traditional time this race was always run. And the weather has always been the same in the high veld this time of year. So it's something you have to contend with. But clearly, in the last couple of years, this year and last year, it's been so severe that it resulted in full course yellow for the last part of the race.
Yes, there are other long distance events that are running in 2 parts. You deliberately do that, and you have the cars in Parc Fermé. So is it Zandvoort, for example, where you have a segment on one day, Parc Fermé overnight, come back the following day? Not sure that's the ideal, but it is a way of doing it. But yeah, you can't guarantee there's going to be rain. It's likely, very likely, as we've seen. But you know, we had it at Sepang when we used to go there for the 1,000-kilometre race. The race officials doing their best to keep the race going safely, with everything else being thrown at them, with all of the drivers' pit strategies shaking out as well. But I think we are going to end in these conditions, aren't we now?
Yes.
Because 14 minutes on change on the clock. You can see the rain is still falling. The positives out of all of this have been that it has been 9 hours that have pretty much, apart from now with the slower pace, flown by, and there's always been lots to talk about.
Well, I mean, all through the race we've had groups of cars, I mean, literally nose to tail. I mean, it's been some really incredible racing. I mean, it's a small field, but we've had a great race all the way through. It's coming up to the conclusion of 9 hours. It doesn't feel like that to me. I wouldn't want to do another 9 hours in the back of this. I mean, I would try, but certainly everybody has put on a fantastic display. And, you know, looking at the back of the Honda there, you can see those recognizable Honda rear lights. What a wonderful job that team has done all through the weekend. And because of the weather, nothing to do with the team, they found themselves shuffled down the pack to 4th place.
And even with, from what we've been hearing from the pit lane, Audi trying to use one car to help another, that hasn't panned out in their favour after all. It's still advantage, and therefore the championship BMW. But you can feel the disappointment that almost without realising it, the race has got away from them. Other teams working through their strategy, and when the music stops, it's Honda that's left with nowhere to sit.
Sadly. I mean, the Jazz team is a wonderful operation, and they've run absolutely metronomically, done nothing wrong whatsoever. But the events and the circumstances have ended up with them running in 4th place. And it's the older, more experienced teams, BMW and Audi, who have managed, whether by experience or whatever, many other reasons yet to be unfolded, that they've found themselves in the lead. And of course, even the 12 Porsche. So it'll be, the winners will be the 34 BMW, not just of the race, but of the championship.
Provisionally, yes. Patrick Pilet's Porsche is in 3rd place. Championship hopes have ebbed and flowed over the course of the day, and he is with Gemma ready to have a final few words.
Patrick, you've just said to me, I just want to race. Do you feel the conditions are ready to do that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for sure it's a lot of water, but if you run slow like this under full course yellow, you never put the water out. So just need to go behind safety car. The problem, I think, is the safety car is scary because it's wrong tires on the safety car. But I have to say, we have to race. We have to go racing. I have a Petit Le Mans experience where we race. It was a ton more water than that. I mean, we are drivers. We are paid for that. We love that, and we take the risk we need to stay on track. And if you see the level of driver this weekend, I'm pretty sure we can race. So I hope for it.
Look, you guys are in third at the moment. If we do go racing again, can you change that position?
I mean, the best should win on track by racing on under green. That's racing. Unfortunately, for sure, it was the right reason to put the full course yellow because there was too much water at one point. But now we have to restart. We have to go racing.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
It's all very well, Patrick Pilet saying, let's go racing. He's not the one in the car, is he? Matt Campbell's the guy that's got to do it. And that's what the track conditions are like.
I mean, I think his tongue was well and truly planted in his cheek. Maybe that's why he's got that American twang.
Well, Patrick Pilet, yeah, he's a racer, all right. Didn't like it being roughed up early on by Earl Bamber, did he? But anyway, third place that car is. Matt Campbell, many, many hours ago, did the fastest lap, a new lap record in the number 12 Gulf Porsche. Sounds good, that, doesn't it, say Gulf Porsche? But with under 11 minutes to go, Nick Katzberg holds sway as the cars paddle their way to the end of the race. And that BMW, we've talked about end of eras in terms of Bentley and, you know, Audi and BMW leaving Formula E, but there's going to be a new GT car coming from BMW. This is a good way for the M6 to bow out.
Absolutely. I mean, the M6 has been a venerable product for the BMW team, and I mean, they've never, not necessarily in every event, been at the very sharp end in terms of overall performance, but they've won important races, and that's what matters, it's winning the race. But you've got the M4 coming out next year, you've got the Porsche 992 GT3R, which will be a significant improvement on the current GT3R. It'll have much bigger aerodynamic input, and all through the field we're going to see upgrades. And Mercedes have just done further work on the AMG GT3R, their version of it. I mean, as a road car, it's an absolute horse. Maro Engel did a lap around Nürburgring, the fastest lap in a production sports car around Nürburgring. He said, that car is quicker than my race car. This is a road car.
So GT3 is set for yet another golden age. I mean, this is a golden age still because of the number of brands and mega events that we have, but the GT3 ethos is still set to impress and grow and grow.
But isn't it great that manufacturers are still prepared to create these incredible road cars, which then become evolved into a race car, and long may it continue.
Absolutely right, and it's been announced this week a date for early December for next year for Kyalami 9R. The dates have shuffled a little, but final venue confirmed for GT World Challenge Europe, with Valencia permanent circuit going onto the calendar. So you'll have two Spanish events a couple of weeks apart to round out the calendar, one for sprint, one for endurance, and GT racing around the globe, looking forward to 2021 already, when hopefully fans can be back to drool over the cars, to cheer on their heroes, because there are some fantastic drivers in GT racing, whether they've come from other disciplines, like, you know, Jenson Button doing British GT at Silverstone. That's one way of looking at it, but the other is there are lots of young guns targeting a GT career, and Charles Witz is an example of that, doing an outstanding job straight away.
Yes, I mean, in the case of Charles Witz, he was handicapped by being a very tall young man. So if you want to get into a single-seater racing car, you've got to be under probably about 5'8" or 5'9" is the ideal size. And if you're anything over 6 feet, then you've got a problem to, not just you physically, but the engineers don't like tall drivers anymore. Racing a GT3 car, you've got a myriad of race options around the world. You know, classic races, Spa 24 hours, the biggest, most important GT3 event in the world. And I mean, just coming here to Kyalami, we should have been going to Bathurst in end of January, February. Sadly, that race has had to be cancelled because of the pandemic. There's so many great venues, so many great cars, and so many great drivers. You know, some of the more senior drivers being now challenged by the up-and-coming youngsters. We've spoken about it all through the season. Dorian Bacalacci and so many more. Forget half the names. They're the future.
Yeah. I mean, one of the criticisms of Formula One is that you get this bottleneck. There are 20 seats, lots of good drivers, and even with funds permitting, there's nowhere for them to go. GT3 is almost heading that way because there are so many good drivers. There is a finite number of seats available. The good thing is, of course, that there's a program here, there's a program there, there's a European, an American, an Intercontinental, there's a British. You know, you can just about juggle all your drivers around.
The thing that makes this such a successful series is the balance of performance.
Yeah.
Because it equalizes out all the brands across whatever there are 8, 10 manufacturers competing. What is wrong about motorsport is having a single manufacturer having domination year upon year upon year. Those manufacturers, it could be Ferrari, it could be Red Bull, it could be currently it's Mercedes-Benz, do an absolutely phenomenal engineering job. And they do it to get to the position that they're in. But the public at large want to see variety and unpredictability. And certainly here this weekend in this race, we have had unpredictability.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather helps it, the nature of the circuits, the fact that they're longer races, so more things can happen. Now, a lap under the safety car is 3.5 minutes, so we're going to have 2 more laps of the race. Sorry, I don't mean safety car, do I? It's been a long day, forgive me. I mean full course yellow.
No, mention the safety car.
I'm sorry. Full course yellow conditions, 3.5 minutes, give or take.
I think it's out. I think I saw a car with flashing lights out on the track.
Oh.
I don't know whether I saw... There's something...
I think the safety car's on the road, but it's not actually under. It's not under safety car conditions. So we're still under full course yellow conditions, and there is the safety car. But as yet, we haven't had safety car conditions deployed. Anyway, the point I was trying to get to was we're going to have this and 1 more lap.
But it'll end under full course yellow, we are assuming, in spite of the safety car being out.
Well, if the safety car conditions are deployed, it might do 1 lap, peel in at the end of the last lap, so they just run to the checkered flag, so you get the money shot without the safety car. That would be my theory. But I've had a few of those, and it's been a long day. And,
yeah, we can't mention the safety car anymore.
So 5 minutes on the clock. Real shame that the weather gods have got it in for this race because, okay, it's given us much to debate in the last hour, but it's not given us the racing that we want to see, because GT3 cars going at it toe-to-toe in the dark on a circuit like this is breathtaking. We had it last year when the rain stopped.
Yes, when the track is in a condition that to allow the drivers to race. And we got away with it last year because track conditions were sufficiently safe to allow that to occur. But, I mean, just listening to the comments from the drivers in the pit lane, other than Patrick Keeler, who said, let's go racing. Others, I think, are a little bit more circumspect.
Safety car conditions. So the safety car is now there. That will up the pace. But as I say, I think this is more for a ceremonial finish, you might argue, than anything else. The order ain't going to change behind the safety car. Again, you can't overtake until you get to the timing line. The timing line is where the checkered flag is. So it's going to be for a ceremonial finish. But Mick Katzberg and Augusto Farfus. But let's not forget, in all of this, we've been concentrating on the championship and on the fortunes of Sam. You are going to get, out of all of this, not only in the winning car, the champions, but a South African winner, Sheldon van der Linde.
How appropriate.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a great result for South Africa, a great result for Sheldon van der Linde, and, well, there will be celebrations, albeit within the constraints of what you're allowed to do within your own team's bubble, but it may be bubbles that are being celebrated with.
Absolutely right. So we will, as I say, probably have time for 1 more lap as cars come through. Mick Katzberg, you could argue having an easy time of it at a slow pace, but it's probably a really nerve-wracking time because, you know, he's there, he's got the pressure of leading the race and the championship, but he can't afford to hit any puddle at the wrong speed, can he?
No, not at all. As we see, this is the run down into turn 16. Well, this is run, beg your pardon, this run into turn 2. Difficult to identify it, but look again, there's still a load of water. No, it is turn 16. It's so difficult to identify the circuit with the volume of water on the racetrack as we look into the Balkan Motorsport team as they're about to jump up and celebrate a victory and a championship.
Absolutely right, because there's going to be 1 more lap to run. The 9 hours will be up at the end of this lap, so the order unchanged. It only would have changed if people had slithered off the road or needed to pit. And the one that did really change the order was 44 Audi having to stop, falling back behind the Honda, other than that instruction from race control for BMW and Audi, first and second, to do the switch. But Nick Katzberg then, adding to his CV by set to win the Kyalami 9-hour, to add to the Indianapolis 8-hour that he's won, the Nürburgring 24, he's won the Spa 24 hours in the past. Great driver, Nick Katzberg.
And an all-round good egg.
Absolutely, yeah. Very adept in GT3 as well as in a TCR spec touring car, and just gets on with the job.
Yeah, but he's an entertaining and a very pleasant person to have in the paddock, and you know, has a sense of humour. Maybe takes life a little bit less seriously than others, but when it comes to delivery, he's done the business, won all the classics.
So it's going to be 3 different brands within the top 3. It's going to be BMW from Audi, and then Porsche finishing in 3rd. Porsche set to win the manufacturer's crown. The Pro-Am survivor, Pro-Am car, is going to be 10th. So Dylan Pereira, along with Saul Hack and Andre Zeidenhout, will win in Pro-Am. And of course, in silver, Milan Doncha bringing the car home, the car collection number 45 Audi. It was in the gravel early on, but by surviving the class win will head its way. So Augusto Farfus on his phone, updating his playlist and his social media. 1 minute of the race to go.
No. He's Brazilian. It'll be, hi, Mom, we have won. We have won.
So through the rain come the headlights for the last time, and the checkered flag being made ready. So Nick Katzberg for BMW, along with Augusto Farfus, Sheldon van der Linde in the lead of the race, set for the victory. But the words that Andre Zeidenhout was offering on the grid about just what a huge effort it's been from everybody to put this race on. In the face of adversity, it has been an outstanding achievement that we've had a race at all in light of everything. And it's given us drama, it's given us plenty to discuss, and it's going to give us the champions, Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg, who are making the run up towards the checkered flag. For BMW, then, it is going to be a race win, and the car comes to Crocodiles for the last time.
The rain has not really relented, and it's eased marginally, but it's not relented enough to allow the final maybe 10 minutes of this race to go back to a green flag situation. So safety car comes into the pit lane now, and it'll be just this last 300 meters down to the start finish line. Nobody allowed to overtake anyway. As you say, it's symbolic, but it's the right way to finish. Great 9 hours.
The checkered flag falls. It is a win for Nick Katzberg, Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde. BMW wins the Kyalami 9-hour. Valkenhorst Motorsport celebrates a race win and a championship win at the end of 9 hours that had pretty much everything. It had great racing, it had a bit of controversy, it had the worst of the weather, it had happy people, it had grumpy people, it's got very wet marshals and race officials who have gone square-eyed, staring at their screens, trying to unravel everything and make sure that all the rules and regulations have been adhered to properly. But Augusto Farfus then, along with his crew, signs off the M6 era of BMW and GT3, and great stuff. Nick Katzberg then tiptoes around for one more lap to get himself back to pit lane. We'll have the post-race interviews, we'll hear from the drivers, and you've got a feel for the Honda crew. Were they affected by the weather and by others pitting when they did, or did they just call it wrong on when they elected to make that pit stop? Well, history will say they finished 4th, having led the bulk of the race. It all went wrong in the last hour and a bit.
Well, it was certainly a tough and bitter pill for the Honda team, who'd done everything absolutely, you have to say, perfectly. And then whether they just were strategied out in that last sector, or that last hour and a bit now, maybe just under the hour, and just swapped around. The Valkenhorst BMW, brilliant job.
Yeah.
Augusto Farfus, look, he's delighted with it, as everybody in the Valkenhorst team should be delighted. And it's a wonderful send-off to the M6 BMW as well.
Absolutely, and it's another feather in the cap of Valkenhorst as the Lechner team that wins Pro-Am at the end of a tough week with the very sad death of Walter Lechner celebrate a class win. You know, Valkenhorst has won at Spa, it's now won at Kyalami. it has done a really good job developing itself as a team. You know, for so many years, you thought BMW's success, Schnitzer or RBM. Those are two teams that have now no longer got an association with BMW, announced in the last couple of weeks, both now going off to do different things. Valkenhorst, talk about drivers coming through the ranks, same's true of teams, and Valkenhorst representing BMW, great effort there.
Well, they're building a legend, which is only going to improve, because once they get that new BMW M4, and I'm assuming that the Valkenhorst team will be first in line to get their hands on it. Augusto Farfus has already said that he's been involved in the development of that car, particularly in the area of what the driver wants and how he wants the car to perform. So very exciting prospect for BMW in the future, and undoubtedly for the Valkenhorst team.
Absolutely so, and you know, with the success that Valkenhorst is able to have, not only in Intercontinental GT Challenge races, but in the Nürburgring Endurance Series, its reputation and its strength within BMW is only going to grow. Right, the provisional result looks like this. Sheldon van der Linde wins on home soil with Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg, those last two drivers taking the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli for 2020. Charles Weir, Smirka Bortolotti, Fred Verviers take second ahead of Patrick Pilet, Mathieu Jaminet and Matt Campbell finishing third. Mario Farnbacher fourth, Bertrand Baguette, Renger van der Zande with him, and he's equally frustrated. Patrick Niederhauser fifth with Mathieu Drudy and Christopher Hasse ahead of Martin Tomczyk, David Pittard and Nick Yellerly. Kevin Estre seventh along with Lawrence Van Toor and Earl Bamber, with eighth going the way of Dries Van Toor, Marcus Winkelhock and Kelvin van der Linde. And there the drivers arrive to Parc Fermé. Nick Katzberg, after a weird hour really, lots of pressure I'm sure, but not very much pace in the car. And Fred Verviers so near but yet so far to a win, a fifth of a second back as they came over the line behind the safety car. So the race order you've seen to confirm the class wins in Pro-Am for the Lechner squad and silver for car collection. So for the championship, it ends with Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg 5 points ahead of Mathieu Jaminet, Patrick Pilet and Matt Campbell. Earl Bamber and Lawrence Van Toor come next, a point ahead of Fred Verviers, and Mario Farnbacher and Renger van der Zande, after all their efforts, end up behind them, ahead of Mirko Bortolotti. Jordan Pepper is next, along with Jules Gounon. Mathieu Drudy and Patrick Niederhauser also fall down the order, with that car losing places later in the race. Hour by hour, stint by stint, the story changed, but I don't think we were never fully expecting that the BMW, that mid-race looked like it was losing pace, was going to come back so strongly. Yes, the weather at the end of when you pitted and full course yellows really did affect the order, but that's where the experience of running an endurance team counts, knowing when to hold and when to fold.
I mean, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, and there's reasons why certain teams win time in, time out, time in, time. It's a hard lesson for the Jazz Honda team, and you know, all I can say is they earned that victory, but in the end, BMW won the race. Yeah.
So for the Honda team, big frustration. That is the story of the year then. BMW drivers, Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg, take the championship, and there to sign off the M6. The Pirelli technicians have a quick check of the pressure of the tyres at the end of that wet stint. But Nick Katzberg is fresh out of the car. He's a new champion, and he's with Gemma.
Nick, you are the champion. Congratulations. I imagine you didn't expect to finish quite under those conditions, but what a result for you guys.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, I think me and Augusto are champion. We weren't expecting that before the final 2 hours of the race. We didn't really have the pace, and we were kind of hoping for something crazy to happen. And well, it's not Kyalami when there's nothing crazy happening like last year. It's pretty much a copy of that, except there was no restart now in the end, which I think was the right decision. And yeah, very well done to the team. They made the right calls. And yeah, super happy to win the race, win the championship. I must say, I feel a little bit for the Honda boys because they were dominating today. They kind of deserved a good result, but still, you need to be fast in all the conditions. And I think we were very fast under full course yellow.
Absolutely, and of course Augusto said that they put you in the car at the end simply because you know these conditions so well from last year.
Yeah, we made a decision on, I think it was Thursday, that the one who was finishing the race would do most of night practice, and we were expecting some rain, and I actually mentioned to the team, like, maybe we should put Sheldon in the end because he was so mega fast all weekend, and they said no,
you know these conditions, so let's go for it. And in the end, there was a bit of luck as well. So super pleased, super happy. My teammates did a great job, team as well. So let's celebrate now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And a delighted Augusto Farfus arrives on the scene. And Sheldon van der Linde will be delighted as well with a home win. His sadness probably that there aren't thousands of fans to cheer him, but I mean, again, he's enhanced his reputation. And Augusto Farfus, who came from single-seater racing into touring cars, initially with Alfa Romeo, it must be pointed out, the halcyon days of 156s in the World Touring Car Championship, then to BMW, and he'll be able to have a quick word with us, I think. So Augusto and Sheldon are there, and go on, Gemma, let's have a word.
Augusto, we've just seen you run in and hug Nick. Sheldon, congratulations to both of you. That's exactly the result that you were praying for.
Yeah, I mean, we did a perfect race, I have to say. No mistakes from any of us. We did not quite have the fast car on track, but we managed to hang with the field, and I mean, Sheldon put some very strong laps. Nick brought it to the end, so very pleased to win with Sheldon here in South Africa. So, and we win the championship. I mean, what a better end? No, cannot.
Sheldon, a home win, that must mean the world.
Yeah, for me it honestly feels like a championship. It's just great to do it with these boys. They, like the Gusto said, they made 0 mistakes all day long, and the car was just perfect. So don't really have any words right now. Last year we came so close. This year we finally did it. Yeah, awesome. No words. No words.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Go celebrate.
Thank you. Cheers.
So the celebrations then underway for the winning drivers. We'll have the new style of podium, if you like, with the drivers collecting their trophies, and there'll be the class winners as well. So this is how the Manufacturers' Championship looks in the end, with Porsche in the end 50 points up on Mercedes, but Audi and BMW in the mix as well. So in real terms, it's Porsche the winners, BMW second, Audi third, Mercedes fourth, Honda fifth, moving ahead of Bentley. So you've got the points tally there, but the order's slightly jumbled. But Porsche is the one thing for definite, that is the champion brand at the end of 2020, despite that, John, not really being Porsche's race. Now let's have a quick word with the Audi team finishing in second place. Gemma, working overtime for us today is with the second place crew here at Kyalami.
Boys, second place here in Kyalami. I know the end there, it was a little bit of a will we, won't we have that position. Fred, talk us through what happened there.
I mean, when I got in the car, when the rain dropped, luckily Mirko brought it back on slicks, but then it started to rain more and more, and it was horrendous. Could not see anything, was aquaplaning like hell, and there we tried to survive. But then after that, when it's full course yellow, it got even worse. I could not see anything. I drove in the grass on the. I never had this in my life, so that was a bit tricky. And I think we stayed on track and we tried to play a bit, but at the end, I think a P2 at the end is not so bad. But yeah, we were here for victory, so yeah, it's a shame.
Bittersweet. And Charles, of course, we did speak not long ago, and here, did you expect to lose the win to BMW even?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it is. It's a shame, but I guess if it's like it is, we cannot change it. So I'm happy for them. They deserve. We did a good race. We did everything we could, and at the end, P2 is not too bad.
Absolutely, Mirko. It's been a tough weekend. Audi just came through towards the end of the day. We just saw you coming further up the field from being fairly way down the back at the beginning, but certainly pushed your way through and showed your pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can be happy with the result at the end of the day. A few meters made the difference there between a win or second place today. But we had to go through the pit lane to reset the drive time with Fred. Otherwise, we would have been we would have got a penalty. So we had to do that, and a few meters made a difference. So second place. Obviously, for me personally, also quite happy with that result. First time here in Kyalami. Was the last race for me for Audi Sport. I will race for another brand next year, and I want to take the chance to say thank you to everyone at Audi Sport and WRT for the great year that we had together. I will not continue with them, but I will keep having a lot of respect for everyone, and I've shared a really good year with them, and I will have really good memories of this season, even though it's been a really tough one, as we all know, from are the reasons, but still on track we had a lot of fun, and it was great to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Marco. Well done, boys.
Wonder where he's off to then, if he's leaving Audi after a year. Which brand beckons for Mirko Bortolotti next?
That's a bit out of the blue. I didn't expect that one. I thought once you've joined the Audi family, you're signed up for life. But clearly not. Plans for Bortolotti to move elsewhere.
Interesting, isn't it? Watch this space. Right, that's how the manufacturers looks. Porsche, BMW, Audi at the end of the season. Mercedes 4 ahead of Honda, and then Bentley. So Porsche missing out on the drivers' crown, but taking the manufacturers. BMW the other way around, missing out on the manufacturers, but scoring the drivers' championship honours for Nick Katzberg and Augusto Farfus. And let's see who is going to reign supreme next year in the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, that again has given us an absolutely fascinating race here in Kyalami.
I mean, 9 hours before we started the race, how are we going to get through this with 12 cars in the field? It went, I felt, much quicker than it felt like 9 hours.
Absolutely right. Flown by, hasn't it? So much to talk about in the course of the race, and there's still much to talk about because we can hear from the third place GPX Racing Porsche drivers now with Gemma.
Matt, third place overall. I don't know what you've done with your teammates, they've disappeared, but congratulations, a tough race today.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, especially towards the end, extremely tough conditions. Even just to keep it on track under full course yellow was a challenge in itself. But yeah, we brought it home, got a podium and second in championship, so we can't be too unhappy. Of course, we wanted more, came down to the wire, but unfortunately we were just shy. So not to be this year, and hopefully we'll try again next year.
And is that's the manufacturer's title though for you guys?
Yeah, correct. Obviously, that's really exciting, and you know, that's great for Porsche. You know, I'm glad we were able to walk away with something this weekend, and obviously this is a big one for Porsche as well. You know, obviously manufacturer is a huge thing, and I'm glad we can bring that home for them.
Absolutely. Porsche maintaining the manufacturer's title. Patrick, I know you wanted to go racing at the end, you made that very clear for us, but are you pleased with that result?
I'm happy for Porsche. Let's say many things smooth. This year was a difficult year for everybody. First thing is we're all safe and healthy. We're lucky to make this job, lucky to have racing. So even if I'm disappointed because I want to race, I want to compete for a victory, especially when we have a strong lineup, strong team. But anyway, we will come back next year and try to win as well the driver championship.
Absolutely, we look forward to it. Well done today, great weekend. Thank you guys.
Now let's just remind ourselves how we look at the end of the championship season then. Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg 5 points clear of Mathieu Jaminet, Patrick Pillet and Matt Campbell third in the race, second in the standings. Earl Bamber and Laurence Vanthoor really had to watch their race evaporate, if ever it was there in the first place. I mean, there was a bit more pace, but it didn't really last, did it, after the third hour? And they've been struggling all the way through yesterday. Fourth, Fred Verviche ahead of Mario Farnbacher and Renger van der Zande, who probably are in no mood to talk anymore. Mirko Bortolotti's farewell performance for Audi nets sixth in the standings ahead of Mathieu Drudy and Patrick Niederhauser, plus Jordan Pepper, Jules Gounon and Maxime Soulet. So Augusto Farfus then with Nick Katzberg victorious, and the BMW drivers, as we've already seen, very, very happy indeed about that. Sheldon van der Linde with much to celebrate as well. So as the sodden circuit says farewell to GT3 cars for another year, we've been touching on the fact that there are going to be changes of drivers, of cars for the future. Now another one thrown out as Mirko Bortolotti jumping to a different brand. So there's a lot to look forward to for next year already.
Well, I mean, just looking on the internet, there's people saying, where is he going? People saying, surprise, he's announced it on television. Yeah, I mean, it's caught everybody unawares. So where is he going?
Answers on a postcard, please. Or Mirko, give us a call, let us know. But try and work it out. I suspect there aren't too many brands to choose from.
Okay, give me one shot. Where do you think he's going to go?
One would be Porsche. One might be BMW.
What about Lexus?
Is there a proper manufacturer program there ready?
Are there new manufacturers potentially on the way in?
Maybe. Right, watch this space. Watch this space.
Exactly.
Well, first of all, there are going to be the trophies presented to the top three and to the winning team and to the Silver and Pro-Am victors. So the drivers there with this current necessity for the masks, all huddled together, discussing their races. Milan Doncia there in the grey and red overalls as the Silver Cup winner, representing Audi. Drivers on the phones, everybody getting set. Trophies are all ready. And so, if you've seen other rounds of GT races this year, you know the format. You sort of step forward, collect your trophy, get your photographs taken at the backdrop. So we've got the drivers just about that we require. And it's a shame that we can't have the podium and the usual celebrations and the champagne, but as Patrick Pilet touched on, it's been such a crazy year, and people just want to get through it in whatever way possible, go racing and look forward to a greater sense of freedom in the future.
What are these lights doing?
So the trophies are there.
What are these lights doing? What are they illuminating?
The drivers ready.
Those lights are illuminating now?
And very shortly, we should be in business, ready for the drivers to be called forward for the presentations.
I wonder how all the teams and drivers are going to celebrate, because obviously the difficulties that they're under working in their individual teams' bubbles. Last year, of course, none of this existed. We were able to go back after the race to the hotel and enjoy the relaxation and hospitality that was available, and made a bit of a long Sunday as a consequence. But great to be able to come to Kyalami this year under the most extreme of circumstances. Great to put a motor race on, and great to have a result, as we had a totally maybe unpredictable result, but one that's given a great deal of joy to many people.
So the presentation set to get underway.
A massive welcome to all of
the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli at Kyalami. The drivers are ready, the teams are ready, the trophies are ready, and we'll get the drivers called forward. And it's going to be the Pro-Am drivers that step forward first, South Africans all. So Dylan Pereira, Soilhack and Andre Bezuidenhout for the Lechner Racing Squad. The Perfect Circle liveried Porsche takes Pro-Am honours.
The winners, Andre Bezuidenhout, Soilhack,
up step Andre Bezuidenhout, Soilhack and Dylan Pereira for the podium.
And representing Lechner
drivers
Racing as well,
indeed.
going to enjoy the spoils of the win and that
And
very, very
the
difficult
Lechner
race
Racing
to
Squad
get at the end.
represented on the podium from the team. And again, just to make the point, really difficult week trying to operate a car out here with everything that's thrown at you, and the death this week of Walter Lechner Senior, a real blow to the team, and fantastic the way that the team has coped, battled on, and come through to take the class win.
Okay, so hand the trophies out now. Mr. Dennis
So the
Koppel
trophy's
will be
about to
handing the
be
trophies
presented.
across
Andre
to his
Bezuidenhout,
executive mayor of
great
Johannesburg,
enthusiast,
Mr. Johannesburg is behind
and
Mr.
very, very
Ferdinand
proud to be in this race. As he came to watch it as a small boy. Now, many decades later, he's on the grid.
Well, he's continuing with the association with Perfect Circle, and to be able to drive, I mean, an amateur driver competing in an event with the quality of competitors around you, he held his head up, didn't make any mistakes, he used his mirrors, which is very important, so he can go away tonight proud of his achievements.
Absolutely. Right, so there the team's trophy being presented. In fact, this is a little bit more like a normal podium, isn't it, with trophies being handed across on the podium. And applause, elbow bumps rather than handshakes, but Lechner Racing taking honours in Pro-Am. And then the drivers' trophies will be presented. Dylan Pereira did briefly have the fastest lap of the race, and as we've seen in international Porsche competition, very, very handy behind the wheel of a 911.
Well, I mean, it's an unusual name at Dylan. When I saw the name Pereira, I thought it was very Frank Pereira. And then Dylan, I don't know, I've never heard of Dylan Pereira, but clearly he knows how to drive a Porsche GT3R, a 911 GT3R, and set that lap very early in the session, very early in the race.
And a man who spent nearly 45 years waiting for this to happen.
Andre Bezuidenhout's trophy to be presented to him.
He's eventually finished the business.
He's not only been in the Kyalami 9 hours, but he's now got a trophy at the end of it. That's going to mean a huge amount, isn't it, to Andre Bezuidenhout?
Oh, unquestionably. I mean, what an achievement. And, you know, just simply to compete in the field of this quality and do the job, get the job done, didn't make a mistake, so he kept out of the way of everybody It was coming up behind them. No, here we go. Smiles. We can't even see the smiles, can we? What a shame.
But, I mean, the point you make about Andre Bezuidenhout being the AM, GT racing, yes, motorsport in general, it's one of the few sports where you can compete on an international or world platform with your heroes. You know, if you're a Manchester United soccer fan, you can't go and play with that team, but you can, if you've got the funding, go and take part in GT racing against professional drivers, in, you know, the back end of a world championship rally against the world stars. You can do that in precious few other sports.
Well, I mean, David, we've got the same situation in the broadcast. I'm humbled sometimes by the way in which you eulogize about my successes.
Happy Christmas, John. Right, for the Leclerc Racing team, smiles all round under the masks, and the Pro-Am winners then, Dylan Pereira, Sorhack, and Andre Bezuidenhout. That was a rather longer podium, I have to confess, than the Pro-Am than I was anticipating. The
Let's hope the rest doesn't take as long, because I think this broadcast ends rather soon.
The silvers hopefully will be next. Milan Doncha, Martin Lechman and Dennis Marshall. So there the podium is dressed. As I say, for certain events, the drivers have been called forward to collect the trophy, get your photograph taken, but for the final round of the championship, there's rather more of a normal podium being done. So there it is, it's ready. And so now the drivers for Silver Cup should step forward.
To, Mr. Makuba and the entire city of Joburg and the tourism authorities for getting this all together, along with the team effort that got put together by SRO, Kyalami 9 Hour, Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, and all of the associate sponsors involved in this event, and our media partners. It's great to have them all on board.
I hope they're all here waiting. I'm not sure all the teams and competitors are actually in this assembly area to receive the rewards.
I think some are hidden behind the camera and they sort of are brought round. But let's get them forward then for the car collection team.
To Dennis Marshall,
Upstep, Dennis Marshall, Martin Lechman, and then Milan Donche up to the podium. And car collection, the team from German GT Racing, from the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but coming to the IGTC and doing a good, solid job. And you know, for those drivers, they've gained huge amounts of experience across the course of that race.
Well, it ended in the most extreme of conditions. I mean, apart from doing the base part of 8 hours in ideal conditions, doing the business they had to do, they were not competing for the race win. They were competing for their own particular category. Milan Donche, for example, we're more familiar, I'm certainly more familiar with. And they did what they were required to do. They had that spin early in the race, but they ended up finishing the race and winning their championship, winning their class.
Teams awards presented to car collection, and then the drivers' trophies are set.
To Jeffrey Makuba.
Milan Doncha towering over Martin Lechman. There, the trophy goes to Dennis Marshall. Steps forward first of all, receives the trophy.
There you go. Martin Lechman.
Then Martin Lechman, who was the man that had the spin early on, but comes through to receive the trophy, and
finally
make
to
any
Milan
other errors
Donche.
that we saw. Milan Doncha is going to receive his trophy as the third driver of that winning car out of the car collection stable. So there's a smile behind the mask. Former GT4 champion now takes the
Congratulations, gentlemen.
win here, covers up his rival championship badge. Sticky tape didn't stick quite.
No, the water has gotten through to it.
Yeah, but the drivers then have their champagne to spray, and then will make their way from the podium ready for the top three, and of course winning teams to be represented as well.
There you go.
Milan Doncha's done this before, of course, so he knows what to do and how to do it.
To all the drivers, as you make your way up here, gentlemen.
Well done to the
Very aware that it's quite slippery here.
top three
that you're in
teams
race boots, so
that are being
take it easy.
prepared
Well done.
for
Congratulations.
their podium.
Great job.
So they can see in the background more of the drivers getting ready, and the local representatives on hand to present the trophies. Work done. Right, the third place team gets ready. Matt Campbell, Mathieu Gemine, Patrick Pilet, Sophie Perra from SRO, looking after team relations, so getting the people in the right place at the right time, ready to try to crack on. So, yes, I've got you, she says. Right, where's my second place team? Yes, 1, 2, 3, got you. Right, yes, ready. And their drivers good to go for the podium.
Once again, drivers, as you come up, just be very careful as you come up to the stage.
Nice to see no elbow contacts there, just mates going up to one another and congratulating them. And the good old-fashioned handshake, in spite of whatever the restrictions that we have around us. So you can understand maybe the disappointment for the 12 Porsche team.
So near and yet so far, isn't it?
Yeah. That's how
So there for third place for GPX Racing for Porsche. Matt Campbell, Mathieu Jaminet and Patrick Pilet step forward for third place. On to the third step on the podium. Then for second position, the Audi crew. Now, are we going to get all the teams up, or is it going to be one at a time? Let's see what the protocol is here.
In second place, an incredible driver.
Now it's going to be the second place drivers call forward. So again, so near and yet so far. Fred Verviche, Marco Bortolotti and Charles Wirtz, the three drivers for the WRT team. So for Audi, Charles Wirtz, Marco Bortolotti, Fred Verviche onto the second step on the podium. More fist bumps to say well done. And then the winning drivers about to be called forward. More bottles of fizz
and first place
are readied as the winners of the 2020 Kyalami 9-hour. About to walk forward. Nick Katzberg, Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde for Valkenhorst Motorsport for BMW. Race winners here at Kyalami for the top step of the podium. Up they come. The Kyalami 9-hour won by Nick Katzberg, Augusto Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde.
Deutschland über alles. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations.
So for Valkenhorst Motorsport, the national anthem of Germany plays, and
Mr. Simon Woolley will be handing
winning
the trophies
drivers
over
then
to the mayor.
applaud their team, applaud their rivals, which is good to see. Augusto Farfus being very magnanimous in all of that, as the trophies then now brought forward, and we get set for the final round of presentations. So therefore, Matt Campbell, trophy goes to 1/3 of the third place team.
Patrick Pilet.
Then the trophy for Patrick Pilet. And then a trophy will go to, of course, Mathieu Jaminet as the third driver in that third placed car.
And the third driver, Matteo Jaminet.
Mathieu Jaminet receives his trophy. And
in second place for WRT Audi,
second place drivers,
Mirko Bortolotti.
the Audi team, Mirko Bortolotti, in his, as we've now learnt, farewell performance for Audi. Receives the trophy.
Charles Wirtz.
Charles Wirtz, Fred Verviche, the other two drivers of that car. And forward.
Looks like GPX Porsche wants to start the
seeing
party
Charles
with
Wirtz's
us,
development as an Audi driver, because he's had a very impressive season
And finally, Frederick
The
Vivas.
trophy goes his way, and now Fred Vavish will receive his trophy for finishing in second spot. And oh so nearly the winner, of course, as we've been hearing, but for a few metres.
And the top drivers in the team that took the overall today from Varkenhorst BMW. Nicky Katzberg.
Had to change under the officialdom. Right, then the race winners we get to finally for Nick Katzberg, the trophy.
Oh, beg your pardon, sorry, the team first.
No,
Varkenhorst
apologies,
BMW.
team
Beg
first.
your pardon there, sorry guys.
Motorsport, getting ahead of myself. Valkenhorst as the team receives the trophy. Valkenhorst, which is a major car dealership in Germany, as well as now a very successful race team.
The problem I had with that is I thought it was Gennaro Bonafide up there, but it's actually not. I do apologise, guys. All right, so let's go to the drivers now. Nicky Katzberg, first driver from that team.
So now the drivers' trophies are ready, and Nick Katzberg is going to receive his trophy. Down he comes.
Second driver, Augusto Farfus.
Brake disc. So there, Nick Katzberg receives a trophy as a race winner. There'll be more to come, of course, as being a champion. There you've got the trophy going to Augusto Farfus, and there'll be a big cheer, I'm sure, in the presentation area for the third driver to receive one, which is local hero Sheldon van der Linde, so a South African victor of the Kyalami 9 Hour. So Sheldon van der Linde will receive the trophy as part of that winning combination of drivers. Down he jumps. Big cheer for him. And Sheldon van der Linde wins the Kyalami 9 Hour.
Simon Woolley and Mr. Dennis Klopper
very
and
happy
the mayor
man
are going
indeed
to hand over the original 9 Hour trophy to Sheldon
van
van
der
der
Linde.
Linde and his team.
And now the
Varkenhorst
Valkenhorst BMW drivers will receive, in addition to their race winners trophy, the original Kyalami 9 Hour trophy, which they can hang on to for a given period. They ain't going to leave the venue, I don't think. So race winners trophies down, and there that original Kyalami 9 Hour trophy presented to them. For the photographs, the Kyalami 9 Hour race win.
Congratulations once
fantastic
again to our top
sports car
three
heritage, and it's great that it's back on the map, and it's given us another dramatic race.
Final round of 2020's Intercontinental GT Challenge.
So there'll be the champions podium to come as well for Nick Katzberg and Augusto Farfus. There, that very valuable historic trophy taken away. Now the podium party retreats as safely as possible before the champagne flies. The celebrations, as they have to be these days, a little more muted, but even so, the drivers able to now let the hair down a little bit. Of course, there have been COVID tests on site before they got here and before they leave to make sure that everybody is healthy and everyone's passed with flying colours, which is good news, as there the champagne is aimed at Mirko Bortolotti. Mask off, big swig.
With the
well done, Mirko Bortolotti. Been fascinating to see how he's adapted from the Lamborghini to Audi. Of course, similar car within the VAG group, of course, but he's done a grand job this year.
I'm going to ask the mayor if he wouldn't mind saying a few words, sir.
So the drivers for the champions photographs at the podium, coming back to the podium. And there, everybody for the manufacturer having the photographs taken.
You see what happens when GPX starts the party
Now,
early.
then
They leave the party
Audi
early as well, hey?
attack with the champagne. And
Congrats one more
the winning
time, ladies and
drivers
gentlemen. Let's hear it for our
have
teams.
one
Top three
last
today in the Joburg
photograph
9
or
Hour.
two, but the drivers make their way now
Final
off
round
that
of
podium,
2020
and
Intercontinental
the
GT Challenge powered by Pirelli.
only other two drivers that
If I can ask
will
the
have
mayor to
any
step up on the stage, sir. Come on up,
requirement
sir.
to be there, Augusto Farfus
It is
and
always
Nick
a
Katzberg
phenomenal
as
effort that
the
gets put
new
in, and of course
champions.
a huge team effort that gets put into. But without you, sir, we would not be able to do this.
So
So
there,
a final word from yourself,
Augusto,
please.
who's adapted very well from short sprint races to long distance races. Very, very successful. He's been in all manner of GT categories. There, the local mayor discussing the success of the event.
Driving in the rain, Joburg, world-class African city. We open for business. Motorsport is our sport. This is Johannesburg, and we are here. We'll support motorsport going forward.
We love to hear that, sir. From your side of things, I think from your team, a big effort from the city of Joburg and, of course, the tourism authorities. Are you looking forward to 2021?
Of course, we think it will be a better year, but what a way to close 2020. Very difficult year. Coronavirus, COVID-19, but we pulled it off. today was a very good race and a very, very, very important day for us. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much for all the effort, sir. We do appreciate it. Let's hear it for the Mayor of Johannesburg, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Our final 2 awards for the evening. These are the ones that everybody's been working hard for all year long.
So then the
first up,
Champions Awards being made ready.
Of Porsche
That will
come and join us
be
as they
the
celebrate
Manufacturers
another
Award, which goes
Manufacturers
to
Championship
Porsche.
in the Intercontinental
And then
GT
there will be
Chain.
the winning drivers as well. So
There you go.
Joburg,
Go on up,
effectively,
sir.
as a city, the sponsor of the race, being recognised
Just
on the
waiting.
podium there. Porsche winning the manufacturers, missing out on drivers, but even so,
right, and there you
race
go,
wins,
ladies
of
and
course,
gents.
happened for the team at
Manufacturers
Spa.
and all the drivers, please, from
And
Porsche to go up there
Porsche,
as
yet
well.
again, claiming
Our Porsche
success
drivers, please.
and bragging rights to
Congratulations, the drivers'
another title
champions.
in international sports car racing.
And Nicky Katzberg.
And then the winning drivers will step forward as well. Nick Katzberg and Augusto Farfus onto the podium. The champions of the 2020 Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Simon.
So for our final presentation, Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg, the drivers' champions, along with Porsche as the winning manufacturer. And they're winning sashes and banners.
As you know, ladies
more
and gents, this
champagne.
was the championship decider.
But
There were about 7 or 8
excellent
drivers that
season.
could
And
possibly have won today.
Fair play to Augusto
And eventually
Farfus
it's
and
gone
Nick
to the
Katzberg, John
BMW
Watson,
boys.
because in that race they did everything right, played to their
Phenomenal
strengths,
effort bringing
kept out
them
of
to the top
trouble,
of the
deliver the
podium.
goods.
That's what a professional racing driver and a professional racing team are there to do. You don't win the race on the first lap, you win it on the final lap. Okay, the last hour or so of this race was run under full course yellow conditions and pretty appalling conditions, probably equal if not worse than we saw 1 year ago. And
just
what
in
can you
case
say,
you hadn't heard,
Farfus, Nicky
let's make some noise
Katzberg
for one more time,
walk
ladies and
away as
gents.
the
Come on,
champions
there's your
2020.
For 2020's
Been a great effort. So the
Intercontinental
2020
GT Challenge powered by Pirelli.
Intercontinental GT Challenge champions are Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg for the driver's side. The manufacturer's champion is Porsche
Nicky Katzberg
at the
goes
end
out open
of
champagne now.
a
He's
very
got those
dramatic
occasions.
race, a very dramatic season of races.
The mayor's quickly getting off the scene. He's going to get covered in champagne. I don't think he'll mind. He's had a great day. It's been great for Joburg. It's been great for South Africa. We had a race. We've had a difficult season, but we got the season underway. We've run every event, culminating
They may
here,
have sent the wrong
coming up
Porsche
to,
guy
what,
up
2
there,
weeks
I've
away
gotta
from
tell
Christmas this weekend.
Here he comes. Look out, BMW.
So
Retribution is coming.
the
And as I said,
manufacturer
ladies and
then
gents, if you haven't
off the
heard,
podium.
come and join us next year, 2021,
And,
the 3rd and
great
4th of
race.
December.
Shame that the
The
weather
9
affected
hours
the end of it,
back
but
at Kyalami.
poor old Sophie Peyrat from SRO
And so
copped
will
the bulk
Sophie
of a
be.
whole bottle of champagne after all her hard work to make the championship such a success. You didn't deserve that, Soph, that's for sure.
On behalf of SRO and the entire team behind
someone
the
picks a
Kyalami
phone as
9
well.
hour, thank
She
you for
should
your
have
support.
much rather have had that bottle of champagne to drink after the race.
Let's look back at the highlights of the 2020 Kyalami 9 Hour, which began with Bertrand Baguette in the Honda storming into the lead in the first corner, and Jordan Pepper in the Bentley running out wide round the outside. The battle raged on around the opening lap as Marcus Winkelhock and Alex Bunkering tripped over one another. Audi heading off into the gravel. Both rejoined, but the Audi had a long stop for damage and lost 3 laps as a consequence. The race restarted, and for the first hour, indeed for most of the first 8 hours, it was all smiles at Honda Racing, rather less so at Porsche. Great battle going on as Earl Bamber muscled his way up past teammate Patrick Pilet, who was not amused, and that also put him on the back foot, allowing Patrick Niederhauser's Audi to make a move on the inside line. Fred Verviche trying to follow through as well. Great fight between Niederhauser and Pilet as they stormed downhill. Verviche made a move at the top of the hill at turn 10 at Louis Coppi, went through, but as he ran wide, back on the inside line came the Gulf Porsche. We lost Bentley number 7 because that was a car that had a major engine drama. It pitted, limped out, but didn't get very far. Flame, smoke, and out of the race, Maxime Soulet, Jules Gounod, and local driver Jordan Pepper. Their tenure as Bentley works drivers at an end, so too the manufacturer dream. Next Porsche battle, Matt Campbell up with Lawrence Van Tor, the two leaning on each other as they battled, and then coming under attack from the Audi as well as the cars swept their way through the S's and charged uphill once again. Matt Campbell getting himself onto the tail of the Porsche as up front. When the rain came, it was a fight still between Honda, BMW and the opposition. And number 34 running in second place. Elsewhere, really opportunistic dive by Matt Campbell, putting up past not one but two cars as he worked his way through to the front. And it was looking good for the Porsche as far as the championship was concerned in the early part of the race. Rather less so, number 54, Lawrence Vanthor, had this big slide, lost further ground, lost another place as well. Up and past him went number 12, Matt Campbell was on target not only for another place but also to set the new lap record, taking that away from former Porsche star Nick Tandy, who'd done it last year. Out on track, number 34 BMW hanging on to position just after the pit stops. Marcus Winkelhock had yet another drama, this time putting him off the road, but he was able to dig himself out with relative loss of time being minimal this time around. So Winkelhock battled on. Intercontinental GT Challenge champion of seasons past. Was he going to play a part in the outcome this year? The answer was to be no, because it would all be decided on track as BMW, Audi and Porsche continued to squabble as the race approached halfway. A slide from number 32 Audi was enough to open the door and allow the Valkenhorst BMW to go charging by. Porsche off the road as through as well went Lawrence Vanthor. Patrick Pilet then came under attack from Christopher Haase as the race wore on. Number 44 Audi looking ever more of a threat and sweeping past as the cars went through the S's. Downhill made plunge. As meantime, there was another bid being made lower down the order. Lawrence Vanthor under attack as number 32 Audi dived through on the inside line. And with all the abuse over the curve, it wasn't long before 54 Porsche was starting to struggle with the front splitter. Damage on the front right corner. They battled on to the next round of stops, but it had to go to the garage. They lost 2 laps while the damage was repaired. David Pittard had a rather wild ride coming downhill. He was off the road and back on again, but fighting the BMW, he just about kept it away from anything solid, but it was a decent recovery as then off the road went Alex Buncombe. Now, this was where things started to really change, because not only was he off the road causing a full course yellow, but the heavens finally opened. He tried to get back to the pits on his slick tyres, but just aquaplaned the next couple of corners. And then as the light went, the lightning came, the rain got heavier and heavier and heavier. The race briefly restarted. Matteo Drudi had a big spin, and the net result of that was that we had another full course yellow period for the final hour and a bit, in which the savvy teams quickly pitted to reset the stint time and get to the end. And one of those that did so was Matteo Drudi. One of those that did so was the winning BMW. And ultimately, number 34 would put itself into the lead, a lead it was never to lose as we were under yellow flag conditions to the very end. A race win and a championship win for Augusto Farfus and Nick Katzberg, joined for the race by Sheldon van der Linde. It has been another amazing race. Thanks for your company. From a bedraggled Gemma Scott in the pits, from John Watson and David Addison trackside, it's goodbye from the Kyalami 9 Hour.